I have always said that this child is not suited to become a ninja. In a remote dwelling within the Hidden Leaf Village, a gentle-looking woman expressed her anxieties with a hint of resignation. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man, marked by a fierce scar on his chin, who exuded an air of authority. After a prolonged silence, he responded with a weary tone, "I apologize, I do not know. I initially thought this child simply had poor physical aptitude, never anticipating. After all, he is a member of our clan, and there should be no reason for him not to become a ninja." Despite his imposing appearance, the man spoke with a hint of timidity when addressing the woman before him. The woman, however, grew increasingly agitated and began to argue passionately. But if things continue this way, he will only meet his demise. The complexity of emotions on the man's face suddenly became more pronounced as he apologetically replied, "I will think of a way. Perhaps I can exchange for some decent techniques." To enhance his abilities, not far away, in a slightly smaller house, Fujiyo listened to his parents' quarrel and shook his head in exasperation. What a tragedy! In truth, Fujiyo was not originally from this world. 5 years ago, on a fateful night, he inexplicably found himself inhabiting the body of a baby named Shifenjuan Fujiyo, and he had been living in the world of Naruto ever since. At first, he was quite exhilarated, for this realm possessed advanced martial prowess and an array of astonishing ninjutsu that he had never encountered in his previous life. The thought of commanding respect in the ninja world and leveraging the information he had acquired to ascend to greatness thrilled him immensely. Compared to his mundane previous existence, this life promised a touch of excitement that he found appealing. However, it did not take long for Fujiyo to confront a harsh reality. He might not live to see adulthood. Just as his parents were arguing, his innate talent was abysmal, so much so that it defied description. Typically, when at least one parent is a ninja, a child's overall aptitude should be commendable. Yet Fujiyo was the exception, possessing such poor talent that even he could not overlook it. From a young age, he had diligently practiced physical techniques, yet even now, he could not best. Most of his peers, as time passed, those who began training later, started to exhibit their innate abilities, widening the gap between them. Preliminary estimates suggested that by the time he turned 16, he might, with luck, barely meet the criteria to become a genin. What good would such strength do? If all went as expected, the Second Ninja War would erupt before he even reached adulthood, leaving him, without the strength of a genin, as nothing more than fodder in that conflict easily dispatched by anyone. Moreover, aside from his meager physical talent, Fujiyo's clan was not particularly influential, unable to provide him with adequate support. Not to mention, the resources necessary for training were scarce. The Shifenjuan clan, although it bore a name, consisted of merely 4 or 5 individuals. Aside from his father, a skilled chunin, the rest were mostly just chunins as well in such a clan. The essential materials and resources required for ninja training were exceedingly limited, making daily life quite strained. The techniques they possessed were primarily earth-release ninjutsu, as their clan had historically produced earth-style ninjas. Yet Fujiyo was a peculiar anomaly, with an affinity for fire release. This perplexity only added to his parents' woes. The village of ninjas had its own regulations aside from direct familial or master-student transmission. The exchange of techniques was virtually impossible. After all, if it were so easy, everyone would possess countless techniques to acquire ninjutsu. The most effective means was through military merit, which of course was not an easy task. Thus, it was no wonder that Fujiyo's parents harbored concerns lacking strength and unable to access appropriate techniques. It seemed destined that Fujiyo would meet an untimely end, though the period was relatively peaceful under the reign of the first Hokage. This peace only served to deceive the ordinary folk. The tasks assigned to ninjas were merely protective. Assassination or thievery missions conflict was inevitable. Unless the profession of ninja ceased to exist, true peace remained elusive. At best, there would be no large-scale wars, but small skirmishes would persist. It was little wonder that Madara later concluded that the first Hokage's methods of maintaining peace had failed. Amidst these worries, Fujiyo felt an even greater sense of dread. This is a recipe for my demise. Did his parents not realize that 3 consecutive ninja wars were about to erupt? With his current talent and strength, simply surviving through these impending conflicts felt like an insurmountable challenge. Sighing, Fengye lay helplessly on his bed, adopting a posture that conveyed his resignation. I am but a floundering fish in this world. Truly, this was an exasperating transmigration. Suddenly, as Fengye pondered his circumstances, his parents called out to him from afar. Fengye, come here for a moment. I am coming. A moment later, Fengye's father regarded him sternly and spoke softly. Here are 100,000 ryo. Take this money to the Nara family. For me, it is for the medicinal materials we owe from last month. Be sure to take good care of it. Yes, father. Very well, you may go. Though his tone was grave, Fengye's father harbored little genuine concern. Despite being only 5 years old, Fengye had always exhibited a maturity that inspired confidence. In the warring states of the past, he would already be of age to enter the battlefield. Moreover, the location was Konoha, the very heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. The odds of losing something here were akin to undertaking a strength mission, with elite ninjas lurking everywhere, along with various tracking and interrogation shinobi, ensuring that any missteps would be instructive. However, just as Fengye grasped the money and turned to leave, he froze in his tracks. What's wrong, Fengye? His father inquired, puzzled. Oh, nothing at all. With that, Fengye stepped outside. Although his expression remained calm, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Greetings, esteemed host. The monetization system has been officially activated. Welcome to use it. Monetization system? This term abruptly revived unsettling memories for Fengye. Upon exiting the door and immersing himself in this so-called system, Fengye did not first inquire about its functions or its origin. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the system that had taken the form of a fortunate cat, demanding, what are the conditions to activate the system? Meow. The activation condition is the detection of the host possessing over 100,000 ryo. The fortunate cat system replied with an endearing charm. At that moment, Fengye could barely suppress the urge to strike it. This is utterly ridiculous. In his previous life, Fengye had encountered numerous novels, many of which featured systems that exploited their hosts, neglecting to provide any guidance on usage. Some systems even required their hosts to reach old age before they could unlock the correct methods of operation. Currently, his system was no different, for had he not fortuitously stumbled upon 100,000 ryo today, it was likely he would have perished on the battlefield without ever discovering how to properly activate the system. In that instant, tears of frustration welled in Fengye's heart. Are the systems of this era truly so flawed? They even lack user manuals. A resounding disappointment. An unequivocal negative review. It is not difficult to understand why Fengye is so enraged. The seemingly simple task of acquiring 100,000 taels is far more arduous than the average person might imagine. Within the currency system of the Naruto world, taels are not the lowest denomination, with one tael equivalent to 10 yuan. This yuan possesses a purchasing power akin to that of the yen from his previous life, rendering the aforementioned figure truly astonishing. Considering a typical ninja's income, Fengye's father, as an elite chunin, could only undertake B-class missions, which would yield an average of 50 to 60,000 taels per assignment, resulting in a monthly income of just over 100,000 taels. While such earnings are remarkable when compared to those of commoners, they are merely sufficient for a ninja. Given the considerable food consumption, the purchase of ninja tools, and various medicinal materials essential for training, it is evident that Fengye's family lives in a state of financial strain, relying solely on these funds. Faced with such dire circumstances, Fengye's desire to obtain a staggering sum of 100,000 taels from his parents seems utterly fantastical. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity to deliver money to the Nara clan, it would likely be ages before he could amass such wealth independently, especially after becoming a genin and taking on missions. Not to mention the uncertainty of surviving the early stages of a genin's life to accumulate funds. The years spent in training would be drastically reduced. Moreover, it is a common tendency for those who begin earning to indulge in purchasing more meat, medicinal herbs to enhance their abilities, or even superior ninja tools, making it nearly impossible for him to save such an amount. Ninjas are not typically inclined to hoard wealth without investing in their own prowess. Only upon reaching the rank of chunin, with the possibility of surplus savings, might he hope to gather such a sum. Contemplating the prospect of ascending to chunin with his abysmally inadequate talents fills Fengye with despair. Even if he were to survive, it would likely not happen until well into his 40s. A stark contrast to the protagonists in the novels he read in his past life, who often discover their systems only to find their strength marginally enhanced. In a moment of fortune, he feels a sense of relief, realizing that he narrowly escaped a drastically different fate. Meanwhile, the seemingly irate Feng Yi is met with the awkward grin of a beckoning fortune cat. You cannot fault me. It is not unusual for systems to have bugs. It chuckles, silently observing the fortune cat before him. Feng Yi finds himself at a loss for words. As his emotions begin to stabilize, the fortune cat introduces itself. I am Yuan Bao, the assistant of this system. You may choose whether to activate me and can even change my name, though doing so requires a name change card. Available at the shop at a discounted price. As he listens to the fortune cat's introduction, a peculiar expression begins to play across Feng Yi's face. Is this truly a system? Why do I sense an overwhelming stench of copper? Be it the name or the function, particularly this renaming card. It evokes certain dubious stratagems in Feng Yi's mind. The term Yuan Bao, a vulgar and odious name reeking of pecuniary motives, prompts one to ponder which inept soul conceived it. Surely, one should not be so brazen in their pursuit of wealth. The multitude of grievances is so extensive that Feng Yi feels an immediate sense of exasperation. Upon further examination of Yuan Bao's introduction, Feng Yi becomes increasingly convinced of this system's deceptive nature. The most fundamental feature of this system, known as the training ground, allows Feng Yi to gain substantial training bonuses, permitting daily practice. Through this training ground, he can acquire a wealth of cultivation experience, which can be allocated to various attributes. While it sounds promising, it is, in reality, a colossal pitfall. Yuan Bao, never mind, I shall refer to you as system. System, please enumerate my attributes. Affirmative. Before long, Feng Yi's current physical condition materialized before him. For Maple Courtyard, Feng Yi Ninjutsu. Jinin level 0, 236-10000. Taijutsu. Jinin level 0, 1326-10000. Jinjutsu. Jinin level 0, 100-10000. Character card. None summoned beast. None ninja tools. None Kekiai Genkai. None attribute development. Fire. Level 3, 100-1300. Special talent. Keen senses. Your vision and hearing are superior to the average person. Yet you are also more susceptible to Jinjutsu. Low-level fire attribute talent. Unlocks the development of fire attribute ninjutsu, slightly increasing the cultivation speed and potency of fire attribute ninjutsu. Special skills. None. This delineates Feng Yi's primary attributes. Alas, what a tragic state. According to Feng Yi's recent inquiry, only upon reaching Jinin level 1 can one be deemed a legitimate Jinin. Due to his insufficient attributes, the system begrudgingly assigns him a Jinin level 0. Although level 3 in fire attributes may seem respectable, the maximum level is 100, and his Jinjutsu capability is even negative, rendering him inferior to an ordinary person. System, come forth. How can there be a negative value? This is because the evaluation of primary attributes is based on comprehensive capability, incorporating resistances to various ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Your talent issue contributes to this. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's attention was drawn to his so-called talent of keen senses. He had long believed his body to be utterly useless, yet it seems it is not devoid of merit. Reflecting on his experiences, he realizes he has indeed been somewhat sharper than the average person, possessing a modicum of perceptive talent. As for the slightly diminished resistance to Jinjutsu, it pales in comparison to the value of this talent. The effect is indeed commendable. Having just experienced the basic function of the Taijutsu training ground, Feng Yi nodded in satisfaction. In just one training session, he gained 30 points in Taijutsu experience. Such a conspicuous enhancement brought him immense joy. However, he soon discovered that at this rate of cultivation, it would take him a year to officially reach Jinin level in a single attribute. To fully saturate the experience for Jinin level and ascend to Chunin would require 6 to 7 years. In terms of progress, what might seem swift to an ordinary individual has reached a point where, by the age of 12, one can graduate from the Ninja Academy and attain the rank of Chunin. However, can a Chunin safeguard themselves amid the brutal conflicts of the ninja world? The answer, undoubtedly, is no. Moreover, even upon reaching the first tier of Chunin, one would still be at the bottom of the hierarchy, possessing merely a singular attribute. When the time comes, they may not even comprehend how they met their demise. After inquiring with the system, Feng Yi finally received a response that left him speechless. The solution lay in spending money. One could purchase stamina, allowing access to training grounds once daily, as well as by doubling potions, which cost merely 1,000 taels for a twofold effect and 10,000 taels for a fourfold effect. As he silently gazed at the grinning fortune cat, Fujiyo felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate it. The subsequent explanations from the system only intensified his desire to silence it, for whether it pertained to equipment, summoning beasts, or character cards, all demanded financial expenditure, an unbearable burden for someone in his current impoverished state. Resolving to abandon the notion of spending money, Fujiyo was on the verge of exiting the system when a single phrase from it rendered him motionless. The first recharge of 60,000 taels grants you the character card of Shaoli. Character cards, being one of the system's functionalities, could unlock various skills and talents for Fujiyo. The character card of Shaoli was precisely what he coveted, as it bestowed a talent that increased the experience gained in body technique training by 20%. Without a doubt, this was the card Fujiyo most desperately needed. Fixating intently on the system, Fujiyo gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. Just wait. I shall devise a way to gather the funds. Money, oh money. You are indeed a precious commodity. As he hummed a tune he had adapted, he continuously pondered methods to earn money. Nearly a month had elapsed since the system was activated, and in his quest for wealth, Fujiyo had explored every conceivable avenue. Ultimately, he managed to amass a sum of 10,000 taels. Although this amount appeared substantial, in reality, he had only earned a little over 1,000 taels himself. The remaining 8,000 taels were obtained through a chance encounter where he aided an elderly gentleman, who seemed to be a significant figure, in exchange for a few jokes. According to the elder's words, this money was a gift for him to buy sweets. Fujiyo was not particularly surprised by the existence of this elder. In an era just emerging from turmoil in the ninja world, the hidden elites of Konoha were countless. Among those who had followed the first Hokage and fought alongside Uchiha Madara, how many could truly be deemed weak? He merely felt a sense of gratitude for his fortunate circumstances. Thus, it is often said that fate plays a crucial role. Perhaps one's diligent efforts pale in comparison to the serendipitous gains of another or the simple fortune of stumbling upon a windfall. Nevertheless, Fujiyo did not allow himself to become overly complacent, for he was still far from the 60,000 taels he desired. Seeking out the elder again felt unrealistic. His previous encounter had been largely fortuitous, and although he had made a few familiar visits since, he had not managed to secure any further funds. Relying solely on his own labor, Fujiyo felt the prospect was exceedingly bleak. As a mere child, what profitable odd jobs could he possibly find? His father, who risked his life, earned only a meager sum in a month. Moreover, many of the small tasks he could assist with had to be done clandestinely. If his father discovered he was neglecting his training for a few coins, he would likely face severe consequences. Sighing repeatedly, the young and somewhat jaded Fujiyo lamented. Is a mere penny the measure of a hero? Suddenly, as he pondered these thoughts, shouts echoed from outside the courtyard. Fujiyo, come join us for training. A group of children, similar in age to him, called out enthusiastically. These were the children of his father's friends, and they had maintained a relatively close relationship with him. Glancing at his distant companions, Fujiyo contemplated declining their invitation but struggled to conjure an appropriate excuse. It must be noted that in this era, which had only recently emerged from turmoil, even young ninjas remained vigilant. The idea of playing together was foreign, as companionship typically involved training together. In the past, Fujiyo would have readily accepted their invitation, but after tasting the benefits of utilizing the training system, he found the incremental attributes gained through fragmented self-training rather unimpressive. He thought it wiser to earn some small money to purchase additional training sessions instead. Nevertheless, as the words of refusal lingered on his lips, he found himself unexpectedly agreeing. If he were to avoid training with his peers, his parents would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Indeed, his parents represented the greatest obstacle to his financial endeavors. Neglecting to enhance his strength for the sake of earning small sums could lead to a grim fate on the battlefield. Such behavior would be viewed as reckless by anyone. So to allay his parents' suspicions, Fujiyo felt compelled to put on a facade. Moments later, accompanied by his small entourage, Fujiyo sought an open space to train and inadvertently witnessed a peculiar scene. Big sister, please just accept this money. If you don't, my father will beat me. A dark-skinned boy was pleading tearfully with a golden-haired little girl. However, the girl's face was marked by displeasure. I refuse. This money is what I lost to you. I will not take it back. A bet is a bet, and I am not the kind who cannot afford to lose, she declared. thumping her chest with the assurance of a little adult. Yet, the boys across from her appeared increasingly despondent. "Please, big sister, we truly." They implored for a long while, until the little girl, her heart softening, reluctantly accepted the money. Humph. After receiving it, her expression grew even more disgruntled. At that moment, Fengyi inquired about the situation from those nearby. It was unequivocal that at such a tender age, only Tsunade could be so captivated by gambling. Although Fengyi had seen Tsunade from a distance on several occasions, they had never belonged to the same circle, and he lacked the opportunity to grow closer to her, as her status attracted many followers. However, it seemed that a shift was now occurring. It is still the bane of gambling. Every day, Tsunade, with nothing better to do, drags others into gambling. Naturally, with her luck, she always loses. Consequently, the children who win money from her inevitably return home to a severe beating, and quite a brutal one at that. Regardless of the circumstances, Tsunade's standing is bolstered by the presence of the first and second Hokage. While these two may not be overly concerned, and Tsunade herself may remain indifferent, those beneath her cannot afford such ignorance. Flattering superiors is a universal practice in any realm. At the very least, one must avoid offending them. Were it not for Tsunade's consistently dismal luck, they might have even considered allowing their children to lose substantial sums to her. After enduring repeated beatings, these children have all but ceased to challenge Tsunade to a game. Moreover, under the guidance of their parents, many have begun to unconsciously distance themselves from her. After all, gambling is regarded as a vice. It is akin to allowing your child to befriend a billionaire who is addicted to drugs. Would you permit such a friendship? At the very least, one would issue several stern warnings. This has led to a considerable decrease in Tsunade's once abundant entourage. Meanwhile, Fengyi's eyes gleamed with newfound ambition. He suddenly conceived a daring idea, an opportunity. Tsunade, known for her generosity, is particularly adept at giving away money, while others may fear offending their superiors. Fengyi is acutely aware that the first and second Hokage do not possess such inclinations. Trivial matters involving a few thousand ryo are hardly worth their concern. As long as he does not take too much, merely acquiring a down payment of 50,000 ryo should raise no eyebrows. As for the future, as long as he remains within reasonable limits, a little here and there should pose no issue. To take a step back, even if he were to leave a poor impression on the second Hokage, there is little to fear. Compared to enhancing his own strength and increasing his chances of survival, nothing else holds value, especially considering that, barring unforeseen events, they may not have many years left. "I challenge you," Fengyi exclaimed, abruptly stopping the little girl in her tracks, a harmless smile spreading across his face. Finally, he had discovered a lucrative path. How clever he felt. "Are you challenging me?" "Absolutely." Tsunade, who had been irked by previous events, suddenly brightened with excitement. Come. What do you wish to wager?" Saying this, she led Fengyi to a corner. With a clang, Tsunade produced a plethora of dice and pai gao tiles from her pocket, her confidence radiating as she gazed at Fengyi. "These are my forte. If you prefer something else, I can fetch it." No need for that. This will suffice. How about we use the dice?" "It's simpler," Fengyi replied, waving his hand dismissively, while internally he scoffed. "These are your specialties? More like your specialty for losing." Soon, the two began their wager. "I only have a little over 10,000 ryo. I can't gamble too much," Fengyi remarked, watching as Tsunade casually revealed tens of thousands of ryo. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly, the wealthy are indeed affluent. The amount his father painstakingly earned in a month hardly compared. It is of no concern. 10,000 taels are merely 10,000 taels, and I do not find it lacking. Is the entire 10,000 taels wagered at once? Naturally. Gambling is about the thrill of high stakes, so let us proceed. Soon, the duel commenced between the two. Tsunade, with a professional demeanor, shook the dice cup and confidently revealed the results moments later. 1-1-2. What abysmal luck. Meanwhile, the opposing Fengyi could hardly contain his laughter, evidently convinced that his initial investment would yield a return. However, upon unveiling his own dice cup, the joy on Fengyi's face abruptly froze. 1-1-1. 3 ones. For a fleeting moment, he believed his eyes deceived him, rubbing them in disbelief, his mind spiraling into confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Conversely, the little lowly across from him erupted in jubilant cheers. Wow, I won. Finally, I won. Hey, are you still betting? Fengyi, momentarily stunned, gritted his teeth before replying. Of course I'm still betting. He then produced a few scattered 100 tael notes, stating, Let us wager a smaller amount this time. Moments later, as he gazed at his entirely depleted fortune, Fujiyo felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. This scenario diverged sharply from his expectations. Was he destined to be the man whose luck rivaled that of Tsunade's darkest days, fated to become the king of misfortune? In the midst of his bewilderment, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection of host exploiting system vulnerabilities, supplementary measures initiated. Shortly thereafter, the system elucidated its findings. According to the system's assessment, gambling constituted a severe misuse of its mechanics. If left unchecked, ninjas could exploit various casinos for unlimited monetary gain, severely disrupting balance. Hence, a function was introduced. The profits from gambling would be rendered null, and the host's luck would plummet to an abyssal low during such activities. Silently regarding the system, Fujiyo found himself devoid of the energy to complain. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Well, this bug was just recently discovered. How did you uncover such a bug so swiftly? Never mind. You are the system. You call the shots. Moments later, feeling disheartened, Fujiyo contemplated leaving the sorrowful scene behind. Hey, aren't you going to gamble anymore? Tsunade inquired. Puzzled. What is there to gamble with when I have no money left? Well, I can lend you some. Tsunade, brimming with excitement, tugged at Fujiyo to prevent him from departing. For her, this was the first time she had experienced such a delightful victory. Perhaps the first time she had triumphed over someone other than her grandfather. It's not merely about the money. My luck has always been dismal. I initially thought I could outperform you, but now it seems futile. I certainly won gamble again. A guaranteed loss is devoid of interest, and besides, I cannot afford such stakes. With that, Fujiyo extricated himself from Tsunade's grasp and, feeling dejected, continued walking away into the distance. His entire fortune had vanished in an instant, and he yearned for solitude to collect his thoughts. Observing Fujiyo's despondent figure, Tsunade momentarily paused before suddenly racing after him. Wait. She thrust the money he had lost back into his hands. How about this? Will you continue to accompany me in gambling? Even if I lose money, I won't ask for anything from you. To be honest, apart from my great uncle and second uncle, I have never encountered anyone with worse luck than mine. From now on, please gamble with me every day. It is rare to find someone with worse luck than her. Finally, Tsunade has discovered the true joy of gambling. Although she continuously loses, her desire to win undoubtedly surpasses her acceptance of defeat. Fujiyo scratched his head, momentarily hesitant. Undoubtedly, reclaiming his own money was a good thing, and there was no loss in gambling with her. However, being entangled with this little girl in endless meaningless games would undoubtedly be troublesome. Well, I don't have much time to gamble with you every day. I need to earn money and also strive to enhance my skills. Fujiyo attempted to evade the situation. Glancing around, that's not a problem. Come play with me. I have plenty of pocket money, and I can treat you to anything you want. As for training, I can ask my grandfather for guidance on your behalf. What do you think? Little Tsunade persistently laid out her conditions, tempting Fujiyo. Seeing someone with equally poor luck, or perhaps worse luck than her own, Tsunade suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Fujiyo could not help but glance at Tsunade in astonishment. It seemed that losing money had unexpectedly brought him some rewards. Could this be considered unlocking a hidden achievement? System, borrowing money from Tsunade isn't a bug, is it? Fujiyo suddenly pondered. Perhaps receiving guidance from the original generation didn't hold much significance. With his mediocre aptitude, even advice from a jonin would likely be of little use to him. However, Tsunade's mention of having ample pocket money sparked an idea in Fujiyo's mind. It wasn't that he intended to swindle Tsunade out of her money without returning it. Rather, he planned to borrow some first. After all, she was wealthy and wouldn't miss it. Once his strength improved and he earned money, he could repay her later. The system fell silent for 5 seconds before responding. It does not count. Being able to borrow money is also a skill. That's good. Suddenly, Fujiyo thought of a more pressing question. Does luck truly exist? As for this question, the system provided an answer. Indeed, according to this system's detection, those close to Tsunade tend to experience fluctuations in luck during certain periods. Speak in plain language. To put it simply, the luck of those close to her will periodically decline. However, as long as the relationship is not that of a direct family member or lover, the impact on ordinary friends is minimal. I see. Fujiyo's gaze toward little Tsunade suddenly turned sympathetic. This was undoubtedly the rhythm of a fated lone star. Although he was reluctant to believe in fate and luck, Tsunade's situation was indeed too peculiar to be explained by reason. Then, being friends with her shouldn't be a problem. right? Of course, there is no problem. With the system in place, her level of luck will not affect you. That's good. Huh. Suddenly, Fujiyo was beset by a plethora of thoughts. Given Tsunade's current situation, it seemed inevitable that she would face a solitary existence. To avoid such a fate, there was only one alternative. Moreover, contemplating Tsunade's future was indeed a magnificent prospect. Clearing his mind with a vigorous shake of his head, Fujiyo suppressed some errant notions that had surged forth. What was he thinking? Tsunade was still a child. The timing was far from appropriate. Furthermore, the primary concern at present was to enhance his own strength. Fujiyo began to murmur softly to himself, his gaze wandering. How delightful it was. He couldn't help but privately marvel at the experience of having a wealthy friend, a second-generation heir of considerable influence. It was an experience that could only be understood through first-hand encounters. Although Fujiyo had not overstepped boundaries, merely borrowing 100,000 ryo from young Tsunade, this sum was sufficient to address his initial training challenges. Currently, the Little League card he had obtained did not disappoint. Not only did it provide a passive effect that increased his experience in taijutsu by 20%, but it also came with an active skill named Shadow Dance Leaf. As for its practical application, words were unnecessary. Despite the system's occasional shortcomings, the quality of its offerings was undeniably commendable. Moreover, this Little League card was a reward for accumulating 60,000 ryo. The remaining 40,000 would enable Fujiyo to maintain multiple training grounds and enjoy a doubled training effect for a considerable duration. With the augmentation from the League card, it was foreseeable that the level of strength that would normally take a year to achieve could potentially be reached in just 3 to 4 months. What a thrilling sensation. Fujiyo couldn't help but indulge in his reflections once more. The rapid enhancement of his abilities was an experience far beyond mere words, particularly for one who had previously endured the agonizingly slow pace of growth. With this in mind, he felt an increasing sense of gratitude towards young Tsunade. Without her initial financial support, it might have taken him years to accumulate such funds independently. In addition to the monetary assistance, Fujiyo also enjoyed other benefits as Tsunade's friend. Fujiyo, let us go eat grilled cod later, she proposed. Grilled cod? Isn't that rather expensive? He hesitantly replied. Such deep-sea fish, transported to a landlocked village like Konoha, could hardly be inexpensive. Not at all. There's a shop in the village owned by an uncle of mine. It won't cost us anything, Tsunade confidently assured him. Patting her chest, Fujiyo remained somewhat apprehensive. That doesn't seem right. It must be too costly. Don't hesitate. Let us go. Without waiting for Fujiyo's protest, Tsunade eagerly dragged him towards their destination. I must tell you, my uncle's dishes are incredibly delicious. Just his grilled cod, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with an exquisite fragrance. I promise, once you taste it, you will never forget it. And that is not all. He also makes phenomenal salmon and sashimi. Gulping audibly at Tsunade's enthusiastic description, Fujiyo surrendered completely to the allure of the meal. This is not the first time. Following the young Tsunade, Fujiyo has indulged in an array of sumptuous banquets over the past few days, embarking on a culinary journey reminiscent of the world of Naruto. It has been demonstrated that this realm possesses not only extraordinary martial prowess, but also culinary skills that defy imagination. Within Tsunade's clan, her kin maintains stringent expectations of her, offering little opportunity for leniency in both training and other pursuits. However, as the princess of the Senju clan, her culinary experiences are undeniably unparalleled. As I dig in, I observe the petite girl across from me already relishing her meal, and I can't help but shake my head in resignation, feeling a twinge of conflict. Tsunade's kindness towards me evokes a sense of guilt, as though I am taking advantage of her generosity. Undoubtedly, she cannot extend such warmth to everyone. I am, after all, the first to receive such treatment. It is often said that novices in gaming tend to bond with one another, just as underperformers form close-knit relationships. For people are drawn to their kind. Given my unfortunate luck, Tsunade perceives me as one of her own. Coupled with my adult perspective from 2 lifetimes and an array of intriguing stories, it is hardly surprising that I have managed to amuse a child, quickly becoming her cherished companion. I resolve not to dwell on it further, promising myself to take better care of Tsunade when I am more capable. Just then, as I am lost in thought, Tsunade seems to have an epiphany. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet my grandfather. I assure you, he is quite remarkable. As she beams while extolling her grandfather, my thoughts drift far afield. I will be meeting the first Hokage, the man who stands invincible in this era and who single-handedly quelled the chaos of his time. I feel a flutter of excitement at the prospect. However, what I did not anticipate was that before I could meet the first, I would encounter another figure of equal renown. "Hello, Grandpa Madara." Tsunade suddenly greets a distant silhouette as we walk along. "Is that Tsunade?" Upon hearing her call, a man leading a group of subordinates halts abruptly. It is Uchiha Madara. Observing the imposing figure and the expression of haughtiness and indifference etched upon his face, I instinctively take a few steps back. In recent days, I have pondered the possibility that should I live long enough, I may one day face formidable foes like Madara. Yet, I never imagined I would find myself in his presence so soon. Although I had glimpsed him from afar before, standing face to face with Madara allows me to truly grasp the magnitude of his formidable aura. The Uchiha clan members trailing behind him appear equally formidable, each exuding an overwhelming presence. I suspect that this small contingent under Madara's command possesses the strength to obliterate any hidden village, save for Konoha. What I remain unaware of is that directly opposite me, Madara has suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow slightly. Even if Fujiyo himself did not reveal it, or even realize it, Ban effortlessly detected the inexplicable hostility emanating from Fujiyo, or rather, his gaze as that of a challenger. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast, compounded by Ban's greater age and battle-hardened acuity, which made it nearly impossible for any subtle shift in Fujiyo's thoughts to escape his notice. Suddenly, Ban fixed his gaze upon Fujiyo. In that instant, Fujiyo felt an immense pressure enveloping him, a force so daunting that it rendered him nearly immobile. Conversely, Ban's expression shifted to an exceedingly complex one. He interpreted Fujiyo's startled retreat as fear, correlating the faint traces of animosity to certain judgments made about him in the village. With a sudden retraction of his imposing aura, Ban found himself unexpectedly self-deprecating. He certainly had no intention of engaging in a serious confrontation with a mere child. Yet he couldn't help but reflect on deeper matters. The fact that even a child would harbor such fear and hostility towards him, a shinobi of his caliber, was striking. Abruptly, Ban's countenance transformed, as if he had resolved upon something significant. He appeared increasingly aloof and detached, his demeanor markedly altered. Behind him, as he departed, Fujiyo's expression shifted to one of confusion, his mind clouded with uncertainty. It seemed he had done nothing at all. Yet he felt as if he had unwittingly set a monumental process in motion. "Tsunade, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Fujiyo hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain silent. He had become acutely aware of Ban's potential intentions. In recent years, with the retirement of the first Hokage and the ascendancy of the second, the village had inadvertently developed a negative perception of the Uchiha clan. Calculating the timeline, it was evident that Ban was likely preparing to confront the first Hokage. Undoubtedly, the repercussions of this impending conflict would be profound. Konoha would lose two of its foundational pillars, and various factions would soon stir, plunging the ninja world back into turmoil. If the subsequent effects seemed distant for Fujiyo, for young Tsunade, the demise of the first would undoubtedly be a colossal blow. In recent days, Fujiyo had come to understand that, for Tsunade, the first Hokage, her grandfather, held more significance than her perpetually busy parents. Yet, Fujiyo felt utterly powerless to prevent this cataclysmic war. He feared he lacked even the standing to speak in the presence of those two titans. Sighing, as a torrent of thoughts cascaded through his mind, Fujiyo quietly made his way home. "Mom, I've already eaten lunch outside, so no need to cook for me." "Oh, understood," came his mother's response, though her tone was somewhat subdued. Fujiyo's keen senses detected an oddity in her demeanor. Today, his mother's response carried an unusual heaviness, and typically, she would inquire about where he had dined. Yet today, she refrained from such questions. Moments later, upon reaching her side, Fujiyo noticed her red-rimmed eyes and the faint trace of tears. "What troubles you, mother?" For the first time, Fujiyo felt a sense of unease and even fear as he observed his mother in such a state. "It's nothing," she replied, forcing a smile. "Your father has sustained some injuries, but he is fine now. In a little while, please take him some food. I have a few matters to attend to." In a state of agitation, Fujiyo soon found himself at the hospital in Konoha, carrying a lunchbox. "Are you referring to the patient named Yeni?" The nurse swiftly located his father's information based on Fujiyo's description. "Indeed, that's him," Fujiyo said eagerly, nodding. "How is he faring now?" "Let me check," the nurse replied. "Currently, he is out of danger, though it was quite precarious earlier." I personally participated in his surgery when he was brought in this morning. I remember it vividly. He had 21 wounds, 6 of which were life-threatening. He has now passed the critical phase and is recovering well. 6 life-threatening wounds? Thank goodness. Feng Yi sighed with relief, his tension finally easing. However, a grim reality soon clouded his thoughts. The first shinobi war was on the horizon, and given his father's abilities, the risks were considerable. Even aside from the war, being a ninja was inherently perilous, as evidenced by his father's current condition. With a mixture of emotions, Feng Yi approached his father's hospital room, where he could hear him engaged in conversation with another person. Thanks to Feng Yi's exceptional hearing and the bustling activity around him, the individuals inside were oblivious to his presence, having failed to notice the newcomer lingering just outside the door. I never expected, Yin, that you could stop that guy. His strength is on par with a Jonin. I honestly thought you were finished, a middle-aged man was saying inside the room. But I must say, Yin, you've been pushing yourself a bit too hard lately. Not only have you been taking on missions constantly, but you're also challenging high-difficulty B-rank tasks. At this rate, you might. Yet, Feng Yi's father merely chuckled in response to the advice, offering no rebuttal. Captain, this mission should be upgraded to an A-rank task, right? He suddenly inquired. Indeed, the captain affirmed. Then that's good. With this A-rank task, I should have enough points to exchange for that fire release technique. Feng Yi, standing just outside the door, froze in place upon hearing this revelation. He realized his father was doing this for him. The ninja merit system was unique to the shinobi village, accumulating points based on the rank of completed missions, which could then be exchanged for various ninja tools, techniques, and even rarities. It is evident that his father, being a master of earth-style ninjutsu, had no need for fire-style techniques. Thus, the only remaining reason for his relentless pursuit of arduous tasks and fierce battles was his desire to exchange valuable ninjutsu for Kaguya, thereby enhancing his chances of survival on the battlefield. Suddenly, Kaguya recalled the words of a nurse who had previously attended to him. He bore 21 wounds, 6 of which were nearly fatal. At that moment, Kaguya's body involuntarily trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. A few nights later, having begun to recover from his injuries, Kaguya's father summoned him to his chamber. This technique is called Fireball, he stated calmly, though it is merely a C-rank ninjutsu. Its practicality surpasses that of many B-rank techniques. Remember to practice diligently. With that, Kaguya's father handed him a scroll, his demeanor suggesting it was a trivial matter. As Kaguya gazed at the scroll and the blood-stained bandages adorning his father, he felt a fresh wave of tremors course through him. Suddenly, he envisioned his father battling fiercely against formidable foes. Undoubtedly, the notion that this technique was bought with his father's very life was not an exaggeration. Despite his father's nonchalant tone, Kaguya could sense the immense struggle behind it. Looking at the scroll, Kaguya was struck by a phrase, "As long as I can. As long as I have." Perhaps his father was not a paragon of strength, nor did he belong to a powerful clan, and this ninjutsu was not particularly impressive. Yet, his father had truly done his utmost. "Dad, you are incredible. In my heart, you are undoubtedly the coolest and most formidable father." Upon hearing this, a hint of pride flickered in the corner of Kaguya's father's eye, unaware that Kaguya had already grasped the truth and believing instead that his son was simply admiring him. However, after a brief moment of joy, Kaguya's father restored his stern demeanor. "Ahem, remember to address me as father." "Yes, father. Now, do not forget to practice diligently, mastering this technique swiftly to gain the ability to stand firm in this world, so that I may rest easy." Suppressing the tumult within, Kaguya nodded earnestly. "I will not disappoint you. Not only will I secure my place, but I shall undoubtedly become a remarkable warrior." Indeed, Kaguya's father nodded lightly before smiling. "I have never doubted this. I have always believed in you." At this, Kaguya, who had previously held back tears in response to the earlier emotions, could no longer contain himself. Everyone was aware of his lack of talent, and no one believed he could become strong. Yet, his father believed in him without reason. Suddenly, Kaguya reflected on his past life and beyond. Perhaps this was the essence of fatherhood, a noble vocation. Moments later, Kaguya's father gazed thoughtfully at his son's retreating figure. Did he uncover something? Meanwhile, upon stepping outside, Feng Yi gazed at the luminous night sky, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes and taking a deep breath. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had matured significantly. Clenching his fists silently, Feng Yi's gaze transformed into an unprecedented determination. Never before had he harbored such ambition for strength. An intriguing little fellow, I've heard all about you. In recent days, Tsunade has been boasting to me about her new friend, a cheerful black-haired ninja across from Fujiyo remarked. Upon meeting the first Hokage up close for the first time, Fujiyo felt a surge of excitement, uncertain of what to say. Is this truly the strongest man of this era? He pondered. Unlike the imposing Madara, who exuded an aura of dominance, the first Hokage appeared more like a gentle, ordinary elder. Yet, upon closer observation, one could sense a presence as formidable as a mountain. As Fujiyo continued to formulate his internal assessment of the first Hokage, the next words from the Hokage completely reshaped Fujiyo's perception. How about a little wager? The first Hokage said with a radiant smile. Before Fujiyo could fully comprehend, the Hokage continued. Tsunade has shared your story with me. It's the first time I've heard of someone with luck as poor as ours. Silently observing the first Hokage, Fujiyo realized that although he had long suspected the Hokage possessed a playful disposition, the current display of levity still surprised him. Were it not for his prior knowledge of the Hokage, Fujiyo might genuinely question how such a whimsical character could ascend to the position of Hokage. Moments later, the game commenced. Fujiyo never anticipated that his initial interaction with the first Hokage would revolve around gambling. However, the thought of being able to boast about gambling with the first Hokage in the future was undeniably enticing. With a clatter, as the dice cup rattled, Fujiyo unsurprisingly rolled 3 ones, a number he had grown accustomed to over time. Conversely, across from him, the first Hokage, after a serious shake, also rolled 3 ones. Fujiyo, I told you, your luck mirrors that of my grandfather. Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she observed the friendly rivalry. The first Hokage laughed heartily in response. Yet, a thought suddenly crossed Fujiyo's mind. System, does the first Hokage possess a unique luck in gambling similar to Tsunade's? No, overall. The first Hokage's luck appeared quite favorable, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even in terms of gambling luck, it was merely slightly below average. Indeed, Fujiyo was not as naive as little Tsunade. He understood that the number of individuals with such poor gambling luck was exceedingly rare. Moreover, Tsunade had previously mentioned that her granduncle and great-granduncle, namely, the first and second Hokages, could never win against her. It is evident that the first generation has engaged in reverse cheating, and their intention is merely to amuse the young Tsunade. However, it is likely that this initial taste of victory has led Tsunade to develop a fondness for gambling. Before long, she joined the fray alongside Fujiyo in the first generation. In a swift turn of events, Tsunade managed to win all of Fujiyo and the first generation's money. Today is not my lucky day, the first generation lamented with a feigned sigh, suddenly directing his gaze toward Fujiyo. Let us stop the gambling. Since we have some time, allow me to offer you some guidance. Fujiyo was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the first generation smiled warmly at him and modestly remarked, with my capabilities, it should pose no challenge to instruct a child. At that moment, Tsunade, standing behind the first generation, flashed a victory sign at Fujiyo, undeniably indicating that the first generation's willingness to mentor him was largely due to her influence. Shortly thereafter, the group ventured into a grove. Come, attempt to strike me and demonstrate your martial prowess. Do not hold back, you cannot harm me. Understood. Fujiyo nodded earnestly, devoid of any pretense, and launched an attack on the first generation. Although he doubted that, with the system's assistance, the first generation's instruction could significantly benefit his lackluster talent. He thought it worth a try. Bang! Bang! Fujiyo relentlessly assaulted the first generation, who skillfully parried each blow while scrutinizing Fujiyo's abilities. This child's talent is indeed somewhat lacking, the first generation quietly assessed. In truth, this evaluation was already quite restrained. Given that Fujiyo had only recently acquired the system and had yet to enhance his strength, his displayed talent could hardly be described as merely somewhat lacking. After an extended exchange, Fujiyo could no longer contain himself and decided to experiment with his new skill. Shadow Dance Leaf. In an instant, Fujiyo's figure vanished from sight, swiftly darting around the first generation's form, landing several attacks before crouching down and propelling both feet towards the first generation's chin. Thud! His kick connected with the first generation's chin, launching him into the air, only for him to later descend as a piece of wood. Well done. That was impressive. The first generation could not help but applaud. The power Fujiyo exhibited at that moment was not remarkable by any means, yet his recent maneuver was near perfection. It was not merely the strength of the technique, but rather the timing, the explosive speed, and the visual impact of the sudden acceleration and deceleration, along with meticulous execution in various aspects that had reached an almost unparalleled level. The Shadow Dance Leaf is the signature opening move of Guy and Lee's lineage. Subsequent techniques, like the Lotus, rely heavily on its execution, making it the essence of their combo. It goes without saying that the system's craftsmanship ensures its excellence. And Feng Yi perfectly inherited this remarkable technique. Although there remains a certain deficiency in skill, your adeptness in executing that technique and the sharpness of your combat intuition are truly remarkable. Even I find it nearly impossible to pinpoint any flaws in your execution. The first Hokage suddenly developed a profound admiration for Keed. Achieving such proficiency in this technique must have required considerable hardship. With an exceptionally gentle gaze, he inquired about Keed's journey. Although Keed had yet to respond, the first Hokage had already come to this conclusion. Typically, a child would require at least 11 or 12 years of dedicated training to master a technique to this extent and attain the rank of a genin, which necessitates immense diligence. The fact that Keed has managed to accomplish this at the tender age of 5, even accounting for natural talent, undoubtedly signifies countless hours of relentless practice. Feeling the weight of the first Hokage's admiring gaze, Keed offered an awkward smile and eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. Interestingly, he had not endured significant hardship in mastering this technique. While he could execute the skill, he struggled to grasp its true excellence. His previous training, although earnest, had not reached the level of extreme hardship. Hence, the first Hokage's praise made Keed feel a touch embarrassed, yet he could hardly declare, "I have not suffered. I am simply a genius." Thus, he settled for accepting the recognition of effort. Upon seeing Keed nod, the first Hokage smiled in return, appreciating the hard-working child. Casting a glance at Tsunade, who was making exaggerated faces not far away, the first Hokage suddenly chuckled. "Initially, I had planned to teach you a C-rank ninjutsu, but perhaps a B-rank ninjutsu would be more fitting for your dedication. You are a fire-style ninja, correct? Let me think. Although my primary elements are water and earth, I am also familiar with some low-level techniques of other elements." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I happen to have a B-rank ninjutsu called Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Your father should have recently upgraded your C-rank Fireball, am I right? These two techniques belong to the same lineage, which will facilitate your future training. Additionally, early exposure to higher-tier fire techniques will aid your understanding of lower-tier fire techniques and your future development. Upon hearing that the first Hokage intended to bestow upon him a B-rank ninjutsu, Keed's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Wow, this is incredibly generous. His father had toiled relentlessly just to provide him with a C-rank ninjutsu. Yet here, the first Hokage was casually offering a B-rank technique. However, considering the first Hokage's status and resources, a B-rank ninjutsu was not particularly significant to him. In a real confrontation, even a minor ninjutsu from the first Hokage would likely be an A-rank or even an S-rank technique, making this B-rank ninjutsu rather ordinary in comparison. Yet, for a civilian ninja like Keed, what might be a mere trifle in the eyes of the first Hokage was, in fact, invaluable. With this thought in mind, Keed suddenly glanced back at Tsunade, who was still gleefully making faces behind the first Hokage. It must be said that Tsunade, with her remarkable stature, truly stands out as one of the most formidable figures among the second generation of ninjas in the current ninja world, supported by the unparalleled strength of the first Hokage, along with the equally formidable second Hokage and Uzumaki Mido, as well as the entirety of Konoha. It is noteworthy that even Madara, with his well-known demeanor, has shown her considerable favor. I firmly believe that, given Madara's character and his profound admiration for the first Hokage, he would indeed act in favor of the first's progeny, perhaps even more so than for his own kin. With such a robust background, Tsunade could easily accomplish feats that would take an ordinary ninja a lifetime to achieve. Though regrettably, her significance to me may be minimal. Within the system, an array of rare B-rank ninjutsu, alongside various A-rank and S-rank techniques, is readily available. Although one must invest financially to acquire them, once obtained, they essentially shape one's strength without the arduous training typically required. In stark contrast, dedicating extensive time and energy to mastering a mere B-rank technique seems rather futile. After a prolonged silence, I suddenly lifted my gaze and resolutely addressed Hashirama. Lord Hashirama, may I request a change for a B-rank ninjutsu? My request prompted a slight furrow of Hashirama's brow, while Tsunade, standing behind him, appeared momentarily taken aback. Originally, this ninjutsu was merely an unsolicited gift from others, and it seemed presumptuous for me to make such a specific demand. Even Tsunade, despite her youth and inexperience, felt that my sudden request was somewhat excessive. Observing me in silence, the first Hokage began to wonder if I might be somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Given my prior displays of maturity, such behavior was unexpected. Yet, I continued to assert, Lord Hashirama, considering my circumstances, it may take a considerable time before I commence my missions. I am in no rush. However, my father is currently facing perilous situations daily, and he recently sustained severe injuries, narrowly escaping death. This causes me great concern, and I wish to exchange for a defensive earth-style ninjutsu to enhance his chances of survival on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and his gaze towards me grew increasingly appreciative. Noticing the rapid shift in his expression, I let out a gentle sigh of relief. Indeed, my approach was not misplaced. Who could reproach a child for fearing for their father's safety, especially someone as benevolent as the first Hokage? Moreover, I genuinely required that ninjutsu. Perhaps Hashirama himself was unaware. Yet I understood all too well that the first great ninja war was imminent. Compared to the second and third wars, this conflict promised to be the most brutal, as it is known that at least 4 Kage perished during this war, marking it as the deadliest in the history of shinobi conflicts. Although possessing a defensive ninjutsu would only marginally improve my father's odds of survival amidst such a ruthless war, any enhancement, however slight, could provide a greater chance of enduring. Given the current strength and status of Kiryu, there seems to be little he can do to assist his father. This fortuitous event may very well be his only opportunity to provide help. I have acquiesced to your request, the first Hokage said, gently stroking Kiryu's head with a smile. In that moment, the first Hokage's perception of Kiryu reached an extraordinary height. He viewed this child as diligent and filial, which was indeed commendable. Soon, the first Hokage returned to his chamber and retrieved a scroll. This technique is known as the rock tablet coffin technique. It should suit your father well. Isn't the rock tablet coffin an offensive ninjutsu? Kiryu inquired. Indeed, it is an offensive technique. However, if you apply it to yourself, it transforms into a defensive ninjutsu, does it not? The first Hokage laughed heartily as he elucidated this to Kiryu. This technique is quite practical, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. I utilized it frequently in the past. Although I have since grown stronger and seldom employ it now, it remains an excellent technique. Besides its versatility in both offense and defense, it does not consume much chakra. I see, Kiryu remarked, momentarily surprised by the dual application of an offensive technique. The first Hokage continued earnestly. Ninjutsu does not have fixed methods of usage. The essence lies in seizing the opportune moment. Purely defensive techniques like the earth flow wall can indeed be lethal in special terrains, while offensive techniques like the fire dragon bullet can serve as defensive measures against adversarial jutsu. Ultimately, the efficacy of ninjutsu hinges upon your own execution. Kiryu nodded gravely. Although the first Hokage's words seemed simple, they were undoubtedly pearls of wisdom that sparked significant inspiration in him. Thank you, Lord Hashirama, for your guidance. And also for your ninjutsu, Kiryu said respectfully as he bowed in gratitude. Haha, the first Hokage waved his hand dismissively. It's really nothing of great significance. If you don't mind my ramblings, feel free to visit me more often. Kiryu promptly expressed his thanks once more. Unexpectedly, he felt a surge of emotion. It appeared he had made a favorable impression on the first Hokage, who held him in high regard. If all went well, he could very well be a formidable ally. Father, it's time to eat, Kiryu called out to his father, who was still lost in thought in the courtyard. However, his father merely glanced at him vacantly before resuming his contemplation. With a gentle shake of his head, Kiryu shrugged at his mother, who was nearby. Ever since his father acquired that B-rank ninjutsu scroll from him, he had become obsessively engrossed in studying it. It cannot be denied that the gift bestowed upon Kiryu by the first Hokage was of far greater value than he had anticipated. The scroll not only documented the B-rank ninjutsu, but also contained the first Hokage's personal insights on training. Although these notes primarily reflected the first Hokage's youthful studies, given his innate talent and resources, they remained immensely precious to an ordinary practitioner, undeniably a manual capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength. As a result, Fengye's father found himself ensnared in a state of obsession. However, Fengye did not entertain any thoughts of intervening. Recently, the Uchiha clan's behavior in the village had been subtly peculiar, hinting that a confrontation akin to the legendary battle between the first Hokage and Madara could erupt at any moment. With the imminent clash drawing near, the sooner one could augment their strength, the greater the chances of survival in the future. Mother, I am heading out. Could you spare me some money? After dinner, Fengye timidly approached his mother with this request. Soon enough, he joyfully departed with 500 ryo in hand. Ever since Fengye inexplicably forged a connection with the first Hokage and bestowed upon his father a B-rank ninjutsu, his parents' demeanor towards him had transformed dramatically. They began to regard him as an adult. Consequently, when Fengye asked for pocket money under the pretense of going out with Tsunade, his family seldom declined. A mere sum of money paled in comparison to the importance of nurturing a relationship with the village chief's granddaughter. This was likely the rationale of Fengye's parents. The B-rank ninjutsu, along with the insights that accompanied it, was perhaps worth more than a lifetime's earnings for his father, a transaction that could hardly be deemed unwise. Thus, Fengye finally secured a stable source of income, managing to accumulate over 10,000 ryo each month, alleviating his pressing need for funds. Although relying on his parents was not ideal, he found himself at a loss for alternative means of income. While Tsunade was not in want of money, he could not overextend her generosity. Feeling the modest bulge in his pocket, Fengye was suddenly overtaken by an urge to acquire character and equipment cards. Having tasted the sweetness of the Lee card's benefits, he yearned to possess the remaining cards with promising skills and functions. Despite the system indicating that the chances of obtaining a complete card were slim, with most outcomes being fragments or complete misses, Fengye felt that his recent luck had been favorable, leading him to believe that perhaps he might draw a complete card after all. After much contemplation, however, he ultimately chose to quell his impulsive desire, deciding instead to prioritize the enhancement of his combat power before indulging in the lottery once he had sufficient funds. Oh, it all comes down to having too little money, he mused aimlessly as he strolled through the streets, perusing the abilities of various character cards in the system while pondering ways to generate income. Ultimately, establishing his own financial resources was essential, otherwise, his growth and strength would be painfully slow. Suddenly, amidst his deep thoughts, a slight figure in the distance caught his attention. I tell you, I'm truly impressive. I possess a special ability. I don't fear pain. When I get hurt, it doesn't hurt at all. A slender boy, roughly Fengye's age, earnestly boasted to a group of older youths before him. After exchanging knowing glances, the older boys suddenly erupted into laughter. You said it yourself. So let's put it to the test. Moments later, a group of individuals began to assail the diminutive figure at the center. Though the frail silhouette appeared distinctly uncomfortable, it feigned nonchalance, wearing a radiant smile upon its face. How clumsy a ploy to attract attention, thought Fengye, shaking his head in dismay. Children of this age often lack talent and social connections, resorting to various foolish antics to garner attention. Much like Naruto and Iruka in later years, a phenomenon not surprising in the least. Although the tactics employed by this child were particularly foolish, rendering him a target for the blatant bullying from his peers, it was, as those children asserted, entirely voluntary. Others had no authority to intervene. In the past, Fengye would have remained indifferent to such occurrences, as he lacked the strength to intervene. Even now, he would likely prefer to avoid trouble. However, upon recognizing the familiar visage before him, he found himself deep in thought. Jiraiya? Who calls me? Indeed, it was he. Long ago, Fengye had endeavored to seek out some renowned figures he recognized. But aside from the likes of Tsunade and Kakashi, individuals with notable families who were easy to locate yet difficult to approach, he had encountered no others. Konoha is a vast village. During the Ninja World War, it could deploy an army of over 20,000 shinobi, not counting non-combatants, and visiting merchants or entertainers, bringing the total to at least 100,000. In such a sprawling community, encountering a select few individuals is no simple task, as everyone follows their own life paths and resides in distinct areas. Many children, in fact, remain confined to their homes, and Fengye could hardly be expected to wander aimlessly across the village seeking scenic vistas. Moreover, the characters from this world bear differences from their two-dimensional counterparts, with many resembling one another. Thus, Fengye had anticipated that he might only meet figures such as Jiraiya and Orochimaru after commencing his studies, never expecting to encounter someone he had long sought just before the start of school. Had it been anyone else, Feng Yi might not have intervened. Yet, since it was Jiraiya, he saw an opportunity to forge a connection. Approaching the group of larger children who continued to pummel Jiraiya for their amusement, Feng Yi casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick. Hey, you lot over there. This is excessive, don't you think? In the past, even if Feng Yi had wished to assist, he would have felt powerless. However, his recent surge in strength, coupled with a skill praised by the first Hokage, made the prospect of easily dispatching a group of children seem feasible. Oddly, a thrill coursed through him. He had yet to truly unleash his new skill beyond a mere practice with the first Hokage. What do you mean? The children who had been encircling Jiraiya swiftly redirected their attention towards Feng Yi. Get lost. This is none of your business. One child reached out, attempting to shove Feng Yi away. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Yi unleashed his skill, taking the initiative with the adage the first strike prevails. Although the adversaries were older than he, and despite having recently acquired a system, his fundamental martial arts abilities might not surpass theirs. Fortunately, he possessed a secret technique, Shadow Dance Leaf. In an instant, Feng Yi vanished from sight. Bang! While the group of boys stood in bewilderment, Feng Yi suddenly delivered a powerful punch to the face of the leader among them. With a violent shake of flesh, the boy was sent soaring into the air. Bam, bam, bang. One after another, Feng Yi executed a series of strikes, sending each boy flying. Then, he slightly bent down, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and delivered another fierce kick to the leader's face. Moments later, with arms crossed and an indifferent gaze, Feng Yi regarded the remaining boys as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Do not let me catch you bullying others again, otherwise. As he uttered a line befitting a righteous hero, a hint of amusement crept into the corners of his eyes. He had never imagined that beating up troublesome kids could be so exhilarating. From this day forth, he could finally consider himself someone who could stand tall among the rascals. In truth, the children before him exhibited commendable physical prowess, some even surpassing Feng Yi. Had they swarmed him during the cool-down period of his skill, although he could have resorted to evasive tactics to regain the upper hand, he would not have achieved such an effortless victory. Ultimately, they were merely a group of immature boys, with their leader downed. The rest had lost their courage to continue the fight. Wow, that was impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed, his nose dripping. Yet, in the next moment, realization seemed to dawn on him. Wait, why did you strike my friend? Glancing at Feng Yi, Jiraiya felt a twinge of fear, yet he clenched his teeth and charged forward. With a hand placed firmly on Jiraiya's forehead, Feng Yi sighed in exasperation. Hey, can't you see those guys were deliberately bullying you? Jiraiya lowered his head, clearly recognizing the truth, though reluctant to admit it. Next time, do not employ such foolish methods to make friends. That is not how genuine connections are forged. However, Jiraiya fell silent once more. Through the expression in Jiraiya's eyes, Feng Yi discerned his thoughts. Even being ridiculed and bullied was preferable to being completely ignored. Feng Yi found himself at a loss for words. Had Jiraiya truly endured such hardship in his youth? Nevertheless, having experienced his own share of struggles, Feng Yi could empathize with Jiraiya's current plight. In this world, where the profession of ninja existed, children were far more pragmatic than one might assume. The measure of one's strength could be revealed simply by gathering together and training. Children who lack both strength and intelligence, and who fail to grasp the nuances of human relationships, are often subjected to exclusion, which is, alas, a common occurrence. Moments later, walking side by side with Jiraiya, Feng Yi incessantly inquired about various matters. What of your parents? I have none. Indeed. It seemed that Jiraiya was not necessarily lacking in intellect or inherent abilities. Rather, the absence of parental guidance left him at a significant disadvantage in numerous aspects. Without mentors to cultivate his skills, he floundered in his training, and without social education, he appeared quite clumsy in interpersonal interactions. Such a child inevitably becomes an obvious target of bullying, regardless of where they find themselves. In truth, had it not been for Feng Yi's companionship with a few children of his father's comrades, and his own relative maturity, his lack of prowess could have easily led him to endure the same fate as Jiraiya. That person, Jiraiya, right? If no one is willing to play with you, feel free to seek me out. Really? Is that true? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth. Why would I deceive you? So, does this mean we are friends now? Indeed. Then, allow me to treat you. He pulled out several crumpled bills, hesitating as he scanned the street, ultimately pointing towards a nearby stall. Let us go have some grilled squid. Observing the tattered bills in Jiraiya's hand, Funya could not help but raise an eyebrow. Please do not tell me that this is all your savings. Jiraiya fell silent once again, lowering his head as he tightly clenched the few bills in his grasp. For reasons unknown, Funya felt a surge of emotion. Although the amount was meager, it likely constituted Jiraiya's entire fortune, perhaps even his sustenance for the next few days. While the village offered some care for orphans, it was unlikely to provide them with much extra money. Any compensation typically awaited them until adulthood. In that moment, young Jiraiya did not dwell on how long he had saved this money or what he would eat in the coming days. He simply wished to offer everything he had to his new friend. From now on, do not act so foolishly. A radiant smile suddenly graced Funya's face. If Funya had initially befriended Jiraiya solely due to his anticipated future achievements, he now found himself genuinely appreciating Jiraiya's admirable character. To have a friend willing to share all he possessed was truly a stroke of fortune. Jiraiya, friendship requires genuine investment, not merely superficial exchanges like money. As he spoke, Funya proudly retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket. Moreover, if there is to be a treat, it should be I who invites you. With a playful arm around Jiraiya's shoulder, Funya continued to chat amiably. Today, I shall treat you, and there is no need for embarrassment. I have a friend who is far wealthier than I. When the time allows, I shall take you out for a grand feast. And you are always welcome at my home. My mother is quite the cook. Is that truly possible? Certainly, as friends, it's merely a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Observing the figures of Funya and Jiraiya walking together, a boy at the street corner suddenly found himself momentarily lost in thought. What is the matter, Orochimaru? Oh, it's nothing, replied the young Orochimaru, gently shaking his head, suppressing an inexplicable emotion that had just surged within him. Yes, just like that. Within the residence of the Senju clan, the first Hokage was continuously imparting his wisdom to Funya. Although Funya's innate talent was rather lacking, the recent days had seen remarkable progress, thanks to the multiplier effect of surplus funds within the system. Each day's advancement was strikingly evident, making it seem as if the first Hokage's teachings were exceptionally effective, leading him to believe that Funya was a little genius, merely neglected due to the absence of capable mentors in the past. While this was indeed a mere coincidence and misunderstanding, it was undeniable that, even without the system's rapid growth, Funya had greatly benefited from the first Hokage's guidance. After all, this was the wisdom of the god of shinobi. Little Funya, your recent progress is quite apparent. You must have been working diligently behind the scenes, haha. Can you share with me the ambition that drives your efforts? The first Hokage, assessing Funya's progress, nodded in satisfaction before posing a sudden question. What more need be said? Of course, it's to ensure my own survival. This thought lingered in Funya's mind, yet he could not voice it aloud. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly arrived at a more standard response. I aspire to become Hokage, like you, first Hokage, and the second Hokage, to protect this village and bring happiness to its people. Oh, a commendable ideal indeed, haha. The first Hokage laughed heartily, not particularly surprised. After all, among the children born in Konoha, 9 out of 10 would likely express such sentiments. After a brief pause, Funya offered an even more polished answer. In truth, I have another aspiration. He continued. Last time, my father nearly lost his life, and I was filled with fear. Since then, I've pondered a pressing question. Why does conflict exist? Upon hearing this, the first Hokage fell into a moment of silence, his gaze towards Funya suddenly shifting to something more profound. As far as I know, many within the village have perished during missions. Numerous friends of mine have lost their parents, some even becoming orphans shortly after birth. I wish to understand why all this transpires and to discover a means to resolve it. Although I currently have no clear direction, I am striving to find answers. Silently observing Funya, the first Hokage remained silent for a long time, his expression growing increasingly intricate. Watching the silent figure of the first Hokage, Funya felt a sudden wave of anxiety. This act seems a bit ambitious. I hope he doesn't see through me. However, after a prolonged silence, the first Hokage suddenly smiled gently and reached out to ruffle Funya's hair. A commendable aspiration, indeed. In truth, the queries you pose have long been my own. Throughout my life, I have sought answers. Yet even now, I find myself devoid of a resolution that wholly addresses these dilemmas. Perhaps it is a matter of lacking the capacity to unravel these complexities. Nevertheless, I hold steadfast in the belief that one day, someone will decipher them. Perhaps that individual could very well be you. Silently observing the silhouette of the first Hokage, Maple Knight found herself inexplicably moved. Hashirama, I think it is time we had a serious discussion. Several weeks later, while the first Hokage playfully teased Tsunade and casually instructed Maple Knight, an unexpected visitor burst into the scene. The first Hokage's demeanor shifted momentarily to one of seriousness, though it quickly returned to his characteristic joviality. Madara, just in time. Shall we indulge in a drink together? He proposed, placing his hand upon Madara's shoulder. However, Madara remained unmoved, gazing at Hashirama with an air of indifference. I have warned you before, your methods are futile. Do you truly believe we are at peace now? Hashirama fell momentarily silent, then lifted his gaze with a smile. Hasn't it improved already? With a little more effort. In the face of Hashirama's smile, Madara's expression remained a steadfast mask of tranquility. Gradually, the smile on Hashirama's face began to stiffen. Based on his understanding of Madara, he realized that this calmness might be far more unsettling than open confrontation. Let us speak outside. Soon, the sounds of their argument echoed from a distance. Do not mind them, Tsunade explained to Maple Knight with a smile. Grandfather and Madara always engage in such disputes every few days, only to reconcile and share drinks shortly thereafter. Is that so? Maple Knight responded with a hint of reluctance. Whether it was due to her prior knowledge of the inevitable fallout between Madara and Hashirama or a sensitive perception of the tension between them, she sensed that this quarrel felt markedly different. Are you the disciple chosen by Hashirama? After training with Tsunade for a while, as she stepped out of the Senju clan's residence, Maple Knight heard a voice behind her. It was Madara. Are you speaking to me? She stammered, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one else was present before swallowing hard. This must be the child Hashirama spoke of, one who may inherit our ideals. He appears somewhat naive. Maple Knight felt her face flush with embarrassment. No, I must clarify, she thought, realizing the weight of Madara's words. Firstly, if he claimed that the first Hokage had chosen her as a disciple, then he would likely not speak falsely. This indicated that Hashirama might indeed have seen potential in her. Furthermore, the notion of inheriting ideals suggested that Hashirama regarded her as a successor. Perhaps it was the previous standard response that had stirred such expectations, along with her scattered, unintentional forward-thinking notions that had led Hashirama to hold her in such high regard. In his pursuit, Hashirama is unlikely to succeed. He envisions a world far too idyllic, believing himself to embody such ideals, and thus assumes others should as well. Yet, he remains oblivious to the malevolence that can lurk within the human heart. As he gazes upon the residents of the Senju clan, Madara mutters fragments of thoughts that seem to oscillate between self-reflection and an attempt to convey something to Koya. Meanwhile, Koya stands rigidly across from him, paralyzed by trepidation. After a brief moment, Madara turns and strides away into the distance, contemplating that he and Hashirama may never uncover the answers they seek. He expresses a hope that the next generation might discover them instead. Shortly thereafter, Koya observes Madara's silhouette atop the Hokage rock, motionless as he surveys the village of Konoha, resembling a statue. For an entire day and night, Madara maintains this stance, unwavering, gazing at the figure high above. Koya is overcome by an inexplicable sense of solitude emanating from Madara. Suddenly, the tranquility of dawn is shattered by a thunderous roar that jolts Koya from his slumber. An earthquake has struck. Rushing outside, he witnesses the trembling earth and the quaking buildings, astonished by the sight. However, his expression swiftly changes as realization dawns upon him. That direction, the Valley of the End, has finally reached this moment. Undoubtedly, such a phenomenon can only result from the fierce clash between the first Hokage and Madara. Ascending to a higher vantage point, Koya silently observes the distant dust rising from the Valley of the End, his emotions becoming complex. This battle is ultimately unavoidable. Both Hashirama and Madara must fall, heralding the arrival of true chaos. In stark contrast to Koya, who has grasped the gravity of the situation, the other ninjas of Konoha grow increasingly anxious, instinctively fearing an enemy attack. A wave of ninjas swiftly floods towards the Hokage's office, only to retreat just as quickly upon receiving an order from the second Hokage to withdraw. Although the true nature of the incident remains shrouded in mystery, the knowledge that it does not pertain to an external invasion brings a modicum of calm to the village. Yet, this tranquility is merely superficial. No one can genuinely feel at ease in the face of the ominous power fluctuations sensed from afar. Silently observing the rising dust, many, like Koya atop the rooftops. Remain mute. Compared to Koya, there are evidently more individuals in Konoha who are aware of the underlying truths, as many from the older generation, who once fought alongside Hashirama and Madara, still live. Sighs of resignation echo throughout the corners of Konoha. Just as Koya contemplates the distant clouds of dust and the uncertain future, he is approached by a familiar figure. Koya, I suddenly feel unwell. I cannot find granduncle. Nor can I locate grandfather and grandmother, Tsunade confides, seeking solace in her only friend during this moment of distress. Confronted by the anxious expression on Tsunade's petite face, Fujiyo remains silent, lost in thought. It must be acknowledged that Tsunade possesses many extraordinary abilities. Although she may not fully comprehend the situation at hand, she has an innate sensitivity to the unusual. In times of great turmoil, her intuition proves remarkably acute. However, Fujiyo's attention abruptly shifted to another pressing matter. Little Tsunade mentioned that she had searched high and low, yet could not locate either the second Hokage or her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. What could this imply? Perhaps the second Hokage and the others were preparing for a shameless ambush against Madara. Upon reflection, this notion becomes rather comprehensible. Although the first Hokage's character would never permit interference in his battle with Madara, one must consider the possibility that, should he find himself on the brink of defeat, the second Hokage might not hesitate to intervene. After all, would they not seek to eliminate the threat posed by Madara after the first Hokage's demise? Undoubtedly, such a scenario would be implausible. Even the first Hokage could not prevent the second Hokage from acting in such dire circumstances. It was precisely for this reason that Madara spoke in such a manner. This battle was inherently one that could only culminate in loss, with the best outcome likely being mutual defeat. Given Madara's formidable strength, nearly on par with that of the first Hokage, even if he were to miraculously vanquish the first Hokage, would he possess the vigor to contend with the second Hokage? Although Madara ultimately survived and seized the first Hokage's power, it is likely that he had resigned himself to his fate, for he was indeed a solitary figure. As Fujiyo gently embraced Tsunade, providing her comfort, his thoughts wandered incessantly. The distant clash of battle raged on. This monumental conflict had persisted for an entire day. Finally, accompanied by a particularly thunderous roar, the cacophony began to fade, and the distant earth started to settle into tranquility. It seemed that the battle was drawing to a close. At dusk, within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Fujiyo followed Tsunade and at last beheld Hashirama, bandaged but evidently unharmed. Great-grandfather, little Tsunade exclaimed. Her spirits instantly lifted upon seeing the first Hokage well, as she eagerly dashed into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Hashirama, ever cheerful, laughed heartily, appearing as if he had merely sustained a minor injury. Yet, perhaps due to a premonition of his impending fate, Fujiyo sensed a certain strain in the first Hokage's movements. Amidst his playful interactions with Tsunade, he also took care to impart instructions to the second Hokage, who stood nearby, and ultimately mentioned Fujiyo. This child shows promise, Tobarama. You should take the time to mentor him. The second Hokage regarded Fujiyo with an impassive expression, offering a silent nod. As for your question, Fujiyo, it appears I shall not be able to provide you with an answer. I hope you will discover the truth on your own in due course. Was this a farewell? Fujiyo pondered silently, as he faintly discerned the deeper meanings woven within the first Hokage's words. Weeks later, on the evening following his personal escort of little Tsunade on her first day of school, the first Hokage passed away without warning. In an instant, the entire Hidden Leaf village was thrown into an uproar. Although the official explanation for the demise of the first Hokage was attributed to the resurgence of old wounds due to age, the villagers were not naive. They inevitably recalled the recent war and the mysterious disappearance of Madara. Consequently, many began to direct their suspicions towards the Uchiha clan. In response, the Uchiha clan withdrew into seclusion, locking their doors tightly. Fortunately, during this period, the second Hokage seemed to adhere strictly to the first Hokage's will, imposing a ban on discussions related to the recent events, thus granting the Uchiha clan an opportunity to downplay the incident. Unbeknownst to him, Fujiyo remained oblivious to the undercurrents swirling within the village. Even if he were aware, he would not have been concerned. Such matters felt distant from his current reality. At the funeral of the first Hokage, Fujiyo, clad in black, with dark hair and somber features, made his appearance. Observing Tsunade, who was in tears, he offered comfort while simultaneously letting out a sigh. To be honest, The first Hokage was indeed a charismatic figure, a genuinely kind person who had shown him great care. And his passing left Fujiyo feeling a profound sense of sorrow. Amidst his grief, however, a deeper worry took root within him. With Madara deceased and the first Hokage gone, the Hidden Leaf Village had lost its two principal pillars of support. For the shinobi world, this meant the loss of the two mainstays that had upheld peace, heralding the imminent arrival of chaos. Although the death of the first Hokage had stirred the waters of the shinobi world, and an air of impending war loomed over everyone, it would still take time for various factions to probe Konoha and prepare for mobilization. In the short term, relative peace persisted. Of course, even if a great war were to break out, it would not immediately concern Fujiyo and his peers. In any realm or nation, young children would not be sent to the battlefield unless the situation became dire. Thus, sacrificing their potential futures was out of the question. Given their age, it was uncertain whether they would even have the opportunity to participate in the First Shinobi War, and if they did, it would likely be in its later stages. Therefore, the most pressing matter for them was their studies. The top performer in the recent taijutsu test was none other than Fujiyo, as announced with a beaming smile by their instructor at a training ground within the Konoha Academy. Despite the praise from Tsunade and Jiraiya, Fujiyo did not allow himself to feel overly proud. After all, securing the first place in taijutsu was a natural outcome. Over the past 3 months, his remarkable progress in taijutsu was largely due to his investment in doubling his training efforts. When he first activated the system, his taijutsu experience stood at the lowest rank, 1326-10000. In the ensuing months, he had diligently earned double the experience points daily, reaching an astonishing 8245-10000 in this category, bolstered further by the support of his peers. Such prowess in taijutsu placed him merely a step away from officially attaining the rank of genin. At scarcely 6 years of age, Fujiyo had undoubtedly distinguished himself as exceptional. If it were merely this, perhaps it would not grant Fujiyo an absolute advantage, as the realm of ninjas is replete with prodigies, and it is not uncommon for individuals of tender years to attain the rank of jonin. However, Fujiyo possesses two additional advantages, one being his own skills, and the other, the invaluable guidance imparted by the first and second Hokage during their leisure time. After all, their teachings, derived from the very essence of the god of ninjas, ensure that even without relying solely on techniques, Fujiyo's physical prowess stands out among his peers. Jiraiya, placed third from the bottom, has made some progress this time. He must remember to exert himself more in the future. Unsurprisingly, Jiraiya found himself at the bottom of the rankings once again, though Fujiyo perceives Jiraiya's talent as not particularly lacking. The truth remains that he has always faced nutritional deficiencies and has lacked proper mentorship, making it arduous for him to catch up. Some could not help but chuckle, noting that achieving third from the bottom still constituted progress, especially given Jiraiya's previous performances. Oh, I will strive harder. In response to the mockery surrounding him, Jiraiya appeared somewhat unfazed, earnestly replying to his teacher. Perhaps his performance was indeed subpar, yet he has never relinquished his efforts. After school, merely turning to exchange a few words with Tsunade, Fujiyo noticed Jiraiya had engaged in a fierce confrontation with others. Orochimaru, I challenge you. Regardless of Fujiyo's attempts to dissuade him, Jiraiya impulsively charged forward. With no surprise to Fujiyo, Orochimaru merely sidestepped with nonchalance, delivering a light rib strike that sent Jiraiya sprawling to the ground. If this were a battlefield, you would already be dead, Orochimaru remarked, slightly tilting his head with a hint of arrogance as he gazed at Jiraiya with indifference. One must concede that Orochimaru possesses an innate aura and charm. Despite his youth, Fujiyo could not deny that, in terms of intimidation, he could only bow to him. You scoundrel! Jiraiya, who had been lying on the ground and groaning in pain, instantly scrambled to his feet and charged at Orochimaru once more. All right, Jiraiya, we are all classmates. Why must you be so confrontational? Fujiyo looked at Jiraiya with exasperation, wondering how this fellow had developed such a vendetta against Orochimaru. Not long ago, the day the first Hokage passed away coincided with the start of their schooling, and there were no significant deviations. Apart from having specifically greeted Tsunade and utilizing connections to join the same class as her, it seemed almost fated that Jiraiya and Orochimaru ended up in the same class as well. However, it cannot solely be attributed to fate. During this period, Konoha's educational system had only recently been implemented, and the availability of qualified instructors was still somewhat limited. Each class comprised nearly 200 students, a considerable number. On the other hand, many clans continued to uphold the tradition of educating their own children or opted to wait until their offspring were older before sending them to school. In fact, compared to formal education, the internal teachings of many clans during this time might indeed have been superior. Given this substantial student population, the likelihood of Fujiyo and his peers being placed in the same class was quite significant. In contrast to this, the rivalry between Jiraiya and Orochimaru appears almost fated, as if they were inexorably destined to clash. It seemed that from the very start of the academic term, Jiraiya found himself at odds with Orochimaru, culminating in the present scene. Allow me to reiterate, I harbor no interest in challenges from those at the bottom rung. Initially, Jiraiya, having reluctantly quelled his anger with the encouragement of Kid, was once again ignited by Orochimaru's provocations. Kid, feeling somewhat helpless, tugged at Jiraiya, thinking that if he could indeed triumph, it would be one thing. However, the reality was that he could not prevail. Kid silently expressed his frustration. If it came to a brawl, he could lend Jiraiya his support, but in this scenario, where Jiraiya sought to challenge another only to be easily defeated, Kid found himself with little recourse. Though young, Orochimaru's prodigious talent was already unmistakable. Unlike Jiraiya, who feigned mediocrity, Orochimaru consistently achieved perfect scores across all subjects. Except for taijutsu and practical combat, where he displayed slightly less prowess than Kid, he excelled in written examinations and ninjutsu, surpassing all others, thereby securing his position as the unequivocal top student, outshining Kid and the other esteemed clans of Konoha. Perhaps it was this very brilliance that drew Jiraiya's attention and provoked his ire. Kid, I challenge you. Huh. Before Kid could pacify Jiraiya, Orochimaru unexpectedly stirred trouble once more. Although Orochimaru was not one to overly concern himself with rankings, he was undeniably proud. Losing to Kid, even in just one subject, was intolerable. This was not his first challenge. Seeing the resolute determination in Orochimaru's gaze, Kid, resigned, nodded. Very well, very well. Wait. Orochimaru, poised to strike, paused in confusion. Well, it's no problem to duel you, but there is a condition. What condition? Please pay 100 ryo first. Huh. Orochimaru looked at Kid with surprise, increasingly perplexed. Oh. You see, there are so many who wish to challenge me daily. If I were to engage with each of them, I would waste an inordinate amount of time, sacrificing my own training. Therefore, it is necessary for me to impose a limitation. Orochimaru, momentarily bewildered, had never encountered such reasoning before. Was it customary to charge for a duel? Meanwhile, Kid continued to advocate his point. Consider it this way, my sacrificing my training time to duel with you resembles a ninja being hired for a task. Thus, isn't it only reasonable to charge a fee? 100 ryo is not excessive. It serves to prevent the endless stream of duel requests that consume my time while also compensating me for my loss of training. That does seem to have some merit, Orochimaru replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Though he felt something was amiss with Kid's argument, he could not pinpoint what it was. Fine, it's just 100 ryo. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed 100 ryo towards Kid and resumed his battle stance. Now can we proceed? Having received the payment, Fujiyo nodded with satisfaction, declaring, that's enough. Undoubtedly, this scheme to earn money was a novel idea conceived by the financially strapped Fujiyo. In the current generation, Fujiyo has emerged as a notable figure. Though Orochimaru consistently ranks first in overall performance, this world values strength above all. In terms of combat prowess, Fujiyo undeniably bears the essence of a true champion. Furthermore, Fujiyo's favored status among the first and second Hokage has become a topic of envy, igniting a fervent desire among his peers to defeat him and thereby validate their own worth. The reasons behind the first and second Hokage's admiration for Fujiyo remain unknown to these individuals. They merely assume that besting Fujiyo might earn them the second Hokage's favor, resulting in a steady stream of challengers eager to test their mettle against him. Faced with this relentless onslaught, the desperate Fujiyo devised a rather dubious method for financial gain. 100 ryo may not seem significant, especially considering that Konoha has enjoyed nearly 2 decades of relative peace. The number of orphans among the children is minimal, and most possess a bit of pocket money. Among them are numerous young tycoons, backed by prominent clans and affluent families, for whom 100 ryo is hardly an amount to fret over. However, although this sum appears modest, with 3 or 4 challengers approaching him daily, It could accumulate to a substantial amount of 1,000 Ryo over a month. This figure is sufficient for a standard tenfold recruitment draw, equaling the allowance Feng Yi receives from his parents each month. Thus, Feng Yi has come to regard this endeavor as a venture. During his duels with other children, he intentionally holds back, narrowly losing to maintain their eagerness to return for another bout. Feng Yi is confident that, with continued effort, he can expand his enterprise further. Moments later, Feng Yi and Orochimaru commenced their sparring match. The clash of their youthful forms produced a display of skill that surpassed that typical of children their age. As they exchanged blows with remarkable agility, Orochimaru has become quite formidable, Feng Yi mused, feeling a twinge of pressure during their confrontation. In terms of physical combat, his training under the first and second Hokage afforded him an absolute advantage, yet Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu revealed a notable proficiency. Employing the basic body flicker technique, Orochimaru showcased a level of creativity that caught Feng Yi off guard. Although Feng Yi was no novice to ninjutsu, having accumulated a significant amount of experience in both ninjutsu and jinjutsu, despite focusing primarily on taijutsu, he found himself outmatched in this aspect by Orochimaru. Ultimately, realizing that defeating Orochimaru would not be straightforward, Feng Yi resorted to his ultimate technique, Shadow Dance of the Leaves. In an instant, Feng Yi accelerated, launching a flurry of attacks around Orochimaru before expertly bending low to deliver a kick aimed at his chin. However, to Feng Yi's astonishment, this move, which had never failed him before, met with empty air. At a crucial moment, Orochimaru suddenly crouched and rolled to the side in an ungraceful manner, akin to a lazy donkey, evading the attack. Although it appeared rather undignified and left him covered in dirt, he successfully dodged the formidable strike from Feng Yi. Orochimaru, whose expression had remained neutral, couldn't help but chuckle. I've been observing this technique of yours for some time now. While undeniably powerful, it is not without its countermeasures. Meanwhile, Feng Yi's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The fact that Orochimaru had managed to counter his move was unexpected. Although he was aware that this was merely a C-rank ninja skill and that it was bound to be countered eventually, he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Truly, Orochimaru was remarkable. After a brief interval, Feng Yi engaged Orochimaru once more. Following a protracted struggle, Feng Yi ultimately triumphed over Orochimaru, leveraging his superior stamina. Next time, I shall certainly win, Orochimaru declared, turning away as he walked into the distance. What is he so proud of? He's still lost, Jiraiya remarked, watching Orochimaru's retreating figure with a smirk. However, Feng Yi's gaze was laden with concern. Orochimaru's assertion of victory next time was not mere bravado. The ninja world has never been short of prodigies. Kakashi, who became a Chunin at 6 and a Jonin at 12, was likely not an anomaly. Feng Yi's current dominance was, to a significant extent, due to these youths being constrained by their age and physical techniques, while they had yet to master ninjutsu. It would not be long before these children learned various ninjutsu, inherited secret techniques, or even awakened bloodline abilities, potentially rendering his current strength insufficient. He must elevate his power swiftly. Should he be defeated and lose his position at the top, challengers would cease to emerge, severing the primary source of income he had painstakingly acquired. This was something Feng Yi could not tolerate. Thus, that night, after earnest meditation and purification, Feng Yi immersed his consciousness in the system space. It was time to make a significant move. When it comes to enhancing strength, what could be more effective than drawing characters? According to the system, as a novice C-rank ninja, the probability of obtaining a full card was quite promising, offering a substantial opportunity. Today shall reveal the truth. Feng Yi chanted, Konohamaru, 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 as he recounted the 3 fragments of Konohamaru he had drawn in his first 10 consecutive pulls, feeling somewhat speechless. Was I truly destined to be entwined with Konohamaru? Among the hundreds of C-rank ninjas, the odds of drawing a single fragment were already slim, let alone consecutively 3 times. A cursory glance at Konohamaru's inherent abilities left Feng Yi underwhelmed. One was a smoke-based active skill, and the other a passive ability enhancing camouflage. While they might prove useful in critical situations, they offered little to no enhancement to his personal combat prowess, especially given his current circumstances. Even in the future, when one finds themselves on the battlefield, possessing certain survival skills and abilities is essential. Among the choices available, even B-rank and A-rank characters offer superior options. Thus, overall, this character card can be deemed rather lackluster. What is the purpose of this versatile C-rank fragment, I wonder? Moments later, Fengye's gaze shifted to a unique fragment. This is a piece that is guaranteed with every 10 consecutive draws, capable of being transformed into any type of C-rank fragment. Ah, I see, Fengye mused. This system does not appear to be entirely exploitative. In a scenario where 40 character fragments can be exchanged for a character card, even with the worst luck, one could still obtain a desired C-rank character after 400 draws. Calculating the cost of each draw at 1,000 taels, it amounts to 400,000 taels to secure a desired C-rank character. Although it remains frustrating, it is undoubtedly a better option than relying solely on luck to accumulate resources. Without lingering too long, Fengye initiated 2 more sets of 10 consecutive draws. Although this time he was spared the frustration of receiving numerous fragments of Konoha, he also did not encounter any complete character cards. Is it merely my misfortune? Or has the system exaggerated the probability of obtaining a complete card? Contemplating this quietly, Fengye proceeded to the next set of 10 draws. Today, he had prepared a total of 100,000 taels, just enough for 10 sets of 10 draws. This represented nearly all his assets, a significant portion of which came from Tsunade's generous sponsorship. Though Tsunade had not voiced any objections, Fengye felt a sense of reluctance to borrow more money in such a short span of time. He worried that borrowing excessively might alter the nature of their friendship. A flicker of pressure washed over him. If he could acquire a useful complete card to bolster his strength, he could continue his current venture of charging for battles. Earning over 10,000 taels monthly from this, combined with an allowance of 10,000 taels from his parents, supplemented by some additional earnings, would suffice for his daily training needs. If he could expand his operations, he might even have some surplus funds. However, if he failed to achieve this, his progress would undoubtedly be significantly hindered. After a moment, Fengye clicked again, consecutively drawing 5 more sets of 10. Still no luck. While he obtained some fragments of comparatively powerful C-rank characters, without reaching 40 fragments, they remained mere fragments, devoid of any real utility. Holding the 8 universal fragments in his hand and glancing at the 5 C-rank fragments he managed to accumulate, Fengye could not help but exhale a sigh. He was still quite far from his goal. One more time. Finally, perhaps fortune had smiled upon him, as a gleaming complete card materialized before Fengye's eyes. To his astonishment, the character card in his possession was indeed exceptional, as it possessed nearly all the most promising passive abilities among C-rank cards, perhaps even surpassing some B-rank characters, albeit accompanied by what could be deemed the least effective active skill. This C-rank character, Uzumaki Naruto, boasted the passive skill of being a member of the Uzumaki clan, which slightly increased health and chakra recovery speed, hastened injury recovery, and raised the chakra limit by 20%. This seemingly unremarkable passive skill possesses remarkable efficacy, particularly as one augments the star level of the card, which enhances its restorative effects. The chakra cap can increase by as much as 50%. Such a chakra amplification, when paired with several ninjutsu-type cards, could effortlessly transform one into a mobile artillery unit. Furthermore, the enhanced healing speed undeniably contributes to survival on the battlefield. In stark contrast, the active skill known as seduction technique proves to be rather lackluster, merely augmenting one's allure while masquerading as a woman. Although this skill appears to yield favorable results for many, aside from Kagaya Otsutsuki, its effectiveness is certainly exaggerated. Those ninjas who manage to survive the battlefield are not easily swayed, even if they feign defeat for amusement in genuine combat. Even the most enchanting beauty can fall victim to the harsh reality of battle. Such a skill seems destined for obscurity. In the eyes of Keed, this skill is utterly useless. It is highly improbable that she will ever require it for a mission necessitating cross-dressing. Thus, it may very well remain in use throughout her life. After a brief moment, having completed a tenfold draw without further gains, Keed contentedly exited the system. Regardless of the circumstances, any acquisition is welcome. Although this card may not enhance her strength as overtly as some attack-oriented cards, it nonetheless contributes a significant boost. For the time being, she is likely to outpace her classmates who have nearly caught up to her. Days later, in a training ground in Konoha, Keed found herself panting heavily while engaged in combat with a talented boy from the Uchiha clan. "Damn it, I've run out of chakra," exclaimed the handsome youth, adorned with the Uchiha clan's distinctive fan tattoo, gazing at Keed with frustration. In response, Keed, still catching her breath, addressed the boy before her. "Uchiha Aki, I must concede. You are one of the strongest opponents I have ever encountered. Were it not for my greater endurance, I might well have been the one to lose today. Greater endurance than I? He retorted. Indeed, I too have exhausted my chakra long ago. However, I refuse to accept defeat, thus I have persisted. The potential of a person is boundless. Without such self-imposed pressure, how can one ever discern their limits? Were it not for my perseverance, I would have surely lost today. Is that so? I find myself bested by sheer willpower, mused the boy named Uchiha Aki, lowering his head in contemplation before abruptly raising it with newfound resolve. I am enlightened. You truly are the lifelong rival I have chosen. Next time, I shall prevail. Haha, defeating me is no simple feat. But I welcome your challenge once more. It is precisely because of challengers like you that I am able to surpass myself time and again, growing ever stronger. As he spoke, Keed gave the boy a thumbs up. A moment later, watching the boy's retreating figure, Keed quietly mused. It is indeed rare to encounter such a spirited youth from the Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly, the youth before us has fallen into the intricate schemes of Fujiyo. In truth, Fujiyo's capabilities extend far beyond what is immediately apparent. Initially, their engagement was genuinely balanced, yet as the battle progressed, Fujiyo, endowed with regenerative buffs, matched the youth blow for blow merely for show. It must be said that the youths of this era are rather gullible. Each time they are swayed by Fujiyo's impassioned rhetoric, they return with heightened enthusiasm to bestow their riches upon him. Not only do they offer monetary gifts, but they also regard Fujiyo as a confidant and a friend bound by a unique connection, leaving with contented smiles after their offerings. In Fujiyo's own words, this is perhaps a true win-win situation. Jiraiya, who is this fellow? Underneath a grand tree at the entrance of Konoha, Tsunade, engrossed in a game of chance with Fujiyo, suddenly noticed Jiraiya approaching with another individual. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya introduced, "This is my recent acquaintance. He goes by the name of Bairuho." Bairuho? Fujiyo's gaze sharpened slightly as he turned to scrutinize the youth before him. He nearly forgot that among his contemporaries lay such a late-blooming talent. In the future, this individual would become a minor antagonist, mastering the art of stealing others' bloodlines, and with just a bit more effort, he could flawlessly transplant 5 different bloodlines into himself. Setting aside his combat prowess, the mere fact that he developed such techniques without any guidance or assistance marks him as a veritable genius, akin to the rare scientific prodigy that Orochimaru represents. "Pleasure to meet you," Fujiyo said with a smile, extending his right hand. Bairuho, taken aback and slightly timid, hesitated before awkwardly reaching out. While Fujiyo may not have known him, Bairuho had certainly heard of Fujiyo's esteemed reputation, and he found himself at a loss in the face of such kindness. With a resounding clap on Bairuho's shoulder, Jiraiya erupted into laughter. "This guy is actually quite decent, though a bit timid. The other day, I witnessed him being bullied, and he didn't dare to retaliate, so I jumped in to help." Before Jiraiya could finish his boast, Fujiyo interjected, "And then you got beaten up as well, didn't you?" Haha, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with a polite, yet somewhat embarrassed smile. In stark contrast to Jiraiya's self-deprecating humor, Bairuho stood nearby, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he instinctively lowered his gaze. This was a child marked by insecurity and sensitivity. With Fujiyo's experience, he could discern the essence of this boy at a glance, especially considering his foreknowledge of Bairuho's future. This youth would eventually forsake Konoha. Spurred by a solitary reason, his only friend, Jiraiya, had formed new friendships with figures such as Orochimaru and Tsunade, leaving him feeling neglected, a rather perplexing motive. Yet, it seemed that the underlying reasons for his distress ran even deeper. While Jiraiya might shrug off the bullying, this young boy undoubtedly felt the weight of it profoundly. A moment later, Jiraiya commenced a detailed introduction of Bairuho, notably mentioning that he was the underperformer of the neighboring class. In the current context, Jiraiya undoubtedly occupies the position of the class's lowest achiever among Kazuya and his peers. While his practical skills may not place him at the very bottom when comprehensive assessments, including written exams, are considered, he undoubtedly ranks as the perennial underachiever. Yet, Jiraiya appears largely unfazed by this reality, often displaying a spirited demeanor and even resorting to self-deprecating humor. Unfortunately, he seems to overlook the feelings of his new friend beside him. In the future, Jiraiya will undoubtedly become more perceptive and emotionally astute, but at this moment, he is rather lacking in emotional intelligence, akin to a child with a mere 5. It is no wonder that such a close friend of his, Bairuho, eventually turned against him. After all, those who can maintain optimism in the face of adversity and inferiority, like Jiraiya, are indeed few and far between. The sensitivity and insecurity displayed by the boy before him are likely more representative of the majority. I must take action, Kazuya silently resolved. If Jiraiya continues on this path, it seems likely that the boy will eventually tread the well-worn path of betrayal. As a citizen of Konoha, he must consider things from the perspective of the village. After all, only when Konoha grows stronger can he ensure his own safety in the future. Presently, his fate is intertwined with that of Konoha. The prospect of losing such a boundlessly talented individual to the ranks of adversaries is, in any sense, a loss that Konoha cannot afford. Suddenly, Kazuya's gaze sharpened. It was time to showcase some genuine motivational wisdom. Clearing his throat gently, Kazuya began to critique Jiraiya. Jiraiya, why do you persist in using the term underachiever? In my view, engaging in a practice that ranks individuals in terms of superiority and inferiority is utterly pointless. Jiraiya paused, looking at Kazuya in confusion, unsure of how the conversation had shifted in this direction. Each individual possesses their own intrinsic value. We live for ourselves, not to meet the expectations of others. Constraining oneself to live according to another's demands is undoubtedly the least valuable way to exist. Jiraiya remained in a state of bewilderment as Kazuya expounded eloquently, while Bairu, seated beside them, appeared to be struck by a moment of realization, gazing at Kazuya with a sense of awe. Indeed, the first and second Hokage were remarkable figures, but in my eyes, the countless lower-ranking ninjas who devoted themselves to Konoha are equally commendable. Moreover, even if it were necessary to establish a hierarchy, who can predict the potential of those seemingly inconspicuous children? I am aware that more than one Jonin was once an underachiever in their youth, yet they ultimately proved themselves. For instance, even if one lacks exceptional abilities and becomes merely an ordinary person, as long as they have strived with all their might, there is nothing to regret. Glory belongs to every ninja of Konoha. As Kazuya continued to articulate his thoughts, the eyes of the boy named Bairu began to shine with an increasing brightness. This inspirational narrative clearly demonstrates that the more one can relate to the motivational discourse, the more profound the emotional resonance it evokes. Even the typically aloof Jiraiya found himself inexplicably stirred, while Bairu, the primary focus of Fujiyo's efforts, became increasingly animated. After a brief moment, Fujiyo dabbed the perspiration from his brow. Children of such tender age are indeed easily swayed, especially in a village like Konoha, which is inherently infused with a spirited atmosphere. Yet, Fujiyo understood that such motivational words could only provide ephemeral solace. When confronted with the harsh realities of life, enthusiasm inevitably wanes. In the days to come, he would need to remain vigilant regarding the emotions of the troubled Bairu, hoping to ignite a portion of his latent talents to alleviate his feelings of inferiority. Otherwise, the risk of defection would loom large. Perhaps, Konoha harbored more than one child in need of such encouragement. As he observed the two youths, invigorated by the motivational discourse, Fujiyo was suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. I wonder if engaging in multi-level marketing in this world holds any promise? Time passed as Fujiyo busied himself with earning money while playfully engaging with Tsunade and Jiraiya, and before long, several months had slipped by. Reviewing his attributes, he was pleased to note that he had officially reached the rank of a Genin, possessing the foundational skills of a Genin-level body technique, alongside nearly achieving Genin-level ninjutsu and jinjutsu. While it was not uncommon for 6-year-olds in the ninja world to attain Chunin status, such instances remained exceptions. At present, his Genin-level body technique, combined with his commendable active and passive skills, positioned him favorably among his peers. Particularly as his ventures expanded, Fujiyo found himself with an increasing amount of disposable income. It wouldn't be long before he could amass enough funds for a lottery draw, enabling him to acquire the coveted attack-type C-rank ninja cards, which would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. What's wrong, Fujiyo? Is the barbecue not to your liking? Tsunade, seated beside him, affectionately leaned against his arm and gently shook his shoulder. Oh, it's delicious, of course. Just then, Jiraiya and Bairu, seated nearby, both gave a thumbs up in approval, their mouths too full to speak. At that moment, a wave of helplessness washed over Fujiyo. The meal before him, when roughly calculated, must have cost at least 100,000 ryo. While Tsunade claimed that her family's restaurant was not overly expensive, the cost of ingredients and labor alone would still amount to several tens of thousands of ryo. Is this the lavish lifestyle I lead? Fujiyo pondered silently. Here he was, toiling over a few hundred ryo for training expenses, yet feasting on a banquet worthy of a month's sustenance. Since it's delicious, you should indulge a little more. Come, open wide, Watching Tsunade offer him a pair of chopsticks filled with food, Funya felt a twinge of bashfulness, but ultimately took a hearty bite of the meat. Opposite Funya, after a brief moment of surprise, Bailuhu elegantly offered a piece of meat to Jiraiya's lips. Jiraiya, come, savor this. Suddenly, amidst their communal lunch, Jiraiya's gaze was drawn to the sky, where several elongated black birds soared overhead. As a ninja, even though Funya's grasp of ninja lore was still somewhat limited, he instinctively recognized the significance of these ominous black birds, which signaled a dire urgency, typically reserved for A-rank missions or higher. Yet, in a short span of time, a multitude of these birds passed, and soon more began to fly in and out. What is it, Funya? In contrast to Funya's apprehensions, Tsunade and the others remained largely oblivious, as they lacked his foreboding sense of the impending conflict, thus failing to notice these details. Gently shaking his head, Funya pointed out the increasing number of black messengers overhead to Jiraiya and the others. They finally recognized the anomaly. At that moment, the entire Konoha erupted into commotion, with leaf ninjas, previously at leisure in their homes, hastily donning their ninja attire or armor, rushing toward the Hokage Tower at the heart of the village. Soon enough, Funya and his companions received news from Tsunade's uncle. Information that the village had no intention of concealing, or could not conceal, that the sand ninjas of the Wind Country were mobilizing for war, with advance units already conducting small-scale tests against Konoha's defenses. It was evident a great battle was imminent. Funya fell into a contemplative silence. It had finally arrived. He was not surprised that the sand ninjas were the first to disrupt the equilibrium. Long ago, when the first Hokage divided the tailed beasts, the sand had exhibited ambitions far beyond those of their neighbors. Ultimately, they were subdued by the first Hokage and the other leaders. But with both the first Hokage and Madara now deceased, their long-desired invasion of the Fire Country was hardly unexpected. I'll return home for a moment, Funya announced, dashing toward his residence. It wasn't long before he awaited the return of his father, who was preparing for their final adjustments. Observing his father meticulously sorting through the necessary ninja tools, Funya fell silent. Are we truly heading to the battlefield? Funya's father paused briefly, then nodded gently in affirmation. Funya remained silent, suddenly at a loss for words. It was then that his father, usually so reserved, began to speak more than usual. You have always been a child who puts my mind at ease, with little for me to worry about. To be honest, I have felt great relief seeing you earn the recognition of the first and second Hokages. Keep striving forward, do not disappoint their expectations. And remember your mother. Funya's father, typically taciturn, now seemed to be on a rare verbal spree, speaking as if to Funya while also engaging in a form of soliloquy. After a considerable time, prepared, he stepped toward the door. Return alive, Funya finally spoke. After a brief pause, Funya's father nodded earnestly, I will. Moments later, after bidding a final farewell to Funya's mother, he began to walk towards the village entrance. Funya watched his father's receding figure, enveloped in silence once more. Undoubtedly, his father understood that this mission was unlike any other. It was a truly brutal ninja world war, one where the loss of a significant portion of a village's ninjas was a grim possibility. Compared to his father, Funya was acutely aware of the sheer cruelty of this upcoming conflict. The brutality of ninja wars is undoubtedly correlated with the duration of peace preceding them. The second and third ninja wars occurred within less than a decade of peace, leaving little time for the ninja villages to recuperate and regain their strength. However, now there had been a full 20 years of peace, and the strength and number of ninjas in each village were at unprecedented levels. In this war, at least 4 Kage had already perished, and with his father's current rank of Special Jonin, survival in such a grand conflict would largely depend on fate. The only source of slight comfort for Funya was that his father was an Earth-release ninja. It is well known that Earth-release ninjas hold a significant advantage against Sand ninja puppet masters. Unlike other ninjas who might succumb to a mere prick of a poison needle, Earth-release ninjas can provide themselves with superior defense. Furthermore, the desert terrain along the Wind Country's border also favors the capabilities of Earth-release ninjas. While survival still hinges on fate, any increase in chances of survival is indeed a source of solace. Sighing softly as he gazed in the direction his father had departed, Funya realized that all he could do now was pray. Are you all right, Tsunade? Funya gently inquired, observing Tsunade's despondent demeanor at the Konoha clan's encampment. After a long silence, Tsunade, lost in thought, suddenly collapsed into Feng Ye's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "I no longer have a father or mother," she cried. Seeing Tsunade, tears streaming like rain, Feng Ye felt a pang of sympathy and could only comfort her by gently patting her back. Not long before, Tsunade's parents had also ventured to the battlefield. According to the evaluations given by the second Hokage, Tsunade's father's strength was not far inferior to his own, making him a prime candidate for the role of the third Hokage. Such a talented and outstanding warrior should have shone brightly. Yet, shortly after being deployed to the battlefield, they were ambushed by elite sand ninjas led by the first Kazekage. Ultimately, in a bid to protect his comrades, both Tsunade's father and mother perished. Though they inflicted significant casualties upon the sand ninjas before their demise, it did not diminish the fact that Konoha had lost a formidable general. Suddenly, Feng Ye recalled the ominous buff that seemed to accompany Tsunade. Could it be that she possessed the qualities of a fated misfortune? Such powerful beings falling in battle was indeed alarming. In a flash, Feng Ye also thought of the inexplicable death of the second Hokage, as well as the subsequent demise of Jiraiya and others. While Tsunade may not have been the primary cause, she could very well have played a part in the unfolding tragedy. Fate and fortune, though often difficult to comprehend, sometimes present enigmas that defy rational explanation. In this wondrous world, there exist individuals who seem capable of foreseeing the destinies of others, alongside a myriad of prophecies. It is not entirely implausible that a hidden hand seeks to undermine or even obliterate the Senju clan. Currently, the Senju stand in magnificent splendor, rivaling the Uchiha clan. Yet their future appears shrouded in obscurity, prompting speculation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Feng Ye continued to console Tsunade. "Do not weep. Be strong, Tsunade. You have a brother who needs you." Upon hearing the mention of her brother, Tsunade's previously ashen demeanor began to glimmer with life. Just before departing for the battlefield, her parents had entrusted her with a younger brother, whom Tsunade had always cherished deeply. Now, this brother served as a vital source of strength for her. After a considerable time, observing the weary slumber of young Tsunade, Feng Ye rose and walked outside. In a solemn hall, Feng Ye encountered Tobirama, who sat in quiet solitude at its center. "Ah, it is you, Feng Ye," Tobirama remarked, casting a fleeting glance before returning to his contemplation of the newly arranged memorial. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "I have failed my elder brother." Tobirama spoke wistfully of trivial matters, reminiscing about Tsunade's father, before abruptly shifting the conversation to a more profound concern. "At times, I find myself questioning whether the path chosen by my brother was indeed the right one. Perhaps Madara's path holds greater validity." Faced with Tobirama's introspection, Feng Ye remained silent. Throughout their interactions, aside from the first Hokage's wishes, the wisdom and politically astute insights that Feng Ye exhibited distinguished him in Tobirama's eyes. At times, Tobirama would overlook Feng Ye's youth, engaging him in discussions typically reserved for adults. However, when it came to the principles of the first Hokage and Madara, Feng Ye found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Feng Ye perceived the ideals of the first Hokage as somewhat utopian, bordering on impractical, while Madara's perspective seemed more reasonable. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts, as he bore the title of the first successor. In reality, the shadow of war was only beginning to loom. As days passed, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. The current sand shinobi possessed formidable strength, rendering Konoha unable to gain any advantage. It must be noted that the sand shinobi of this era starkly contrasted with the diminished village they would later become. The first Kazekage's assertive demeanor during the Five Kage Summit indicated his confidence, as he had only received the weakest-tailed beast, highlighting a shift in the balance of power. With 2 decades of peace behind them, the strength accumulated by the sand shinobi was undoubtedly formidable. Unlike other ninja villages where the legacy of formidable warriors fades with age, the puppets of the sand ninja are capable of passing down their prowess. After 2 decades of cultivation, the power amassed by the sand ninja is truly astonishing. Furthermore, in an era where medical ninjutsu remains rudimentary, the sand ninja's expertise in toxins undoubtedly enhances their effectiveness significantly. Overall, the current sand ninja stands as the second most potent ninja village, surpassed only by Konoha, presenting a formidable challenge. Compounding the situation, Recent disturbances from the Mist and Rock Ninja have compelled Konoha to allocate a substantial portion of its military forces, rendering it difficult to engage fully on the Sand Ninja battlefield. Sitting in the classroom, Feng Yi sighed with a sense of helplessness. Although they were not yet required to engage in battle, the repercussions of war were undeniably encroaching upon their daily lives. Each day brought news of various casualties. To encapsulate the sentiment in a single phrase, it could only be described as profoundly tragic. Feng Yi observed classmates occasionally bowing their heads in despair, weeping silently at their desks, while once jovial individuals became unexpectedly aloof. Undoubtedly, many had lost loved ones in the ongoing conflict, which heightened Feng Yi's apprehension for his father's safety. In stark contrast to this grim reality, Feng Yi suddenly realized that this war might also present a lucrative opportunity for him. The detonating tags for 1,000 individuals at this stronghold, along with herbs and tools, were being meticulously counted. As Feng Yi methodically reported the figures, the system in his mind ultimately provided a definitive value. This was a minor function of the system that Feng Yi had discovered recently. Despite the system's seemingly sentient demeanor, it likely operated as a form of artificial intelligence. Aside from its persistent encouragement for Feng Yi to indulge in spending, it also served an essential function akin to a calculator, after all, being a premium system. Its computational capabilities were expected to be impressive. Initially indifferent to this feature, as it was a basic function found in any computer, Feng Yi soon recognized its newfound value. With the onset of war, the volume of data that Konoha needed to compile escalated dramatically. Even in peacetime, the data required for such a large ninja village was immense, let alone in the current circumstances. Faced with the shortage of personnel in the statistics department, the second Hokage had no choice but to order the recruitment of new personnel, effectively creating temporary positions for wartime. At first, Feng Yi had not paid much attention to this recruitment, but upon hearing that the role offered a monthly income of 100,000 ryo, he could no longer remain passive. Thus, Feng Yi eagerly volunteered and approached the second Hokage to register. At that moment, the second Hokage was indeed troubled by the task of selecting new recruits for what seemed to be a modest position, yet one of considerable importance. To embark on this profession, one must possess exceptional mathematical and logistical abilities. In a world predominantly valuing brute strength, the art of mathematics, which leans more towards the scholarly, is often overlooked. This is particularly true in the relatively nascent educational system of Konoha, where the new generation has yet to fully mature, and many of the older ninjas, who still adhere to the traditions of the Warring States period, exhibit a rather limited cultural literacy. Nevertheless, it is not particularly arduous for a village as expansive as Konoha to locate such individuals. The pivotal challenge lies in ensuring their loyalty. This position grants access to a substantial portion of Konoha's combat capabilities and defensive strategies, necessitating absolute fidelity. Should a spy infiltrate, it would tantamount to delivering a formidable force to the enemy. Initially, the second Hokage did not regard Feng Yi's request with much seriousness. Although Feng Yi had consistently demonstrated political acumen, the second Hokage did not anticipate that he possessed significant aptitude in this domain. Moreover, even if Feng Yi did possess such talent, the second Hokage had no intention of allowing him to participate. There were plenty of capable individuals. There was no need to burden a child or hinder the training of a promising talent. However, the second Hokage was soon astonished. The child's aptitude for calculations was nothing short of extraordinary, compared to most individuals who relied on pen and tools for computation. Feng Yi's mental arithmetic could only be described as a marvel. When considering pure computational capacity, the human brain is no match for a computer. Even those of the second Hokage's subordinates, who were deemed geniuses with some mental calculation skills, were utterly outclassed by Feng Yi in terms of speed and scale. Although there was some hesitation regarding whether to delay Feng Yi's training, the exigencies of war took precedence. Consequently, Feng Yi was swiftly conscripted and proudly became a member of Konoha's wartime statistics department. Initially, his arrival was met with skepticism. However, it wasn't long before Feng Yi's performance garnered unanimous acclaim. With the support of a systematic computational framework, he was capable of handling the workload of several individuals, even dozens. Such exceptional performance quickly caught the attention of the head of the statistics department, who appointed Feng Yi as the vice captain of an auditing subunit. As the name suggests, this role involved the daily review of others' computational results. Despite his youth, there were no objections to Feng Yi assuming this position. After all, it was merely a temporary department. And Fengye's capabilities were undeniable. Not to mention, had it not been for his age and lack of experience, he could have easily been promoted to captain or even replaced their current leader as a subunit chief. This position was indeed to Fengye's liking. He felt no particular talent for managing others and preferred a role that required minimal oversight while offering a generous salary. One must acknowledge that Fengye was fortunate to be in this era. Lacking even rudimentary calculators, such a position and its accompanying benefits would have been out of reach otherwise. However, it was not long before the second Hokage delivered a discouraging blow to Fengye. Given Fengye's outstanding performance, I have the authority to increase your ninja merit calculation, allowing you to exchange for more formidable jutsu, thus not hindering your development of strength. Once I have gathered sufficient personnel, you will not need to be so busy, and it will not impede your training, the second Hokage kindly remarked to Fengye. At this moment, Fengye undeniably brought considerable surprise to the second Hokage. However, confronted with the seemingly benevolent assistance from the second Hokage, Fengye could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Increasing the ninja merit calculation is undoubtedly a positive development, but the income, naturally, would not see a rise. Initially, Fengye had inquired with other squad leaders and learned that a monthly income could reach 200,000 to 300,000 ryo, leading him to briefly believe he would strike it rich. Yet now, it remained at a mere 100,000 ryo. Though for other ninjas, the significance of ninja merit may transcend monetary value. For Fengye, it held little practical utility. Had he been able to exchange that merit for jutsu, he would have long since transformed it into wealth and acquired a plethora of techniques. However, Fengye could not possibly voice to the second Hokage his preference for money over ninja merit, nor would he dare to utilize the function allowing ninjas to convert merit into currency, lest the second Hokage take offense. And he would surely face further reprimand from his mother upon returning home. Well, 100,000 ryo is still acceptable, Fengye silently mused. In truth, that amount sufficed for his needs. Doubling his physical training alone required 30,000 ryo monthly, and maintaining a comprehensive regimen of physical, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu combined with expenses for stamina would total less than 100,000 ryo monthly. Coupled with his other income, he could still retain several tens of thousands for the lottery each month, a significant improvement compared to before. The only concern was how long this arrangement would last, as the second Hokage seemed to imply he could be dismissed at any moment. By the way, Lord Second Hokage, may I exchange all of this ninja merit for explosive tags? The second Hokage looked at Fengye with some confusion, suddenly recalling something. Are you planning to send them to your father? Yes. After a moment of silence, the second Hokage nodded. That is permissible. With a smile, he added, your thoughtful gesture is rare. I shall grant it, and additionally, I can provide some private assistance. Upon hearing this, Fengye's earlier disappointment vanished in an instant. Regardless of the circumstances, these ninja merits finally held considerable value. Father, this is all I can do for you. When faced with insurmountable challenges, using money to unleash explosive power is also a viable strategy, Fengye thought to himself. Several weeks later, during a high-level battle conference, Fengye, as the captain of the statistics department, had the opportunity to attend. Quietly seated in a corner, he curiously observed the attendees of the meeting. Present were the second Hokage and Uzumaki Minato, along with several familiar faces. Notable among them were the future third Hokage, Sarutobi, as well as Danzo and Mitarashi Anko, individuals Fengye recognized as future leaders of the Hidden Leaf. Although they were currently disciples of the second Hokage and held respectable positions, they could only occupy seats further back, while the more prominent figures, including renowned contemporary powerhouses and heads of various clans, sat in the front rows. Even in the rear, those of the lowest status were still jonin. Although in the future these individuals may gradually fade into obscurity over time, in this era, they undoubtedly stand as prominent figures of the moment. As Fengye aptly puts it, looking back, he sees only titans, as a mere novice. He feels utterly out of place in this assembly. Observing the ongoing debates among the crowd, a peculiar sensation surged within him. Even he had never envisioned participating in the First Shinobi War in such a manner. Initially, Fengye had believed that due to his strength and age, he would only be able to partake in the Second Shinobi War, even if the situation were dire enough to require children on the battlefield. He imagined he would merely be a minor player, joining the fray only towards the war's conclusion. However, reality often surprises. And who could have anticipated that he would directly engage in this monumental conflict in a civilian capacity, and even manage to make a meaningful contribution? Kakashi becoming a chunin at 6 is one thing, but Fujiyo ascended to the role of deputy leader of a division in Konoha at the same age, overseeing a group of elite chunin and participating in village decision-making. This achievement, regardless of perspective, is nothing short of extraordinary. While Fujiyo observed the esteemed figures around him, lost in thought, those very titans were also scrutinizing him. Even in the present, Fujiyo had already become a relatively well-known figure in Konoha. Achieving such a status at his age is indeed unparalleled in the entire shinobi world, piquing their curiosity about him. Before long, the discussions deepened. The offensive intentions of the mist shinobi had become glaringly apparent, having already seized several islands along our coastline, poised to invade our inland territories at any moment. It was only a matter of time before they launched a full-scale invasion. As this news was announced, the expressions of those present turned tense. Even before the invasion commenced, the mist shinobi had already drawn significant forces from Konoha. An actual incursion would undoubtedly stretch their resources even thinner. Fortunately, at that moment, Uzumaki Mito spoke up. The allied Uzumaki village should be able to withstand the pressure from the mist shinobi, provided they receive the necessary material support and a modest number of personnel. They could effectively shield us from the impending threat. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. The strength of the Uzumaki clan is well known, boasting countless formidable warriors. Though their numbers may be few, they undoubtedly represent a powerful ally. Fujiyo nodded in silent agreement. The fearsome nature of the Uzumaki clan is indeed real, perhaps even surpassing that of the Senju and Uchiha. Beyond their formidable chakra reserves, their ability to drag anyone down with them through the Reaper Death Seal is not to be trifled with. One need only consider the multitude of masks displayed in the Uzumaki clan shrine to understand how many strong individuals they have taken down with their ruthless tactics. After swiftly addressing the situation concerning the mist shinobi, the conversation shifted its focus toward the rock shinobi. Currently, the rock ninja have not yet launched an offensive against us, but they have already initiated attacks against our allies, the Takigakure and Kusagakure. Strategically speaking, should they capture these two villages, they could potentially assault us from more than 4 directions, rendering Konoha increasingly vulnerable. Accompanied by the explanation of one of the second Hokage's subordinates, a debate ensued among the people. The contentious topic was whether to send our main forces to support Takigakure and Kusagakure in advance. If we provide assistance, it would evidently stretch Konoha's resources thin, making it difficult to address the threats posed by the Sand and Mist Ninja in a timely manner. Conversely, if we choose not to support or offer only minimal aid, allowing our allies to fight independently, the eventual capture of these strategic locations by the Rock Ninja would inevitably place Konoha in an ever more precarious position. Thus, a heated discussion arose on whether to exchange time for space or space for time. At that moment, a confident young man suddenly stood up from the crowd. Lord Second, what is the situation with the Cloud Ninja? With a hint of curiosity, Tobirama glanced at the youth and responded, currently, the Cloud Ninja do not appear to have any intentions of attacking us or engaging in battle. According to our intelligence, there is significant internal discord within their ranks, with several factions vying for dominance over the Raikage faction, and the possibility of civil war or even division looms large. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of confidence flashed in the young man's eyes. Lord Second, why don't we consider forming an alliance with the Cloud Ninja? A murmur of contemplation spread among Tobirama and those present. The youth continued to articulate his thoughts with fervor. If we could establish an alliance with the Cloud Ninja, it would be mutually beneficial. During this period of internal strife, the Cloud Ninja would be the least inclined to engage in a ninja war, as any conflict would unlikely yield them any advantage. Hence, they would likely seek an alliance with us to stabilize the situation. In fact, the Mist and Rock Ninja are also potential adversaries of the Cloud Ninja. Should the Mist Ninja seize the land of whirlpools, they could threaten Cloud Ninja's security at any moment, while the occupation of Takigakure by the Rock Ninja would effectively block any westward movement for the Cloud Ninja and pose a constant threat. Should we form an alliance, we could exert pressure on both the Mist and Rock Ninja. Given that their offensives have not yet fully commenced, it is even conceivable that they might halt their attacks altogether. At the very least, they would hesitate to deploy all their forces. We could then withdraw a significant number of personnel stationed towards the Cloud Ninja to support other fronts. Moreover, The Cloud Ninja could leverage our alliance to suppress domestic dissent and maintain equilibrium. It is a win-win situation from every angle. As the young man's proposal resonated with many, a spark of realization lit up their expressions. This plan indeed seemed feasible. Meanwhile, in the back of the crowd, he'd watched the self-assured youth, feeling compelled to convey a single thought to him. Dear Chindushio, please take a seat and refrain from showing off any further. At this rate, the second Hokage might just be overwhelmed by your display, while others may remain oblivious. He certainly cannot be unaware that the second Hokage met his demise during the Allied conference. Although the suggestion put forth by the youth sounded rather appealing, the chasm between reality and idealism is often vast. Who could have possibly envisaged such a formidable figure as the second Hokage falling victim to an unimaginable rebellion? In that moment, Funya cast a gaze filled with resentment towards the young man. Hardly anyone voiced dissent as Konoha established the framework for an alliance with the Cloud Shinobi during the meeting. In such gatherings, Funya found himself bereft of significant influence. Moreover, even if he were to wield some authority, how many would be inclined to heed his counsel? After all, the matter at hand appeared to be devoid of complications. Even Funya, had he not foreseen the future, might have deemed it a prudent course of action. That night, within the office of the second Hokage, Funya cautiously articulated his concerns regarding the potential ramifications of this alliance, particularly the dangers that might arise during negotiations. Listening to Funya's apprehensive musings, Tobirama could not help but chuckle gently, ruffling Funya's hair affectionately. Fear not. This situation is not as perilous as you imagine. It is evidently a mutually beneficial endeavor. As long as the Raikage does not act foolishly, he will refrain from any treachery. I am quite familiar with the second Raikage, and he is not a person of folly. Is it possible that there may be individuals within the Cloud Shinobi seeking to sabotage these talks? As for internal disruptions, that should pose no issue. With the combined strength of myself and the second Raikage, unless we ourselves desire to forego the alliance, there should be no one capable of threatening us. You are destined to be proven wrong, Funya silently mused, feeling somewhat exasperated by the second Hokage's unfounded confidence. However, it was not entirely fair to fault Tobirama for his overconfidence. Funya's concerns seemed somewhat outlandish. It was akin to imagining that the leaders of two superpowers could be felled by a small faction of terrorists during a diplomatic discussion. Especially considering the formidable prowess of both the second Hokage and the second Raikage, accompanied by a cadre of elite guards. It appeared highly improbable that they could be easily dispatched. The notion that they could be overthrown by a minor reactionary group within one of their nations was simply incredible, and few would believe it, regardless of who presented the idea. Very well, Funya, while caution is indeed commendable, excessive caution can also be detrimental. Tobirama regarded Funya with a smile, perceiving a hint of childishness and immaturity in his thoughts, as he had not genuinely contemplated the possibilities inherent in Funya's words. Observing Tobirama's unwavering demeanor, Funya sighed quietly, relinquishing his intention to continue persuading him. It was evident that no matter what he said, the second Hokage would remain unyielding in his views. On one hand, his age, the words of a 6-year-old child seldom warrant serious contemplation. On the other hand, his lack of experience renders his statements devoid of credibility. Perhaps the second Hokage believes he has underestimated the child's potential. Ultimately, the alliance appears to be impeccably sound. For a moment, Funya felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he understood that as a significant relative of Tsunade, the second's involvement in this shinobi war would pose considerable danger, and even if he survived this ordeal, the odds of his well-being were slim. Nevertheless, Funya yearned to alter the second's fate, to make an attempt. Yet, it seemed that failure was imminent. When will the negotiations commence? We are still in discussions. We require further preparations and a significant amount of time to deliberate on the conditions. This process is likely to take quite a while. As he spoke, the second's gaze sharpened. Tomorrow, I shall personally lead a select group of elite shinobi to confront the mist ninjas. We shall demonstrate our strength, allowing the cloud ninjas to witness our capabilities, thereby facilitating a successful negotiation and securing favorable conditions. Contemplating further, the second addressed Funya, regarding your position. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, within a week at most, once the new recruits become proficient in their respective duties, your workload will significantly diminish. At that point, you shall have ample time to focus on your own training. Within 3 months, You could be entirely liberated from your current responsibilities and dedicate yourself solely to your development. Wait, I am willing to serve the village. Funya interjected, suddenly anxious. He had only recently assumed this position. How could he be so swiftly relieved of it? Where would he find opportunities for prosperity afterward? There is no need for that. Funya, the second, insisted earnestly. While your current role indeed contributes greatly to the village, it is not irreplaceable. Even if you can accomplish the work of a dozen or more individuals, I can easily find someone more suited to take your place. There are many lower-ranking shinobi with intellect, but lacking in strength. The village requires formidable individuals. Only through strength can one attain an irreplaceable status. You have already demonstrated the potential to become such a powerful figure. Do not squander it. Powerful indeed. Funya, my expectations for you are quite high. Do you recall the aspirations you shared with your elder brother? To become Hokage, one must possess strength. The word Hokage echoed in Funya's mind, pulling him into a reverie. He had not anticipated that the second would hold such high expectations for him. In truth, there are many children in Konoha endowed with talent and strength, as well as those gifted with intelligence. However, few possess both, particularly when combined with ambition and vision, alongside humble origins. Upon hearing this, Funya began to comprehend why the second placed such considerable expectations upon him. On one hand, he is exceptionally gifted in both martial prowess and intellect, surpassing his peers in strength and boasting an intellect that can only be described as formidable. His previous insightful political observations further underscore his capabilities. However, perhaps the most crucial aspect is his inheritance of the original Hokage's aspirations, coupled with his humble origins as a commoner, which serves to elevate the status of ordinary ninjas, a goal the second Hokage has tirelessly pursued. Upon hearing this, even Kazuhaya could not help but acknowledge that he was indeed a rare candidate for the position of Hokage. Yet, Kazuhaya had not truly entertained the notion of becoming Hokage. In comparison to the life of a Hokage, which often entails a meager salary, the position of an elite jonin, with its accompanying prestige, offers substantial monetary rewards for undertaking missions. Should he reach the level of Jiraiya and the others in the future, the financial prospects would only increase. Perhaps for many, earning a considerable amount of money holds little significance. The dream of a ninja is often to learn any technique they desire upon becoming Hokage. However, for Kazuhaya, these so-called benefits did not outweigh the allure of wealth. Thus, he had no intention of pursuing the Hokage title. If circumstances permitted, Tsunade, Jiraiya, or even Orochimaru could potentially fill that role. Of course, Kazuhaya chose to keep his thoughts to himself, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Regrettably, he was not of the water element and could not inherit the path of his mentor. Nevertheless, he was not devoid of valuable lessons to impart. The second Hokage presented him with some basic sealing techniques, advising him to practice diligently. Should he encounter any uncertainties during his training while the second was away from the village, he could seek out Mito for further guidance. After a brief moment, clutching the scroll bestowed upon him by the second Hokage, Kazuhaya quietly exited the premises. It was evident that the second Hokage treated him exceptionally well, with plans to pass down his signature Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, at present, Kazuhaya felt he lacked the strength to alter the fates of many. Muttering to himself, he sighed softly. The necessity of earning money remained paramount. Even if he could not engage in this particular occupation, opportunities to earn during wartime seemed abundant. At the village entrance, Kazuhaya's emotions became complex as he watched the second Hokage prepare for his journey. If all went according to fate, this departure could very well be permanent. Just as the second had mentioned earlier, he was likely to achieve some success in the conflict with the Mist Ninja, followed by negotiations with the Cloud Ninja. What is the matter, Kazuhaya? Tobirama inquired while organizing his team, a hint of confusion in his voice. It's nothing. Just be cautious during the talks with the Cloud Ninja, Kazuhaya replied. Understood, Tobirama nodded, affectionately ruffling the hair of both Kazuhaya and Tsunade. Rest assured, I will return safely. Do not underestimate my strength. As he spoke, Tobirama seemed to recall something, raising an eyebrow at Kazuhaya with a mysterious glint. Remember to practice those sealing techniques I gave you. When I return, I will begin teaching you a technique that may be challenging but incredibly powerful. I will strive diligently. Awaiting your return, second Hokage, Kazuhaya's voice was slightly subdued, yet Tobirama did not notice, assuming Kazuhaya was merely feeling melancholic about their parting. After a brief moment, Feng Yi silently gazed in the direction of the departing second Hokage, lost in thought. "Let us return," Fengyi, Tsunade remarked, oblivious to Fengyi's emotions as she tugged at him, preoccupied with pondering what to eat that day. Turning around for one last glance at the vanishing figure of the second Hokage, Fengyi quietly buried his fleeting feelings deep within his heart. Being a ninja inevitably entails the necessity of becoming accustomed to farewells. Even if one does not perish on the battlefield, one must witness the departure of cherished family and friends. This is perhaps an inescapable fate for every ninja. If it were within his power, Fengyi yearned to break free from such a destiny. It did not take long for Fengyi to experience the ease that the second Hokage had mentioned. With the newly recruited personnel in the statistics department becoming increasingly adept at their tasks, the workload that Fengyi had to complete began to dwindle. If all went according to plan, the day when Fengyi would be entirely dismissed was not far off. The thought of losing a job that was both effortless and lucrative filled him with a sense of melancholy. As he perused the ninja cards in the system, Fengyi sought out those that could potentially aid him in earning money. Undoubtedly, certain ninjutsu could be monetized, for instance, the sand manipulation technique of a certain Kazekage, who, when faced with the impoverished sand village, resorted to selling sand gold to supplement the village's income, a testament to his sense of responsibility. Casting a glance at the formidable passive and active skill cards of the third, fourth, and fifth Kazekages, Fengyi wisely relinquished any hope of acquiring these 3 S-rank cards in the near future. With a C-rank lottery costing 1,000 Ryo per draw, and the odds multiplying tenfold for each rank, acquiring an S-rank card would require 1,000,000 Ryo, an unattainable sum for him at present. Nevertheless, the notion of earning money through ninjutsu was undoubtedly sound, which prompted Fengyi to seriously contemplate the myriad C-rank ninja cards at his disposal. After a moment, his gaze settled upon a particular card. This card was somewhat unique, as it was not one of the mainstream Konoha ninja cards within the system. Typically, C-rank cards consisted of various minor Konoha ninjas and the youthful versions of powerful figures, with a limited representation of ninjas from outside the village. The card in question was one of the rare foreign village cards, Shinobi, a rather inconspicuous character from the IWA Ninjas Kamishiro clan, whose abilities revolved around the manipulation of bees. In Fengyi's recollection, this individual scarcely made an appearance and remained an insignificant figure. However, his clan did boast a storied past. During this era, the Kamishiro clan had yet to decline. Not long ago, the first Tsuchikage, who had recently passed away, hailed from the same lineage. As a clan known for their bee manipulation, they were indispensable in producing various honey-related byproducts, which sparked an idea in Fengyi's mind. Clearly, this represented a potential source of income. While beekeeping and honey production might be a laborious and challenging venture to scale, it ultimately constituted a viable enterprise. Relying on deceit and trickery to earn small sums of money would never hold any significant standing. It is essential to establish a family business as a foundation for the future, from which one can open various shops and assemble diverse merchant caravans. This is the true path. Perhaps the profits from such endeavors may not rival the exorbitant gains of a ninja completing missions, but they offer stability and endless possibilities in the long run. Of course, the concept of forming merchant caravans is still somewhat distant for Fengyi. At present, it is imperative to focus on the immediate tasks at hand and set up the shops. According to Fengyi's vision, he does not intend to waste considerable time on this endeavor. Initially, he merely needs to gather a few beekeepers for some preliminary training, after which he can hire individuals specifically to produce bee-derived products. While this venture may not yield substantial profits, it ensures that when he decides to engage in commerce, he will have capable individuals to assist him. One crucial aspect to consider is the perspective of the Oil Maiden clan, particularly regarding whether he poses a threat to their dominion over insect manipulation, and whether the Mizuho clan may perceive him as neglecting his duties. This will depend on his actual performance. He can feign an interest in honing his chakra control through small-scale beekeeping, avoiding the cultivation of combat-oriented bee species, thus minimizing the likelihood of trouble from the Oil Maiden clan. As he surveyed his collection of cards, Fengyi's attention was drawn to an individual, Orochimaru. Although his card possesses limited skills for profit generation, in reality, Orochimaru's venture into breeding venomous snakes could prove lucrative. What could be more profitable than arms? Poison, in the ninja world, is considered a high-end weapon. There are also various high-tech applications, such as offering wealthy clients organ replacements or longevity treatments for substantial sums of money. Furthermore, Orochimaru's independent ninja village and vast array of bases raise questions about his financial status. It is hard to believe that he lacks funds, especially since his focus is primarily on research rather than profit. If he were to genuinely pursue financial gain. With this thought, Feng Yi resolved to cling tightly to Orochimaru, ensuring that he would not betray the village. He understood that technology begets wealth. While contemplating, he continued to browse through the cards within the system. There are indeed numerous ninja cards capable of generating income, but most are rated B or higher, with only a few C-rated cards. The few C-rated ninja cards that may prove profitable are commendable, yet there is no need for haste. The immediate priority is to acquire a card that can bolster his strength to compete with his rapidly advancing classmates while also aiding in his financial pursuits. After a brief moment, Feng Yi's gaze settled on a particular card. It was decided this would be the one. With the distinctive sound of coins rolling during the system's lottery, Feng Yi embarked on a new round of draws. Recently, his earnings have been quite fruitful, and with the advance of this month's salary, he accumulated a total of 150,000 Rio, combined with the 200,000 Rio worth of universal fragments from his previous 2 lottery draws. After this draw, he should possess 35 universal fragments, alongside the 5 he had previously acquired, which would be sufficient to exchange for the character he desired. Oh, to Feng Yi's astonishment, during just the second 10 draw, he discovered that he had obtained a complete card. Today, my face appears remarkably pale, Feng Yi exclaimed in disbelief. However, after just a fleeting glance, he lost interest in this card. It wasn't that the card lacked strength. Rather, it was utterly impractical. Although it may seem contradictory for something to be both impressive and useless, that was indeed the case. Shikamaru, Sea Ninja, possesses the passive skill, Shadow Manipulator, granting him the ability to control shadows for movement and low-intensity attacks. His active skill, Shadow Mimicry Technique, allows him to extend his shadow to connect with the enemy, causing them to mirror his actions. From Feng Yi's perspective, this skill could very well be one of the most formidable abilities among Sea Ninja cards, with astonishing control effects. Particularly when paired with another Sea Ninja card, the shape-shifting Kin Mizuki, who can contort her body at will, it seems capable of effortlessly dispatching even mid-level ninjas. By elongating her body to connect with the enemy's shadow, and then simply twisting her own neck, she could ensure her survival while leaving the opponent with no escape unless they possessed the strength to break free from her control. In terms of effectiveness, it appears far superior to many combinations of B ninja cards. However, it is fundamentally impractical, as Feng Yi could never employ this technique openly in Konoha. Even on the battlefield, unless absolutely necessary, it would remain unused. If discovered, it would inevitably lead to inescapable trouble. The theft of secret techniques is intolerable to any clan. A matter of life and death. Even though Feng Yi enjoys a close relationship with the Senju clan and holds considerable esteem among the village's higher-ups, utilizing this technique would likely spell his doom. Even if his strength and status allowed him to disregard the Nara clan, they would undoubtedly view him as a mortal enemy, unnecessarily adding a formidable foe to his list of adversaries. Thus, while this character card is undeniably powerful, it holds little practical value. Similarly, clans such as the Akimichi and Yamanaka also possess abilities that cannot be used in public due to their conspicuous nature, making them easily detectable. In contrast to these overt abilities, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can navigate many troubles with the simple addition of a mask. Soon, Feng Yi had exhausted all of his 150,000 Rio, drawing only a handful of character fragments without acquiring a complete card. He paid little mind to this, as obtaining a complete card was already considered fortunate. Moments later, gazing at the 35 universal fragments in his possession, Feng Yi proceeded to exchange them for the character he had already set his sights on. Inuzuka Kiba, Sea Ninja, possesses the passive skill, Super Smell, which grants the holder an olfactory prowess comparable to that of canines. His active skill, Four-Legged Technique, allows him to concentrate chakra in his limbs, transforming him into a beast-like form that enhances both speed and lethality. This was the new character card Feng Yi had chosen for himself. In Konoha, each clan naturally possesses its own means of survival and additional sources of income. For instance, the herbal remedies of the Nara clan, the barbecue establishments of the Akimichi clan, and certain smaller families that specialize in selling explosive tags. The Inuzuka clan's additional revenue naturally stems from hunting, as well as utilizing their keen sense of smell to locate various resources. Surrounding Konoha, the abundance of resources is quite rich during their leisure time. The Inuzuka clan engages in hunting and foraging for medicinal herbs. Once Fujiyo acquired this olfactory ability, accomplishing what they could do became effortless for him. Coincidentally, in recent months, the main forces of the Inuzuka clan have been deployed to the battlefield, resulting in an overabundance of resources around Konoha, sufficient for him to scavenge thoroughly. As for safety concerns, as long as he brings Tsunade along, with the strength of the hidden guards protecting her, everything would be manageable. He could even openly express a desire for training by venturing into areas that pose some danger for lower-ranked ninjas. This would also serve as an opportunity to survey potential locations suitable for future family enterprises, planning to acquire them from the Hokage later. Aside from the reconnaissance and tracking effects brought by this passive ability, the active skill of Fong, tailored specifically for him, is remarkable. Perhaps this ability may not be particularly outstanding among C-rank ninja cards, but for Fujiyo, who primarily relies on physical combat, it is akin to a minor divine skill, especially when paired with the Shadow Dance Leaf, which hinges on speed and explosive power. Although this ability might be considered a closely guarded secret of the Inuzuka clan's Beast Mimicry Ninjutsu series, it ultimately boils down to a rudimentary ninjutsu that concentrates chakra in the limbs to enhance destructive and explosive capabilities. Such a simplistic technique, even if it were genuinely a copy, is unlikely to provoke any trouble from the Inuzuka clan, as anyone could achieve a degree of it, with variations in effectiveness. The true forbidden techniques of higher-tier beast mimicry ninjutsu within B and A ranks are the real taboos of the Inuzuka clan. Of course, even if the Inuzuka clan is indifferent, Fujiyo cannot openly showcase this ability. He must seek an opportunity. Suddenly, he recalled a certain Inuzuka youth who had been persistently challenging him, and an idea sparked. Having emulated the strengths of his opponent amidst their ongoing battles, this excuse seemed perfectly fitting. Fujiyo has returned. As Fujiyo re-entered the school, not only his class, but also several surrounding classes erupted with excitement. As many students craned their necks in search of his figure, faced with such a multitude of gazes, Fujiyo couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Though he understood the sentiment, in the eyes of some adults and formidable figures, he might still be perceived as merely a remarkably gifted youth. Yet among his peers, he had nearly attained legendary status. While others were still striving to become lower-ranked ninjas, Fujiyo had already assumed a significant role, directly participating in high-level meetings within Konoha. Although his presence there was somewhat peripheral, it had undoubtedly eclipsed his peers by a considerable margin. "Fujiyo, I challenge you," exclaimed a voice. "Haha, it's been so many days since we last met. I've been waiting for you. Let me tell you, I've developed a new ultimate technique. I take the lead. Observing a throng of eager youths scrambling to bestow wealth upon themselves, Fujiyo could not help but reveal a signature smile. No need to rush. Everyone come one by one. Suddenly, amidst the seemingly competitive yet genuinely cordial exchanges among the crowd, Fujiyo discerned a peculiar gaze. "I will wait for you in the small grove to the west of the village after school," Uchiha Akira declared, his expression as cold as ice. Faced with Uchiha Akira's frigid demeanor and authoritative tone, the challengers who had previously encircled Fujiyo fell into an abrupt silence. A few among them seemed inclined to voice their discontent, yet, for reasons unknown, they ultimately refrained from confronting him, merely exhaling soft sighs. Fujiyo, too, found himself momentarily pensive. Although he had scarcely attended school in recent days, he was not entirely oblivious to the happenings within. Not long ago, Akira's father and brother had perished in battle. In an era where loss is an everyday occurrence, this was hardly surprising. In a world of shinobi warfare, where generations are often obliterated, how could one expect the cycle to cease? Many classmates had already lost their parents, some tragically bereft of entire families, including mothers, fathers, uncles, and siblings. Fujiyo was convinced this was not an end, but merely the beginning. In a time when even the shadows struggle for survival, very few remain unscathed by the ravages of war. Yet, there was something distinctly different about Uchiha Akira. While most individuals might succumb to sorrow in the face of such calamities, eventually emerging from the shadows to embrace new beginnings, Akira's transformation seemed excessively pronounced. Reflecting on the once passionate and slightly eccentric youth, Fujiyo found it impossible to reconcile that spirited boy with the brooding figure before him. Was this the nature of the Uchiha clan? Fujiyo pondered silently. It was no wonder the second Hokage held such views on the Uchiha clan. He did not doubt the presence of virtuous individuals among them. On the contrary, many within the Uchiha esteemed emotions more than the average person. However, when confronted with the loss of cherished ones, Uchiha members could easily veer towards extremes, unleashing astonishing destructive potential. In a moment of clarity, Fujiyo grasped a crucial insight. The second Hokage's long-standing policies of suppression and caution towards the Uchiha might not solely aim to restrain their potential for devastation. Viewed from another perspective, perhaps it was a means of safeguarding the Uchiha clan. By sparing them from missions, casualties could be minimized, and being regarded with suspicion by the village might limit their circle of friends and loved ones. Otherwise, as loved ones continually vanished, the entire Uchiha clan risked devolving into the obsessive madness exemplified by figures like Obito and Zetsu. The very thought sent shivers down Fujiyo's spine. It can only be said that the second generation exhibits a blend of martial prowess and strategic foresight. Faced with such a peculiar lineage, discovering a more effective approach proves to be quite the challenge. For a moment, Fujiyo gazed at the sinister young man before him, his emotions complex. Although he had been accustomed to swindling these youths out of their pocket money, their prolonged companionship had fostered a certain attachment. Witnessing the boy's descent into this path undeniably stirred discomfort within him. In the blink of an eye, after school had dismissed, Fujiyo and Shio found themselves engaged in a fierce duel within a small grove. I have vowed to slay the man named Shaman, avenging my father and brother. Therefore, I must grow stronger, and you are the first opponent I must defeat on this journey, Uchiha Shio declared darkly, relentlessly assaulting Fujiyo. The name Shaman might sound unfamiliar. Yet if one were to mention his other identity, it would resonate with many. The second Wind Shadow, although the first Wind Shadow still held office, Shaman had demonstrated exceptional talent and value, akin to Tobirama's standing prior to his resignation from Konoha. To be honest, Fujiyo harbored doubts about this youth's ability to exact revenge. While it is true that the Uchiha clan can awaken their Sharingan under duress, not every member possesses the capacity to do so. Many have faced trauma over the years, yet only a scant few have successfully awakened their eyes. Without the Sharingan, this child would likely find himself merely serving as fodder when confronting the Wind Shadow. Even if he were fortunate enough to awaken his eyes, Fujiyo firmly believed that every Uchiha who had done so loathed the burden that came with them, for it signified a torment worse than death. Shio, you need not immerse yourself so deeply in revenge. It will only lead to your suffering. Moreover, how can you be certain that you will indeed achieve vengeance? What if the second Wind Shadow passes away from old age or meets his end at the hands of another before you can confront him? I don't care. He must pay the price. If he dies, I will seek out his family and descendants, and if they perish, I will target his students and disciples. In any case, he must face the consequences. Shio roared, his pupils beginning to flicker ominously. With another forceful clash, Fujiyo's expression grew grave. This child had awakened his eyes. While surprised, Fujiyo understood that the awakening of the Uchiha clan's eyes was primarily influenced by the intensity of their trauma. The loss of both his father and brother had undoubtedly been a significant catalyst for Shio, considering Itachi awakened his eyes at 4 and Sasuke at 7. It was not surprising that Shio had managed to do so at 6. It was also possible that his innate talent was somewhat lacking, resulting in only a single tomo in one eye. Itachi and Sasuke, after all, had both awakened with double tomo from the outset. Perhaps, as Fujiyo suspected, this child, though a prodigy among his Uchiha peers, might never attain the Mangekyo Sharingan. As he pondered these thoughts, Fujiyo suddenly activated his final skill. Originally, Fujiyo intended to gradually reveal this skill during his confrontation with the youth from the Inuzuka clan. However, it became evident that he must employ it prematurely, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Of course, Fujiyo was not without means to conceal his true abilities. Four-legged technique. As he silently chanted the name of the technique, chakra began to gather in his hands and feet. At that moment, Fujiyo actively severed the chakra supply to his hands, executing half of the technique, which vanished in an instant. Although the system's skills sometimes proved challenging for Fujiyo to manipulate flexibly, enhancing them was difficult, yet weakening them or even interrupting their flow was feasible. Soon, an abundance of chakra began to converge in his legs. In a mere moment, Fujiyo disappeared from his original position. Shadow Dance Leaf. It was utterly indistinct. Amidst Shio's astonished expression, Fujiyo utilized his astonishing speed to effortlessly defeat him. Moments later, observing the boy lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Fujiyo approached and crouched beside him. Shall we make a pact? With a smile directed at the boy, Fengye suddenly extended a hand. A pact? Indeed, given your displayed prowess, seeking revenge would merely lead to your premature demise. That individual is exponentially more formidable than I am. So defeat me first. Only then should you contemplate revenge. Gazing silently at Fengye, Chio's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, he raised his left hand and firmly bumped fists with Fengye. All right, I shall defeat you swiftly. Haha, I eagerly await that day. Observing the boy's demeanor soften considerably, Fengye let out a gentle sigh. These troubled youths truly weighed heavily on his heart. He would need to pay closer attention to this child's emotions. It seemed that Shio was not the only one, as many others, despite not being from the Uchiha clan, also required guidance to navigate their extreme reactions to the loss of loved ones. Reflecting on the responsibility he bore for merely charging them 100 each, Fengye felt woefully undercompensated. Beast mimicry, four-legged technique. Suddenly, across from Fengye, a boy with painted face dropped low, assuming a beast-like posture. Behold my newly acquired secret technique, Fengye. With a mighty roar, the boy's speed surged beyond measure. Ah, you finally mastered that move, Fengye mused with a subtle smile. Having awaited this moment for quite some time. Thud, thud, thud. As the boy relentlessly pressed forward, Fengye began to show signs of slight disarray. The boy, fueled by Fengye's predicament, grew increasingly exhilarated. With another clash of fists and feet, Fengye halted his actions. I never anticipated, Shin, that you would become so powerful in just a few days. Haha, you didn't see this coming, did you? I've trained for 6 months to master this technique. Today, I shall defeat you. It was indeed a commendable move. Fengye nodded knowingly. Gathering a considerable amount of chakra in his hands and feet to enhance both lethality and explosiveness, an exceptionally practical application of chakra. Just as the boy opposite him, known as Inuzuka Shino, wore a smug expression, eager to showcase his skills, Fengye abruptly leapt a couple of times, stretching his legs. Four-legged technique, he silently recited. As he severed the chakra supply to his hands, a faint glow began to shimmer upon his feet, a result of the chakra's intense adhesion. After casually moving about for a moment, Fengye's speed notably increased. What is this? How can this be? Inuzuka Shino exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape with astonishment. Meanwhile, Fengye wore a mysterious smile, beckoning. Come, let us continue. Soon, they clashed once more, and with the enhancement from the ninjutsu, Fengye's speed matched Shino's, even beginning to surpass it. This is impossible, Shino thought, momentarily bewildered. This technique had taken him nearly half a year to master. Yet Fengye seemed to have perfected the training of his feet in an instant. Was Fengye's talent truly that formidable? As Shino pondered in confusion, Fengye initiated a new maneuver. Is it like this? He murmured, somewhat uncertain, as he bent down and placed his hands on the ground, mimicking Shino's stance. With a slight crack beneath his hands, chakra adhered to them as well. Shadow Dance Leaf. Without any resistance, Shino found himself effortlessly thrown to the ground by Fengye. Are you alright, Shino? After a brief moment, Fengye helped the fallen Shino to his feet. I'm fine. Just at this point, Shino was rendered speechless, struck by shock. The technique he had spent months mastering, Fengye had grasped instantly without any guidance or rigorous practice. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly apparent, leaving Shino feeling considerably disheartened. Fengye, too, began to realize the implications of his performance. Had he perhaps stood out too much? Originally, he intended to feign gradual mastery of the technique during their sparring. However, after exposing part of his prowess during a previous encounter, he believed it better to demonstrate his skills more prominently, conveying his acquisition of the technique sooner, even if it raised suspicions of genius, rather than being suspected of stealing a secret technique. Yet, it seemed he had overlooked the feelings of the young boy before him. The matter concerning Shernai did not come to me in an instant. Rather, I had harbored certain thoughts long before and had begun to adopt such an approach. In response to Keed's explanation, the previously dejected Shernai suddenly pursed her lips and scoffed. Enough with the consolation. I'm not that petty. However, she continued with newfound seriousness. Although I acknowledge that your talent may indeed surpass mine, I shall never concede. One day, I will surpass you. I shall await that day, Keed replied. Moments later, as he observed the spirited youth depart, a faint smile graced Keed's lips. Truly, he was an intriguing individual. It must be said that the relentless efforts of the myriad companions behind him imparted a considerable amount of pressure upon Keed. In the prodigious village of Konoha, The sheer number of talents was overwhelming. For instance, Orochimaru, who consistently ranked first in comprehensive assessments, had at least 7 or 8 peers with comparable combat abilities, many of whom surpassed him in certain aspects. This was not surprising. Even among geniuses, there are distinctions. Some individuals exhibit early growth, revealing their talents and ascending to the ranks of chunin and jonin at a young age, yet their potential may not be as lofty. Orochimaru, for example, exemplified a late-blooming genius, necessitating a vast array of techniques and knowledge for support. Even before he became a disciple of the third Hokage, his prowess in physical techniques and conventional ninjutsu was already a remarkable testament to his talent, allowing him to compete with youths from prominent clans. Faced with the pressure exerted by such exceptional peers, the only course of action for Kid was to diligently strive to maintain a competitive edge. Speaking of which, the sensation of defeating an opponent using their own adept techniques was rather exhilarating. Suddenly, an idea struck Kid. In his possession were cards representing the formidable figures from various ninja villages. Even the mere thought of feigning instantaneous mastery of their ultimate techniques to vanquish them sparked a thrill within him. I wonder what moniker I shall earn in the future. Surely, I cannot be dubbed the copy ninja Kid. To his astonishment, a mere beast stood before him, exuding remarkable strength. In the forest, Kid regarded the towering wild boar with a hint of gravity. Surrounding Konoha, there existed beasts capable of threatening even the lower-ranking ninjas, such as those in the Forest of Death, where lower-ranked ninjas like Kintsuchi found themselves fleeing from predators. Though the hunting grounds Kid had chosen were not as perilous as the Forest of Death, they nonetheless housed formidable creatures. Tsunade, be careful. Suddenly, the massive wild boar abandoned Kid as its target and charged towards Tsunade, who had been eagerly spectating nearby. Instinctively, Kid issued a warning. Yet, despite his concern, he harbored little apprehension. Tsunade was undoubtedly surrounded by jonin protectors, likely more than one, making it nearly impossible for such a beast to inflict harm upon her. However, just as Maple Knight awaited the concealed ninja protector to emerge and slay the wild boar, little Tsunade became inexplicably excited. With a light exclamation, Tsunade delivered a perfectly executed punch, striking the boar squarely on the head. Thud! Maple Knight gazed in disbelief at the carcass before him, astonished that it had been dispatched with a single blow. The boar, which had posed a considerable challenge even for him, was no match for Tsunade's prowess. It dawned on Maple Knight just how explosive the power lay beneath little Tsunade's seemingly adorable exterior. "What's the matter, Maple Knight?" she inquired, noticing his momentary stupor. Nothing at all." Upon reflection, he conceded that it made sense. After all, bloodline ninjas typically reach their potential much earlier than their peers. Unlike ordinary ninjas, even without extensive ninjutsu training and practical experience, they could develop formidable combat abilities from a young age. For instance, the likes of Haku and Kimimaro demonstrated impressive strength early on, as did Itachi and Shursui. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade possessed the combined legacies of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and under the tutelage of the first and second Hokage, as well as Mido, it was only natural for her to exhibit remarkable strength at an early age. In stark contrast to Orochimaru, who relied on extensive knowledge and experience, and Jiraiya, who required time and opportunity to grow, Tsunade could effortlessly overpower both in the earlier stages of their development. Fortunately, little Tsunade had never harbored thoughts of challenging him. Otherwise, his position might have been jeopardized. Maple Knight mused to himself, also relieved that he had seldom provoked Tsunade's ire. The likelihood of suffering severe injury from a playful punch to the chest by her was undeniably high. "Maple Knight, where's the stuff?" Unaware of his contemplative thoughts, Tsunade eagerly shook his arm, inquiring about the tools for their picnic. Although she savored all manner of delicacies in the village, for Tsunade, the thrill of consuming the fruits of her own hunt held far greater significance. A moment later, watching Tsunade excitedly roast meat while chattering away, Maple Knight affectionately ruffled her hair. There was no denying the immense support Tsunade provided him. From the very beginning, benefiting from the first Hokage's attention to the current special care from the second Hokage and Mido, it all began because of her. Even now, Tsunade continued to be a tremendous asset to Maple Knight in various ways. For instance, the massive wild boar nearby, aside from the small portion intended for the two of them, still held a substantial amount of meat. Selling it in Konoha could fetch a tidy sum, perhaps several tens of thousands of ryo. Of course, Tsunade had little interest in the proceeds from selling wild game, so inevitably, all the money would end up lining Maple Knight's pockets. Although it is unlikely to encounter such valuable beasts every day, the rewards from daily hunting have indeed been substantial. In recent days, accompanied by sporadic hunting and herb gathering, Keed's purse has noticeably swelled once again. During this time of conflict, when there is little competition from the Inuzuka clan, the resources surrounding Konoha are quite abundant. In peacetime, Keed would wager that even without the involvement of the Inuzuka clan, the wandering ninjas returning to the village to complete their missions would have nearly scavenged the area clean of various resources. The ease with which Keed has been able to earn money is undoubtedly attributed to Tsunade's influence. Were it not for the presence of Tsunade's guards providing reassurance, he would never dare to venture so deep into the forest. It would be rather amusing if he were to inadvertently fall prey to a beast before even reaching the battlefield. Of course, without Tsunade's privileges, it is uncertain whether he could have even left the village to arrive here, as Konoha enforces considerable restrictions on personnel mobility. Reflecting on this, Keed felt increasingly grateful towards Tsunade. "Allow me to assist you with the roasting," Keed said, affectionately ruffling little Tsunade's hair with a smile. "Great. I believe your roasting is the best," she replied enthusiastically. "Indeed, I have diligently honed my skills," Keed chuckled, his words not mere boast. The keen sense of smell possessed by beasts is not solely for tracking and hunting. With this remarkable olfactory ability, Keed can effortlessly discern the steps and proportions of ingredients used by chefs while they cook. Here, he has again benefited from Tsunade's privileges. It is a rare opportunity for anyone to witness the secrets of the kitchen firsthand. With his recently heightened culinary skills, Keed has been tempted to consider a career as a chef, as it would be much easier than his current endeavors. Alas, such a pursuit would likely be met with disapproval from others. If only he could find a legitimate excuse to earn money. Gazing at the enormous boar carcass nearby, Keed suddenly had an idea. System: how long until the summoning beast system can be activated? It requires reaching VIP level 2, which entails a recharge of over 2 million Ryo to unlock summoning and nurturing functions for the summoning beasts. What a money-hungry system, Keed mused. Indeed, the perfect excuse he devised for earning and spending money was the summoning beasts. While not immediately apparent, as time passes and money continues to vanish from his grasp, any sensible individual would eventually perceive the issue. Thus, a necessary cover was essential, and summoning beasts would seamlessly explain everything. Given the myriad of mysterious summoning beast species in the ninja world, the emergence of another money-hungry summoning beast clan is entirely plausible. Furthermore, in the future, when he unlocks the ninjutsu scroll system and various ninja cards with inherent abilities, he would have the perfect justification for showcasing techniques he has never learned before, all acquired through financial exchanges with the summoning beast clans. As for the origin of these summoning beasts, that is even easier to rationalize. Just as Jiraiya fortuitously encountered the Toad clan, it is not impossible for Keed to stumble upon a powerful summoning beast clan as well. As Fujiyo contemplated, he increasingly felt that his plan was flawless. It was highly improbable that anyone would venture to the fabricated habitat of his mythical spirit beast clan to verify its authenticity. The only concern was the insatiable demands of the monetary system. Given the nature of this system, acquiring and nurturing spirit beasts would undoubtedly require a significant sum of money. Water Release, Water Dragon Blast. With a swift series of hand seals, Tobirama summoned 2 enormous water dragons that spiraled and crashed into the ranks of the mist ninjas. Accompanied by the thunderous roar reminiscent of dragon cries, dozens of mist ninjas were instantaneously engulfed. Without a moment's pause, Tobirama performed another jutsu. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Slicing through the air, yet another line of ninjas was cleaved in two. It's the water god Tobirama. Retreat. Upon witnessing the second Hokage himself charging into battle, the mist ninjas, who fought with a brutal and resolute philosophy, chose to withdraw. Perhaps they did not fear death, but they certainly did not wish to perish without purpose. Meanwhile, as Fujiyo continued to steadily amass wealth and enhance his strength, Tobirama had already established an enormous reputation on the battlefield against the mist ninjas. As a formidable wielder of water techniques, his prowess soared to astonishing heights in the maritime confrontations with the village hidden in the mist. Each engagement saw him unleashing various large-scale water releases with seemingly limitless ease, thanks to the vast chakra reserves of the Senju clan, allowing him to single-handedly suppress the firepower of a small army. Coupled with his elusive space-time ninjutsu, countless enemy combatants fell to his precise strikes, and not long ago. He had even defeated the second Mizukage in direct combat, solidifying his title as the Water God. After a moment of pursuit, Tobirama came to a halt. With this battle concluded, the Mist Ninjas would likely remain subdued for a while. As the waves of water receded, several figures trailed behind him. It was clear that Tobirama's success against the Mist Ninjas was not solely due to his efforts. Sarutobi, Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and others had undoubtedly demonstrated remarkable talents. Even seemingly inconspicuous individuals like Menyen and Kashin possessed abilities far beyond that of an ordinary jonin in this still youthful era. Among these companions were several formidable members of the Uzumaki clan and some seasoned veterans from Konoha who had once fought alongside Hashirama and Madara. It was this extraordinary strength that granted them a decisive advantage in their confrontations with the Mist Ninjas. Haha, indeed. Their recent offensives have been so cautious. They must be close to withdrawing, chuckled an elderly man with a head of white hair, his spirited demeanor matching his boisterous tone. At that moment, a pure white hawk descended from the sky, landing on Tobirama's shoulder. As he perused the latest intelligence, Tobirama's brow relaxed further. The Reikage had agreed to an alliance, and they were to convene in the land of hot water in 3 days. Excellent. Behind Tobirama, Sarutobi and the others expressed their delight. Even Danzo, usually composed and serious, wore a smile on his face. Thus far, they have glimpsed the prospect of ending the war. The Mist Shinobi refrained from aggression, aligning with the Cloud Shinobi to exert pressure on the Rock Shinobi, while simultaneously reallocating some of their forces to counter the Sand Shinobi. If this trajectory continues, one might indeed assert that peace is tantalizingly close at hand. Should we dispatch additional personnel to accompany you? What if the elderly figure from the Cloud Shinobi suddenly devises a scheme? He spoke cautiously. No need. Accompanying Sarutobi and a few others, along with several jonin, should suffice. Not to mention, it is highly improbable that the Reikage would take such a course of action, even if something were amiss. With my sensory abilities and the strength of Sarutobi and the others, we should manage. You all continue to maintain pressure on the Mist Shinobi. Meanwhile, Fujiyo soon received news of the impending alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi. Rather than conceal this information, Konoha deliberately disseminated it to exert pressure on the other major shinobi villages, particularly the Rock and Mist Shinobi. However, unlike the jubilant reactions of others, Fujiyo remained contemplative. Glancing at the innocent and cheerful Tsunade beside him, he found himself uncertain whether to feel pity for her or for her family. Fujiyo, you've arrived. Upon seeing Fujiyo enter, Mito greeted him with a gentle smile. At that moment, little Tsunade dashed forward, exclaiming, "Grandma." Fujiyo respectfully bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Mito." Mito, with a resigned gesture, ruffled Fujiyo's hair. "I have told you numerous times, there is no need for such formalities." After a brief moment, Mito set Tsunade aside and inquired, "How has your training with that sealing technique progressed?" I am still striving," Fujiyo admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Tobirama had urged him to seek Mito's guidance on sealing techniques, which naturally compelled him to visit her frequently. However, he was well aware that, despite his seemingly exceptional talent, his abilities were largely augmented by the system, and mastering sealing techniques independently posed a significant challenge for him. Upon hearing Fujiyo's response, Mito did not display disappointment. Rather, she encouraged him. "It is to be expected that the initial stages may prove difficult. Just take your time." As she spoke, Mito tossed a scroll to Fujiyo. "These are some insights I compiled during my training. You may find them useful. Feel free to consult me later." With that, Mito closed her eyes, resuming her own practice. Holding the scroll, Fujiyo felt a pang of guilt. It was evident that Mito had invested considerable effort in its creation, yet it was undeniably challenging for him. Moments later, as Fujiyo focused on the scroll, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of oppression. When he turned to look at Mito, the pressure dissipated. Observing her immersed in her training, Fujiyo pondered the subtle pressure he had felt, reminiscent of the times he had inadvertently sensed it during arguments between Madara and Hashirama. Given Mito's prowess, it was likely that only the Nine Tails could compel her to train with such urgency. If all went according to plan, Mito must have become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails only after Madara's demise. Thus, Fujiyo has long believed that after the demise of the second Hokage, Konoha evidently lacked any capable ninja to shoulder the burdens of leadership. The question of how to counter the potential onslaught from the four great nations now seems to rest upon Mito's shoulders. The formidable strength of the Nine Tails is beyond dispute. It stands in stark contrast to the half-crippled version that resides within Naruto. The complete form of the Nine Tails was a dilemma that even the entire village of Konoha found insurmountable, only resolved through the sacrificial act of the fourth Hokage. Should Mito gain full control over the Nine Tails, she would undoubtedly ascend to the status of an unparalleled powerhouse. Fujiyo harbors deep suspicions regarding whether Mito has mastered sage techniques. Having been wed to the first Hokage for over 30 years, possessing the Uzumaki lineage, and exhibiting extraordinary control, it is hard to fathom that Mito has not attained such mastery. If Fujiyo's conjecture holds true, the once unassuming Mito might very well be the strongest entity in the current shinobi world. Perhaps Konoha is about to lose its formidable second Hokage, yet soon. An even more fearsome presence may emerge. Encircled by enemies numbering 20, a force that appears to be the elite of the Cloud Ninja's Golden Horn Brigade. In an obscure forest of the Land of Water, Tobirama, after a moment of quiet perception, solemnly analyzed the situation. In light of the intelligence provided by Tobirama, the expressions of Sarutobi Hamura and others grew increasingly grave. The sheer strength of these 20 individuals is formidable, and should they become ensnared, they might soon face even more reinforcements, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. After a brief debate, Uchiha Kagami deduced, in such circumstances, we can only send one person to feign an attack and divert their attention. To act as bait, that would surely lead to death. Who should we send? Akimichi Torafu said gravely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Moments later, Sarutobi stepped forward first, while Hamura, albeit a beat behind, vehemently contested with Sarutobi. Yet their quarrel bore no fruit, as Tobirama resolved to take the rear himself. Logically speaking, as the Hokage, Tobirama's value far surpasses that of his disciples. This duty should not fall to him. Nonetheless, he made this decision. No one could fathom Tobirama's current thoughts. Perhaps he understood his disciples' abilities better than anyone else, or perhaps, lacking descendants, he had come to regard these disciples as his own children. Alternatively, he might feel that this debacle stemmed from his own negligence. Sarutobi, you must protect those who admire and trust in our village, and nurture the children who can carry the next generation. Starting tomorrow, you shall be the Hokage. Sarutobi stared in astonishment at Tobirama, momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, Tobirama resolutely rushed in the opposite direction. Strangely, he recalled the words Fujiyo had spoken to him prior to his departure from Konoha. Although he remained somewhat perplexed as to how Fujiyo could foresee such events, there was no time left for Tobirama to ponder. He could only conclude that he had indeed been overly complacent. Days later, Fujiyo of Konoha received the news of the second Hokage's death in battle. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Cloud Shinobi, the second Hokage chose to sacrifice himself alone. In the aftermath, Konoha, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, dispatched a significant number of troops for support. However, due to the constraints of time, all they could retrieve was the lifeless body of the second Hokage. Konoha stood in solemn silence amidst the mournful crowd, while Kiid gazed with a tinge of sadness at the black coffin that had just been returned. Ultimately, the second Hokage had departed. Yet, overshadowing this faint sorrow, Kiid's foremost concern was for Tsunade, who had endured immense loss within a mere year. First losing her beloved grandfathers, Hashirama and Tobirama, and then her parents. Such a series of devastating blows would be difficult for even someone as emotionally mature as Kiid to bear, let alone a child like Tsunade. Observing Tsunade biting her lips until they bled, Kiid's heart brimmed with compassion as he offered her constant reassurance. Unexpectedly, throughout the day of the second Hokage's funeral, despite her reddened eyes, Tsunade resolutely refrained from breaking down into tears. It was only later that evening, in the absence of others, that she could no longer contain herself. Collapsing into Kiid's embrace and weeping openly, I must become strong as granduncle, so that I will never let anyone down again. Kiid gently patted Tsunade's back, nodding in understanding and sympathy. It seemed that Tsunade was indeed beginning to mature. In the days that followed, Tsunade's actions confirmed Kiid's thoughts. Previously, she had been lively and playful, often shirking her training. However, now her time for play had diminished significantly as she devoted herself to rigorous training. She no longer approached her practice half-heartedly, but rather pushed herself with unwavering commitment. Though her eyes retained their vivacity and clarity, they occasionally revealed a depth of maturity uncommon among her peers. In this regard, it was evident that Tsunade had grown, had it not been for these tragic events. Her previous lackadaisical approach to training, regardless of her innate talent, would have likely limited her achievements. Now, however, she was on a distinctly different path. Yet, it was undeniable that such a means of growth was profoundly tragic. Meanwhile, as Kid endeavored to guide Tsunade through her grief, the repercussions of the second Hokage's death began to unfold. Firstly, war between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi became unavoidable. Although the Cloud's own leader had fallen and they attempted to explain that it was the work of rebellious elements within their own nation, they were indeed victims as well. Nevertheless, the fact remained that the one who had slain the second Hokage was undoubtedly a Cloud Shinobi, leaving Konoha with no justification to avoid conflict. Simultaneously, following the second Hokage's demise, the previously quiescent Mist Shinobi reignited their offensive against Konoha. On another front, the Stone Shinobi began to amass heavy forces, increasing their investment in both the Waterfall and Grass Shinobi, poised to attack Konoha at any moment. In a fleeting moment, Konoha found itself ensnared in a precarious situation, contending with numerous adversaries both directly and indirectly. Amidst this turmoil, a shadow of despair began to loom over many hearts. It was during this period of adversity that the third Hokage, Sarutobi, ascended to power. Kid, familiar yet not intimately acquainted with Sarutobi, observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Though he had encountered Sarutobi a few times at the second's residence, these meetings were primarily for official matters. The world of adults is perpetually busy. Even the moments when Kid could find the second at home were few, let alone the occasions to meet Sarutobi. Although Kid had observed Sarutobi on numerous occasions, he believed it improbable that Sarutobi would take notice of a child like him. However, Kid was unprepared for the fact that on the very first night of Sarutobi's succession as the third Hokage, he summoned Kid to his office. "Third Lord, you called for me," because Kid began, but Sarutobi, after a moment of silent contemplation, posed a question. "I recall you mentioning the negotiations with the Cloud Ninja during our previous meeting. I had also heard from the teacher that you repeatedly urged him to exercise caution. I am curious to know how you arrived at such a conclusion." Sarutobi was genuinely intrigued by Kid's foresight. Had everyone heeded his advice back then, the situation might have unfolded quite differently. Yet, upon being questioned, Kid felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Although he understood that the third likely held no suspicions about him at that moment, he couldn't shake his anxiety. Previously, his hesitance to provide the second with more detailed and explicit warnings stemmed from a fear of inciting suspicion. Kid was no longer an innocent child. It was akin to warning a nation on the brink of a massive terrorist attack. Would they express gratitude? More likely, they would detain you, subjecting you to relentless interrogation or study. In this world, where one could genuinely read thoughts and souls, the mountain clan of Konoha possessed such capabilities. Even without such advanced abilities, the sheer disparity in mental acuity between him and the second could easily lead to his downfall through a simple genjutsu or hypnosis. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, the veiled warnings he had previously offered the second were the extent of what he could manage. Perhaps the second was indeed a commendable person who treated him well, but this matter transcended personal sentiments. As a child with no intelligence network and lacking in strength, how could he possibly possess such insights? Was he a seer or a spy? It was impossible to pass off such suspicions. Should the second entertain even the slightest doubt and employ a casual hypnosis, Kid's fate would be sealed. Hence, he dared not speak further. Faced with Sarutobi's inquiry, Kid momentarily froze, then composed himself to explain nonchalantly. "In truth, I never anticipated that the second lord would genuinely. I merely felt that as a Hokage, one must always remain vigilant regarding their safety to avert any unnecessary dangers. From my perspective, a Hokage should not stand beneath the shadow of peril. The responsibilities borne by the Hokage extend beyond their own life. They encompass the hopes and stability of the village. Caution is never excessive. For instance, while the incident was instigated by rebel Cloud Ninja, what if they were not? Even a small faction of insurgents could pose a lethal threat to the second lord. If the Cloud Ninja had intended to assassinate him from the outset, coupled with the might of the Raikage and others, wouldn't the chances of success be significantly heightened? Yunrin indeed possesses the capability to threaten your safety, which is why I felt somewhat uneasy and offered a modest suggestion. In response to Feng Ye's answer, Sarutobi fell into a contemplative silence. It appeared that none of us had fully grasped the situation, possibly due to being blinded by the imminent prospect of victory. Sarutobi sighed repeatedly, reflecting on how often people are wise only in hindsight. If one were to analyze the root of the issue based on this outcome, one might conclude that the situation was remarkably simple and the mistakes made rather foolish. Yet, before events transpired, no one would have anticipated such a result, or rather, the likelihood of such an outcome seemed negligible. After a moment, observing Sarutobi's evident agreement with his sentiments, Feng Yi discreetly exhaled in relief. Although he understood that, based on his conduct, he was unlikely to be suspected, he still harbored some apprehension. This sentiment was akin to that of a thief who fears being implicated. Feng Yi shared a similar anxiety regarding the potential exposure of his greatest secret. After a brief interval, Sarutobi once again engaged Feng Yi in a discussion of several straightforward questions. Thanks to his mature wisdom and the dialogues he had shared with the second Hokage over the past few days, Feng Ye's responses were rather commendable. With relative ease, he garnered the third Hokage's admiration. Perhaps it was due to an unconscious belief in Feng Ye's remarkable intelligence. After all, his mental acuity had been empirically validated by the statistical department. The suggestions he had previously made were indeed exceptional, highlighting critical points overlooked by others. Under such subconscious influence, even though Feng Ye's answers were merely conventional, they still impressed the third Hokage. For any village leader, exceptional talent is of utmost importance, especially for the third Hokage, who is notably more affable and nurturing towards his village than most leaders. Thus, he resolved to take action. Truly a genius recognized by both the first Hokage and his teacher, starting tomorrow, you shall also attend meetings as an observer. I hope you can offer some valuable suggestions. If the village heeds your counsel, perhaps. Feng Yi hesitated, opening his mouth slightly. Do not hesitate. Regardless of the outcome, I will contemplate it earnestly. You must have confidence in your abilities, for your talent in this regard indeed surpasses that of the average person. Who would even inquire about that? Feng Yi muttered to himself. I was wondering if there is any remuneration, he thought. The last time I participated, I was compensated. For the sake of 100,000 Ryo, I endured. This time, however, there is no payment. And I am expected to sit among a group of prominent figures for several hours. Yet, despite these thoughts, Feng Yi ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. No matter how he considered it, it was unlikely that any compensation would be forthcoming. As for this coveted opportunity to attend the meeting, Feng Yi found himself lacking genuine interest. Frankly, he did not perceive himself as particularly adept in politics. At best, he was skilled in theoretical discussions and rhetoric. Let us consider this an occasional foray into the realm of the auxiliary roles, akin to a mere cameo in a grand performance. However, as Feng Yi contemplated his role as a mere spectator during the meeting, the developments began to diverge from his expectations. I believe our foremost task should be to impart a lesson to Yunrin, as it was their actions that led to the demise of the second Hokage. Yet, it must be noted that Yunrin suffered considerable losses themselves and should not bear the brunt of the blame. Currently embroiled in internal discord, they are unlikely to pose a direct threat to us, and it would be more prudent to redirect our forces to address the more pressing conflicts elsewhere. In the conference room of Konoha, the senior officials were embroiled in fervent debate over the appropriate military strategy to adopt. Half a month had elapsed since the death of the second Hokage, and to this day, Konoha had yet to formulate a concrete and effective strategic policy. On one hand, faced with the threats from the four major ninja villages, viable strategies seemed elusive, leaving them to react to each provocation as it arose. On the other hand, there was widespread dissatisfaction with the ascension of Sarutobi. Although Sarutobi possessed commendable strength, whether he could truly be deemed the foremost ninja in Konoha, or even among the top few, was highly debatable. Among his contemporaries, such as Danzo and Uchiha Kagami, both of whom were also prodigies of the second Hokage, his prowess was comparable. Undoubtedly, Sarutobi became significantly stronger later on, particularly after shedding the burdens of age through the reanimation jutsu, exhibiting formidable abilities. However, this was likely contingent upon his position as Hokage, which afforded him the luxury of learning any techniques he desired. As a ninja specializing in ninjutsu, he required ample time and a wealth of techniques to refine his capabilities. At this moment, both his strength and reputation were insufficient. Had it not been for Mito's robust support, his position as Hokage might have been precarious. Amidst the cacophony of the conference room, Sarutobi fell into contemplation for a brief moment, before suddenly addressing Fujiyo, who was seated at the end of the table. Fujiyo, what is your perspective? Startled from his reverie by the third Hokage's call, Fujiyo was abruptly drawn back to reality. He felt the weight of scrutiny as all the prominent figures of Konoha turned their gaze toward him. For a fleeting moment, Fujiyo was overwhelmed by the pressure of the situation. In truth, he had only intended to observe, not to be thrust into the spotlight. Noticing Fujiyo's momentary disarray, Sarutobi assumed he was merely nervous and reassured him, "Do not be anxious. Please share your thoughts." Encouraged by Sarutobi's words, the other senior officials regarded Fujiyo with hopeful anticipation. The tale of Fujiyo's resolute counsel against the second Hokage had spread far and wide. Although he was still young, this was not a battlefield where strength alone determined respect. Through his actions, Fujiyo had earned their admiration. What could I possibly say? I am not Yuan Fong, capable of discerning profound insights. I find myself inclined to retort and inquire what Sarutobi thinks as well. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Fujiyo began to engage his intellect. In my view, our current focus should not be on how to swiftly conclude the war, but rather on preparing for the worst-case scenario, a protracted conflict. Thus, we must adopt a long-term perspective, leveraging the resource advantages of our nation to engage in a war of endurance. Accompanied by some seemingly plausible theories on prolonged warfare from Kiid, many prominent figures from Konoha cast admiring gazes towards him. Regardless of the feasibility of Kiid's suggestions, they certainly sound impressive. Although some parts may be difficult to comprehend, they evoke a sense of formidable capability. It is essential to forgive the many esteemed individuals present who have emerged from the Warring States era and received little formal education. While not all are illiterate, many possess limited cultural knowledge. On the other hand, there are far too few in the ninja world who can effectively propose theoretical ideas, given that this is the first ninja war and everyone lacks experience. In the past, clans engaged in reckless skirmishes without much thought, merely checking their granaries for supplies at home. Amidst a plethora of high-flown rhetoric that appears profound yet is somewhat ambiguous, Kiid concluded his discourse. To be honest, he harbored several thoughts regarding the specific reforms needed in Konoha, such as prioritizing medical care, technology, resource reserves before battles, and nurturing the next generation. However, at this critical juncture of war, such discussions seem futile. As for the so-called theories on prolonged warfare, even if Kiid did not articulate them, Konoha would inevitably pursue a similar course. At most, he merely synthesized the theories. In any case, his words were hard to criticize. Yet, in terms of practical value, they likely lacked substance. Time passed as Kiid engaged in verbal sparring with numerous Konoha leaders day by day, just when everyone was deeply concerned about Konoha's future. The situation in the ninja world underwent a significant transformation. The current state of the Cloud Ninja is indeed one of external strength but internal weakness, plagued by persistent civil strife. Even though Konoha had not committed substantial forces, they nonetheless inflicted considerable defeats upon the Cloud Ninja. In light of this situation, the Rock Ninja, who had amassed a significant military presence with intentions to assault Konoha, abruptly changed course and infiltrated the Land of Lightning from the flanks. Caught off guard by the Rock Ninja's sudden attack, the Land of Lightning found itself overwhelmed, as they were already weakened by internal discord and under assault from Konoha. Not to mention the coastal threat posed by the Mist Ninja. They simply could not spare any military resources. In a matter of moments, the Rock Ninja breached their interior, plundering vast resources and causing the deaths of numerous Cloud Ninja warriors. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Cloud Ninja had no choice but to mobilize their entire youth army, exhausting all their resources to finally halt the main forces of the Rock Ninja. This has surely deepened the animosity between the Cloud and Rock Ninja. Amidst this unfolding situation, Kiid found himself in deep contemplation. It was indisputable that the Cloud Ninja were at their weakest during this period, primarily due to their internal strife. Who would resist the temptation to seize a piece of such a soft target? Were he the leader of the Rock Ninja, he would undoubtedly choose to strike the vulnerable Cloud Ninja rather than the resilient Konoha. Interestingly, it seems that in future ninja wars, the Cloud Ninja also favored confronting the Rock Ninja head-on, having once penetrated deep into the Land of Earth. One wonders if this was in pursuit of revenge for this very incident. Suddenly, Kiid's gaze inadvertently swept across a map, and an idea struck him. He discovered a formidable aircraft, one that could genuinely alter the course of events. Without much hesitation, Funya suddenly rose to his feet, uncharacteristically taking the initiative to propose a suggestion. Lord Third, I wonder how the Mist Ninja have been faring lately? With Funya's inquiry, all eyes converged upon him. After a brief perusal of the documents in hand, the third responded, there has been little significant movement from the Mist Ninja recently. If I were to say anything, it would be that their offensive has considerably slowed. Yes, that is precisely it. Funya began to synthesize the intelligence he had gathered, analyzing the situation. If he was not mistaken, what is the matter? Is there an issue? A senior member from Konoha inquired, prompting a wave of puzzled discussions among the assembly. Surely there are no issues. Our pressure from the direction of the Cloud and Rock Ninja has greatly diminished, allowing us to allocate a considerable number of personnel to the Mist battlefield. Their slowdown is only to be expected. Not at all. There lies a significant issue. Funya gradually connected the dots in his mind. During this conflict, it was indisputable that at least 4 Kage had perished. The second Hokage and the second Raikage fell victim to the internal strife within the Cloud Ninja, while the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage perished in mutual destruction. The crux of the matter was this: from a geographical standpoint, there was no conceivable interaction between the Mist and Rock Ninja. They were separated by 3 great nations. No matter how one contemplated it, there seemed to be no justification or opportunity for their engagement in battle, even if they wished to confront each other. Crossing the military lines of 3 great nations would be implausible. But what about from the opposite perspective? One must recognize that the ninja world is, in fact, a sphere. Between the Rock and Mist Ninja, while they may be separated by 3 great ninja villages from one viewpoint, from another angle, they are merely divided by a vast ocean. Typically, one would conclude that a conflict was improbable. The Rock Ninja lacked a sizable naval fleet and were not adept in maritime warfare, whereas the Mist Ninja, despite possessing such capabilities, would unlikely venture across the seas, disregarding logistical challenges to seek trouble with the Rock Ninja. However, the current circumstances were somewhat different. The Rock Ninja had nearly committed their entire force to the Land of Lightning, while the remaining fraction was stationed at the borders of the Wind Country, as well as near the borders of the Grass and Waterfall Ninja, leaving their rear vulnerable. What if, at this moment, a surprise attack were to occur? Although Funya was not particularly versed in military strategy, he had witnessed such tactics in his former life through gaming. The potential spoils of a successful raid by the Mist Ninja were tantalizing to contemplate. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. If the Mist Ninja had indeed crossed the sea to confront the Rock Ninja, how could the 2 Kage, who had never even met, have ended up in a confrontation that led to mutual destruction? It was highly likely that the Mist Ninja had stealthily infiltrated the Rock's territory, provoking the ire of the second Tsuchikage. Lord Third, I believe that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Mist Ninja will soon launch an assault on the Land of Earth. The Mist Ninja attacking the Land of Earth? How could that be possible? The assembly was taken aback by Funya's audacious conjecture. Without further hesitation, Funya approached the map and began to illustrate his point. While you may perceive the Mist Ninja's recent inactivity as normal, it is, in fact, profoundly abnormal. With that, he emphatically pointed to the Land of Lightning on the map. At present, the Land of Lightning finds itself in a state of profound weakness. The Rock Ninjas have launched a flanking assault, reaping considerable rewards, and we too have benefited somewhat from the situation. However, one must ponder, why have the Mist Ninjas not seized this opportunity to capitalize on the plight of the Land of Lightning? Given the avaricious nature of the Mist Ninjas, would they truly forego immediate gains? It is patently improbable. Funya slammed his fist emphatically upon the map. The only reason they would relinquish such profits is in pursuit of even greater rewards. As he spoke, Funya pointed toward the Land of Earth. If all goes as anticipated, their interests lie within. In response to Funya's conjecture and analysis, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback by Funya's imaginative reasoning, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet upon reflection, there was indeed a semblance of truth in his assertions. After a brief pause, someone voiced a quiet skepticism. But this is merely your speculation. The Mist Ninjas may not be mistaken, and there is little risk in their approach, is there? Funya continued to indicate various points on the map. We can begin mobilizing some forces and preparing ships. Once we ascertain that the Mist Ninjas are directing their main assault against the Rock Ninjas, we can dispatch our defensive troops toward the Mist direction. This will allow us to reclaim some of the islands and strongholds we have lost, and more importantly, we can circumvent the Mist defensive lines. navigate through the land of wind, and strike at the rear of the sand ninjas before they can react, thereby gaining a substantial advantage. Should nothing materialize, we would merely have expended some otherwise idle manpower and time. There would be no true loss, would there? Watching Fujiyo intently, the others gradually nodded in agreement. Regardless of their initial skepticism toward Fujiyo's possibilities, they recognized, as he stated, that there was little to lose, and it would be prudent to prepare accordingly. Observing their assent, Fujiyo exhaled softly in relief. In truth, he himself was not entirely certain. He had merely made a bold conjecture based on the intelligence he possessed. However, in matters where there is no loss, it is always wise to prepare further. If possible, Fujiyo yearned for a swift conclusion to this war. For his father and many of his friends' loved ones were still struggling on the battlefield. Perhaps even if his predictions proved accurate and Konoha gained some advantage, it would not alter the larger landscape, yet every small advantage could mean fewer lives lost on their side. Soon, under the third Hokage's directives, Konoha's ninjas facing the mist began their preparations. Days passed, and all awaited the outcome. Finally, during a meeting weeks later, the third Hokage, trembling slightly, held a report in his hands and solemnly declared, "Not long ago, the Mist Ninjas launched a surprise attack on the rear of the Land of Earth." All eyes turned incredulously toward Fujiyo. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fujiyo quietly produced a feather fan he had long prepared, feigning nonchalance as he began to fan himself. "From this day forth, please refer to me as Juga Fujiyo." It must be acknowledged that the Mist Ninja's audacious stratagem was nothing short of inspired, catching everyone by surprise. Faced with the sudden incursion of the Mist Ninjas from the rear, the Rock Ninjas offered little resistance. Before they could even react, the Mist Ninjas had already penetrated a significant portion of the Land of Earth, nearing the Rock Ninja village. Quick, discard anything of little importance and evacuate swiftly. Confronted by the relentless advance of the Mist Ninjas, the Rock Ninjas could scarcely muster a substantial force for defense. Under immense pressure, they were compelled to relocate the villagers within the ninja village to prevent any unforeseen calamities. Upon hearing that the Rock Ninjas were so frightened that they had to evacuate their village, the second Mizukage could not contain his triumphant laughter. This was sure to bring him renown throughout the ninja world. Observing that the direction of the Rock Ninja village had been nearly stripped bare and that their defenses were resolute, the second Mizukage decided to abandon the assault on the Rock Ninjas and instead plunder the resources of the Land of Earth. Soon, waves of valuables and treasures were being transported back to the grand ships of the Mist Ninjas, who were bound to return laden with riches. Meanwhile, the second Tsuchikage, who had been reveling in his astute conquest of the Land of Lightning, found his smile abruptly frozen upon receiving this news. It was unfathomable. Who could have anticipated that a mere venture for gain would lead to such a theft of his homeland? If it were possible, he would have gladly engaged the second Mizukage in a fight to the bitter end. "Kisame Hashigaki, I shall kill you." With gritted teeth, he muttered the name of the second Mizukage while swiftly issuing commands. "Everyone, return at once. Anoki, I leave matters here to you. I must hasten back." With that, the second Tsuchikage executed a swift technique, propelling himself into the sky. Before long, amidst a cloud of dust, the Rock Ninja army commenced a rapid retreat, much to the astonishment of the Cloud Ninjas. Silently watching the retreating direction of the Rock Ninjas, a young man among the Cloud Ninjas clenched his fists tightly. "One day, I too shall invade the Land of Earth and reclaim everything that your Rock Ninjas have inflicted upon our Land of Lightning." As the two formidable ninja villages, the Mist and the Rock, prepared for imminent conflict, another plan was set in motion within the Leaf Village. "Hurry, we must seize this cluster of islands by the end of the day." With the issuance of this command, waves of Leaf Ninjas swiftly occupied numerous islands situated in the sea between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. The Mist Ninjas offered scant resistance, retreating continuously, evidently following a higher command. Most likely, the orders were issued during the absence of the Mist's main force to avoid direct confrontation with the Leaf Ninjas, as these islands bore little in the way of resources, were it not for their strategic value as a staging ground for an offensive towards the Land of Fire. They would hardly have bothered to claim them. Simultaneously, as they rapidly seized these islands, a massive fleet from the Leaf Village began its advance toward the designated target. Soon, this surprise force launched an attack on the flanks of the Land of Wind. Before there was ample time for preparation, the Land of Wind was invaded to a considerable extent. By the time the Sand Ninjas realized the situation, Konoha had already seized a significant number of strategic locations. The dual pressure of being attacked from both sides weighed heavily on the sand ninjas, further exacerbating their predicament. Soon, waves of Konoha ninjas, initially stationed in the land of mist, arrived, tipping the scales of advantage ever more in favor of Konoha. For the first time, Konoha found itself prevailing against the sand ninjas, who had previously held a slight edge, and the advantage was substantial. Truly, the talents recognized by the first Hokage and his mentor were remarkable. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage continuously praised Kiid, his face alight with unmistakable admiration. Although it could be argued that even without Kiid's timely suggestions, Konoha would have eventually liberated a considerable number of personnel due to the mutual constraints imposed by the mist and rock ninjas, thus gradually reversing the situation and securing victory. It was evident that Kiid's proposal played an indispensable role. Thanks to the advantages gained from this sudden assault, Konoha would undoubtedly achieve victory more swiftly, thereby minimizing casualties. On the surface, Kiid's suggestion merely allowed Konoha to prepare slightly earlier, perhaps advancing their incursion into the land of wind by a day. However, that single day proved critical. Historically, the sand ninjas had not anticipated any threat from the direction of the mist, as it was well known that the land of wind was predominantly sandy, and mist ninjas venturing into such territory were akin to courting death. Moreover, the land of wind was notoriously barren. It seemed ludicrous for the mist to divert their attention from the fire and lightning nations to attack them. Yet, once they realized the potential for a breach at the mist's defenses, Konoha's imminent offensive would undoubtedly prompt the mobilization of significant reinforcements to address this vulnerability. The time required to rectify this gap might not even span a full day, possibly only half a day. However, it was during this less than half a day's window that Konoha seized the opportunity. Such is the nature of war. Sometimes, a mere minute can yield entirely different outcomes, let alone half a day. Kiid, you have achieved a tremendous feat this time. I find myself at a loss as to how to reward you, remarked the third Hokage, beaming at Kiid while pondering suitable forms of commendation. In that moment, the third Hokage held Kiid in the highest esteem. Kiid's actions had not only aided Konoha in altering the course of battle, but had also stabilized the Hokage's position. After all, it was he who had proposed Kiid's participation in the high-level meeting, thus deserving recognition for his discernment. With a casual gesture, the third Hokage awarded Kiid an honor equivalent to that earned by a jonin over the course of 6 months. Yet he felt it insufficient compared to the magnitude of Kiid's contributions. Very well, Kiid, do you have any particular techniques you wish to learn? Or perhaps specific weapons you desire? As long as your requests are not overly extravagant, I have the authority to grant them, and I trust there will be no objections. Undoubtedly, the conditions presented by the third Hokage are quite generous. If Fujiyo desires ninjutsu, he could likely exchange it for an A-rank conventional technique or perhaps a B-rank special technique. Should he seek weaponry, he might procure some rare and exquisite arms. For it is well known that many ninjas toil for several years to amass the merits needed for a superior weapon. In light of the third's favorable terms, Fujiyo finally articulated a long-considered request. His remarkable achievement was not without ulterior motives. Lord Third, might it be possible to allocate a new residence for our clan? He inquired softly, gazing earnestly at the third Hokage. A new residence? Yes, there are orphans left behind by my father's comrades and other elders who fell in battle, and I wish to provide them shelter. Furthermore, I intend to establish some ventures for our clan. The third Hokage regarded Fujiyo thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowing. Would you not prefer ninjutsu or weaponry to enhance your own capabilities? However, just as Fujiyo pondered how to elaborate, the third seemed to arrive at a realization. Indeed, Lord Mito's ninjutsu is ample for your studies, and the exceptional weaponry bequeathed by the first Hokage is plentiful. Although the third was unaware of Fujiyo's true reasons for eschewing weaponry, it was undeniably a compelling justification, even surpassing the excuses Fujiyo had initially conjured. Relocating your residence is certainly feasible. Where would you prefer it to be situated? If possible, I would like it to be nearer to the commercial district, ideally with a storefront of our own. Fujiyo naturally wished to convert this achievement into monetary gain directly, but it was evident that such a course was impractical. Demanding money would only invite suspicion regarding his intentions, and the value proposition of cash was rather low. In comparison to inconsequential ninjutsu, equipment, or the relatively unprofitable currency, real estate clearly presented a more promising avenue. In a prosperous village like Konoha, land was indeed precious, particularly in bustling areas. though the village rarely permitted free trade. Even leasing property could yield substantial income. Under normal circumstances, even a significant accomplishment like Fujiyo's would not guarantee much in terms of compensation. After all, Konoha had enjoyed over 2 decades of peace, resulting in land saturation with virtually every parcel owned. However, the current situation was markedly different. With the ongoing wars, Konoha experienced a staggering loss of ninjas daily, including entire clans being wiped out. Given the tacit understanding and traditions inherited from the Warring States period, the ninja world maintained a system of familial participation in battle which maximized combat effectiveness, but also rendered them vulnerable to complete annihilation. Numerous clans without heirs would see their properties reclaimed by Konoha. Even families with some surviving orphans, yet suffering catastrophic losses, would receive compensation and have portions of their estates reclaimed. For clans that had endured a reduction of 10 or more members, sustaining a large residence became exceedingly difficult, leading to a significant number of vacant properties within Konoha. Certainly, even in the presence of numerous vacancies, they are far from being within the reach of Fujiyo as before. The reclaimed properties are typically either allocated to those who have rendered distinguished service or sold at exorbitant prices, making it unlikely for the average person to gain any advantage. However, Fujiyo, having achieved remarkable accomplishments, finds himself in a distinctly advantageous position. There is no justification for the village and the third Hokage to shortchange him. At this juncture, should Fujiyo express a desire for property, the options available to him would be considerable, both in variety and scale, undoubtedly representing the optimal choice for maximizing benefits. Although it may be deemed somewhat unscrupulous to profit from national calamity, Fujiyo has no reason to overlook the most straightforward and tangible benefits before him. Proximity to the commercial street would pose no issue, provided the scale is not excessively large. Thus, the plan is to wait until the war concludes, at which point the village is expected to compile relevant data and redefine the allocation of residences. At that time, he may come to me to select a suitable location. As anticipated by Fujiyo, the third Hokage readily acquiesced to his request and furthermore, offered him the liberty to choose from options that exceeded his expectations. Thank you, Lord Third. Is there anything else you desire? Lord Third, I hope to acquire a modest plot of land outside of Konoha village for my clan's basic training and production needs. While the internal area of Konoha village is limited, in reality, there are scattered domains of various clans within a radius of several dozen kilometers. After all, where would the Nara clan cultivate medicinal herbs and raise deer, or the Inazuka clan breed dogs? There are also families involved in weapon production. As this is a village of tens of thousands, and the land within the village is far too scarce to indulge in the luxury of cultivating flowers or raising animals. Establishing boundaries in the expansive areas outside the village is, in fact, simpler than within, given the lack of competition. However, not everyone is afforded this privilege. Those eligible for such opportunities are typically the clans that have made significant contributions, and Fujiyo, at present, barely qualifies for this category. This is straightforward. Simply indicate where you have set your sights, but it cannot be too large, as I trust you understand. After a brief moment, Fujiyo exited the third Hokage's office with a satisfied smile. He finally possessed his own land, and soon he would have his own shop, which he believed would yield considerable returns. No one understood the value of these properties better than he did. Before long, news of Fujiyo's new territory outside the village sparked various rumors, ranging from admiration for the young prodigy to jealousy and criticism from those who felt slighted. After all, some clans had suffered significant losses without receiving such rewards, leading to inevitable dissatisfaction. Jealousy, after all, is a universal sentiment. However, Fujiyo did not let this trouble him. He had considered the possibility that his high profile might attract unnecessary complications or draw the attention of individuals like Danzo. However, fundamentally speaking, there is little to fear. At present, his most formidable ally is Mito, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will likely survive until the conclusion of the Second Shinobi War. As long as he does not make any grievous errors or commit acts detrimental to the village, Mito's existence renders him untouchable. By the time Mito passes, he should have matured significantly, possessing enough strength for self-preservation, alongside a host of companions from the Three Sages and others who should also have developed by then. He is not like White Fang or Itachi, those who display an unwavering loyalty to the village at the expense of their own well-being. As long as he can demonstrate that any aggression toward him would result in catastrophic losses for Konoha, the third Hokage will undoubtedly protect him, and the likes of Danzo will find it impossible to act against him. Thus, the only imperative for him now is to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Conversely, should he choose to remain low-key, conceal his abilities, and slow his own development, he could inadvertently fall into a position of vulnerability. It is uncertain whether Danzo might resort to underhanded tactics against him, given his deep ties with the Senju clan. The decline of the Senju clan and the deaths of figures like Hashirama could very well be part of a larger conspiracy. Though Konoha appears harmonious, it harbors its share of nefarious dealings, and many prodigies have met untimely ends under mysterious circumstances. It would not be surprising if he were to vanish without a trace. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he must grasp every opportunity to become stronger. As long as he matures quickly, he will have nothing to fear. Kirigakure's Hanyu. I shall slay you. In the land of Earth, while the second Tsuchikage was directing his subordinates in the transportation of seized goods, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky. Observing the figure above, the second Tsuchikage furrowed his brow slightly. To his knowledge, the main forces of the IWA shinobi were not expected to return for some time. According to his plans, there was ample time for his men to retreat. He certainly did not anticipate that the second Hokage would arrive ahead of schedule. Accelerate your pace. I shall confront him. Soon, the second Tsuchikage engaged in combat with the second Mizukage. Dust release, aerial severance technique. Water release, water bullet technique. Boom. As the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage clashed for the first time, a small contingent of IWA shinobi intercepted the mist shinobi forces, while the main body of IWA shinobi raced back, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. In Takigakure, as they witnessed the rapid withdrawal of the IWA shinobi, someone quietly suggested pursuing them for retaliation. However, the leader of Takigakure firmly rejected the notion. In the world of shinobi, each village has its own survival strategy, and Takigakure's method is to endure. Since they cannot contend directly, they must resort to defense. With mountains surrounding them on all sides, external forces find it challenging to invade. The sole exit to the outside world is exceedingly narrow, making it nearly impossible for an incursion. If pressed, they could even use tailed beast bombs to seal their gates. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails possesses formidable aerial combat capabilities, and when it comes to aerial warfare, they need not fear the incursions of the second or third Tsuchikage. Of course, it is also quite easy for outsiders to trap them within their homes. In previous battles, the IWA shinobi bypassed them to attack Kimogakure, leaving behind fewer than 1,000 men to block the gates, effectively confining their 4,000 or 5,000 to their own territory. To this, they had long grown accustomed. Yet they paid little heed. The resources of Tekinen were abundant, with fertile land and ample reserves, sufficient to sustain them for centuries, allowing for an indefinite existence. We should seek to ascertain the situation regarding Iwanen. If they have indeed withdrawn their forces, we can swiftly organize our manpower to reclaim our losses from the neighboring smaller nations, spoke the leader of Tekinen with an air of indifference. In such tumultuous times, with great nations oppressing them, their only recourse was to exert pressure on even weaker states to mitigate their losses. This was their means of survival. Meanwhile, as the imminent clash between Iwanen and Kiranen was about to commence, the liberated smaller nations endeavored to compensate for their losses. The battles in the directions of Konoha and Tsunade had also escalated to a fever pitch. Although Furu's suggestions had provided Konoha with some advantages in minor skirmishes, the overall disparity in strength between the two ninja villages remained largely unchanged. Tsunade, having amassed power over 2 decades and inheriting the legacy of generations skilled in puppetry, possessed formidable strength during this period. It was a rare instance where both the first and second Kazekage still retained their youth and considerable combat prowess. Alongside notable figures such as Chiyo, the first Kazekage's wife, and her brother, Izo, who were no less than formidable warriors. Additionally, the host of the One Tail, a rare individual capable of fully mastering a tailed beast, added to their strength. Faced with such a multitude of powerful adversaries and elite forces, Konoha's slight advantages in certain battles did little to alter the overall outcome in a short span of time. Recently, due to the dire state of the conflict, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, had personally ventured to the front lines with a significant contingent of Konoha's elite forces, while Tsunade had similarly revealed their trump cards, intensifying the clashes. Each day, an astonishing number of ninjas perished. Seated in the classroom, Fyoru gazed silently out the window, feeling a sense of unease akin to that of his classmates. As his father remained on the battlefield, along with several elders who looked after him. Suddenly, as the students were distracted during the lesson, a ninja adorned with a black mask appeared outside the classroom, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon the sight of this figure, the teacher paused, and both Fyoru and his classmates instinctively held their breath. Moments later, the teacher stepped outside to converse with the masked ninja and returned. His demeanor somber as he called out a name. Orochimaru, please step forward. Orochimaru's pupils dilated sharply, frozen in place. Fyoru and his classmates regarded him with expressions filled with sympathy and complexity. Such occurrences had become all too familiar in recent days, each time the masked ninja appeared. It signified the loss of one or more classmates' loved ones on the battlefield. This Umbu ninja from Konoha had become a haunting specter for many. This time, it was Orochimaru who faced the grim news. With a sudden crash, Orochimaru's unsteady chair toppled to the ground as he rose unsteadily and hurriedly made his exit. Observing Orochimaru's retreating figure, Fujiyo's emotions were tinged with complexity. In the midst of war, such occurrences are inevitable. Although Fujiyo could not ascertain whether the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused would lead to the demise of Orochimaru's parents, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Presently, Orochimaru was still a compassionate and proud youth, eager to assist others and radiating a sunny disposition. However, from this day forth, he might gradually begin to transform. No one understood Orochimaru better than Fujiyo. To some extent, Orochimaru exhibited attributes akin to those of the Uchiha clan, prone to extremes due to an overwhelming sense of attachment, rendering him reluctant to lose what he cherished. On a drizzly morning several days later, Konoha was enveloped in a gentle rain. In the cemetery behind Konoha, a young boy knelt quietly before a tombstone, raindrops cascading down his cheek, yet he seemed oblivious, lost in profound contemplation. Suddenly, a hand appeared above him, holding an umbrella. Orochimaru, it's time to return, Fujiyo urged softly with a sigh. He could only imagine the magnitude of the blow Orochimaru had endured. Perhaps in the future, he would grow accustomed to life and death, his resolve unwavering. Yet, at this moment, he remained merely an ordinary child, grappling with the tragedy of losing both parents in battle, and he would not exhibit much more fortitude than any other child in such circumstances. After standing in silence for a while, Fujiyo reiterated, Orochimaru, you should go back. However, Orochimaru remained unmoved, continuing to ponder in silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally posed a question, why do people die? Fujiyo contemplated for a moment before gently shaking his head. That is a question I may also struggle to answer. Life, aging, illness, and death are natural aspects of existence. It is an inevitability that every individual faces. Even without this tragic incident, the end would still come. Is it truly unavoidable? Orochimaru's thoughts seem to be drifting toward the concept of immortality. The answer to that question may require you to seek it out yourself. I have pondered similar inquiries in the past, but ultimately, I let them go. Oh, at this juncture, what we most desperately need is strength. Strength? Indeed. If one possesses strength, at the very least, they can ensure their survival amidst chaos and protect their comrades from harm. Furthermore, akin to the first Hokage, one could strive to maintain peace in the ninja world and avert conflict. Observing the slightly perplexed expression on Orochimaru's face, Fujiyo could not help but voice his reflections. If you were to inquire whether all humans must meet their demise, I believe it may be somewhat premature to ponder such a question. The turmoil within the ninja world has reignited. This war, I am confident, is merely the inception of greater strife. In the times to come, all individuals, including you and I, may find ourselves unable to contemplate the eventuality of aging and death. The most immediate concern lies in the threats of life and death on the battlefield. Before we can entertain such philosophical inquiries, we must first consider how to attain power. Indeed, in the future, you may possess ample time to explore the mysteries of existence. However, prior to that, ensuring one's strength is paramount. Without power, even the grandest ideas may never materialize into action. Fujiyo had no intention of dissuading Orochimaru from his exploration of life and death. In truth, Fujiyo himself harbored thoughts of immortality. Human life is exceedingly fleeting, and if given the opportunity, who would not desire a longer lifespan? Yet, as Fujiyo articulated, for the present, what they require is strength. They truly lack the time and energy to squander on the philosophical exploration of life's mysteries, and thus, he felt compelled to subtly caution Orochimaru. Once they have amassed sufficient power, they could engage in such studies without delay. At that point, even without Orochimaru's urging, Fujiyo would unconditionally support him, provided he refrains from targeting the villagers. The third Hokage would likely be accommodating towards Orochimaru, or perhaps, with a little manipulation, even the third would have no choice but to tolerate him. While other leaders might pose complications, the third's numerous vulnerabilities rendered him more manageable. Standing silently in the rain alongside Orochimaru, the latter occasionally posed questions, some of which were peculiar, delving into philosophical musings about life. Fujiyo continuously offered his responses. In truth, Fujiyo's so-called answers lacked any substantial depth. They primarily consisted of affirmations to Orochimaru's inquiries, often veering into trivialities. Yet, this was likely sufficient. Fujiyo understood that someone like Orochimaru possessed his own convictions and often required little in the way of concrete answers. What he truly needed was companionship, nothing more. After a prolonged conversation, Fujiyo suddenly recalled something, casting a fleeting glance towards a direction behind him. Jiraiya has long since arrived. It is evident that he is concerned for you. Although he enjoys pestering you, I sense that you might be among his few friends. Orochimaru followed Fujiyo's gaze and soon spotted Jiraiya, whose ability to conceal himself was rather mediocre. In truth, had he not been in a state of sorrow, he would have detected Jiraiya's presence long ago. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "Fool." With that, Orochimaru rose to his feet. "Let us go. I am fine now." After casting one last glance at his parents' gravestone, Orochimaru's steps grew resolute. "Thank you." But the subsequent words of Orochimaru were almost imperceptible. Had it not been for Fujiyo's exceptional hearing, he might not have caught the faint expression of gratitude. Soon, the two encountered Jiraiya, who was unable to evade them in time. "Well, what a coincidence, Fujiyo. You are here too." "Oh, the foolish Orochimaru is also present." "Fool. Orochimaru, do you wish to engage in a fight? Do you truly consider this a fight? Is it not merely me overpowering you unilaterally?" Aye. All right. Enough of the bickering." With that, Fujiyo intervened, restraining both individuals. "Let's go to my house. My mother has prepared fish soup. On a rainy day, it is perfect for warming the body." As he quietly observed the seemingly composed Orochimaru, Fujiyo understood that the facade of normalcy was likely just that, a disguise. Orochimaru was adept at concealing his emotions, and when, or if, he would ever genuinely let go remained a mystery. Suddenly, a thought struck Fujiyo. "Orochimaru, do you have any relatives left?" "None." "Then, after some time, move in with me. Living alone can be rather desolate. And Jiraiya, you should join us as well. I recall you also reside alone. It might be a bit cramped for a few days, but once the third Hokage allocates us new quarters, it should be much more spacious." I have no objections. In fact, Orochimaru found himself somewhat eager to escape the emptiness and melancholy of his solitary home. "I have no objections either, but why must we include that insufferable fellow, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya scoffed, visibly displeased. "I suddenly feel a strong urge to give you another beating." Who will be beating whom remains to be seen. Watching the inevitable quarrel between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Fujiyo shook his head in resignation. It appeared their future together would be anything but dull. One early morning, while brushing his teeth, Orochimaru suddenly sensed something amiss. "Jiraiya, did you use my toothbrush again last night?" The previous evening, Jiraiya had groggily opened his eyes, hazily recalling the events. After a late night of training, he had felt drowsy and, in a daze, gone to brush his teeth. Suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization, as if he had recalled something dreadful. Ugh! He rushed outside, retching uncontrollably. Orochimaru's face paled, and he doubled over beside Jiraiya, joining him in his distress. "Good morning." With a lazy yawn, Fujiyo opened the door, rubbing his eyes as he greeted the two. "To see you both so close this early in the morning. Your bond is truly remarkable. Who has a good relationship with him?" They shouted in unison, exchanging glances before succumbing to another fit of retching. "Next time, Jiraiya, if you dare use my belongings again, I will end you. Could you not keep your things further away from mine? This place is so small, where else can I put them?" Amused by the ongoing quarrel, Fujiyo found the spectacle particularly entertaining. Due to the limited available space in his home, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, upon moving in, found themselves regrettably assigned to share a living arrangement. While this situation appeared to be a tragic tale for the two of them, it seemed quite the opposite from Fengye's perspective. Indeed, as Fengye initially anticipated, the collision of their personalities infused his life with newfound excitement. Each day, these two brought forth a plethora of amusement, and their frequent disagreements often escalated into quarrels. On some nights, Fengye could hear the sounds of their altercations reverberating through the walls. Although Jiraiya was typically bested in these encounters, he appeared to relish the opportunity to provoke Orochimaru. Despite the seemingly insurmountable conflicts between them, Fengye sensed that their relationship was gradually improving. Though he was unaware of the historical dynamics between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, he speculated that their bond had likely begun to strengthen only after the third Hokage took them as apprentices. Presently, their camaraderie was undeniably more robust than it had been in the annals of history. Furthermore, both of them shared an exceedingly close relationship with Fengye. Given this trajectory, Fengye believed that by being attentive to Orochimaru's emotions and curbing any excessive behaviors, he could prevent Orochimaru from straying down the path of defection. Enough of the antics. We have important matters to attend to today. After a brief moment, Fengye, having gathered his belongings, led Jiraiya and Orochimaru toward the outskirts of the village, eventually halting on a small hillside. Pointing to a few scattered houses in the distance, Fengye smiled and said, "This is the family residence I requested from Lord Third. I intend to establish some family enterprises here and also construct suitable training grounds." As he gestured towards several beehives that had yet to attract a swarm, he continued, "My preliminary plan involves capturing a batch of bees to hone my chakra control while simultaneously exploring the possibility of producing some goods. Although ninjas may outwardly seem financially secure, many aspects of life still necessitate currency. Bees." Orochimaru pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. "That does sound promising. Indeed, this is merely my initial concept. Once the beekeeping is established, I will consider cultivating other creatures, such as venomous snakes." At the mention of snakes, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with excitement. High-quality venom has always been in demand within the ninja villages, and the market for lower-quality poisons is substantial as well. Often, these substances provide significant advantages in combat. Konoha, in this regard, has been rather average, with little competition from prominent clans. I believe we can capitalize on this void. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. "You can certainly consult with me on this matter. Our clan utilizes snakes as our summoning beasts, and I have a particular fondness for them. My knowledge of venomous snakes is quite extensive." "It is indeed good." Fengye chuckled softly, contemplating that in the realm of nurturing venomous serpents, few in the shinobi world could rival Orochimaru's expertise. Once he established himself, this endeavor would become a continuous source of wealth, and the mere thought of it excited him. In this regard, he might require Orochimaru's guidance in the future. Besides this, he had some other ideas to share. As their conversation grew increasingly animated, it became evident that Orochimaru was indeed a genius, inspiring Fengye with numerous insights that left him in deep admiration. Conversely, Orochimaru was equally impressed by Fengye's imaginative thinking and mature perspective, which he found remarkable. In that moment, they shared a profound kinship akin to that of esteemed confidants. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, standing beside them, seemed lost in thought, unable to interject, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. The ethereal discussions between Fengye and Orochimaru often left him feeling intellectually inadequate. Perhaps this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Before long, they had roughly outlined some plans for the outpost outside Fengye's village. By the way, regarding the renovation of the training grounds, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, feel free to contribute your thoughts. This land is mine, and one might say it is yours as well. We can plan it however we wish. In the afternoon, while returning from an exploration and a morning of training, Fengye and his companions unexpectedly encountered someone. "Bairuhu, what brings you here?" Jiraiya greeted without hesitation. "Nothing much," Bairuhu replied, his demeanor inexplicably somber. However, based on Fengye's understanding of the boy, he sensed that Baru might be feeling neglected, possibly due to the recent closeness shared among the three of them. Gently patting Baruhu on the shoulder, Fengye naturally remarked, "Baru, I was just looking for you. We have been busy designing our new outpost, and there are areas where we could really use your help." "What areas?" Bairuhu's expression visibly brightened. Recognizing the shift in his demeanor, Fengye felt reassured that his intuition was correct. With someone like Baru, no amount of verbal affirmation could alter his mindset. He needed to tangibly feel his importance. "Aren't you quite skilled at drawing?" There are some structural issues we need to address. Feng Yi highlighted Bairuha's few intellectual strengths, even though he and Orochimaru were capable of tackling these tasks themselves. However, Feng Yi wisely chose to downplay this fact. Soon, Bairuhu was animated once more, shedding his earlier gloom. At last, Feng Yi could breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, they were a group of wayward youths. By the way, Baru, do you have many family members left? Well, only my grandmother remains. I see. Soon, we will be moving to a new outpost. I could ask the third Hokage to arrange for you and your family to live next to us, or perhaps even within our outpost. There should be ample space. Is that really possible? Absolutely. Observing the exceptionally excited Bailuhu before him, Feng Ye suddenly found himself lost in thought. To others, it might seem that Feng Ye had merely chosen to gather a few close companions around him, yet the reality was far more intricate. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as the future elite of Konoha. Guizong Huanyue, I shall see your demise. Alongside the furious roar of the second Tsuchikage. The second Mizukage, Huanyue, furrowed his brow in distress. In their previous encounters, he had managed to gain a slight advantage, even managing to scorch the skin of the second Tsuchikage, forcing him to wrap himself like a mummy. However, there was one aspect of the second Tsuchikage that left him somewhat exasperated, his utter disregard for life. Each battle felt as though it was a desperate struggle to the death. Nevertheless, facing such a relentless opponent, even with reservations, the second Mizukage had no choice but to engage in combat. Bang! The battlefield echoed with the intense clash of the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage, while the armies of the Mist and Rock Shinobi fought fiercely beside them. After a day and a night of relentless battle, a shocking piece of news reverberated throughout the shinobi world. The second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage had perished together. With the demise of both leaders, the conflict between the Mist and Rock Shinobi did not wane. Rather, it escalated dramatically. At this point, the Mist Shinobi found themselves in a precarious situation, and murmurs of regret regarding the initiation of this ambush began to surface. Yet, it was too late to dwell on such matters. Meanwhile, on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, the fighting remained fervently intense. Even with Sarutobi leading his men personally, a significant advantage eluded them. Ultimately, Konoha's high-level combat prowess seemed lacking. It was still too early to witness the fruits of the educational system established by the future second Hokage. In this era, devoid of the three top-tier masters, Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama, Konoha struggled to produce many powerful shinobi. Especially in the face of the rampaging Shikaku in the desert battlefield of the Wind Country, they felt utterly at a loss. Finally, a pivotal figure capable of altering the tide of battle arrived on the scene. Feng Ye, in the days to come, I shall entrust everything to you, Tsunade declared. And remember to diligently practice the new sealing technique I taught you. Do not be lazy, for I shall inspect your progress upon your return. Thinking of the sealing technique, Feng Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Beside him, Tsunade suddenly became tearful. Grandma, please don't go. Please don't. She pleaded, tugging at Mito's clothing. The repeated loss of family had instilled a sense of fear within her. Aside from her still infant brother, her grandmother was now her only remaining kin. Do not worry, Tsunade. Your grandmother is strong, Mito reassured her. Feng Ye also offered words of comfort. Rest assured, Tsunade, Lady Mito will surely return. Perhaps it is the existence of Tsunade, or perhaps the unseen machinations of a shadowy hand, that have led to the untimely deaths of her kin. However, this premise relies on the existence of a force capable of threatening their lives. If one were as formidable as the first Hokage, the presence of someone like Madara would be requisite. Otherwise, all the other ninja villages combined would struggle to bring him down. Presently, Mito's strength may not rival that of the first Hokage in invincibility, but it is indeed difficult to envision her meeting her end in battle. Feng Ye does not believe there exists anyone who could gain the upper hand in a confrontation with the Nine Tails. The nearly boundless chakra and regenerative abilities alone are enough to deter the average contender. While there may be sealing techniques designed to countertail beasts, before Mito, who is arguably the foremost expert in sealing arts, they would likely seem like mere jest. A master of sealing techniques becoming a Jinchuriki is not merely a quirk of fate. Unless the Sand Ninja are willing to sacrifice their entire village's shinobi, Mito is unlikely to encounter any significant peril. As for whether the Sand Ninja would expend lives to fill the abyss that is the Nine Tails, Feng Ye had never entertained such a possibility from the outset. Soon, amidst Tsunade's reluctant farewells, Uzumaki Mito set forth to the battlefield. Merely 3 days later, on the second day of Mito's involvement in the war, news that shocked the ninja world emerged. The last surviving first Hokage, now recognized as the strongest among the Kage, specifically, the first Wind Kage, had been slain by Mito. Even though Fujiyo was aware of Mito's considerable strength, the depth of her prowess exceeded expectations. Reports indicate that Mito did not defeat the Wind Kage in a one-on-one duel, but rather, she struck down her opponent with the cover of Shikaku, the One-Tail, and the future second Wind Kage, among others. Everyone underestimated the strength of this woman who had been by Hashirama's side since the Warring States period, as well as her unwavering resolve as a mother seeking vengeance for her son. Although some intelligence suggested that Mito likely employed certain secret techniques, most probably at the cost of some vitality, resulting in her temporary absence from the battlefield, the constitution of the Uzumaki clan should mitigate any lasting issues. At this juncture, the balance of war had irrevocably shifted. On such a battlefield, the impact of each powerful warrior is absolute, particularly for a veteran strategist like the first Wind Kage. With Konoha already possessing a slight advantage, this upper hand was beginning to widen. Thus, the overall trajectory of the first great ninja war lay clear before Fujiyo's eyes. Though the conclusion of the war may still be some time away, the general circumstances can be anticipated. Konoha and the Sand Ninja would engage in a war of attrition, ultimately prevailing due to their numerical superiority, logistical advantages, and the unmatched prowess of Mito. The Stone and Mist Ninja would find themselves locked in a stalemate, as the distance between their nations would hinder any significant advantage for the Mist Ninja, while the Stone Ninja would be unable to launch a counteroffensive. As for the Cloud Ninja, embroiled in internal strife and beset by the incursions of two great nations, they are now in a state of near ruin. Moving forward, minor skirmishes with Konoha may occur, yet both sides are likely to exercise restraint. Overall, it is precisely because, during this period, no ninja village could claim absolute dominance, that the war ultimately devolved into a mutual depletion of resources. When all parties can no longer endure, the conflict is likely to reach its conclusion. However, this may merely signify the beginning. Following this ninja war, the previous mindset among the villages, one of restraint in undertaking missions and a striving to maintain peace, will likely vanish. Even in times of peace, brutal clashes will not diminish. Furthermore, the seeds of animosity for future ninja world wars have been sown. If all goes as expected, by the next ninja war, Konoha will emerge as the most robust village due to its ample resources and lack of direct impact from the conflict. Coupled with the burgeoning efficacy of the educational system established by the second Hokage. Consequently, Konoha will undoubtedly become the strongest, thus attracting the ire of other ninja villages. For the ninja world, the first great ninja war may indeed have been the most brutal, claiming the lives of 5 Kage. Yet for Konoha, the subsequent 2 ninja wars may prove to be far more harrowing. To survive such ruthless battles, Fujiyo must amass sufficient strength beforehand. In a serene forest, Fujiyo routinely sparred with Uchiha Chiyo. Suddenly, Chiyo swiftly formed several hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball, as wide as several basketballs, hurtled past Fujiyo's left side, crashing heavily into a tree. Accompanied by the explosive sparks from the fireball's detonation, Chiyo gracefully descended to the ground, a hint of pride glinting in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow at Fujiyo. How about that technique? It's a new jutsu I recently mastered. Although our earlier battle was nearly a draw, had I aimed at you instead of the empty space, then, before Chiyo could continue, Fujiyo swiftly formed his own seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, over a meter in diameter, shot forth, striking the ground in an open area. Not only in scale, but also in the speed of hand seals and projectile flight, Fujiyo's fireball utterly overshadowed Chiyo's. Unbelievable. In disbelief, Chiyo shook his head. Did you really think that what I previously displayed was my full strength? Or that my expertise lay solely in taijutsu? Gently patting Chiyo's shoulder, Fujiyo revealed an inscrutable smile. You have much further to go. Without looking back, Fujiyo waved his hand and began to walk away. I must take my leave. My mother is waiting for me to return home for dinner. Frustrated, Chiyo called out, next time, I will surely surpass you. You seem to have declared that many times before, Fujiyo replied, turning slightly. I'll be waiting for you. With his back to Chiyo, a faint smile graced Fujiyo's lips. Chiyo, despite his current stoic demeanor, was not one easily disheartened. On the contrary, the more he faced setbacks, the more determined he became. Although he had grown colder and more resolute, the intrinsic persistence and dedication within him remained unaltered. Moreover, it is far better to redirect one's focus towards personal growth and self-improvement than to languish in sorrow. Judging by recent performances, his condition has indeed improved significantly. However, the rapid progress of his peers is truly remarkable. Had it not been for the recent acquisition of that card, not only would he have seen advancements with Autumn, but Orochimaru, who has just begun to delve into ninjutsu, along with several other prodigies, are also becoming increasingly formidable, thereby placing considerable pressure on Fujiyo. According to Fujiyo's analysis, while it is uncertain what their ultimate strength may be in the future, they will likely possess the prowess of special jonin by the time they graduate at the age of 12, making their swift progress from Genin to Chunin entirely unsurprising. This is, in fact, quite normal. A certain individual, 2 grades above them and hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of swordsmanship, is expected to attain jonin-level strength by the age of 10, which is truly extraordinary. Fortunately, Fujiyo has recently acquired a C-rank ninjutsu card, which has bolstered his confidence considerably. Uchiha Itachi, C-rank, possesses a passive skill, Fire Affinity Genius, which enhances the potency of fire-based ninjutsu by 10% and reduces consumption by 5%. His active skill, Great Fireball Technique, allows him to launch a massive fireball to scorch his enemies. Within the system's card section, the portrait of a child of merely 4 or 5 years old gleams brightly. Undoubtedly, this child's visage belongs to the youthful Itachi. As a prodigy who flawlessly executed the Great Fireball Technique during his first training session with his father at such a tender age, Itachi is categorized as a C-rank ninja, albeit slightly lacking in physical prowess during that phase. In the future, once he awakens the Sharingan, even if it is merely the single Tomo Sharingan, there is no question that the system will classify him as a B-rank ninja. Although this C-rank card features a rather unremarkable passive skill, its active skill is arguably the most potent and explosive among all C-rank cards. Previously, Fujiyo refrained from utilizing this card due to his insufficient ninjutsu proficiency. However, having recently approached the second tier of Genin rank, he has gradually begun to employ more powerful ninjutsu cards. Naturally, he has not forgotten to utilize his abundant but largely unspent ninja merits to exchange for such a technique within the village as a means of concealment. While the Great Fireball Technique is indeed a hereditary ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, it cannot be regarded as a forbidden technique exclusive to outsiders. With a slight alteration in shape or structure, it can become an entirely different technique. No matter how dominant the Uchiha clan may be, they cannot prohibit others from using spherical fire-based ninjutsu. The reason few, aside from the Uchiha clan, employ this technique likely stems from the fact that ordinary ninjas cannot bear the substantial consumption required, nor does it wield sufficient power. Most ninjas prefer faster techniques like fireball jutsu for auxiliary support in physical attacks. It is time to strategize effectively, Fujiyo mused. Currently, while he is utilizing ninjutsu cards to enhance his strength, his short-term progress has not been particularly evident. The reason for this is that the number of ninjutsu cards he can equip has reached its limit. Given his current circumstances, the maximum number of ninja cards he can equip simultaneously is 3. To increase the number of cards he can hold concurrently, he must attain a higher VIP level, which necessitates financial investment. Furthermore, the cooldown time for switching ninja cards will also gradually decrease as his VIP level rises. Well, regarding this money-driven system, Fujiyo has chosen to refrain from further commentary. However, he remains unfazed, for he has recently made a remarkable discovery. He can actively learn the innate skills of his character cards. In fact, during his prior use of the four-legged technique, Fujiyo had already attempted some self-modification, albeit merely by severing his chakra to inhibit the full expression of his skills. This demonstrated that the so-called system is not merely a collection of data or rules. With diligence, Fujiyo can indeed learn new skills through the imitation of active card skills. Faced with this revelation, Fujiyo felt a flicker of excitement. Perhaps the skills he independently unleashes will never possess the perfection of those activated by the system, nor will they be accompanied by extraordinary enhancements. Yet they are rooted in his own abilities, affording him greater confidence. No need, I can manage on my own. At Konoha Hospital, Fujiyo's father gently pushed him aside and attempted to walk with the aid of a cane. Not long ago, despite having valiantly persevered on the battlefield until the war's conclusion, Fujiyo's father ultimately succumbed to disaster, losing both legs in the fray. This has deeply saddened Fenya's mother, who has wept countless times, her eyes perpetually swollen. Conversely, Fenya's father maintains a pragmatic outlook, as he puts it, with so many stronger individuals having perished, and only about 1/10 of his contemporaries surviving. He considers himself fortunate to have lived. Fenya, too, contemplates that perhaps his father's loss of limbs is a blessing in disguise. Not only is it fortunate to have survived such a brutal conflict, but even survival brings little solace in light of the deteriorating relations between nations. The competition for ninja missions is bound to become fiercely brutal, far removed from the previously harmonious state of affairs. In the face of such realities, continuing on the path of a ninja may not be prudent. Those who often walk by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet, truly. There are few who find a favorable outcome. His father's early retirement, allowing him to live out his days in peace, seems a rather favorable conclusion. Haha, I must thank you for those explosive tags you sent me. We were always assigned defensive tasks, so we didn't use many ninja tools. I saved what you gave me, along with some explosive tags I usually received. In the final battle, I unleashed hundreds of them at once, taking down 3 jonin. Fenya's father animatedly recounted, Haha, you can hardly imagine the scene of that explosion. It was pure artistry. Art is explosion, I senti it? Dad, you're quite remarkable. Fenya never anticipated that his father would accumulate such a vast collection of explosive tags. Amidst the multitude of explosive tags, apart from those gifted by Fenya, there remained some bestowed by the second generation and a portion that his father had accumulated himself. The efficacy of these explosive tags is indeed astounding, having directly obliterated 3 elite jonin. Although it appears there may have been some assistance from teammates, the sheer prowess exhibited is undeniable. Fenya henceforth should strive to earn more money and merits, exchanging them for a greater supply of explosive tags. They are immensely valuable and could turn the tide in critical moments. Listening to his father incessantly imparting new philosophies, Fenya could not help but smile inwardly. He had not anticipated that a visit to the battlefield would transform his father into a fervent advocate for spending and an enthusiast of explosions. However, when wielded effectively, explosive tags can indeed yield miraculous results. Even the formidable Nagato was left with shattered legs by Hanzo's barrage of countless explosive tags, and the likes of Haiden were ensnared by Shikamaru's strategic deployment of these devices, not to mention the scientifically improbable feats of Ten, who often triumphed over foes of higher rank, with perhaps the most formidable being the king of spending, Conan. Should he possess any surplus funds or excess merits, Fenya would certainly ensure to keep a few in reserve without needing his father's counsel. Speaking of which, it would indeed be prudent to have an additional card of Ten's proficiency with ninja tools, as it may prove fortuitous in a crucial moment. As he pondered these thoughts, Fenya quietly listened as his father regaled him with tales of his illustrious past. Observing that his father's demeanor was indeed stable, Fenya finally felt a sense of relief. His father had truly reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary ninja could achieve, having vanquished 3 enemy elite jonin, and was subsequently promoted to jonin himself, retiring under the esteemed title of hero. The limits of an ordinary ninja had been reached, and perhaps there was nothing left to desire. Upon exiting the hospital, Fenya made his way directly to the Hokage Tower, where a significant meeting was about to commence. This was the new proposal submitted by the Sand Ninja. It appeared they had indeed reached their limit and could no longer continue the fight. However, they demanded an unconditional surrender, hoping that their interests would not be jeopardized. Dream on. Before the 3rd Hokage could finish his statement, Danzo abruptly rose in anger. They wished to surrender without losses even after being defeated? Their expectations were exceedingly naive. With a swift motion, Danzo marked several regions on the map. This area, and this area, these crucial grain and mineral zones of the Wind Country must remain under our control. These strongholds here must be entrusted to our garrison, along with the Wind Country's task quotas and restrictions on their ninja personnel. In the blink of an eye, Danzo conjured a plethora of restrictive terms for the Sand Ninja, evidently having contemplated this for quite some time. Yet, the 3rd Hokage's expression bore a hint of hesitation. Such conditions were unlikely to be accepted by the Sand Ninja. The war must continue. Then let us fight on, until they can endure no longer, Danzo declared resolutely. However, at that moment, a voice from the crowd raised an objection. If we continue this conflict, our own losses will be equally severe. Moreover, such conditions will undoubtedly incite discontent among the Sand Ninja. once they recover. They will surely reignite the war. At that point, do you believe they would refrain from engaging in battle without these conditions? No, they will come again next time. And they will be even stronger. However, if we can weaken them this time, their future attempts may be mitigated. Danzo incessantly rebutted something. But the number of supporters in the crowd was scant, and he faced considerable opposition instead. Fujiyo quietly observed this astonishing scene. According to Fujiyo's analysis, some individuals present were deeply influenced by the first Hokage and still harbored illusions about maintaining peace. Fujiyo had witnessed the charismatic persona of the first Hokage. Had it not been for the realization of its improbability, he might have been swayed as well. Among the gathering were many elders who had followed the first Hokage, and it was only these individuals who had gained prominence under his leadership, thus forming the peace faction. Another portion of the assembly, comprised largely of clan leaders, remained silent or supported peace. Perhaps they were not ignorant of the consequences of peace, but they could no longer bear further losses. Their clans had suffered immensely in this war, and if their numbers diminished any further, they would risk nearing extinction or a significant decline in status. Faced with such circumstances, even knowing that future conflicts might arise, they still wished to support an immediate cessation of hostilities. The preservation of their clans took precedence over the village's fate, which likely reflected the sentiments of this group. Observing the crowd, Fujiyo, drawing on his accumulated intelligence, understood their thoughts with clarity. Meanwhile, the third Hokage appeared hesitant. Torn between the factions engaged in heated debate below. Fujiyo, what is your perspective? With the third's inquiry, all eyes turned to Fujiyo. After a moment of silence, he offered his suggestion. While I, too, acknowledge the ideals of the first Hokage, the present may not be the appropriate time to gamble on the opponent's commitment to peace. I believe that Danzo's proposal may indeed be excessive, but a moderate reduction is still feasible. We cannot emerge from this war with nothing to show for it. Nor can we impose no consequences on the adversary. After a brief pause to contemplate Fujiyo's proposal, the third Hokage fell silent once more, and the crowd's gaze shifted back to him, awaiting his response. A heavy silence enveloped the room. I believe we should hasten to conclude this war. Ultimately, the third Hokage aligned himself with the peace faction. Within mere minutes of debate, the tone of the negotiations was established. The Sand Ninja were required to pay a negligible sum and acknowledge their errors, with no significant reparations demanded. Sarutobi, Danzo glared at Sarutobi with a fierce intensity, barely restraining his desire to strike him. Our village has already suffered far too many casualties, and your assertions will utterly extinguish any possibility of peace. Sarutobi attempted to explain to Danzo, but was met with only a cold stare. You will regret this, Danzo declared, turning his back and departing. After a moment, as he silently watched Danzo's retreating figure, Fujiyo's emotions became rather complex. Although his perception of Danzo has always been less than favorable, the third Hokage's performance in this matter has been rather disappointing. Setting aside the ultimate decision he reached, his earlier display of hesitation lacked the demeanor befitting a Hokage. Furthermore, the decision he made seemed excessively lenient. Perhaps influenced significantly by the first Hokage, Kazuhaya felt that the third had been somewhat brainwashed by him. Only someone like Kazuhaya, who had spent time in the first's presence, could truly grasp the terrifying power of his verbal persuasion. Had he not been acutely aware of many truths, he might have been swayed in a similar fashion. However, while this third Hokage might contribute to the peace of the entire ninja world, there are indeed issues concerning Konoha specifically. The first could afford to be so naive due to his unmatched strength, and Naruto could also be so innocent for the same reason, coupled with their formidable skills and persuasion. In these aspects, the third Hokage simply cannot compare. Of course, Kazuhaya held even less faith in Danzo. Regardless, the third Hokage could at least be considered an excellent ruler, adept at unifying his subordinates, resolving conflicts, and nurturing talent. In contrast, a cold and ambitious individual like Danzo would undoubtedly drag Konoha into an endless quagmire of warfare. Given his iron-fisted approach, his subordinates would likely become disloyal, posing a risk of division. In essence, both individuals may possess exceptional talents, yet neither is suited to lead. Kazuhaya could not help but silently lament their extremes. If only they could complement each other. It seems that perhaps the future third Hokage recognizes his own shortcomings, which is why he granted Danzo such significant power to assist him. Yet, this decision is undoubtedly worse than either of them assuming the role of Hokage. A village with two conflicting voices is, without a doubt, courting disaster, as the internal strife would consume considerable strength. Observing the figures of the third Hokage and Danzo before him, Kazuhaya sighed again, pondering the unfortunate reality that only these two were deemed worthy of inheriting the Hokage position. The second Hokage was aware of their character flaws and had indirectly mentioned them to Kazuhaya. However, given the circumstances at the time, he could only choose the relatively suitable option. Perhaps he himself was the most perfect successor. Kazuhaya suddenly glanced at a nearby individual. Uchiha Kagami, calm and rational, yet imbued with compassion, embodies the strengths of both Danzo and the third Hokage, while also possessing commendable abilities. The second Hokage had consistently held him in high regard. Unfortunately, his lineage precludes him from this position. As a member of the Uchiha clan, political reasons render him ineligible. Embracing a sense of helplessness, Kazuhaya soon followed the others out of the Hokage's office. He refrained from returning to persuade the third Hokage, understanding that his words would be futile. Such a person, though indecisive before reaching a conclusion, would inevitably arrive at a deeply considered decision, one unlikely to be changed lightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Maple Leaf, halting him. "Master Danzo, what brings you to me?" Before Maple Knight could gather his thoughts, Danzo spoke first. "You must agree that Sarutobi fellow has acted rather foolishly, hasn't he?" Maple Knight hesitated, summing up his words. "It is indeed somewhat inappropriate." "What do you mean inappropriate?" "It is unequivocally foolish to relinquish the gains within reach. What then is the worth of the many ninjas from our Leaf Village who perished in battle? Moreover, any discerning eye could see that the Sand Shinobi will invade again. Only Sarutobi clings to his so-called hopes for peace." Faced with Danzo's fervor, Maple Knight could only listen in silence. Danzo was free to accuse Sarutobi of wrongdoing, even to hurl insults, yet he could not afford such liberties. "No." After a moment, Danzo anxiously declared, "We must impede Sarutobi. Maple Knight, you should accompany me. He may heed some of your counsel." With that, Danzo seized the fabric of Maple Knight's clothing, hoisting him into the air, intent on confronting Sarutobi. Yet, as Danzo prepared to drag Maple Knight along to confront the Hokage, Maple Knight fervently shook his head. It was folly to challenge the Hokage and Konoha. He had no desire to jeopardize his own standing, especially not with Danzo's formidable presence. "Master Danzo, do you truly believe that the third Hokage could be swayed? You know him best." Taken aback for a moment, Danzo released his grip on Maple Knight's attire. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded, "Indeed, the likelihood is rather slim." Casting one last glance at the Hokage's office, Danzo sighed heavily. "You possess remarkable talent, truly commendable. Alas, Sarutobi seems to see things with the clarity of a child." Gently patting Maple Knight on the shoulder, Danzo walked away, a hint of melancholy shadowing his steps. It seemed Danzo harbored a passionate side as well. Observing Danzo's forlorn figure, Maple Knight pondered silently. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he recalled something. "Wait, what fate befalls those whom Danzo praises for their talents?" "Perhaps," he mused, "you lack aptitude in this regard, Maple Knight." In a training ground behind the Senju clan, Mito expressed her exasperation. Just moments ago, having returned from the battlefield, she had reviewed Maple Knight's progress in sealing techniques. To her dismay, he had not surpassed even Tsunade, who had only casually listened without earnest effort. In Mito's eyes, Tsunade's talent in sealing techniques was hardly exceptional, let alone Maple Knight, who fell even short of her. Faced with Mito's disappointed gaze, Maple Knight felt a pang of guilt and lowered his head. All along, Mito and the second Hokage had placed great expectations upon him, and the sealing techniques they sought to impart were undoubtedly a direct path to greatness. Yet, the reality was that despite their patient guidance, Maple Knight's progress remained dishearteningly slow. In truth, he too felt helpless. His strength was primarily amassed through the aid of the system. Without such assistance, his innate talent for cultivation might well have been among the lowest tiers. If there were a ninja card with relevant attributes that could enable him to learn through imitation during its release, it would not be overly difficult. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he lacks a sealing-related ninja card. According to the system's design, such a sophisticated technique as sealing arts is only available to certain characters within the B-rank ninja cards. For Fujiyo, the term B-ninja remains an elusive concept at this juncture. Moreover, the system's purported features for auxiliary development and the engraving of ninja techniques, namely the scroll system, necessitate that he continue to invest money to attain a higher VIP level. Such is the essence of the system. Only through financial expenditure can one attain strength. Well, I understand that I cannot blame you. I have always recognized your efforts. It is merely unfortunate that the gift Tobirama prepared for you may go to waste. As he spoke, upon noticing a hint of guilt in Fengye's demeanor, Mito tenderly ruffled Fengye's hair in an effort to comfort him. It's all right. Although you may lack talent in sealing arts, your aptitude in ninjutsu and taijutsu is truly remarkable. One does not solely rely on sealing techniques to become a formidable warrior. Just as Sarutobi, who lacks proficiency in sealing techniques and bloodline limits, can still rise to the position of Hokage. Yes, Lord Mito, I will certainly strive to improve. Truly, it's nothing to worry about. I am destined to become Hokage, and I cannot be defeated by such minor obstacles. I will continue to work hard in other areas. And I shall not neglect sealing arts. I will not disappoint you. While proclaiming these impassioned words, Fengye's thoughts were already focused on acquiring a relevant B-rank ninja card in the future, which would undoubtedly enhance his sealing techniques. Your unwavering desire to grow stronger is commendable, and I have faith that you will become Hokage. Mito continued to fondly touzle Fengye's hair with a smile. However, it may indeed be time to find you a suitable mentor. Although Hashirama and Tobirama had considered taking you as their disciple, they unfortunately passed away before they could formalize the ceremony or impart any teachings. It would be wise to secure a fitting new teacher for you. Otherwise, your talents may easily be overlooked. Let me ponder who might be suitable, someone proficient in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. I have no objections. I leave this matter entirely to your discretion, Lord Mito. Who could this new teacher possibly be? Perhaps he might find his way under Sarutobi's tutelage. Currently, while Sarutobi and his peers possess commendable strength, there are certainly individuals even stronger than them, as they are still quite young. Many who fought alongside the first and second Hokage still maintain formidable prowess, and even if some have aged and cannot take to the battlefield, there are still many strong warriors with invaluable experience and legacy. However, it stands to reason that I should be able to find myself among the ranks of the third-generation subordinates, having been taught by all three of the legendary Sannin. Oh, wait. A sudden realization struck Fengye. In Mito's previous statement, the first and second Hokage had not yet had the opportunity to instruct him before their untimely demise. This made it seem as though I was a jinx to my mentors. If someone unaware were to make that connection, it would inexplicably cast a shadow over Tsunade's reputation. Days later, while Fengye was enjoying a rare outing with Tsunade, he inadvertently received shocking news from her. Fengye, do you know who your new teacher is going to be? Tsunade asked playfully, tilting her head in a teasing manner. Huh, you already know? Yes, indeed. I overheard them discussing it. That day, Uncle Sarutobi came to my house and spent quite a bit of time talking with my grandmother while I was playing nearby. And who might it be? My grandmother mentioned that they originally intended for Uncle Sarutobi to be your instructor, but it seems they have shifted their plans to Uncle Danzo. Danzo? Yes, Uncle Danzo. Uncle Sarutobi said that Danzo's abilities would complement yours better, and he also mentioned that Danzo holds you in high regard. Moments later, Fengye gleaned the complete context of the situation from Tsunade. Primarily, in terms of compatibility, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, excelled in all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Although his taijutsu was commendable, it was not as profound as his ninjutsu expertise, leaning more towards the latter. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan possessed a family heirloom summoning beast, making it challenging for Fengye to inherit the physical combat style of the third Hokage. In contrast, during his youth, Danzo primarily relied on taijutsu in battle, with a focus on the development of wind-style ninjutsu, which leaned more towards physical combat, unlike in his later years when his physical condition declined, forcing him to rely on long-range ninjutsu. Presently, Fengye's exhibited talents predominantly lay in taijutsu. When comparing the prospects of becoming Sarutobi's disciple and inheriting his mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu to that of becoming Danzo's student and adopting his combat style, it may indeed be more feasible for Fengye to emerge as a formidable warrior. As a fire-style ninja, Fengye's second elemental affinity could only be wind, which aligns well with Danzo's expertise. Furthermore, as a proficient wind-style user, it is reasonable to assume that Danzo possesses a few formidable fire-style techniques. Although their power may not be overwhelmingly impressive, they would likely suffice in guiding Fengye. However, the most crucial factor may be Danzo's expressed admiration for Fengye, making it difficult for Sarutobi to refuse his request. If one were unaware of Danzo's true nature, this choice might indeed appear favorable. Yet, For Fujiyo, the thought of attending was utterly unthinkable. He resolutely decided against it. For someone like him, who harbored countless secrets, individuals like Danzo were the most terrifying. A single misstep could lead to Danzo uncovering something amiss, resulting in a forced memory extraction or hypnotic interrogation. What a disastrous outcome that would be. Moreover, Danzo's ruthless and merciless demeanor, which disregarded the lives of his subordinates, would undoubtedly be challenging for an ordinary person to endure. Fujiyo could easily envision the harsh training he would endure under Danzo's tutelage, especially when struggling to learn wind techniques, certainly not as accommodating as Mido. The existence of such a threat is dubious. It is often under the pressure of life and death that one's true potential is ignited, whether through rigorous training, punitive measures like pepper spray, or even bonds that confine. It seems, however, that some peculiar elements have infiltrated this discourse. Regardless, Danzo is undeniably a perilous figure, perhaps. At this moment, he is not as extreme as he may become in the future, yet he is certainly not an ideal candidate for a teacher. The primary reason remains the desire to live under the sun, who wishes to scurry like a rat in the shadows. The very thought of existing day after day in obscurity instills a sense of dread in Kid. No, this cannot be allowed. I must devise a strategy. Contemplating the dire consequences of aligning with Danzo, Kid's mind raced with possibilities. Associating with him is utterly unacceptable, even if one were to view Danzo in a favorable light. He currently appears relatively normal. However, prolonged concealment in darkness would likely breed extremism. And Kid is reluctant to become a rat alongside Danzo once the roots of his influence take hold. Even if Kid possesses some degree of confidence in influencing Danzo to temper his extremes, it is likely that he would impose stringent expectations. Serious and disciplined, Danzo is a person who holds others to high standards while demanding the same of himself. Given his nature, it is probable that he would confine Kid in the base for relentless training, depriving him of the freedom to earn, ultimately rendering him ineffective in battle. In essence, he and Danzo are inherently opposed. If he were an ordinary, talented ninja, receiving the support of both the third Hokage and Danzo, ascending to the pinnacle of Hokage would pose little challenge. Alas, he does not possess such exceptional talent. Presently, however, the situation leaves little room for maneuver. Although Danzo's reputation in the village is still emerging, he is not without his contemporaries who rival his standing. Yet, with Sarutobi's backing, Danzo assumes the role of the second most powerful figure. Few possess the audacity to wrest talent from his grasp. The esteemed heads of prominent clans and seasoned elders would not confront Sarutobi and Danzo for his sake. Thus, the only contender capable of contesting Danzo's influence remains Sarutobi himself. To sway Sarutobi's decisions, it is not an insurmountable task. It requires demonstrating that he is more suited than Danzo to be Kid's mentor. In this regard, showcasing his talent in ninjutsu becomes imperative. Fortuitously, the prospect of apprenticing under Danzo is still in the preliminary stages of discussion with the third Hokage and Mido. Even more fortuitously, Danzo has recently been dispatched on a mission. Not long ago, Sarutobi entrusted him with a significant responsibility, overseeing the conclusion of the conflict with the remnants of the Cloud Ninja at the front lines. Currently, the war's outcome is nearly conclusive. Previously, the skirmishes between Cloud Ninja and Konoha were merely minor stalemates. Now, with the Cloud Ninja in a state of weakness and Konoha bolstered by reinforcements from the Sand Ninja battlefield, continued resistance is utterly implausible. With the conclusion of this endeavor, it can be regarded as a commendable achievement, particularly given that Sarutobi remains in the village to oversee the situation. In this context, Danzo has been dispatched by Sarutobi to undertake this task. However, it would be unjust to claim that Sarutobi is merely favoring his acquaintances. After all, it is universally acknowledged that Danzo possesses exceptional capabilities. Moreover, his presence on the battlefield at the Cloud Village to finalize the war is undoubtedly appropriate. This journey, while an opportunity for Danzo, also presents a chance for Kazuya. With Danzo's return not imminent, Kazuya has ample time to demonstrate his prowess in ninjutsu. Casting a contemplative gaze over his array of cards, Kazuya has reached a decision. Father, could you spare me some funds? What do you need money for? Well, I previously secured a new site within the village from the third Hokage, likely near the commercial district, and I intend to invest in some business ventures. Additionally, we have acquired another site outside the village, where I wish to invest further, as ninjas also require financial resources. I understand. Kazuya's father nodded vigorously. Indeed. Money is crucial. Just like last time, had I possessed more funds for those explosive tags, I could have commissioned a larger batch from the clan that manufactures them within the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Kazuya's father expressed his approval of his son's aspirations. Following the recent conflict, he had become a staunch advocate for financial investment. How much do you require? Approximately 1 million ryo. In the past, his father would have lacked such savings, but recently, the compensation for injuries received had come through. Given his father's retirement as a jonin, he had received over 1 million ryo, with monthly allowances to follow. In this regard, Konoha had been quite generous. All right, you may go and retrieve the money from your mother. Without any hesitation, Kazuya's father granted him the funds. After all, Kazuya was his only child, and his remarkable abilities and intellect instilled confidence in him. Soon enough, 1 million ryo was in hand. After setting aside the necessary sum of 400,000 ryo for the management of the new site, Kazuya decisively invested 600,000 ryo into the abyss of card extraction. Although he felt a slight discomfort regarding the use of his father's money, he harbored no feelings of guilt. This endeavor, while seemingly insignificant, was pivotal to his future and even his survival, thus justifying its righteous use. Before long, Kazuya began to draw character cards incessantly. Perhaps due to an unfortunate streak of luck, he did not manage to draw a complete card. However, he was not particularly dismayed by this. The over 60 universal fragments, combined with the scattered fragments accumulated previously, were sufficient for him to exchange for the two desired characters. Shikamaru, C rank, passive skill, Wind Ninja, activates Wind Affinity Talent, enhancing wind-based ninjutsu power by 10% while reducing consumption by 5%. Active skill, Kamaitashi, manipulates a giant fan to create a tempest, ensnaring opponents within the storm to be assaulted by countless invisible vacuum blades. The power greatly diminishes without the fan-shaped ninja tools. Next, Langfang, Sea Ninja, passive skill, Earth-type ninja. This ability activates the Earth attribute talent, enhancing the power of Earth-based ninjutsu by 10% and reducing its consumption by 5%. Active skill, Earth Return, a defensive Earth-style ninjutsu that summons a slab of rock from the ground to withstand enemy attacks. Observing the two new character cards before him, Fujiyo raised an eyebrow slightly. Originally, he had no intention of exchanging for another combat-type sea ninja in the near future, nor did he plan to pursue ninjutsu training beyond the fire attribute, as his collection of ninja cards and funding had reached saturation. The existing cards were sufficient for his needs, and the resources available barely supported his training in illusion techniques and the fire attribute. Rather than squandering excess funds, he preferred to invest in enhancing his foundational attributes, even if that meant relying on other sea ninja cards for combat assistance. Moreover, he initially did not intend to acquire these two cards. After all, Kamaitashi required a fan, and the Earth Return ninjutsu did not quite align with his combat strategy. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. What he truly needed was not the combat prowess of these two cards. Silently equipping them, Fujiyo produced a chakra test paper and infused it with his chakra. As anticipated, one corner shattered, another ignited, and yet another was severed. Excellent. The next step was to find a way to inadvertently disclose the fact that he possessed a 3-attribute talent: wind, fire, and earth. These were the attributes that Sarutobi excelled in. A disciple so well suited would surely be coveted. And even if Sarutobi were inclined to pass him on to another, it was unlikely that he would do so. As for how Danzo might perceive this upon his return, that was a consideration for another day. Just as Fujiyo contemplated how to disseminate the information regarding his 3-attribute nature, an opportunity swiftly presented itself. Similar to Danzo's desire to take on disciples, Sarutobi, with the imminent cessation of the ninja war and the gradual stabilization of Konoha, also entertained the thought of accepting apprentices. After all, the second Hokage had urged him before his passing to cultivate a trustworthy next generation. Thus, the third Hokage's recruitment endeavor commenced. The method of selecting disciples was rather straightforward. This was the chakra test paper. Some might find it familiar, while many others might still be unaware of its function. At the podium, Fujiyo's teacher was continuously elucidating something. As a master of all 5 elemental ninjutsu, the third Hokage's fundamental requirement for disciples was likely multi-attribute proficiency. Although personal attributes could be developed over time, such a journey often required years of arduous training, whereas those born with multi-attributes naturally began ahead of the curve. In fact, the third Hokage himself was of this ilk. Otherwise, given his age, it would be improbable for him to possess mastery over 5 elemental ninjutsu at such a stage in life, even if he were a prodigy. Now, for those students who have not yet tested their chakra attributes, please come forward to collect the test paper. Those who have already tested need not participate again. At this moment, the third Hokage had indeed made a significant investment. While the chakra testing paper was not excessively expensive, it was certainly not cheap either. Previously, it had primarily been reserved for graduates, often deducted from their post-graduation salaries. However, this time it was freely distributed to all the children, and the village had spent a considerable amount on it. Yet, perhaps it was precisely such testing that allowed the third Hokage to unearth a talent like Jiraiya. When considering the third Hokage's disciples, Tsunade is well known, hailing from a prestigious lineage. Orochimaru also requires little introduction, as both his parents were ninjas, making it unlikely that he had not undergone any attribute testing. He might even have been documented in the third Hokage's files long ago. Only Jiraiya stood out as utterly unremarkable across the board, perhaps even deficient, and would have never attracted anyone's attention. Had it not been for the opportunity to reveal his multi-attribute talent, there was little chance the third Hokage would have taken him on as a disciple. Suddenly, while Fujiyo awaited Jiraiya's attribute revelation and contemplated how to leverage this opportunity, the teacher at the podium approached him. "Orochimaru, this is for you." With an unusually warm smile, Teacher Fujiyo handed a sheet of chakra testing paper to Orochimaru, who looked puzzled. "But I've already tested." "Yes, I'm aware, but we need to confirm it once more." The teacher placed the chakra testing paper on Orochimaru's desk, watching expectantly, as a genius with 3 attributes undoubtedly warranted verification. "This is my chance," Fujiyo thought silently. "So this is the chakra testing paper. I recall I was quite young during my own test, and I can't quite remember how it was done." As he spoke, Fujiyo picked up the testing paper for inspection. "I'm afraid I'll be unable to return this, teacher," he said hastily as he noticed a corner of the paper igniting. "I will compensate you at full price for this." Just as Teacher Fujiyo was about to respond, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. "What is this?" Observing the paper, which was partially burning, partially shattering, and partially tearing, Fujiyo's teacher was momentarily stunned. "Fujiyo, aren't you a fire attribute?" Perhaps the teacher could not recall the specific talents of over 200 students, but he certainly remembered Fujiyo's attributes, as he was one of the most outstanding students in the class. I don't know." Fujiyo feigned ignorance. In that moment, he embodied the essence of an actor, perfectly portraying shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Eventually, it was Teacher Fujiyo who regained composure first, handing another sheet of testing paper to Fujiyo. "Here, try again." Unsurprisingly, Fujiyo's attribute test yielded the same results. Meanwhile, as Teacher Fujiyo remained in a daze, Jiraiya nearby had also tested his attributes. "Mine seems to be water, earth, and fire." "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" Teacher Fujiyo quickly fell into a state of bewilderment, questioning his own identity and location. In his class, 3 prodigies had unexpectedly emerged, aside from the well-known Orochimaru. Soon, Fujiyo's teacher hurriedly dashed outside to report this extraordinary occurrence. However, after his departure, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. "Fujiyo, you possess 3 elemental affinities? I thought you only had the fire affinity. I'm not entirely certain myself. It seems your true potential far exceeds our initial perceptions, doesn't it? How remarkably gifted you must be." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, standing beside Fujiyo, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Is that truly impressive?" "Of course it is. I heard from my father that the third Hokage may be selecting disciples this time. However, Jiraiya, with your inability to grasp even the basic attributes, it seems unlikely you will be chosen." The tone of the boy, who seemed well-informed, carried a hint of envy. Amidst the clamor and disputes, Bairuho silently clutched a piece of paper with a torn corner, gripping it tightly. He had always believed himself to be on par with Jiraiya, which fostered a close friendship between them. Yet now, it seemed that even Jiraiya had companions, leaving him feeling like the outcast. This realization was undoubtedly disheartening. Calmly standing in his courtyard, Fujiyo awaited the third Hokage's reaction to this news. In truth, there were several minor inconsistencies in the situation, the most apparent being the issue of his elemental transformation. It seemed that in the world of ninjas, there was little notion of latent talents gradually revealing new affinities. The chakra test paper had hardly aired over the years, making his sudden increase in attributes difficult to justify. Furthermore, It was uncertain whether his previous actions might be perceived as somewhat contrived. Nevertheless, regardless of any suspicions, his three affinities were now established, whether they were questioned or not. His acceptance into the third Hokage's tutelage was virtually assured, especially with Mizuho present. The third would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, he indeed needed a convincing excuse. Suddenly, as Funya pondered over potential justifications, someone presented an excuse at his doorstep. In the reception room, Funya's father was entertaining a woman clad in a qipao, embodying an ancient elegance. In truth, the testing paper for talents does have an extremely slim chance of error. I hope you can forgive us. As one of the largest suppliers of weapons and materials in Konoha, it was surprising that they would promptly acknowledge a mistake, leaving Funya perplexed. Such situations, even if they did occur, were rarely admitted to. It was not until the following day, when the chakra test paper was sold out, that Funya suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. This was a ruse. In earlier times, individuals would typically purchase only one, for its accuracy was indisputable. However, with the emergence of Funya's prowess, those ninjas deemed to possess exceedingly low talents could hardly resign themselves to their fate. Who could say they were not the unfortunate lucky ones? What if they, too, harbored talents that had been overlooked? After all, the cost of a mere piece of paper was negligible, and it was highly likely they would procure a second one to confirm their abilities. Regardless of the strategies others employed, this was fortuitous for Funya, who found no need to fabricate excuses. Soon, Funya learned from Tsunade that Mito was inquiring whether Sarutobi should personally take him on as a disciple. As a youth favored by both Hashirama and Tobirama, Mito was nurturing Funya with the vision of him becoming a future Hokage. Had it not been for his apparent incompatibility with Sarutobi's style, Funya would have already been apprenticed under the third Hokage for the sake of facilitating his eventual succession. In response to Mito's inquiry, the third Hokage found himself in a state of uncertainty. If he had not previously promised Funya to Danzo, it would have been a different matter. Yet now, with Funya already pledged to Danzo, the third Hokage's hesitation was palpable. Undeterred, Funya resolved to secure this opportunity before Danzo's return. Father, the B-rank technique, rock coffin, is exceedingly difficult to master. Are there any simpler C-rank techniques? There are indeed similar C-rank techniques, although I seem to lack them here. You may need to exchange for one, Funya's father replied, deep in thought. Following his father's advice, Funya exchanged his hard-earned ninja credits for the technique, Earth Release, Earth Return. In a sense, this technique bore some resemblance to the exquisite rock coffin bestowed upon them by the first Hokage, as the initial hand seals shared notable similarities. One summoned 2 slabs, while the other summoned a single slab. Although there existed C-rank techniques that more closely resembled rock coffin, Funya opted for this one, as it was the one that suited his character card. Earth Release, Earth Return. With a swift series of hand seals and his father's astonished gaze upon him, Funya effortlessly unleashed this C-rank technique in a single attempt, demonstrating its formidable potential for practical combat. In truth, this was a deliberate reduction of the technique's power, as he wished to preserve room for further growth. Regardless of the perspective one took, Funya's relatively understated display was an extraordinary manifestation of genius. At that moment, Funya's father's emotions mirrored those of Uchiha Fugaku upon witnessing Itachi perfectly execute the Great Fireball technique during his initial learning. After a moment of stunned silence, Funya's father broke into a joyous laughter, repeatedly patting his son's shoulder. I knew it. Our lineage has predominantly possessed earth attributes. It was only fitting that you would too. I was slightly puzzled at first, but it seems you not only possess earth affinity, but are also a genius. Truly, you are my progeny. Funya's father was clearly elated, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Before long, news of Funya's exceptional talent in earth manipulation began to spread. Without hesitation, Fengyi promptly exchanged for a significant breakthrough in C-rank wind release ninjutsu, commencing the enhancement of another wind release technique, the Scythe Weasel technique. Rather incongruous with the concept of a major breakthrough, was chosen by Fengyi solely for its simplicity, facilitating his modifications. After all, the Scythe Weasel, which requires a fan to execute, does not align with most wind release techniques. Wind release, major breakthrough, he declared aloud, while secretly invoking the Scythe Weasel technique. In an instant, a considerable amount of wind release chakra coalesced in his hands, abruptly halting the Scythe Weasel's activation. He began to utilize this refined chakra to manifest the wind release, major breakthrough that he had learned. Undoubtedly, Feng Ye's forceful cessation of the technique would diminish its potency to possibly less than 1/5 of its full power. Yet what he sought was not the strength of the technique itself, but rather to demonstrate his innate talent. Soon, he managed to awkwardly execute this C-rank ninjutsu. Although its power was significantly inferior and paled in comparison to his earlier display of talent with Earth Release, it was nonetheless commendable. Before long, witnessing Feng Ye's remarkable aptitude in ninjutsu, the third Hokage could no longer remain passive. He realized that there was no justification for yielding Feng Ye to Danzo, as this was not merely a matter of personal sentiment, but one that profoundly affected the young man's future. Under the watchful gaze of Mito, Feng Ye officially became a disciple of Sarutobi, alongside Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. How delightful! This means we can continue to play together, Tsunade exclaimed with a grin. In contrast, Jiraiya and Orochimaru wore expressions brimming with uncontainable excitement. For becoming a disciple of the Hokage was an opportunity that even Orochimaru had not previously contemplated. Meanwhile, Feng Ye sighed in relief, finally liberated from Danzo's grasp. As Feng Ye reveled in his successful escape from Danzo, the latter was concluding the cleanup operations on the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi, cheerfully making his way back to the village. In the Konoha conference room, Danzo was incessantly reporting to the third Hokage about the Cloud Shinobi situation. Having executed the task with exceptional proficiency, Danzo exhibited an unusual sense of confidence and vigor. However, seated opposite Danzo, Sarutobi appeared distracted. "What troubles you, Sarutobi?" Danzo inquired, immediately sensing the third Hokage's unusual demeanor. Danzo, your performance in this mission was indeed commendable. I was already aware of that. The issue lies with something else, and I'm uncertain how to convey it to you." What is it?" Danzo queried, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. "It concerns Feng Ye's apprenticeship." "Feng Ye? What about him?" Danzo pressed, his expression shifting from curiosity to coldness as he processed the information. "He has already become my disciple." In an instant, Danzo's confident visage transformed into one of icy fury. "What did you say?" "Recently, Kazuhaya was discovered to possess the elemental attributes of fire, earth, and wind." Despite the third Hokage's persistent explanations, Danzo's demeanor grew increasingly sullen. What significance did having 3 attributes hold? He could teach Kazuhaya the arts of fire and wind, and he could devise a way to impart knowledge of the earth attribute as well. Coupled with Kazuhaya's innate talent in physical techniques, he could easily rise to power under Danzo's tutelage. Initially, Danzo had contemplated taking Kazuhaya as his disciple, but was aware that Kazuhaya lacked the wind attribute. He feared that this deficiency would hinder Kazuhaya's ability to fully inherit his path, and that it might slow the boy's growth, ultimately stifling his potential. After all, developing a secondary attribute was no trivial endeavor. It demanded extensive practice in ninjutsu, as well as a significant amount of chakra. Given the chakra capacity of a typical genin, progress would be exceedingly slow. However, with Kazuhaya now possessing the wind attribute, would he not be an even more fitting candidate for Danzo's disciple? Yet, the harsh reality was that the disciple he coveted had been snatched away by none other than his closest friend. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with a hint of resignation. "I am sorry, Danzo. I had previously promised you, but..." He had intended to attribute the pressure to Mito, yet reconsidering, he acknowledged that Mito was their senior and had always looked after him, thus rendering it impossible to shift the blame onto her. Instead, he simply stated, "Given his demonstrated talent, he is indeed more suited to my guidance." Although Sarutobi did not elaborate, Danzo, being the one who understood him best, immediately thought of Mito. In truth, would there be a significant difference if Kazuhaya were to apprentice under Danzo instead of the third Hokage? From Danzo's perspective, the distinction was minimal. Their relationship was remarkably close, and he valued Kazuhaya just as much. If Kazuhaya truly required instruction in Earth-style ninjutsu or the fusion of attributes, would the third Hokage refuse? The answer was undoubtedly no. Given their current rapport, the likelihood of withholding knowledge was slim. Thus, the reasons behind Kazuhaya becoming the third Hokage's disciple became quite apparent. The third Hokage held the position of Hokage, and Mito was also paving the way for Kazuhaya. Should he align himself with the third Hokage, it would be far more straightforward for Kazuhaya to aspire to inherit the title of Hokage in the future. Strangely, Danzo felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. The fact that Sarutobi was Hokage meant that there were certain matters he could neither contest nor prevail in. After a prolonged silence, Danzo clenched his fists tightly, nodded coldly, and murmured, "I understand." With that, he began to exit the room. Sarutobi opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately remained silent. In that moment, he felt a pang of guilt. He understood Danzo's prideful nature and recognized that having his prized disciple taken by another would be profoundly disheartening. However, he likely did not realize that Danzo's fury stemmed from far deeper issues. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Danzo set about utilizing his resources to investigate the entirety of the incident. Before long, detailed intelligence arrived, further darkening Danzo's mood. If only he had returned a few days earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alternatively, had he not ventured to the battlefield of Yunrin? Or perhaps had he first completed the apprenticeship ceremony with Fujiyo before departing, the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet, the reality remains that a mere task, intended for tidying up and garnering merit, resulted in him losing the disciple he valued most to date. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? This feeling of being just a hair's breadth away filled Danzo with an indescribable frustration. Soon after, upon receiving intelligence that Sarutobi had acquired a new disciple, each seemingly gifted beyond measure, Danzo was overwhelmed by an ineffable emotion, perhaps jealousy, perhaps resentment, or perhaps a feeling that he himself could not clearly articulate. For as long as he could remember, Danzo had believed himself to be more suited than Sarutobi to assume the mantle of Hokage. He was convinced that his performance did not pale in comparison to Sarutobi's. In fact, he considered himself superior. In his eyes, many of Sarutobi's decisions appeared rather foolish. Yet, the second Hokage had chosen Sarutobi as his successor, merely because he had hesitated a fraction longer than Sarutobi when faced with the decision to sacrifice himself. Of course, the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. The second Hokage's choice of Sarutobi was informed by his astute judgment. Sarutobi indeed demonstrated remarkable capability in maintaining stability within the village. At times, certain decisions made by Sarutobi were designed to uphold that very stability, especially after the village had already suffered the loss of two Hokage, leaving Konoha in turmoil. Yet, Danzo likely failed to see this, having already formed his preconceived notions. Once again, it was a matter of being so close yet so far. The more he pondered, the more Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This sensation of always being on the brink of something was undoubtedly excruciating. In the darkness, Danzo remained silent for a long while, and in that moment, his mindset began to shift ever so slightly. Meanwhile, as Danzo's state of mind evolved, Fujiyo's family was exuberantly celebrating. Not only Fujiyo, but also Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who resided with him, as well as Tsunade, who shared a close bond with Fujiyo, were now considered half-familial ties. Their ability to apprentice under the third Hokage was indeed a moment of great joy. Hee. Jiraiya beamed brightly. "I told you, I am a genius." Orochimaru merely chuckled, conveying all his sentiments in that single sound. "Orochimaru, are you looking for a fight?" Another smile, but the implication was entirely different. Fujiyo, accustomed to the two always on the verge of brawling, shook his head and turned to his side. "Come, Tsunade, try this. It's a new dish I've learned. Certainly not inferior to what your uncle the chef prepares." As he spoke, Fujiyo fed Tsunade a generous bite, tenderly wiping the corner of her mouth. Tsunade nodded enthusiastically, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Suddenly, Fujiyo noticed Barua, sitting in the corner. Has this child become obstinate again? Previously, Fujiyo had been preoccupied with evading Danzo's shadow and had not taken the time to notice Barua's emotional state. Now, with matters finally settling, he found himself with the opportunity to pay attention to more aspects around him. Though Bailuhu has made every effort to conceal his emotions, the child within him remains easily perceptible to Fujiyo. "Bailuhu, it is quite dark outside. Why not stay at my house tonight instead of going back? My grandmother won't mind. In fact, Tsunade will be returning home shortly, so she can inform her on the way." Soon enough, Bailuhu found himself invited to stay. Due to the limited number of rooms in Fujiyo's home, Bailuhu was naturally accommodated in Fujiyo's own room. As night fell, Bailuhu, not far from Fujiyo, was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noises. He sat up, startled. "Haha, it's just those two. They have to fight every night." Fujiyo suddenly sat up as well, offering an explanation. As he spoke, the commotion intensified. Bang, bang. "Hey, Jiraiya, do you yield?" "Not a chance." "Ouch." Moments later, Bailuhu couldn't help but chuckle. That's just how they are. They argue whenever they're together. However, In an instant, Bailuhu's expression dimmed again, lost in thought. Bailuhu, have you been feeling down these past few days? No, not at all. Bailuhu replied, a hint of panic in his voice. Yet, under Fengye's unwavering gaze, he dared not meet his eyes for long, eventually lowering his head. After a prolonged silence, Bailuhu finally spoke in a subdued tone. I'm sorry. I know I should be happy, but I simply cannot find joy. I have been trying, but... Faced with Fengye's penetrating gaze and probing questions, Bailuhu began to open up about his struggles. The challenges he faced were, in fact, those encountered by many ninjas. Fengye understood Bailuhu's efforts. He truly worked hard. However, mere diligence does not guarantee strength in the ninja world. Just the aspect of possessing multiple elemental affinities cannot be achieved through effort alone. Although it is possible to develop additional attributes through hard work, the time required is undeniably extensive. For an average genin, it could take a decade to harness a second affinity, which is why most individuals only begin to contemplate dual attributes as they approach jonin status. Some, like Jiraiya, are inherently blessed, bypassing over a decade of arduous training. Such disparities can be disheartening. Moreover, these prodigies do not cease their efforts. For every step you take forward, they advance 10 steps further. The harder you strive, the greater the chasm becomes, which is an undeniable torment for ordinary individuals. Those who, like Jiraiya, remain unaffected by such pressures are few. Bailu, feeling disheartened, embodies the struggles of the average person. In truth, Fengye understood that Bailuhu was afraid that one day, their differences would be insurmountable. It seems you have finally come to realize that your efforts may be in vain. You truly are not endowed with the talent for cultivation. Fengye suddenly remarked in response to Bailuhu's confessions. In an instant, Bailuhu's eyes brimmed with tears, his emotions laid bare. Shaking his head, Fengye understood that continuing to assure him of his eventual success and the necessity of persistent effort would be futile. Even if he were to instill him with confidence now, it would inevitably wane with time. Therefore, what he truly required was not encouragement. I must candidly inform you that you possess no physical talent, be it in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or even jinjutsu. Just as Bailuhu's eyes dimmed, Fengye suddenly introduced a twist. However, the path to becoming a powerful warrior is not limited to these few avenues. Indeed, Bailuhu, to my knowledge, there exist numerous other paths, such as the use of poison. In both the Sand and Rain villages, there are masters of toxin creation. Some of them may only possess the strength of a genin, yet even jonin could easily fall to their prowess. Furthermore, there are ninja tools. More than one master has crafted exceptionally powerful tools, some of which can rival the strength of tailed beasts. Our second Hokage also developed many formidable ninjutsu, such as those involving space and souls, which earned him renown in the ninja world. Additionally, there are those capable of stealing the power of tailed beasts. The routes to power are numerous. Though your physical aptitude, Bailuhu, may be lacking, your intellect is undoubtedly exceptional. Knowledge is power, remember this. As long as you can acquire sufficient knowledge, you too can ascend to become one of the mightiest. Knowledge is power. Bailuhu likely heard this sentiment for the first time. Indeed, Bailuhu, is it not simply a matter of subpar attributes? The second Hokage once informed me that some possess the ability to steal the attributes of others, not just attributes, but even bloodline abilities can be appropriated. If one were to attain such knowledge, initially indifferent, Bailuhu's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of fervor upon hearing this. Is it truly possible? Yes. To my understanding, the Takigakure possesses a secret technique capable of appropriating others' attributes and the extent of their development. As for bloodlines, the second Hokage has indeed confirmed the potential for such abilities. Is that so? Bailuhu's gaze flickered, as if lost in thought. Fengye's words seemed to unveil a grand doorway for him. It became evident that the path to strength was not entirely obstructed. Now, let us first demonstrate the ninjutsu you all have mastered. I would like to assess your levels, Sarutobi said with a smile, addressing Fengye and Orochimaru at a training ground in Konoha. Naturally, it was Fengye's turn to perform first. Doton, Doryu Taiga. Futon, Daitapa. He executed 2 ninjutsu in succession. The Doryu Taiga was executed at a moderate level, while the Daitapa was somewhat underwhelming. However, considering the time Fengye had spent mastering these techniques, his performance was remarkably impressive. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. Finally, he concluded with a powerful and flawless Great Fireball technique. Panting heavily as he came to a halt, Although it appeared effortless, Fujiyo had actually exhausted his chakra. Were it not for the chakra amplification from Naruto's card and the reduced consumption from several other ninja cards, an ordinary genin would hardly possess the capacity to unleash 3 ninjutsu in succession. With a resounding applause, the third Hokage was the first to express his delight, his eyes sparkling with the joy of discovery. Fujiyo exhibited an astonishing talent for ninjutsu, undeniably the most capable candidate he had ever encountered to inherit his legacy. Our gap in prowess has widened, thought Orochimaru, who stood nearby, his brow slightly raised. However, Orochimaru was not daunted. He firmly believed that he would eventually keep pace with Fujiyo. Before long, Orochimaru showcased his own abilities, demonstrating a straightforward yet precise body replacement technique, along with a family heirloom, a C-rank earth release technique, deeming his performance commendable overall. Following him, Tsunade casually revealed a few impressive ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques, leading to Jiraiya's turn. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, momentarily frozen in place. Thus far, he had no means to learn elemental ninjutsu. Even his body replacement technique was merely average. While not inferior compared to the average person, it paled in comparison to Orochimaru's display. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Jiraiya attempted the body replacement technique. But due to his nervousness, he failed spectacularly. Under the watchful eyes of many, even the usually carefree Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head in shame, fully aware of his underwhelming performance. Once again, Fujiyo stepped forward. Recognizing that Jiraiya was not devoid of talent and understanding the essence of what the third Hokage sought to ascertain. Sensei Sarutobi, I have always believed that Jiraiya possesses innate talent. He simply has yet to unleash it. Though Jiraiya's performance was lacking, it seemed evident to Sarutobi that his student was indeed promising. Regarding taijutsu, while he often appeared somewhat clumsy, his strength and speed were commendable. The crux lay in his lack of technique, which could be honed with practice. Indeed, Sarutobi acknowledged with a nod. Although Jiraiya had not utilized taijutsu extensively, his execution of the body replacement technique was adequate. Albeit slow in execution, his speed was commendable, contrasting sharply with his otherwise low ranking in taijutsu. Moreover, Jiraiya possessed a significant advantage in chakra capacity, surpassing even Orochimaru, though he had yet to find opportunities to apply it effectively. Oh, this revelation genuinely surprised the third Hokage. Come, Jiraiya, give it a try. In no time, Sarutobi encouraged Jiraiya to unleash the body replacement technique, prompting a consumption of chakra. To everyone's astonishment, Jiraiya succeeded. Initially, Sarutobi held limited expectations for Jiraiya. Based on his typical performance, he perceived his potential as rather meager, unlikely to achieve significant growth. Of course, with 3 elemental affinities. Even with basic training, he would at least attain the status of a standard jonin, possibly even a distinguished one among them. Yet now, it was evident that Jiraiya might possess potential beyond that of a mere jonin, perhaps even aspiring to be a pillar of the village, akin to Sarutobi himself. While technique deficiencies could be remedied through practice, and control could be refined, the innate attributes of physique and chakra were far more challenging to alter. With the chakra capacity supporting Jiraiya, there exists a substantial opportunity for him to evolve into a formidable artillery-style ninja akin to his mentor. Although Jiraiya may presently appear somewhat clumsy, he has essentially surmounted the most arduous prerequisites for ordinary individuals to attain greatness. Indeed, you are correct, Fujiyo. Jiraiya possesses remarkable talent. Sarutobi's grin was almost uncontainable as he welcomed 4 prodigious disciples in quick succession, making it difficult for him to suppress his joy. Come. Allow me to impart to you some new ninjutsu. Fujiyo raised an eyebrow slightly at the mention of new ninjutsu. If he were to delve into learning these techniques, it would inevitably expose the fact that he had not demonstrated his true genius. Lord Third, the techniques I am currently studying feel somewhat inadequate. I would prefer to focus on practicing these first. No problem, I am well versed in these techniques as well. With that, Sarutobi earnestly began to elucidate the intricacies of the techniques to Fujiyo. Before long, Fujiyo unleashed the Earth Return technique once more. Initially, he had intentionally diminished the potency of his ninjutsu, but upon slightly lifting the constraints, his progress became strikingly evident, prompting the third Hokage to silently marvel at Fujiyo's innate talent. Meanwhile, as Fujiyo and his companions joyously gathered to hone their ninjutsu, Danzo was gradually emerging from the shadows. Although he was somewhat regaining his composure, there lingered a palpable desire within him to assert himself by cultivating a more talented apprentice to validate his own worth. However, despite the abundance of talent in Konoha, few could rival Funya's brilliance or Tsunade's unique heritage of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Even Orochimaru, who might not seem as resplendent as Funya, was selected from the entire village of ninjas. The Uchiha clan did possess a few promising candidates, yet he had no intention of mentoring them. This left him with a dwindling pool of potential students. Ultimately, Danzo's attention settled on a youth named Shomo. Though their styles seemed incompatible, Danzo was confident in his ability to cultivate this individual. After all, he himself followed the path of ninjutsu. Only a talent of exceptional caliber could stand against Funya. At the residence of the Hitaki clan, Danzo conveyed his intentions to the current clan leader. However, he was swiftly met with a refusal. On one hand, Danzo's and Shomo's styles did not align. On the other, Danzo's standing within the village was not particularly elevated. It was noteworthy that there were 5 or 6 disciples of the second Hokage on his level, and many senior figures held considerable influence above him. In terms of both strength and reputation, Danzo did not stand out significantly. No one could foresee the extent of power Danzo might eventually wield. To them, even if he were genuinely favored by the third Hokage, it would only amount to a position as a senior advisor, while the future of their own prodigy remained paramount. Thus, they resolutely declined Danzo's request, opting instead to find a senior adept in swordsmanship to instruct White Fang. Soon, Danzo exited the Hitaki household with a grim expression. Lord Danzo, one of his subordinates, ventured cautiously, preparing to speak. "There is nothing more to say. Let us depart." Tuanzo, with an unusually calm demeanor, glanced back at the Hitaki family before silently making his way into the distance. Just as the conflict between Konoha and the Sand and Cloud Shinobi came to a close, the war between the Mist and Stone Shinobi also reached a conclusion. Thus, the Shinobi world has largely restored peace. Although minor skirmishes and tensions persist, it can be proclaimed that the protracted conflict that lasted over a year has finally ceased. As he walked through the bustling streets, Funya distinctly felt that Konoha had grown more vibrant compared to the tumultuous times of war. Various clients and merchants began to return, although the prosperity was still a far cry from the pre-war days. This prolonged conflict, lasting over a year, had undoubtedly decimated a generation. In the case of Konoha, perhaps 6 or 7 out of 10 remained. Observing the construction of new buildings before him, Funya nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the family's new residence, handpicked by him in the most prosperous area of Konoha, fulfilling the promise made by the third Hokage. Not only was the space over twice as large, but its value was also incomparable. As he surveyed the houses close to the street, a smile graced the corners of Funya's eyes. Just the worth of these buildings alone was no less than several million ryo. While these structures could not be easily converted into currency, they undeniably represented considerable wealth. It was time to exchange that card. Juefeng, C-rank ninja, passive ability, B-control clan, enhancing affinity and control over swarms. Active ability, command swarms, orchestrating them for offense and synergy. A few days prior, a woman, presumably an ancestor of the Tintin family, visited to apologize for a mishap during a chakra test, compensating them with a modest sum, just enough for him to redeem this new ninja card. Funya had long had his eye on this rare card capable of generating productive value, but he had never found the time to redeem it, often interrupted by unforeseen events. Outside Konoha, Funya began experimenting with controlling swarms of bees. It was an intriguing sensation, manipulating the scattered bees that gathered together, evoking a distinct feeling unlike the release of traditional jutsu. Undoubtedly, this method of commanding large swarms of insects proved formidable. Once a critical mass was achieved, it became a potent tool for large-scale combat on the battlefield, explaining the elevated status of the Oil Woman clan within Konoha. However, the drawbacks were evident. Such vast swarms could not be carried at all times, with only a small fraction manageable at most. In a prepared setting, Funya could effortlessly dispatch a chunin with his B-control abilities, but without a swarm nearby, the technique held little value. Soon, Funya began to explore the production of honey and other byproducts. Although he was not well versed in the conventional methods of beekeeping, his formidable control over insect swarms made the task relatively easy. After just a few simple attempts, he began to see some results. Yet, despite his excitement, Funya remained composed and measured. Earning a living through this venture is not particularly challenging, as it is an exclusive enterprise. However, amassing substantial wealth proves to be a formidable task, primarily due to the limitations imposed by the scale of Konoha's production. If one were to contemplate more lucrative avenues, Feng Yi surmised that illicit activities, such as drug manufacturing, might be more profitable. Nonetheless, these prospects require gradual development. Even if Feng Yi were to devise a suitable industry, establishing distribution channels would pose a significant hurdle. Regardless of these challenges, he found solace in the fact that his current finances were sufficient for the time being. Feng Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction, knowing that the ability to initiate double training for the ninja body illusion was already quite advantageous. Once his finances improved further, he could unlock even higher multipliers for training. With additional resources, he could also begin accumulating B-rank ninja cards. Just as Feng Yi reveled in his present circumstances, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. Your VIP level has reached 2, unlocking the summoning beast exchange and cultivation function, and reducing the cooldown time for switching ninja cards by 20 seconds. I've attained VIP level 2 so swiftly? Feng Yi mused, recalling that the requirements for this advancement entailed a cumulative recharge of 2 million taels. Remarkably, within just a year, he had managed to spend such a considerable sum, leaving even him somewhat bewildered. It seemed he had unwittingly indulged in significant expenditures. However, when he calculated the numerous lottery draws and daily expenses, the total indeed aligned closely with that figure. Without dwelling on it further, Feng Yi promptly began to explore the new features of the summoning beast system. Yet, after only a cursory glance, a complex expression clouded his countenance. This new functionality was notably superior to the previous VIP level 1, which had merely granted access to a daily marketplace. In that marketplace, only ninja fragments were available, which held little value for him. The inexpensive items were unnecessary, and the costly ones were beyond his means. Other products would only become available after subsequent features, such as weapon summoning, were unlocked. In stark contrast, the summoning beast training and cultivation functionality unlocked at VIP level 2 presented a completely different proposition, one that could directly enhance combat prowess. However, the more he examined it, the more complex his emotions became, as he felt he had stumbled into yet another endless abyss. As he consulted the fortune cat while experimenting with the features, Feng Yi rapidly became adept at utilizing the new system. In essence, the pets produced by the system are classified into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Each color corresponds to a distinct level of summoning beast, with varying strengths of innate skills and developmental potential among the different tiers. According to the system, only orange-quality summoning beasts possess the potential to reach the strength of a shadow level, while purple ones are limited to elite jonin, and the subsequent tiers follow suit. From this perspective, summoning beasts of purple quality and below could be deemed devoid of any cultivation value. Moreover, acquiring a summoning beast does not conclude the process. Subsequent nurturing requires continuous investments, akin to Feng Yi's own expenditures in dungeons. Although the costs are significantly lower than his personal expenses, they undoubtedly contribute to an additional substantial financial burden. Indeed, there exist direct methods to enhance the levels of summoned beasts, such as the newly introduced pet treats in the marketplace that can significantly boost a pet's growth and special abilities. However, such luxuries are undoubtedly the domain of the affluent, offering little in the way of cost-effectiveness. Feng Yi found himself lost in contemplation. Even if a talent skill were rare, a purple summoned beast could still hold considerable value for him, even if it could not be developed to the shadow level. At the very least, it would serve as a substantial aid in the early to mid stages, greatly enhancing his combat and survival capabilities. Should its talent be exceptional, it might prove useful later on as well. The blue-tier beasts are also worthy of consideration, as he indeed requires a discrete summoned beast at this juncture. A high-ranking ninja-level summoned beast should suffice for an extended period. As for anything below blue, it seems entirely unnecessary. Investing substantial time and resources into cultivating a mere average middle or low-ranking ninja's combat prowess feels rather futile. Before long, Feng Yi embarked on a new round of lottery draws. Indeed, in accordance with the system's frustrating nature, acquiring a pet could not be accomplished through standard currency. He must engage in a random lottery instead. He silently reassured himself that luck was bound to be on his side this time. To be frank, he had been feeling somewhat anxious about the lottery lately, as it seemed an eternity since he had drawn a complete card, with the familiar sound echoing around him. The lottery commenced. Congratulations. You have drawn a white summoned beast, the short-tailed crocodile. Congratulations. You have drawn a white summoned beast, the chrysanthemum turtle. Congratulations. Congratulations, my foot. What is there to celebrate about a white one? Due to financial constraints, Feng Yi could only opt for the relatively inexpensive lottery draw priced at 1,000 coins each. Perhaps it was due to the adage that cheap goods lack quality. After a series of over 10 draws, he found himself with nothing but white pet cards, with green ones being an infrequent occurrence, all of which he discarded. Congratulations. You have drawn a purple summoned beast, the green-haired pig. Huh, purple? According to the system, the odds of drawing a purple in a low-tier lottery were exceedingly slim, almost bordering on impossible. Even Feng Yi understood how rare it was to obtain such an extraordinary pet in the lower tier. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, his expression turned peculiar. The appearance of this purple pet was rather unappealing. A rotund pig with large ears and small eyes, sporting a splash of green on its head. The mere thought of deploying such an unattractive creature on the battlefield was difficult for Feng Yi to bear. He imagined himself bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. The illustrious Feng Yi's very first summoned beast was, indeed, a pig. Clearly, a person of his striking demeanor required a pet that matched his charisma and flair. Furthermore, and most importantly, this pig possessed A-grade ninjutsu qualifications. Yet its innate abilities were skewed towards taijutsu. It was best to abandon it. Even if this pig had high quality and potential, Feng Yi decided to part ways with it. Rank does not equate to everything, and investing heavily in a subpar specimen would be a considerable waste. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yi had spent nearly 100,000 coins. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Feng Yi was experiencing an excruciating sense of loss. Unlike the somewhat rewarding experience of drawing cards, summoning beasts felt akin to throwing stones into water, utterly fruitless. As he gazed upon the bizarre array of summoned creatures before him, Feng Yi found himself in a quandary. Just moments ago, he had drawn a blue summoning beast with commendable potential, yet all of them were the brutish, lumbering types, entirely mismatched with the elegant creature he envisioned in his mind. To proclaim that such a muscle-bound beast, which appeared incapable of speech, belonged to a greedy lineage would hardly inspire belief in others. Perhaps it was best to abandon the pursuit altogether? Just as Feng Yi contemplated waiting for a more opulent opportunity, one particular summoning beast finally caught his discerning eye. Congratulations. You have obtained the blue summoning beast, Shadow Cat. What a striking sight it was, a fully equipped feline donning a ninja cloak, adorned with an array of ninja tools, particularly a disproportionately large sword slung over its back. It must be said, when it comes to aesthetics, this summoning beast had the potential to impress. However, let us not forget, my choice of summoning beast must prioritize capability above all else. Moments later, Feng Yi began to assess the abilities of this seemingly appealing little cat. To his surprise, it turned out to be a rare support-type summoning beast. While it appeared formidable with its collection of ninja gear, its physical prowess was only rated AC, whereas its ninjutsu stood at an impressive A. The assortment of skills was rather eclectic, including medical abilities akin to surgery, the capacity to meld into shadows, and a talent for imparting speed enhancements to allies using wind-based techniques. After considerable contemplation, Feng Yi decided to keep this summoning beast. Although its talents were somewhat disorganized, each possessed a degree of utility. Nonetheless, its appearance still left much to be desired. Throughout the night, Feng Yi immersed himself in designing a new look for his latest companion. Here, try on these sunglasses. Meow. And this, a toothpick. No, better yet, how about a cigar? Meow. Amidst the little cat's bewildered expressions, Feng Yi effortlessly executed what he deemed a flawless transformation. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be known as a battle cat from the Isle of Saya, a member of the prosperous Fortune Cat clan. Meow. Ah, I haven't named you yet. How about Cockroach? Meow. Despite acquiring a new summoning beast, Feng Yi opted to keep it within the summoning space for the time being, choosing not to reveal it, even if he were to concoct an excuse reminiscent of Jiraiya, claiming serendipity had led him to a mysterious clan of summoning beasts. It would be necessary for the third Hokage and others to first teach him the summoning technique. It would be implausible to master such an art without guidance. However, Feng Yi was in no rush. After all, he had only lost a mere 2 million taels, much of which had been earned inadvertently. with no one able to tally the amounts he had swindled from children or earned from hunting endeavors. Moreover, he intentionally inflates certain figures, such as exaggerating the investment in local infrastructure. Under such circumstances, it is currently improbable for anyone to question the whereabouts of his funds. In truth, it is quite normal for a ninja to possess 1 or 2 million ryo. Should the sum swallowed by the black hole of the maple leaf exceed 10 million ryo in the future, perhaps then someone might notice the discrepancy, but for now, there is little cause for concern. Therefore, he is not in a hurry to reveal the summoning beast, nor to fabricate a greedy summoning clan as a plausible excuse. Additionally, as a master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi can effortlessly teach most techniques to Fujiyo. Given the current level of ninja cards Fujiyo has encountered, there is hardly a need to resort to the summoning beast as a means of learning ninjutsu. In summary, Fujiyo is not anxious at the moment. However, while he may not be eager to expose the summoning beast, he has begun to feel a sense of urgency regarding financial matters. The pressure from the need for additional training with summoning beasts weighs heavily on him. Just yesterday, an orange summoning beast appeared in his system shop. Remarkable in both appearance and ability, yet its price was exorbitant, a staggering 10 million ryo. Fujiyo understands that this price is not unreasonable. Even if he were to engage in high-level draws from the system at 100,000 ryo per attempt, the likelihood of acquiring an orange beast with desirable attributes is slim. Regrettably, with his current financial constraints, he could only helplessly watch as this summoning beast was replaced by new inventory the following day. A bottomless pit indeed. Fujiyo suspects the system is deliberately enticing him with ever better offerings to extract his wealth. Deep down, he acknowledges that such desires are insatiable. Once possessing a C-level ninja, he longs for a B-level, and then for an A-level, akin to certain gaming mechanics from his previous life. Yet he feels compelled to engage in this cycle. Money. Oh, money. Fujiyo cannot help but lament once more. The system is exceedingly unscrupulous. Fujiyo, I recently discovered a fascinating place. Jiraiya suddenly appeared from nowhere, speaking in a cryptic manner. Observing the mischievous expression on Jiraiya's face, Fujiyo was inexplicably reminded of a comical meme from his past life. Come on, come on. This is my exclusive discovery, and I'm not bringing Orochimaru along. Moments later, Fujiyo followed Jiraiya to a location. Is this the place you mentioned? Looking at the women's bathhouse before him, Fujiyo was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was greeting a man. Senior, a white-haired elder, appearing somewhat flustered, gestured for Jiraiya to be cautious. Oh. After a brief moment, the two, one large and one small, gathered together, peering into the women's bathhouse. Jiraiya, what is this? This is a rather unique form of training, the elder interjected earnestly before Jiraiya could respond. Indeed, Jiraiya added. It not only hones one's ability to conceal themselves, but also sharpens speed in critical situations. This child must have been thoroughly deceived, Fujiyo thought. Moments later, he learned from Jiraiya that this elder was an author. Perhaps he is the author of that risque book. Observing the elderly man before him, who repeatedly emphasized that this was for research purposes, Fujiyo finally comprehended how Jiraiya had ventured down this irreversible path. Let me tell you, esteemed senior, you are truly remarkable. Last time, when you held a press conference in the village, a multitude of fans attended. Your popularity is undeniable. If only I could attain such acclaim one day, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. It was evident that Jiraiya's susceptibility to being led astray was not without reason. The elderly man's popularity had evidently left a profound impression on him. Although Jiraiya feigned indifference to others' scorn, he was, without a doubt, the one who yearned for acknowledgement the most. Anyone who garnered significant admiration would command his respect. Yet, who could fathom the peculiar thoughts this man had instilled in Jiraiya? Fujiyo, aren't you going to take a look? Me? How could I possibly do that? Wouldn't that ruin my carefully crafted persona? Even if I were to see it, it would have to be in secret. Ah, nonsense. I could never bring myself to attend, Fujiyo retorted, dramatically shouting about someone spying and then hastily retreating into the distance. As for Jiraiya, he dismissed it. It was hardly a matter of great consequence. If there were truly an issue, the third Hokage would surely intervene. Meanwhile, a bold thought suddenly flashed through Fujiyo's mind. Days later, he observed the largest bookstore in the village, confirming the market for the risque literature. Indeed, as Jiraiya had mentioned, it appeared to be quite popular. One must understand that even in the era of abundant entertainment in Fujiyo's previous life, Such mental sustenance was deemed essential by many, let alone in this age, which offered little in the way of amusement. Although, due to various factors, the distribution channels might be limited, primarily circulating within this ninja village. It certainly represented a considerable market. Perhaps it was worth a try? Fengyi pondered privately. Several days later, as he gazed at the risque book he had managed to procure, he scoffed disdainfully. At this level, he mused, any random author from his past life could easily surpass it. The imagination was far too constrained. Contemplating this, Fengyi resolved to give it a try himself. After a brief moment of reflection, he penned 4 large characters on paper, Jin and A Bing. Simply piecing together various elements, he effortlessly crafted half a volume that, in his eyes, could undoubtedly outshine most of the risque works available. However, upon further reflection, he decided to confine this masterpiece of his. It was not that his writing was lacking, but rather that he could not publish it. Even if he could conceal his identity and keep it from his parents, he could never evade the third Hokage's scrutiny. With the extensive intelligence network at the third's disposal, there was simply no possibility of keeping such matters under wraps. If they were to discover that he had authored such a book at his age, his persona would be thoroughly shattered. What would Mito think? She would likely distance herself from him. And what about Tsunade? It would irrevocably tarnish her perception of him. No, this simply would not do. With resolute determination, Fengyi buried his original manuscript deep within a box. As he pondered the future, contemplating whether to wait until he was older or to collaborate with Jiraiya, Fengyi picked up his pen once more. While he could not write an inappropriate book, he certainly had the capability to pen a legitimate novel. Although he had come to understand that, in recent days, such works were overshadowed by the popularity of risque literature, which constituted over 80% of sales. There was still a market for conventional novels. With renewed determination, Fengyi inscribed 4 significant characters, Ninja Breaks Through the Heavens. While the title may have seemed somewhat enigmatic, the essence lay within the content. Soon, he completed the first chapter, narrating the tale of a once gifted youth who had ascended to the rank of chunin at an early age, only to inexplicably find his strength diminishing, ultimately leading to a devastating cancellation of his engagement. The following morning, Fengyi, stifling yawns, ventured forth with his manuscript to meet with Konoha's largest publisher to discuss a potential partnership. As the proprietor of the most prominent bookstore in Konoha and an experienced publisher, Yamahara Daizu immediately recognized the potential of the manuscript before him. Just as he was about to suggest a lower price, Daizu quickly realized the significance of the situation and wisely inquired, "This work is quite impressive, and I see great potential in it. What price do you believe is appropriate?" In light of the value of forging a connection with the illustrious youth before him, it was clear that the rewards of this relationship far outweighed those of the book itself. After all, Fengyi had become something of a celebrity in Konoha, not only as one of the few disciples of the third Hokage, but also as the designated successor favored by the first and second Hokages. His involvement in the Ninja World War at such a tender age had led many to believe he was destined to become the next Hokage, a notion that few would contest. Recognizing such a valuable political asset, any rational individual would understand the necessary course of action. As for the manuscript fee, you may determine it, but I would appreciate a generous share of the profits. Fengyi was aware of Daizu's underlying motivations. Were it not for his status as a disciple of the third Hokage, he might not even have been granted an audience. A mere child of 7 or 8 years seeking to publish a book would seem ludicrous. However, Fengyi felt justified in leveraging his connection to the third Hokage. He had not exploited this identity for nefarious purposes. At most, he was merely asserting his rightful entitlements. How about a 20% share? What do you think? Fengyi raised an eyebrow, recognizing that even as an outsider, he understood that such a percentage was quite generous. Observing his frown, Daizu mistakenly assumed Fengyi was dissatisfied with the offer and hastened to clarify, "This percentage is not insignificant. We must manage operations, production, and promotion, among other responsibilities." Finally, the bookstore owner gritted his teeth and proposed, "How about 25%? Never mind, let us settle on 20%, but if my book performs exceptionally well, can we renegotiate?" Of course, Daizu affirmed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fengyi nodded in satisfaction, and they proceeded to finalize the contract. Regardless of perspective, writing books undeniably presents a commendable avenue. Other authors, despite their remarkable achievements, seldom receive more than 10% of a book's earnings, with some even falling below 5%. In contrast, my baseline is a generous 20%, affording me an income several times higher than that of my peers. Under such circumstances, even casual writing, provided it is not utterly subpar, can yield substantial financial rewards. While it may seem I am reaping undue benefits, I am aware that the proprietor of the publishing house is not at a loss. He too profits, albeit perhaps to a lesser extent. Moreover, being associated with the esteemed third Hokage likely brings additional intangible advantages, rendering it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Suddenly, I pondered whether my future counterpart, Jiraiya, who would also embark on the path of authorship, would experience a similar fortune. If predictions hold true, he likely would, given his prominent status. For the first time, I distinctly recognized the advantages of being a disciple of the third Hokage. Setting aside other considerations, this affiliation facilitates financial gain remarkably. As the mightiest village in the ninja realm stands behind me, who would deny me assistance? It seems that if I were to establish a trading company in the future, it would be exceedingly advantageous. Before long, my book began to sell remarkably well within the village of ninjas. Despite my lack of accumulated popularity and limited promotional efforts, I earned 200,000 Rio in the first month alone. The quality of the writing speaks for itself, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate further increases in revenue. My enthusiasm for writing surged. Funya, have you been writing recently? One day, Sarutobi, who was accompanying me and others in training with shadow clones, broached this topic. Yes, I replied with a slight nod. Indeed, such matters could not be concealed from the third Hokage, although I never intended to keep them hidden. I hope that one day, I can articulate my vision for peace in my writings and share it with the world. This notion, likely a fragment of Jiraiya's future aspirations, I adopted without hesitation. In an instant, my motivation for writing, initially rooted in financial gain, transformed into a lofty pursuit for peace. A commendable ambition, the third Hokage remarked with a smile. But remember not to neglect your training. Understood. In truth, I write swiftly. It hardly consumes much of my time as I pen my thoughts during leisure moments. That is reassuring. I trust your judgment. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Perhaps only Sarutobi could be so accommodating, allowing us ample freedom for personal development, tailoring education to individual needs. Had I aligned myself with Danzo from the outset, I would likely not enjoy the relaxed lifestyle of writing and earning money that I currently possess. To my knowledge, Danzo eventually selected a few exceptionally talented disciples from the village, some of whom even challenged acquaintances of mine. Recently, I have heard little about them. Who knows where Danzo has taken them for clandestine training? The more I contemplated, the more I felt fortunate. You still write books? Tsunade suddenly inquired, leaning closer. Indeed. This is my work. Taking out a small yellow book, Funya handed it over to Tsunade. To his surprise, this book was authored by none other than Funya himself. While Tsunade and Orochimaru were still trying to discern its significance, Jiraiya, who had recently become enamored with the idea of becoming a writer and gaining the admiration of others, could not contain his astonishment. Only someone like Jiraiya, who could be considered a semi-professional in the industry, could truly appreciate the immense popularity of this novel and the prowess of its creator. As Jiraiya briefly recounted the impact of this new literary work, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with wonder. Truly, Funya was exceptional, even in his writing endeavors. Meanwhile, Jiraiya cast a resentful gaze at Funya, feeling a sense of discouragement. This guy was simply too impressive. The disparity in their abilities was already disheartening enough. Just as he had begun to nurture a new dream, he discovered that Funya was already nearing the finish line. If it were anyone else, Jiraiya mused, there might have been conflict brewing. Just wait, Funya. I shall surpass you not only in strength, but also in the realm of writing, Jiraiya declared with a haughty fervor. Haha, very well, I shall await your challenge, Funya replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been perusing Funya's novel with a serious demeanor, found himself contemplating the notion of writing. Writing a novel? It sounds intriguingly enjoyable. Perhaps I shall give it a try. Initially indifferent to the world of literature, Orochimaru's interest was piqued by the enthusiasm of his good friend Jiraiya and the evident talent of Funya. For a long time, Orochimaru had regarded Funya as both a close companion and a rival to be surpassed. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, he had started to emulate and learn from Funya in certain aspects. Funya, too, caught the murmured thoughts of Orochimaru, wondering in silence. Could it be that Orochimaru is also venturing into writing? What genre would it be, horror or suspense? As time passed unnoticed, half a year slipped away in the blink of an eye. Day by day, Fengye and Orochimaru attended school, diligently training under the guidance of the third Hokage. During this period, Fengye's income began to swell, with his monthly earnings from royalties reaching over 300,000 ryo. Thus far, his earnings had nearly hit their peak. It was not that Fengye's writing was lacking. Rather, his partner's distribution channels were limited to the vicinity of Konoha. Beyond that, the rampant piracy within the Land of Fire made it exceedingly difficult to profit. Each time he thought of the substantial sum of money being siphoned away by counterfeiters, resentment welled within him. If only there were a legitimate way to increase my royalties, he mused, for that genre is far more popular than ordinary novels. As Fengye's literary pursuits continued to yield income, his family shop within Konoha also commenced operations. Being a unique establishment in the area, it generated a respectable profit, bringing in over 200,000 ryo each month, with earnings steadily on the rise. Unlike the costless piracy of novels, tangible goods such as honey are not susceptible to such concerns. With the recent opening of sales channels, the revenue in this domain has surprisingly begun to surpass Fengye's manuscript fees. Regrettably, Fengye typically receives only half of this income, which he has cleverly secured under the pretense of conducting research and development. As for the remaining funds, Fengye's parents are planning to invest heavily in materials to craft him a weapon, while the surplus has been allocated towards explosive talismans and similar investments. It must be noted that the life of a ninja is indeed a lavish one, consuming vast amounts of wealth. Even without Fengye's premium system, the expenditures of an average ninja are astronomical. Despite numerous ninjas earning millions for a single mission, few possess quality weapons. As the price for such armaments often exceeds tens of millions, most can only gaze longingly at such unattainable items. One can only conclude that all ninjas require substantial investment. Weapons, medicinal herbs, and jutsu all demand financial resources. Without such investments, how can one hope to grow stronger? At most, Fengye's investments yield greater efficiency. Faced with a monthly income nearing 400,000 taels, Fengye has naturally indulged in his spending. He prioritizes body techniques, which under the triple experience boost, requires an expenditure of 11,000 taels daily. Just for body techniques alone, over 300,000 taels are needed monthly, often causing Fengye considerable distress. However, investments in foundational strength are never wasted. Thanks to the rapid gains from the triple experience, Fengye's proficiency in body techniques has recently reached the third level of a genin, 287-963-0000, and he is not far from the fourth level. Even with relatively minor investments in ninjutsu and illusion techniques, he has achieved nearly half a bar of experience at the third level. Though he appears to be lingering in the genin stage, Fengye can distinctly feel his strength has significantly increased. Yet, the system is indeed a bottomless pit. No matter how much Fengye earns, it can be easily spent, compelling him to continuously seek new sources of income. On a bright morning, while Fengye was diligently reviewing accounts in his family store, he was suddenly drawn to a fervent shout. A boy clad in green was performing peculiar movements without a care in the world, simultaneously chanting an inexplicable slogan. How amusing! Undoubtedly, such attire and behavior can only belong to Might Guy, another pillar of Konoha's future. No one could foresee the astonishing potential that this seemingly inconspicuous boy would unleash in the future. He truly lacks self-awareness. How can he dare to claim he aspires to be a remarkable ninja? Just the other day, he declared his ambition to become Hokage. How utterly laughable. A person who can barely execute the body flicker technique aspires to such heights? In response to the unabashed mockery from a few familiar faces nearby, Guy merely paused for a moment, then raised his thumb once again. Without a doubt, what a way to die was yet another wave of scornful ridicule. However, as he gazed upon the classmates who mocked him, he chose not to utter another word, instead responding with a radiant smile. Fengye quietly observed this scene, increasingly moved by the moment. To an ordinary person, Dai's peculiar behavior might seem indicative of madness, yet for Fengye, who comprehended the deeper significance behind it, it was a profound source of inspiration. Even if the entire world were to oppose him, one must steadfastly support one's own perseverance and unwavering spirit. Although their interactions had been minimal, Fengye's inherent fondness for Dai was already fully established. It is unlikely that many could harbor disdain for someone so trustworthy and admirable. Hey, you over there. Dai, who was about to depart, suddenly froze. Are you calling me? Yes, Fengye exclaimed, thrusting his thumb upward, his face glowing with an exuberant smile. Keep it up. Dai was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to being disparaged, and this was likely the first time someone had cheered him on. After a brief pause, upon realizing what had transpired, Dai flusteredly raised his thumb again and shouted, "Thank you for the support." This time, his voice rang out with remarkable clarity, and his smile shone even brighter. It required little more than a simple expression of encouragement to earn Dai's unwavering regard for Feng Yi, who became one of his dearest friends. For someone starved of validation, every small act of kindness was invaluable. From then on, every day as Dai passed by Feng Yi's family shop, he would stop to exchange a few words. Although their age difference made them seem somewhat mismatched, they indeed forged a solid friendship. "Hey, Dai, have you considered taking on a part-time job?" "Huh. Well, I see you engage in weight training every day. Since you're already exercising, why not help me deliver goods for my family? Of course, I'll ensure you're fairly compensated." "A job?" Dai momentarily hesitated. Noticing his silence, Feng Yi quickly waved his hand. "If you're not interested, that's fine." In truth, this was Feng Yi's way of offering support after learning about Dai's circumstances. While Dai's family was not destitute, their situation was far from favorable, at least. For him, indulging in meat was not an easy feat more than once. Feng Yi had seen Dai drooling from afar at the barbecue shop. Rather than squander his energy training intensely, it would be far more beneficial for him to earn some income through part-time work. "And no, I'm not unwilling." Dai hastily gestured. "I just never thought of this method. Why didn't I consider earning money while working out before?" "Haha, well, it does require someone willing to employ a minor." Suddenly, as he laughed, Dai appeared to have a realization. "Feng Yi, you're intentionally helping me, aren't you?" Unexpectedly, Feng Yi was taken aback by Dai's keen perception regarding this matter, despite his usual demeanor of seeming rather dull. If circumstances allowed, Feng Yi would indeed be willing to invest a modest sum to enhance the living conditions of his current companion. However, he was acutely aware that Dai, at his core, was a proud individual. If he were to offer charity, it might jeopardize their friendship. In truth, it was not entirely so, as you know. Without seeking your assistance in transporting goods, we would have to rely on others. Well, I understand. Labor for remuneration is neither disgraceful nor improper, but you must not overcompensate. Thus, Dai, with an air of ease and delight, agreed to help Feng Yi with the transportation tasks. Given the current scale of Feng Yi's family business, it was clear that more than just one or two individuals were required for the task. Yet, at the tender age of 10, Dai had already distinguished himself as the most capable worker among his family's employees. "Hey," observing Dai swiftly hauling several boxes with remarkable agility, Feng Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement. It seemed a privilege reserved for himself to have such a promising individual laboring in his family's shop. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Yi. With a burst of energy, he lifted several boxes and joined Dai in the exercise. "Feng Yi, haha. Did you really think you were the only one in need of training?" Feng Yi was fully aware that the benefits of such routine physical exercise for him were negligible. But perhaps it was a process of accumulating small efforts into something substantial. Moreover, he was genuinely interested in honing his willpower and resilience. Unbeknownst to him, he had been subtly influenced by the diligent spirit of the industrious youth before him. "Hello everyone, my name is Kato Dan, and from today onwards, I shall be your classmate. I look forward to your guidance in the future." At the podium stood a rather handsome young boy, speaking gently. Although the average age of the students was merely 8, in the mature world of Naruto, young girls had already begun to awaken to their feelings towards the opposite sex. Gazing at Dan with eager admiration, Feng Yi slightly raised an eyebrow at Kato Dan, a name he was not unfamiliar with, as he was destined to be Tsunade's romantic interest. At this moment, Feng Yi felt somewhat uncertain about when Dan would intersect with Tsunade according to the original timeline, or whether Dan's arrival was a consequence of the butterfly effect initiated by his own actions. Historically, many of the prominent clans in Konoha maintained their private academies, often providing a superior quality of education compared to the public school system. They typically waited until their children were older before enrolling them in school, thereby establishing foundational connections. Recently, not just one but several members of these clans had leveraged their relationships to transfer newly enrolled clan youths, and even those already in other classes, into Feng Yi's class, seeking to align themselves with the 4 prodigious disciples of the 3rd Hokage. Conversely, this had led to many less talented children being relegated to other classes. In this regard, Feng Yi felt a slight reluctance, yet there was no overwhelming disdain. The existence of privileged relationships is ubiquitous. It is entirely justifiable to place one's child in the company of those of higher status for the sake of their future development. If one were to scrutinize this matter, it would likely have little bearing on the children at hand. One might ponder whether this constitutes the foundation of dominance. Suddenly, Fujiyo contemplated that various ninja clans seem rather indifferent to the so-called graduation timelines set by the school. They believe that once sufficient knowledge is acquired, applying for early graduation or even skipping grades is quite commonplace. This has resulted in a situation where not only peers of Fujiyo's age, but also those a year or two older or younger, and even several years apart, have converged into the same class. Among these individuals are significant members of various clans and potential future leaders. Should Fujiyo truly aspire to become Hokage, this might indeed represent the bedrock of supremacy. Alas, Fujiyo's ambitions lie elsewhere. Naturally, given Fujiyo's mature psychological perspective, even without any deliberate effort to win people's favor, he effortlessly garnered the goodwill of the majority, not only within his class, but also among several surrounding classes. Fujiyo's influence has begun to spread. Peers have grown accustomed to seeking his counsel through the unique medium of combat, which has become a form of indirect communication. Furthermore, a peculiar atmosphere of mutual competition and continuous conflict among friends has emerged, with daily challenges proliferating. The only distinction compared to Fujiyo's arrangement is that others do not charge fees, with each duel costing 100 ryo and 10 participants daily. That amounts to 1,000 ryo, totaling 30,000 ryo monthly. Fujiyo repeatedly muttered to himself. Although this sum is not substantial within his current overall income, it cannot be deemed insignificant either. Perhaps a price increase would be prudent. If it were raised to 200 ryo per bout, his income would double. Given that everyone is accustomed to paying 100 ryo, 200 should pose no issue. In that case, he could earn 60,000 ryo monthly, which is quite considerable. However, he realized he must not rush and could gradually increase the price. In the blink of an eye, the unscrupulous Fujiyo was again struck by thoughts of raising his rates. After a brief moment, he pulled his thoughts back, refocusing his attention on the new classmate before him. This individual, hailing from a clan known for its formidable transformation techniques, though perhaps few in number, held a respectable position within Konoha. Regardless of whether he was older or younger than Fujiyo, it was not surprising for him to be placed in their class by his family. Such elites had become increasingly common in Fujiyo's experience over the past few days. The reason for Fujiyo's keen interest in him was simply because, in the future, this young man would become Tsunade's romantic partner. Tsunade would be deeply affected by his demise, though it remains uncertain who would truly suffer more. Fujiyo reflected that, for now, there was likely no need for concern. According to the original timeline of events, Tsunade would not become interested in him for quite some time. However, Fujiyo suddenly considered the possibility that his own presence could generate a butterfly effect, potentially leading this individual to join Fujiyo's class prematurely and meet Tsunade ahead of schedule, thus giving rise to the possibility of an early romantic involvement due to their compatibility. Upon contemplating the notion of Tsunade engaging in an early romance, Fujiyo felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. For the sake of Tsunade's future happiness, as well as to safeguard Kato's rather precarious existence, it seemed prudent for him to remain vigilant. In a moment of resolute determination, he thought to himself. Suddenly, while Fujiyo was lost in thought, he overheard Tsunade conversing with a female classmate nearby. "This guy is indeed somewhat handsome," she remarked. "But alas, he is not at all my type. He appears far too gentle. What I truly prefer is..." Tsunade's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her tone. Indeed, this was quintessential Tsunade. Fujiyo felt a wave of relief wash over him, nodding in quiet affirmation. Given Tsunade's disposition, it was likely that her affections would not gravitate towards such a character. Had it not been for the right timing and circumstances, there would be little spark with Kato. Yet, in a sudden shift of thought, Fujiyo mused that perhaps the real concern should be Tsunade contemplating such matters at such a tender age. Nevertheless, in a world where young girls in the class were already creating a stir over Sasuke, perhaps the children were indeed maturing earlier than expected. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was nearby, listened to the girls discussing who was more attractive between the new student and Fujiyo or Orochimaru, and felt a twinge of annoyance. How can someone as effeminate as Orochimaru be considered handsome? Habitually, Jiraiya began to fire verbal shots at Orochimaru, employing a term he had recently learned from Fujiyo. "Are you looking to get hit again, Jiraiya?" Orochimaru retorted with a disdainful snort. Unfazed, Jiraiya shot back, "I'm merely speaking the truth." After spending so much time in the women's bathhouse, I've yet to encounter many women with skin whiter than yours, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, where's my kunai? Orochimaru, don't be rash. Earth style, Earth return. With that incantation, Fujiyo performed a technique, conjuring a textbook-perfect rock slab that appeared flawlessly before him. Excellent, excellent. Sarutobi nodded in approval. When it comes to this particular ninjutsu, you could be said to have mastered it to perfection. Even I, under similar chakra and control levels, might struggle to achieve such results. Fujiyo hastily shook his head in humility. This is all thanks to your adept teaching, sensei. Upon hearing Fujiyo praise him, the third Hokage's mood visibly brightened, his smile growing ever more radiant. By the way, it may be time to consider teaching you some B-rank ninjutsu. Although simple and swift C-rank techniques dominate conventional ninja battles, to truly become a formidable force, one must have advanced ninjutsu to support them. Your foundation is already quite solid. It is time for you to step into the realm of B-rank techniques. Oh, it seemed he was performing too well, Fujiyo thought silently. With his current display, it would no longer suffice to claim he wished to specialize solely in C-rank ninjutsu and delay learning new techniques. However, once he truly began studying other ninjutsu, he feared he might inadvertently reveal his true capabilities. In the present day, as his mastery of elemental development and chakra control gradually flourished, Fujiyo found that his pursuit of new ninjutsu no longer presented the formidable challenge it once did. Nonetheless, despite compensating for his physical shortcomings, Fujiyo's learning aptitude could only be deemed above average. The disparity between his abilities and those of the prodigious Orochimaru, who could replicate techniques with mere observation, remained substantial. Indeed, Orochimaru's keen perception of ninjutsu had transcended the realm of ordinary genius. Undoubtedly, once Fujiyo embarked on the study of advanced ninjutsu or other forms, the illusion of possessing a talent that surpassed even Orochimaru's would be shattered. Fortunately, Fujiyo had adequately prepared himself for this eventuality. Teacher Sarutobi, I may not have much time to learn new techniques lately, as I am currently attempting to develop several promising ninjutsu, he explained. Sarutobi gazed at Fujiyo with curiosity. You wish to create your own ninjutsu? Could you enlighten me on the type of technique you intend to develop? Well, I had a sudden spark of inspiration a few days ago, so I might not articulate it clearly. I believe it would be best if I demonstrated instead. A demonstration? Sarutobi's surprise deepened. He had initially thought that Fujiyo was merely in the conceptual phase. To discover that he had already achieved tangible results left Sarutobi momentarily speechless. His previous intention to advise Fujiyo to focus on knowledge accumulation before pursuing ninjutsu development momentarily stifled. Soon, under Sarutobi's inquisitive gaze, Fujiyo commenced his performance. Vacuum wave. With rapid hand seals, a visible wave of air surged forth, striking a distant tree with a resounding thud, creating a small crater. My apologies, Teacher Sarutobi. This technique is still in its nascent stage and may not be fully refined. Just as Fujiyo feigned humility, Sarutobi was once again taken aback by his astonishing display. Is this a wind release? No, it seems to be a pure manipulation of air and vibration. What exactly is this? As a grandmaster of ninjutsu, Sarutobi could discern the exceptional nature of this technique at a glance, recognizing its divergence from conventional elemental ninjutsu. Before Sarutobi could ponder further, Fujiyo continued to elaborate. I have named my newly developed technique sound release. Recently, during an unintentional observation, I discovered that sound possesses energy, specifically vibrations. By generating powerful sound through rapid vibrations, this energy can be transmitted, potentially yielding a formidable ninjutsu. Undoubtedly, Fujiyo was engaging in fanciful speculation. The truth was that his ability to perform this technique stemmed solely from a new C-rank ninja card. Sakuchi Orange, C-rank, passive skill, sound release ninja. Increases the power of sound wave-based ninjutsu by 10% and enhances resistance to sound wave-based ninjutsu by 10%. Active skill, vacuum wave. Utilizes high-frequency vibrations to generate air waves, intended to inflict harm on adversaries. Requires special ninja tools. Without them, seals must be formed, resulting in significantly reduced power. In this day and age, with Fujiyo's abundant lottery draws, he has amassed a substantial stock of C-rank ninja fragments, exceeding 10 pieces for most. Some high-drop rate C-rank cards have even accumulated to 30 pieces, such as the Sakuragi Orange currently at hand. Thus, Fujiyo decisively used 10 universal fragments to exchange for this ninja card. Although it is yet another seemingly insignificant C-rank card, it is evident that it can serve a substantial purpose in the present circumstances. When it comes to power, the incomplete version Fujiyo wields is hardly noteworthy. However, when considering its theoretical value and innovative potential, it may surpass the majority of A-rank ninjutsu. As a grandmaster of ninjutsu, Sarutobi understands the significance of this technique better than most. Although it appears to be merely a C-rank ninjutsu, it seems to constitute the inception of a new school of boundless potential. To develop an unprecedented new school of ninjutsu at such a young age is undoubtedly more astonishing than Kakashi's independent creation of A-rank ninjutsu in his teenage years. Truly, Fujiyo is remarkable. I had initially intended to temper your lofty ambitions, yet it seems I have underestimated your talent. Perhaps you truly can forge an unprecedented path on your own. Faced with Fujiyo's exceptional performance, Sarutobi could only express his admiration. Meanwhile, Fujiyo felt inexplicably embarrassed. It seemed that his perceived potential in the third Hokage's eyes had been elevated yet again. Well, Fujiyo felt somewhat helpless. He now had the sensation of being placed upon a pedestal. The more others esteemed him, the more he felt compelled to excel, fearing that his facade might shatter, thus necessitating even greater displays of prowess, which would only lead others to regard him with renewed admiration. Oh well, if I must be elevated, then so be it. With so many ninjutsu in the system, many of which could easily be modified into several new techniques, I am eager to develop dozens of schools and hundreds of ninjutsu to showcase. Fujiyo mused inwardly. This technique is quite intriguing. Observing Fujiyo diligently practicing the sound release ninjutsu, Orochimaru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Would you like to delve into it? No problem, I can teach you. Although this technique is of my own creation, I am not one to withhold knowledge. If someone can collaborate with me to improve it, that would be splendid. Orochimaru paused, sensing something slightly off in Fujiyo's tone, yet he could not pinpoint any fault. Soon enough, Orochimaru became engrossed in the development of the new ninjutsu. It must be said that he embodies the spirit of a scientist. Once research is involved, his concentration and focus become quite formidable. It is this very dedication to research and exceptional talent that has propelled him further along the path of scientific advancement. If this technique could incorporate some auxiliary devices, it could potentially be greatly enhanced, significantly reducing the charging time and substantially increasing its power. As expected of Orochimaru, he quickly identified the key to this technique with mere casual exploration. Fujiyo silently praised Orochimaru for his remarkable performance. Soon, however, he was taken aback to discover that Orochimaru's conceptualization of this technique extended far beyond his initial thoughts. Through a series of simple experiments involving sound wave vibrations, Orochimaru not only proposed methods for his later Sannin subordinates to utilize sound waves to damage the auditory systems of their targets, but also suggested the use of sound waves to release illusions. He even mentioned the potential for large-scale sound wave ninjutsu. The more Fujiyo engaged in discussions with Orochimaru, the more he sensed the boundless potential of sound wave ninjutsu. At its most fundamental level, it could serve as a large-scale radar for reconnaissance, and in group battles, it could undoubtedly facilitate elaborate coordinated ninjutsu. It was fair to say that this represented an exceptionally promising and truly outstanding new category of ninjutsu. However, according to its original development, sound wave ninjutsu, aside from a few simplistic techniques utilized by lower-ranked ninjas, seemed to lack substantial application. Yet, upon reflection, Fujiyo began to surmise the reason. Orochimaru had never truly focused on this aspect. Whether concerning the soul or physical transformation, Orochimaru's philosophy had always been clear: the pursuit of immortality. Beyond this, other forms of ninjutsu had likely never captured his interest, perhaps merely developed casually and effortlessly. Even formidable techniques like the impure world reincarnation may have been mere byproducts of Orochimaru's research. Given Orochimaru's capabilities, he could undoubtedly develop devastatingly powerful ninjutsu, potentially even world-ending techniques and devices, but it was evident that such pursuits held no significance for him. For a moment, Fujiyo regarded Orochimaru with a peculiar gaze. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Fujiyo experienced a significant epiphany. Recently, he had been dedicating considerable energy to the study of ninjutsu, and through incessant practice, he had achieved a considerable level of proficiency in several techniques, such as the early acquired shadow dance of the four-legged technique, to the point where he was nearly adept. Even without the use of ninja cards, aside from lacking some system-specific enhancements, he was practically at par. Originally, Feng Yi had intended to master more systematic ninjutsu through relentless practice. Yet now, it appeared that a clearer and more efficient path lay before him. Practicing ninjutsu, no matter how efficient, might only yield results comparable to that of the third Hokage. Perhaps it was indeed formidable, but beyond combat, in deeper realms of potential, it would likely reach its limit. What if he were to adopt a different approach and engage in research alongside Orochimaru? Imagining the future, enhanced by Orochimaru's profound development. He could wield the impure world reincarnation to contend against the entire ninja world, along with various miraculous cloning technologies. The more he pondered, the more Feng Yi felt that pursuing a scientific path was indeed a splendid idea. After all, the resources surrounding him were exceedingly abundant. There was no need to mention Orochimaru. He was clearly a versatile expert in technological research. As for Kabuto, he was poised to develop the fusion of 5 bloodlines in the future, at least as a master in human and bloodline research. Amidst the seemingly unremarkable presence of Tsunade, although she appears to lack conspicuous scientific achievements, it must be acknowledged that medical research is intertwined with scientific inquiry. Tsunade may have devoted her primary efforts to the advancement of her medical prowess, yet this does not imply a deficiency in her accomplishments in other domains. Surrounded by an assemblage of prodigious researchers, all of them youths, Feng Yi feels a sense of urgency to acquire knowledge and skills. It would indeed be a pity not to learn from them. He possesses the potential to grow alongside these individuals. As long as he is not a fool and can keep pace with their endeavors, the future holds boundless potential for him. And even if the system were to cease to exist one day, he would still remain one of the mightiest in the ninja world. Moreover, who can say he cannot harness technology to investigate certain elements within the system? For instance, he could clone high-quality summoning beasts or utilize devices to amplify the power of various character cards, and perhaps, in time, reverse engineer the system itself. Anything is possible. The more he contemplates, the more invigorated he becomes. However, regardless of his enthusiasm, Feng Yi remains grounded. While reliance on scientific research may be essential in the future, at present, it is imperative to prioritize the practice of ninjutsu and the enhancement of personal abilities. They must possess the means to safeguard themselves in missions and during warfare. In this regard, Orochimaru possesses a profound understanding. Although he is passionate about research, the majority of his focus is not solely on that domain, investing only a fraction of his energy into it. They all recognize that regardless of how promising the future may seem or the vast potential for research, their survival until that point is paramount. Before reaching that future, what they truly require is sufficient self-defense capability. "Excuse me, are you still hiring?" Early in the morning, as Feng Yi was engaged in conversation while unloading boxes, a melodious inquiry suddenly arose from behind him. Turning around, he saw an exceptionally gentle-looking little girl repeatedly asking his store staff various questions. Shortly thereafter, having learned from the staff that Feng Yi was the proprietor, the little girl approached him with her inquiry. "Are you the owner of this shop?" Upon receiving a nod of confirmation from Feng Yi, the little girl hesitated for a moment before inquiring. "May I ask if you are still looking for help?" I saw that only your shop was hiring." She pointed at Feng Yi and Dai, implying that she believed they were the only ones seeking child labor. "I can help with moving boxes. I'm quite strong. And I assume you pay based on how many boxes are moved." As she spoke, the little girl demonstrated her strength by lifting 2 boxes, indeed validating her claim. "Do you possess chakra? Are you a ninja?" Feng Yi asked in astonishment. If she were not a ninja, it would be inexplicable how she could possess such strength at her age without the use of chakra. Nodding slightly, the little girl introduced herself by stating her class name. Indeed, she was a student from the Konoha Ninja Academy, a year younger than Feng Yi and his peers. "Are you in dire need of money?" Feng Yi discerned the girl's predicament. If she truly required assistance, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Rather than providing direct financial aid, offering a simple and suitable job would be no trouble at all. Yes. The young girl nodded earnestly. After a brief moment, Feng Yi learned from her the reason behind her desire to earn money. With the festive season approaching, she wished to improve the meals and provide gifts for her younger siblings at the orphanage. Listening to her heartfelt rationale, Feng Yi felt a subtle wave of emotion. The orphanage in Konoha could undoubtedly be described as overcrowded, especially given the brutality of the recent shinobi world war. In the aftermath, numerous orphans arose. including many young children selected from outside the village to replenish the population. While Konoha endeavored to care for them, the best they could offer was a mere semblance of sustenance. In fact, some orphanages, particularly those primarily housing non-ninja children, struggled even to ensure their wards were adequately fed. The orphanage that primarily selected from external orphans undoubtedly faced the harshest conditions, and the girl before him exemplified a child with a profound sense of compassion. Despite her own youth, she aspired to give back in some meaningful way. Feng Yi could empathize with her predicament. He himself had faced a similar struggle in the past. Finding work as a child laborer was no easy feat, particularly for those who had to balance school with limited hours for employment. It was likely not mere fortune that led him to cross paths with this girl, but rather her extensive search through Konoha, where few establishments were willing to hire her. Essentially, it's manageable, he reassured her. However, you needn't exert yourself with such burdensome tasks. Your math skills are satisfactory, I presume? Go speak with that plump fellow inside. Let him know you're willing to assist. He is quite busy with the upcoming festivities. After a moment, as he casually assigned her this task, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, what is your name? Yenoyu. I am called Yenoyu. The name seemed vaguely familiar to him. After a brief contemplation, Feng Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be? In the future, there were two women whose actions had significantly influenced the dynamics of the shinobi world. One was Rin, whose death drove Obito to defy the world, and the other was the head of the orphanage who adopted Orochimaru, whose demise led to Orochimaru's use of Edo Tensei to summon an army capable of contending with the strongest of the allied forces. The name of that head was indeed Yenoyu. After a moment, Feng Yi inquired about the girl's full name. Yaoshi Yenoyu, I presume? Feng Yi almost forgot that during that era, there was indeed such an individual. Although her strength might not be formidable even in the future, having been defeated by the young Orochimaru, she undoubtedly excelled in her role as a spy. The title of Walking Shrine Maiden and the fact that Danzo once sought to recruit her alongside Orochimaru were not accolades easily attained. Undoubtedly, this seemingly shy girl possessed exceptional ninja talent in certain respects. At this time, she had yet to be recruited by Danzo's route, as it had not yet been established. Reflecting on these thoughts, Feng Yi continued to inquire further about the girl's circumstances. It turned out that her parents had perished during a mission long before the outbreak of the Shinobi War, leaving her an orphan. She had been raised in an orphanage outside the village, and now, she wished to repay that institution. Indeed, she was a girl of unparalleled kindness, Feng Yi silently mused. Perhaps it was precisely this unassailable benevolence that enabled her to excel as a spy. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Yi. If she possessed a natural talent for intelligence work, then why not consider sales in other realms? Yenai, have you ever contemplated a career in sales? Sales. What is that? Well, to put it simply, it involves promoting our products to others. Is that so? I worry I might not be capable, as I have never engaged in such activities. Not to worry. You can give it a try. Soon, the young girl, filled with trepidation, gritted her teeth and embarked on promoting Feng Yi's family's products. A month later, as she gazed upon the red figures in the ledger, a broad smile spread across Feng Yi's face. In just a brief span of time, the girl had increased their store's sales by 1/5, truly deserving of her reputation as a future elite in the field of espionage. Here, this is for you. Feng Yi tossed a pouch to Yenai. Opening the pouch, Yenai's eyes widened in surprise. Is this so much? Haha, it's nothing. You've earned every bit. I've profited far more than you have. Is that so? Indeed. I've never encountered such an exceptional saleswoman before. Upon hearing Feng Yi's praise, Yenai felt a blush of shyness wash over her as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. With this newfound wealth, they could indeed enjoy a wonderful year ahead. The principal hasn't changed his shoes in ages, and neither has teacher Qingshui, she thought, her face glowing with joy as she plotted how to use the money. Meanwhile, Feng Yi continued to smile and offer her guidance, engaged in animated conversation. Moments later, just as Yenai prepared to depart, Feng Yi suddenly called out to her. Hey, you've prepared gifts for so many, but have you thought about a gift for yourself? I don't need anything. As the girl momentarily paused in thought, Feng Yi handed her a box. I noticed your eyesight seems a bit poor. Here is a pair of glasses for you. Consider it a New Year's gift. I'm not sure if the prescription is right, but if it doesn't fit, I can exchange it. Thank you, but no need to exchange. They fit perfectly. Yenai felt an inexplicable warmth in her eyes. Shadowcat pause. With a loud command from Feng Yi, a small orange cat leapt from the shadows of her wrist. Meow. Well done, Kaka. As she spoke, Feng Yi tossed a handful of fish treats to the little feline. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. And unbeknownst to them, Feng Yi and her companions were nearing the age of 9. Feeling the time was ripe, Feng Yi finally released her spirit beast. Meanwhile, not far away, Orochimaru quietly observed Feng Yi's performance, lost in contemplation. This technique is quite intriguing. It has provided me with a wealth of inspiration. In the present day, Orochimaru, though yet to locate the formidable clan of the White Serpent Sage and the Myriad Serpents, has indeed acquired a lineage of ordinary serpentine summoning beasts. Despite the untimely demise of his parents before imparting the art of summoning, and the third Hokage not yet initiating his training in this mystical technique, Orochimaru has recently embarked on cultivating snakes in preparation for future summoning beasts. Benefiting from Feng Yi's insights and encouragement, various concepts regarding utilizing snakes in combat and profiting from venomous resources are once again being contemplated. Observing Feng Yi's tactical use of cats, it appears that inspiration has struck Orochimaru, prompting him to animate the small serpents in his grasp. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, should you adopt my technique, you shall owe me royalties. Feng Yi jested. With a dismissive glance at Feng Yi, Orochimaru chose to ignore the remark. By the way, are you certain you wish to nurture it as your summoning beast? It seems rather feeble, he queried, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Given that Feng Yi's summoning beast had merely a C-rank physical talent and was still in its infancy, its performance was indeed lacking. Seemingly understanding Orochimaru's disdain, Kaka, the summoned creature, angrily swatted at him with its paw. Regrettably, according to the system, a summoning beast must reach the maturity of a chunin before it can articulate thoughts, leaving Kaka to emit only frustrated chirps, unable to retort. Haha, Orochimaru. Do not underestimate it. I have previously visited its clan's territory, and their ninja cats are no ordinary beings, Feng Yi asserted. Nearby, Sarutobi couldn't help but furrow his brow at this statement. Isn't this your own summoned beast, Feng Yi? Initially, Sarutobi assumed that Feng Yi had merely procured a ninja cat from elsewhere for training. This occurrence is not uncommon, as ninja cats and dogs are prevalent summoning beasts among ninjas, with families often selling surplus animals, making them some of the most ubiquitous auxiliary beasts available. While ordinary ninjas may not master the advanced space-time ninjutsu of summoning, having such companions offers considerable combat strength, particularly in sensory capabilities, where animals possess innate advantages. These creatures likely do not qualify as true summoning beasts, as they do not require contracts, often serving merely as combat support. However, upon hearing Feng Yi's claims, the situation seemed more intricate than initially perceived. Did you employ summoning techniques without a contract? Was it Lord Mito who instructed you? Sarutobi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, I was inadvertently summoned to an unknown isle through summoning techniques. According to them, they belong to the Lucky Cat clan. I witnessed numerous powerful ninja cats there and forged a contract with them, Feng Yi explained. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. A beast that can speak, possesses formidable innate abilities, and belongs to a powerful clan. This appears to be an undiscovered lineage of summoning beasts. Feng Yi, your luck seems quite favorable. Suddenly, the third Hokage's expression shifted. Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. Feng Yi, are you not aware of the dangers associated with this technique? Did Lord Mito not caution you that one must first establish a contract with the summoning beast before utilizing such arts? Ah, indeed, Feng Yi feigned helplessness. Lord Mito mentioned that she would share with me some commendable summoning beast clans for when my strength matures, allowing me to test my fortune. However, I could not restrain myself. I initially intended to merely explore this technique. I had heard some theoretical knowledge from the second Hokage, which piqued my curiosity. It was precisely by cleverly utilizing this period to research and develop ninjutsu as a pretext that I was able to engage with summoning techniques early on. Moreover, because it was framed as research, it provided justification for my blunders and serendipities. I had thought you to be quite composed, yet here you are. The third Hokage remarked, rubbing his brow in evident frustration. Summoning techniques? What are they? Are they perilous? Jiraiya inquired, somewhat bewildered. The summoning technique itself is not inherently dangerous, but without a signed contract with a summoning beast, it can become perilous. While there exists the possibility of encountering powerful summoning beast clans and forming contracts, more often than not, one might find themselves ensnared in unforeseen dangers. It is crucial to understand that not all summoning beast clans are benevolent, and the inherent risks associated with spatial ninjutsu can be quite formidable. The thought of the unfortunate fate that could befall Fujiyo, this gifted disciple, made Sarutobi break into a sweat. The third Hokage patiently reiterated the dangers of summoning techniques to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others. Fujiyo's situation is an exception. I had not intended for you to engage with summoning techniques at this early stage. On one hand, your chakra and control are insufficient. On the other, what you truly need now is to establish a solid foundation rather than divert your focus at this juncture. Furthermore, ninjutsu harbors many risks. Fujiyo, remember to never act blindly in the future. As Sarutobi's earnest admonitions echoed in his ears, Fujiyo felt a sense of satisfaction. He had managed to navigate the situation with relative ease. In this incident, aside from slightly earning a label of imprudence from the third Hokage and Mito, he incurred no significant losses. After all, he was but a child. There was little in terms of reputational damage. Suddenly, a thought crossed Fujiyo's mind. With the third Hokage emphasizing the dangers of summoning techniques so gravely, would Jiraiya truly abandon his desire for random summoning? The mere notion of Jiraiya losing his toad companion stirred a pang of guilt within him. Well, if Jiraiya truly cannot find one, I shall assist him in his search. As Fujiyo pondered these matters, not far off, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. At that moment, he seemed to have focused solely on the possibility of encountering formidable summoning beast clans and forming contracts, inadvertently overlooking the associated dangers. Well done, Kaka. As he counted the money handed to him by the little cat, a broad smile adorned Fujiyo's face. It must be said that Kaka, this summoning beast, was indeed quite resourceful. Setting aside other attributes, its surgical capabilities alone could generate a considerable income. Long ago, Fujiyo had contemplated whether he could earn money through medical ninjutsu. However, after a brief contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the idea, for the common medical ninjutsu indeed yielded scant financial rewards. Logically, one would assume that such healing abilities would be lucrative anywhere, yet in Konoha, practitioners often received a relatively fixed salary, with a predetermined amount allotted for saving a life. This paled in comparison to the earnings garnered by frontline ninjas through mission shares. After all, one group risked their lives while the other did not, resulting in an inevitable disparity. Unless one was fortunate enough to undertake healing missions outside the village, the income remained modest. To put it plainly, military medics attended to soldiers as part of their duties and found it unethical to charge their comrades. While ninja credits might accumulate, their value held little significance for Kid. Of course, should one possess exceptional medical ninjutsu skills, a mere visit to a wealthy household beyond the village could yield a substantial fortune. Yet such elite ninja were currently beyond Kid's reach. In contrast, Kaka was different from the ordinary. He could justifiably earn for his clan and could demand as much as possible. Uncommonly, each individual saved could be considered a mission share, akin to an external contractor. Thus, Kaka not only earned enough each month to cover his own expenses, but also significantly contributed to Kid's earnings. This growing satisfaction with his summoning beast unveiled a new perspective for Kid. In the future, when selecting summoning beasts, it would be prudent to consider their potential for generating income. Beyond this unexpected financial gain, Kaka's greatest value lay in providing Kid with a legitimate reason to earn. Finally, Kid could openly reclaim the portion of money his parents had been setting aside for him each month from their shop, which had previously been siphoned off. With Kid's guidance and Kaka's performance, the feline's insatiable greed and the avarice of its fictitious race were brilliantly portrayed. Though Kaka's highest ninjutsu talent rated only AB, his performance skills could easily be deemed an S. Under Kaka's impeccable display, Kid began to persuade his parents. Rest assured, Father, regarding that summoning beast clan you mentioned, not only can we learn some rare techniques from them using money, but they are also quite adept at crafting equipment. As Kid continually reassured his father, he quietly mused, this shouldn't be considered deceit, as the system is scheduled to introduce an equipment crafting system in the future. Asserting their proficiency in weapon forging is not an exaggeration. Soon, through Kid's relentless explanations, he secured not only the majority of the funds from the shop henceforth, but also the several 100,000 ryo that his parents had previously saved. With this newfound wealth, prosperity was within reach. Each month, he earned 300,000 ryo from royalties, over 200,000 from the shop, and an additional 100,000 from Kaka's diligent surgical endeavors. leading to a monthly income exceeding 600,000 ryo. He'd required approximately 400,000 ryo for his training, while Kaka needed another 100,000, leaving him with a surplus of over 100,000 ryo. This allowed Keed to save diligently, preparing to acquire a B-rank ninja card. It must be said that acquiring a B-ranked ninja requires 60 fragments. Considering that a single lottery draw costs 10,000 ryo, Fengye's current income remains insufficient. Based on the premise that a tenfold draw guarantees a universal B-ranked ninja fragment, obtaining a complete B-ranked ninja card necessitates 600,000 ryo. Of course, this substantial initial investment is the crux of the matter. In reality, a complete B-ranked ninja card is theoretically worth only 60,000 ryo. Regrettably, without a certain level of investment, the scattered fragments randomly obtained are utterly useless. Fortunately, there exists a daily shop for refreshment. Occasionally, the shop offers complete B-ranked and A-ranked ninja cards for sale, as well as some commendable purple and gold pets, albeit at a price exceeding their actual value, such as a complete B-ranked card costing 90,000 ryo. Nonetheless, the opportunity to acquire them in advance is indeed advantageous. Thus, time passes as Fengye diligently saves money, awaiting the shop's refresh to unveil suitable B-ranked ninja cards. Recently, Fengye has been living quite comfortably, spending his days frolicking and training alongside Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others, or engaging with Orochimaru and Baruhu in the development of ninjutsu and biological research. He also enjoys conversations about life with Dai and Yena, not to mention the myriad challenges and greetings from friends. In this state of existence, Fengye finds himself rather content. He is somewhat averse to solitude, and compared to the frigid reality of his past life, having so many genuine friends feels exceptionally gratifying. Professionally, Fengye's endeavors are progressing smoothly. Although his income from writing does not increase significantly each month, it is steadily on the rise, while the revenue from his family shop and distribution channels expands rapidly, thanks in no small part to Yena's assistance and the advantages conferred by his status as a third-generation disciple. In daily life, he enjoys sumptuous meals following Tsunade and occasionally indulges in relaxing baths with Jiraiya and others. His pet, Kaka, is also quite the charming little rascal, bringing Fengye considerable joy. Overall, there is little to be dissatisfied with. Had he not been aware of potential future risks, Fengye might have paused his efforts and settled into complacency. However, as Fengye relishes his leisurely existence, an unexpected dilemma approaches him. You mean, Shikaku wants to challenge me? Upon hearing Dai mention that Shikaku Hatake intends to issue him a challenge, Fengye is somewhat incredulous. It makes no sense, he muses, unable to suppress his confusion. Although Fengye is not particularly familiar with Shikaku, he possesses a fair understanding of this renowned prodigy in the ninja village. It must be acknowledged that, according to future legends, Shikaku Hatake is indeed exceptionally gifted, with rumors circulating long ago about his potential to attain Jonin-level strength before the age of 10. Now that he has reached that age, although he is yet to achieve the Jonin title, he seems to possess strength akin to that of a special Jonin. Fengye has even secretly observed several of Shikaku's sparring sessions with village seniors, and it can only be said that his swordsmanship is dazzling and extraordinarily swift. At Fengye's current level, he would likely be no match for him. The crux of the matter does not lie in whether he can surpass Shomao, but rather in the fact that Shomao has no reason to challenge him at all. Fengye possesses a certain understanding of Shomao, given his future notoriety, which is impossible to ignore. He is remarkably composed, unlike his peers, devoid of the competitiveness and impulsiveness characteristic of youth. It is inconceivable that he would seek to trouble Fengye for the sake of fame or honor, such as claiming the title of Konoha's foremost genius. As for the desire to grow stronger and surpass oneself, that too is out of the question. Fengye is not one to wield a blade, and there are ample seniors in the village who engage in such practices, rendering it unnecessary for Shomao to approach him. The most pivotal aspect, however, is that Shomao is also a proud individual, and Fengye is 2 years his junior. If they were older, say around 16 or 17, the 2-year gap would be negligible, especially as physical potential is largely developed by that age. However, during the rapid growth of youth, such a disparity becomes significant. With White Fang's pride, it is unlikely he would stoop to such a tactic of bullying the younger. Yet, the reality is what you said true? Yes, it was Shomao who informed me. He also expressed a desire to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Fengye sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Days later, Fengye met Shomao in a secluded corner outside the village. To put it simply, someone wishes for me to decisively defeat you, and it must be done effortlessly. Upon their first encounter, Shomao articulated his intentions with clarity. A single statement from Shomao prompted a cascade of thoughts within Fujiyo. He had an inkling that someone intended to leverage Shomao's reputation, along with that of his third-generation disciples and the legendary title of Konoha's first genius, to stir trouble. Shomao's subsequent words further affirmed Fujiyo's suspicions. This is troublesome. I do not wish to win. At this point, Fujiyo's brow furrowed deeply. Initially, he had presumed it to be a straightforward spar, and even a loss would bear little consequence. However, it now seemed entangled in political affairs. While he enjoyed the privileges of being a third-generation disciple, profiting effortlessly and selecting various jutsu to learn, it appeared that certain troubles were inevitable. Though not entirely clear on the nuances, Fujiyo could surmise that the third Hokage was embroiled in numerous complications. Given his credentials and the strength he displayed, the position of Hokage seemed somewhat forced upon him. Many elders who had fought alongside the founding of Konoha, as well as significant figures from the first and second Hokage's era who quelled the chaos in the ninja world, were still present. Who would heed a junior born after the village's establishment? Prideful warriors and a strong vassal with a weak leader spells trouble anywhere. During the wartime, when unity was paramount, such issues may have been less apparent, but now that peace has been restored, the pursuit of power and profit is likely to resurface. While Fujiyo continued to ponder these complexities, Shomao spoke again. If possible, I will try to hold back, but if your strength truly falls short. Without elaborating further, Shomao turned and began to walk away. Watching Shomao's retreating figure, Fujiyo's emotions grew increasingly convoluted. As Shuo Mao once asserted, he was not particularly inclined to win, and similarly, Feng Yi was equally unwilling to accept defeat. To lose would denote a significant setback. The title of the foremost genius of Konoha that rested upon Feng Yi's brow likely served as an asset to Sarutobi as well. For a powerful disciple indeed brings considerable prestige to a mentor. The future stability of Sarutobi's position is undoubtedly intertwined with the existence of his three shadow-level disciples. Even in the present, Feng Yi's reputation as the leading genius would certainly benefit Sarutobi. Should he falter, others would not take into account whether his opponent was merely a shade more experienced or if the contest was closely contested. A loss is simply a loss. Although even the removal of this title of genius would amount to little more than a minor inconvenience, hardly altering the political landscape, Feng Yi was still loath to suffer defeat. In a fleeting moment, Feng Yi contemplated a multitude of thoughts, including the perplexing future of Shomao, and the troubling notion of a potential self-inflicted demise. Alas, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. By conventional standards, it seemed improbable that he could rival Shuo Mao. However, since Shuo Mao had promised to hold back, he would undoubtedly be granted ample opportunity. Yet, Shuo Mao had also stipulated that Feng Yi must display a sufficient level of strength. Even if it were mere pretense, it necessitated a corresponding capability. He needed to enhance his power within a short time frame. Feng Yi silently mused that the only feasible means to augment his strength swiftly was through B-rank ninja cards. Although the probability of acquiring high-level ninja cards each month was low, it was still possible to occasionally encounter a few. By delaying a month or two and securing a commendable B-rank card, along with a few formidable C-rank cards, he could significantly bolster his prowess. However, this plan hinged upon having enough funds. Given his current savings, he was sorely lacking, which meant he would have to seek a loan from Tsunade. In critical moments, one must rely on the support of his sister. 900,000 ryo? No problem, Tsunade assured him with a hearty pat on her modest chest. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to concoct some excuses and reasons, but none of that proved necessary. Aren't you going to ask me what I need the money for? No need, she replied. You are Feng Yi. Your reasons for borrowing must be valid. As long as I have it, I'll lend it to you, and truly, you need not repay me. Seeing the trust in Tsunade's eyes, Feng Yi felt a wave of emotion. He understood that while she lived without financial worry, she lacked the habit of saving. Aside from Mito, no one was readily providing her with money to squander, and this sum represented her hard-earned savings. Nonsense, I will repay you. I have urgent needs in the coming days. But I promise to return it soon. Very well, but truly, it need not be repaid. Before long, Feng Yi returned home with the generous sponsorship of 100,000 ryo from Tsunade. Concerned that Feng Yi might fall short of funds, she even added an additional 10,000 ryo at the last moment. Initially, Maple Knight possessed a substantial savings of several 100,000 taels. If it were merely a matter of acquiring a B-rank ninja card, such funds would scarcely be necessary. However, it was evident that he required a few exceptional C-rank ninja cards to optimize his combat prowess. Soon, Maple Knight commenced the selection of his ninja cards. In fact, he had long ago devised a strategy for his card selection. Due to the limitation on the number of ninja cards he could equip simultaneously, he drafted several card sets for himself. The first set was dedicated to speed and physical techniques, specifically tailored for close combat and evasion scenarios. The second set focused on offensive ninjutsu, maximizing destructive potential. The third set was oriented towards recovery and defense, enhancing the effects of healing physical injuries and chakra restoration while maintaining a degree of defense. Essentially, the tactical approach was straightforward and aggressive. Unleash all ninjutsu at the outset, depleting chakra significantly, then deploy all available technique cards to create distance, followed by switching to the recovery and defense set for a brief respite, before launching another barrage of ninjutsu. In summary, it was a kite-flying strategy. Advance if victorious, retreat if not. If the opponent's strength was comparable, engage in a war of attrition. Moreover, there were specialized card sets, such as Reconnaissance. Maple Knight initially planned to utilize a trio comprised of Hinata, Chino, and Kiba from the B-rank cards, which would provide a reconnaissance bonus when deployed together. Additionally, he recognized the necessity for cards specifically designed to counter Jinjutsu. At present, Maple Knight did not intend to invest heavily in Jinjutsu, seeking neither overwhelming offensive strength nor neglecting crucial weaknesses. Originally, Maple Knight aimed to assemble 1 or 2 combat-ready B-rank ninja cards before his 12th birthday, sufficient for self-preservation and adaptability across various battlefields. He intended to gradually accumulate a full set through missions, which is why he did not make targeted selections for C-rank cards. Essentially, he planned to activate C-rank cards only if he noticed a classmate nearing his strength or if he wished to learn a particular ninjutsu, otherwise conserving funds for B-rank cards. After all, C-rank cards were merely transitional, serving little purpose aside from a few standout cards like Naruto or Itachi. However, since there was an immediate need, Maple Knight felt little reluctance to proceed. In fact, he had amassed 20 or even 30 of most C-rank cards, which would not incur significant expenditure. With Shuamu indicating leniency, an idea struck him, prompting him to select a C-rank card. The Sound Ninja card, Jin, possessed a skill involving bells that interfered with auditory perception, effectively functioning as a pseudo-jinjutsu. Given that this sound-based ninjutsu was of his own creation, he could easily claim it possessed the potency of a B-rank ninjutsu, likely undetected by others. If Shuamu was indeed inclined to be lenient, it would facilitate his synergy. Subsequently, Maple Knight chose a card featuring Tian Tian, whose unparalleled ranged capabilities could be invaluable when equipped with an assortment of ninja tools, allowing for a timely offensive. In the blink of an eye, he had selected several C-rank cards that effectively addressed his shortcomings. One must reserve some funds for contingencies. Pondering the potential encounters with formidable B-rank ninja cards and their possible synergies. After completing the foundational preparations, Fengye commenced his period of anticipation. On one hand, he awaited news of the White Fang's challenge. On the other, he remained vigilant for the daily refresh of B-rank ninja cards in the marketplace. It was not long before he received notification of the White Fang's challenge from the 3rd generation, citing the development of a crucial jutsu. Fengye postponed the challenge by 2 months. Given the nature of the challenge, it was unlikely that the opponent would wish to face Fengye without affording him the courtesy of adequate preparation time. Days passed as Fengye diligently monitored the marketplace. Although his C-rank ninja abilities had become systematic, it would still be arduous to contend with Shuamu relying solely on these skills. In terms of basic attributes, Fengye's most proficient taijutsu still lingered at the 5th tier of a genin, falling short of the threshold for chunin. However, Shuamu's physical capabilities were not yet at the level of a true jonin. His physical prowess was constrained by age, likely placing him among the ranks of elite chunin, bolstered primarily by his exceptional swordsmanship. In summary, Fengye possessed excellent all-around attributes characteristic of an elite genin, with proficiency in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, augmented by ninja cards, rendering him a versatile chunin. In contrast, Shuamu specialized as a particularly formidable jonin. There remained a disparity unless Fengye could acquire a commendable B-rank taijutsu card. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to even engage in combat. At long last, the day arrived when Fujiyo encountered a powerful B-rank ninja card, the Dark Division Itachi. Gazing upon Itachi's card in the marketplace, Fujiyo found himself in a state of indecision. Undoubtedly, the Dark Itachi card was formidable. With passive effects from the Sharingan that enhanced dynamic vision and increased fire-style jutsu damage, alongside potent active skills including a fire release and an illusion technique, both highly effective in combat. Regrettably, after some contemplation, Fujiyo decided against acquiring this card. The explicit warning indicating that the activation of the passive ability would reveal the Sharingan in his eyes was a risk too perilous to entertain. Revealing such an ability in Konoha was tantamount to courting danger. Without the enhancement of the Sharingan, the remaining skills would hold little value. Thus, he resolutely passed. A month later, the marketplace offered another B-rank card, Akimichi Choji. Without a moment's hesitation, Fujiyo opted to pass once more. The Akimichi clan, renowned for their ability to leverage strength to compensate for agility and recovery shortcomings, could potentially offer an advantage against Shuo Mo, yet he remained unconvinced. Weeks rolled by, and finally, Fujiyo's luck turned as he stumbled upon a suitable B-rank card. To his astonishment, it was none other than this card, Hatake Kakashi, in his youthful form. Observing the image of Kakashi, presumably around 12 or 13 years old, and evidently still mastering his swordsmanship, Fujiyo was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a fortuitous acquisition of a ninja card so tailored to his needs. This serendipitous occurrence even led Fujiyo to question whether the system had conspired to grant him an unfair advantage by refreshing this card in the marketplace. In truth, however, this B-rank Kakashi card did not seamlessly align with Fujiyo's combat framework. The passive skill is physical activation, which is essentially the technique that Kakashi later imparts to Sasuke. Utilizing lightning-based chakra to stimulate the body, thereby enhancing movement speed, attack speed, and reaction time. This passive ability significantly augments physical prowess, particularly in terms of speed, making it one of the most formidable among all B-rank ninja cards. However, a somewhat awkward aspect is that this is evidently a growth skill, requiring the development and control of lightning release to enhance its potency. It is apparent that Kaguya has predominantly followed the path of fire release, with subsequent developments largely centering around wind and earth, as he has publicly displayed abilities in fire, wind, and earth, even contemplating the future pursuit of dust release. Regarding lightning release, although Kaguya recently unlocked it through another C-rank lightning release ninja card and has engaged in minimal training, such efforts are quite limited. Given this level of development in lightning release, it is difficult to assert that he can fully harness the potential of this ninja card. Even more awkwardly, one of Kakashi's active skills is Chidori, which undoubtedly necessitates a personal amplification of lightning release, particularly in the absence of the Sharingan's dynamic visual assistance, making it challenging to master and potentially dangerous to both the user and the opponent. Consequently, this ninja card's status becomes somewhat precarious. Yet, this ninja card also boasts an active skill, White Fang's blade technique, which consists of 3 distinct slashes. It is evident that a martial discipline cannot be limited to merely 3 techniques. It should encompass at least a dozen. Nevertheless, these few techniques likely represent the essence of the White Fang's swordsmanship. Kaguya holds considerable faith in the system's ability to encapsulate each individual's capabilities, recognizing that while each ninja card only captures a fragment of the corresponding character's abilities, they generally reflect the most exemplary skills. In this light, relying solely on this technique provides a strategic counter to Shuma's formidable swordsmanship. By understanding these few moves, Kaguya can cultivate effective responses, even countermeasures, against White Fang. This realization dramatically amplifies the value of this ninja card during this period. Without much hesitation, Kaguya, albeit with a twinge of regret, invested 900,000 Ryo to unlock this B-rank ninja card. In the short term, this card promises to be immensely beneficial in confronting Shoma. In the long term, it holds significant potential for development. Although Kaguya has not yet focused on lightning release, increased funds will ultimately necessitate investment in that area. Furthermore, Kakashi's skills possess a considerable degree of self-learning capability. Kaguya can continually master them through practice, unlike the Uchiha or Akimichi clans, whose bloodline techniques are not readily trainable. Soon, Kaguya began testing his new card. It must be said that a B-rank ninja card truly lives up to its designation, even with Kaguya's limited development and lightning attributes. The activation of physical activation still yields a performance superior to that of comparable C-rank cards. With a swift movement, Kaguya collided with the wall, handsome for only 3 seconds. Indeed, the enhancement of the system's capabilities does not possess the gradual adaptation process akin to the abilities one develops independently. Techniques such as ninjutsu and taijutsu can be mastered to perfection with the system's assistance. However, the augmented ninjutsu requires Feng Yi to adapt on his own. Confronted with the sudden surge in speed, Feng Yi clearly struggled. After a brief moment, Feng Yi began to gradually adjust his speed, continuously acclimatizing to his newfound abilities. After investing a considerable amount of time, he finally reached a preliminary adaptation. Subsequently, Feng Yi executed the techniques of the White Fang style. At that moment, he perceived that the short blade in his hand had seamlessly become an extension of his own body. With a swift motion, a brilliant flash of the blade illuminated the air, cleaving a tree in the courtyard in two. Observing the level of his swordsmanship, Feng Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow. There was a reason Kakashi attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Had it not been for Feng Yi's insufficient taijutsu prowess, this technique's power would undoubtedly have surpassed expectations. Reflecting on the state he had just experienced while wielding the blade, Feng Yi realized that mastering this ability on his own would be immensely challenging, far more so than the vast majority of ninjutsu techniques. Without relentless, daily practice, the hope of reaching such proficiency seemed exceedingly dim. After experimenting with the first two abilities, Feng Yi proceeded to test the final capability, Chidori. With a powerful shout, an electric spark flickered briefly before extinguishing. Embarrassingly, his chakra was insufficient. This technique indeed demanded a substantial amount of chakra. Kakashi once remarked that even with his own limited chakra, he could only perform it 4 times. While Kakashi's chakra may be scarce, it highlights the considerable energy consumption of this jutsu. Given Kakashi's mastery over lightning nature, the chakra expenditure for releasing lightning-based ninjutsu would naturally be minimal. In contrast, Feng Yi's underdeveloped lightning chakra made the consumption of chakra for such techniques excessively high. Even with the enhancement from the ninjutsu card, executing the Chidori, a jutsu of a rank, proved to be quite a challenge. After a moment, Feng Yi concluded his adaptation to the new ninjutsu card. Overall, the B ninjutsu card was indeed impactful, significantly enhancing his strength. With this highly targeted B ninjutsu card, he felt a newfound confidence in battling Shuan Mao. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yi selected a C ninjutsu card that could synergize with the B ninjutsu card to enhance his combat effectiveness. The augmentation of strength from Ding Ci's abilities could compensate for his deficiencies, while Ya's four-legged technique would undoubtedly assist in boosting his speed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yi designed several deck combinations centered around Kakashi's B ninjutsu card. Unexpectedly, he felt a surge of anticipation for his confrontation with Shuan Mao. There was no need for anxiety. Even in defeat, it truly mattered little. Gently patting Feng Yi on the shoulder, Sarutobi offered words of encouragement. Despite Sarutobi's unwavering faith in his disciple's extraordinary talent, he likely did not believe Feng Yi could triumph over Shuan Mao, who was 2 years his senior and equally gifted. His only hope was that Feng Yi would not suffer a humiliating defeat. Feng Yi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. At this point, merely voicing his determination to win would be futile. The outcome was what truly mattered. Soon, Feng Yi and Shuahao confronted each other. The duel took place in a grove outside of Konoha village, rather than in the conventional arena, as Feng Yi was undoubtedly a ninjutsu-oriented ninja. Without ample space to maneuver, he would have little chance of victory in the confines of a small arena. Without uttering a word, Feng Yi and Shuahao exchanged glances, a fleeting yet profound understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, not far from the confrontation, besides Sarutobi, several clan leaders and formidable shinobi from Konoha were engaged in quiet discussions while observing the match. None were optimistic about Feng Yi's prospects. They recognized his remarkable talent, which promised an extraordinary future, yet in the present moment, even with both Feng Yi and Shuahao of the same age, the odds seemed stacked against him. Ninjutsu-oriented ninjas require substantial chakra and knowledge as their foundation, making them late bloomers in the ninja world. Even with exceptional aptitude for ninjutsu, a young Feng Yi, despite potentially mastering A-rank techniques ahead of time, would find it challenging to harness a significant amount of chakra. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the spectators murmured amongst themselves, Feng Yi initiated his attack. From the outset, he demonstrated remarkable prowess. Fujiyo had primarily focused his training on fire attributes, and his inherent talent for fire release provided him with an additional advantage. Alongside his diligent daily practice, he had significantly enhanced his fire release capabilities, resulting in an exceptionally powerful technique. The head of the Uchiha clan could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment at the intensity of Fujiyo's fireball. This technique was a fundamental ninjutsu that every member of their clan was required to master, and it had long been one of their signature moves. Yet, the strength of Fujiyo's fireball far surpassed that of any of their peers, even those older than him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, particularly given their clan's heritage of fire-style enhancements. On the other side, witnessing the enormous fireball unleashed by Fujiyo, Shuhao swiftly halted his advance. Despite his formidable swordsmanship and taijutsu skills, he could not hope to break through such a powerful fire release. As Shuhao retreated, Fujiyo pressed on without hesitation. Wind release, great breakthrough. This wind technique was not derived from any system card, but was a ninjutsu that Fujiyo had cultivated himself. In the brief moment between the release of the two skills, Fujiyo adeptly utilized his own ninjutsu to achieve a seamless and overwhelming output. As Shuhao continued to withdraw, Fujiyo unleashed a second technique from the system. Sound release, void slash. With a resounding crash, a wave of energy surged forth from Fujiyo's hand, colliding with the already expanded fireball, which had been augmented by the wind technique. In the blink of an eye, the fireball swelled even further, forcing Shuhao to retreat once more. With a sudden thud, Shuomo halted, believing he had successfully evaded the range of the formidable fireball technique. Yet, a translucent wave of air surged forth, colliding with him. Although Shuomo deftly sliced through this wave with his blade, he inexplicably felt as though something had struck him, letting out a muffled groan. Some seasoned spectators had already discerned the remarkable nature of the ninjutsu employed by Fujiyo. The sound ninjutsu, which Fujiyo had only recently unveiled, had not been widely disseminated by the third Hokage, resulting in a limited understanding of its intricacies among the audience. However, amongst such experienced individuals, it was not difficult for them to infer the essence of what was unfolding. At this juncture, Sarutobi had no reason to conceal the truth any longer. This young man has indeed established a unique system of ninjutsu, centered around the utilization of sound. Precisely, it is the manipulation of sound. The technique demonstrated was merely the first of many achievements, as more potent forms of ninjutsu were continuously being developed. Sarutobi, in a seemingly understated yet subtly boastful manner, praised his disciple. Even if Fujiyo were to suffer defeat today, it would not be a disgraceful loss. The assembled dignitaries were palpably taken aback. It was not uncommon for someone of Fujiyo's age to develop advanced ninjutsu, but to create a comprehensive system was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Fujiyo, having gained a slight advantage, did not cease his hand seals. Just as Shuomo prepared to charge, Fujiyo unleashed another fireball technique, replicating his earlier assault with uncanny precision. This time, although the wave of air impacted Shuomo once more, his prior experience allowed him to deftly evade the majority of Fujiyo's onslaught, mitigating the damage significantly compared to the first encounter. After dodging this strike, Shuomo could not help but furrow his brow. He had previously communicated to Fujiyo his intention to refrain from winning and to hold back, yet Fujiyo's current actions, launching multiple powerful techniques without hesitation, appeared to signify a resignation. If he exhausted his chakra before the battle even commenced, what then could a ninjutsu-oriented ninja accomplish? Even with the minor injuries sustained from the sound wave, the substantial chakra expenditure for such a trivial wound seemed illogical. The onlookers shared similar sentiments, pondering whether Fujiyo was aware of an inevitable defeat, thus opting for a mere symbolic display before conceding. The first set of techniques could be explained as a cunning surprise, but employing the same technique a second time lacked any rationale. Even among ninjutsu specialists, it was rare to see one waste their abilities before the decisive moment. The audience's gazes towards Fujiyo began to shift, tinged with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. If one fought valiantly yet fell short, it could be understood. But to concede before the battle had truly begun was seen as rather contemptible. Amidst the cacophony of thoughts among the spectators, Fujiyo quietly switched his equipment's ninja card. The Naruto card was inherently equipped. Were it not for the chakra limit enhancement bestowed by the Naruto card, Fujiyo would have been incapable of utilizing 2 rounds of ninjutsu. Presently, with chakra running low, he required the Naruto card to replenish his energy. Of course, he could not afford to make any substitutions. As for the Itachi card and Sakura card, they had been exchanged for Tian and Kiba. Soon, with the four-legged technique activated, Fujiyo dashed forward with exuberance. With chakra depleted, he needed to bide his time and kite his opponent for a moment. Swiftly, he drew forth a scroll, all the while running, casting various shuriken and small hidden weapons behind him. Clang! Behind Fujiyo, Shumo continuously deflected the projectiles with his short sword while endeavoring to pursue him. This child possesses solid foundational skills. Someone among the spectators could not help but exclaim again in admiration. The art of throwing ninja tools can be regarded as one of the most fundamental abilities of a ninja, and yet it remains one of the easiest to learn but hardest to master. Typically, no one would be significantly lacking in this regard, at the very least. One must be competent. However, most practitioners do not invest excessive energy into this area. After all, relying solely on thrown weapons to secure a kill is generally unrealistic unless one holds overwhelming strength, which renders the effort often disproportionate to the returns. Particularly since specialization in throwing weapons faces the serious issue of limited potential. Thus, while there are indeed outstanding individuals who make a living through this skill, it is rare unless their talents in ninjutsu and taijutsu are exceedingly poor, thereby necessitating a specialization in this field. Indeed, the skills displayed in the art of weapon throwing were not inferior to those of some specialized chunin or even elite chunin. They certainly did not believe that Fujiyo would invest considerable effort in this skill. They could only conclude that he was exceptionally gifted, effortlessly matching the results of those who had dedicated years to rigorous training in this discipline. Meanwhile, although Shumo's advances were continuously disrupted by Fujiyo, he was steadily closing the distance. At last, Shumo caught up to Fujiyo. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of a blade surged upward, directly threatening Fujiyo's side. In that instant, Fujiyo sensed an acute air of danger. He understood that this strike could pose a threat to his very life. Although he was aware that the likelihood of encountering real danger was minimal, given the presence of so many powerful figures around, the possibility of a fatality occurring under their watchful eyes was nearly non-existent, yet he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Only those facing Shumo could truly grasp the sharpness and pressure of that strike. Quickly, Fujiyo hurled an explosive tag between them, creating a diversion that allowed him to gain a slight distance. In the aftermath of the close-range explosion, both Fujiyo and Shumo bore the marks of injury. It was evident that Fujiyo's injuries were somewhat more severe. After all, his evasion was not as swift as Shumo's, nor could he utilize sword techniques to deflect the force of the explosion. To any observer, it was clear that Fujiyo had suffered the greater loss. Yet, in his mind, Fujiyo thought of his healing buff, knowing that he need not fear exchanging injury for injury. However, it truly cannot be overused in a short span of time. Once the speed is genuinely affected and diminished, defeat becomes imminent. Abruptly replacing the card of Yi, Fujiyo donned the golden card. Yi's four-legged technique is a sustained skill, and as long as Fujiyo maintains it, it will not dissipate in the short term, thus the speed remains unaffected. This time, Fujiyo launched several shurikens once again, but unlike before, each shuriken was adorned with two bells. Much like the formidable combination of Shikamaru and Kin Mizumi that Fujiyo envisioned, the daily throwing of ninja tools, alongside Jin sonic attacks utilizing the ninja tools, could indeed complement each other, albeit not as effectively as the former. Suddenly, as Shikumo deflected Fujiyo's bells, the bells on the shurikens that were sent flying resonated with those on the other shurikens nearby. Shikumo let out a low groan, his steps faltering slightly. This technique directly employed sound waves to attack the auditory system, causing damage to the hearing while also disrupting balance. Visibly, under the sonic assault of the unprecedented bell formation conjured by Fujiyo, Shikumo's movements and speed of drawing his blade slowed considerably. Fujiyo felt that Shikumo should not be so severely affected. After all, the strength of this technique was limited. However, upon a moment's reflection, he realized that Shikumo had begun to feign. With a slight raise of his brow, Fujiyo thought that if Shikumo was willing to perform, it would indeed make things much easier for him. Soon, the two resumed their chase, alternating between pursuit and evasion for several minutes. Feeling his chakra restored to nearly half, Fujiyo swiftly switched to Itachi's card and unleashed another massive fireball, forcing Shikumo further back. For a moment, the two found themselves in a stalemate. Fujiyo exhibited remarkable prowess. That bell technique appeared truly formidable, and the interference it inflicted on Shikumo was unexpectedly strong. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Did anyone notice the astonishing amount of chakra he possessed? From the outset until now, he had unleashed 3 grand fireball techniques and numerous others. Just look. Another one. This marked his 4th grand fireball. Such a chakra reserve must be nearing that of a typical special jonin. The esteemed figures engaged in hushed discussions, their first realization dawning upon them that perhaps Fujiyo indeed had a chance of victory. Yet among them, a few bore expressions of concern. Suddenly, an elderly man let out a cold snort. Not far away, upon hearing this disdainful sound, Shikomo momentarily froze, then tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. I apologize, Fujiyo, but if your strength is limited to this, then I must conclude this battle. As he spoke, Shikomo's speed surged dramatically, closing the distance to Fujiyo in an instant. Another flash of the blade, more imposing than before, enveloped Fujiyo in a sense of pressure far greater than prior. Not only had his movement speed increased, but the speed of his strikes had also accelerated significantly. Is this a result of physical activation? Fujiyo's thoughts raced. Indeed, it became evident that Shikomo had not exerted his full strength in their earlier confrontation. With a resounding explosion, yet another detonating talisman detonated between the two combatants. This time, Fujiyo was left slightly bruised, rolling awkwardly on the ground before coming to a halt, half kneeling with one hand braced against the earth. In contrast, Shuamao effortlessly evaded the damage, his agility rendering him unscathed. Pointing his blade at Fujiyo, Shuamao shook his head in mild resignation. I'm sorry, Fujiyo. Given a few more years, perhaps you could surpass me, but at your current level of skill. Though he yearned to perform. The prerequisite was that Fujiyo's combat prowess posed a genuine threat, and based on Fujiyo's recent display, he was far from capable of that, making it impossible for Shuamao to act. As he spoke, Shuamao charged forward once more, intent on concluding the battle. However, just as Shuamao advanced, a peculiar smile crept across Fujiyo's lips. Did you think this was all my strength? As he spoke, Fujiyo abruptly unfurled a scroll, grasping a short blade identical to Shuamao's. What is this? As a samurai-type ninja, Shuamao immediately sensed the warrior-like aura emanating from Fujiyo. How could such a formidable presence and an underlying sense of danger arise so suddenly? He had only encountered it among peers of equal skill within the village, but he had felt no hint of this before. As Shuamao stood in astonishment, Fujiyo surged forward with renewed vigor, activating his physical enhancement. His speed surged dramatically. White Fang-style blade technique, first segment. Fujiyo silently chanted. In an instant, a dazzling flash of blade light surged upward, harnessing the momentum of his swift charge and an explosive burst of energy, maximizing the lethality of his strike. Clang, clang, clang. In a mere heartbeat, Fujiyo's short blade collided with Shuamao's 3 times. Indeed, Shuamao's speed and strength surpassed my own, Fujiyo mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Shuamao found himself astonished. This technique was strikingly familiar, a signature move from his own repertoire. It was one of his most frequently employed techniques, designed to dispatch weaker opponents with a combination of rapid speed and sudden ferocity. Even if one managed to block the first strike, the subsequent 2, executed with cunning precision, were difficult to evade. This was one of the quintessential techniques Shuamao had refined through years of diligent practice. Yet here was Fujiyo employing the same move. Not only was he utilizing this technique, but Shuamao also felt a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. In their recent exchanges, while he held a slight advantage in strength and speed, Fujiyo's execution of the technique appeared subtly superior, more refined than his own. It was precisely because of this subtle mastery and technique that, despite Shuamao's marginal advantages, they found themselves evenly matched. How could this be possible? Not only Shuamao, but the numerous esteemed figures from Konoha observing the duel were equally taken aback. The diligent Fujiyo, who has been tirelessly honing his ninjutsu, surprisingly finds himself able to confront the renowned genius Shumo on equal terms in the art of swordsmanship. Remarkably, when one disregards the disparity in physical capabilities, it seems that Fujiyo may even surpass him. The reasoning behind this phenomenon is rather straightforward. In the future, the sword technique that Shumo imparts to Kakashi, the White Fang style, is a culmination of countless battles and years of insight and experience, undoubtedly far superior to his present abilities. It can be said that Fujiyo is engaging in combat utilizing Shumo's swordsmanship from a decade, hence against Shumo's youthful techniques, thus gaining a distinct advantage. However, the intricacies of this matter remain unknown to all, leading to a flurry of incredulous speculations. I recall that few had taught him the art of the sword. Could it be that his previous skirmishes with Shumo were merely a pretext to study his techniques? Observing his strikes, one can clearly discern the distinct influence of Shumo's swordsmanship. Astonishingly, he has managed to learn and even surpass these techniques in such a brief span, prompting many prominent figures to conjure various theories, elevating their regard for Fujiyo. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Danzo wore a grim expression, taken aback by Fujiyo's remarkable talent in taijutsu, rivaling that of those born with innate tri-elemental abilities. This realization led him to ponder that if Fujiyo were to become his disciple, he could indeed inherit his ninjutsu lineage, darkening Danzo's mood further. Conversely, Shumo finds himself in the most complex emotional state at this moment. In truth, the speed and strength he had previously exhibited were not his limits. Should he unleash his full potential, he might very well gain the upper hand. However, he has no intention of intensifying his efforts. On one hand, he does not wish to win, but more importantly, he is reluctant to be outdone by another in swordsmanship. Once more, Shumo and Fujiyo collide. This time, Fujiyo activates the C-rank technique Dingzi, augmenting his strength to a level comparable to Shumo's, while the second segment of Fujiyo's White Fang technique clearly exerts greater pressure on Shumo. If the first segment had nearly reached its full development, albeit lacking in some finer details, the second segment remains far from Shumo's complete refinement. With another clash, Fujiyo unleashed the third segment of the White Fang technique, a move that Shumo had merely contemplated but had not fully conceived. In an instant, Shumo found himself momentarily disoriented. The uncanny sensation akin to battling a future version of himself. He could hardly fathom that this was a glimpse of his own future swordsmanship. He could only attribute it to Fujiyo's extraordinary talent. Simultaneously, Fujiyo began to marvel at Shumo's formidable aptitude. Within the brief span of their exchange, they had engaged in over a dozen exchanges. While Shumo's swordsmanship encompassed far more than these 3 moves, Fujiyo chose to counter with only these. Gradually, Fujiyo was astonished to observe that Shumo was progressively refining his own techniques through their duel, his improvement becoming strikingly evident. After all, this is inherently linked to Shuo Mao's lineage. His future swordsmanship, combined with his extraordinary talent, naturally allows for remarkably swift progress. If this continues, will I lose? Fujiyo couldn't help but ponder silently. If the battle drags on, and Shuo Mao masters these few techniques, he may become quite formidable. Fortunately, Shuo Mao seemed to gradually regain his composure from the fervor of battle, realizing that he was here to concede today. In the ensuing combat, Shuo Mao exhibited no discernible improvement. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce struggle for a considerable duration. After yet another clash of blades, both Fujiyo and Shuo Mao halted, breathing heavily, appearing visibly fatigued. Suddenly, Fujiyo raised his right hand and called out to Shuo Mao, "Shall we consider today's battle a draw?" Just as Shuo Mao was taken aback, the onlookers nearby also expressed their surprise. However, after a moment of contemplation, they began to praise Fujiyo. Although Fujiyo proposed a draw, it was evident to them that he had gained the upper hand. In terms of swordsmanship, they were evenly matched, and moreover, Fujiyo possessed several formidable ninjutsu and secret techniques. Thus, Fujiyo's suggestion of a draw was clearly a gesture of magnanimity to preserve Shuo Mao's dignity, effectively rendering him victorious without an outright win. After all, Fujiyo was 2 years Shuo Mao's senior, and even a draw would implicitly signify his triumph. In truth, Fujiyo likely understood that Shuo Mao had held back, and his call for a draw was primarily to spare Shuo Mao the embarrassment of defeat. The reasoning speculated by the onlookers was secondary. In light of the crowd's commendations, Sarutobi's smile radiated brightly. It seemed that neither could decisively claim victory. Thus, a draw would suffice, he declared. Moments later, Fujiyo and Shuo Mao exchanged polite handshakes. Strikingly clear, Fujiyo perceived a mutual respect in Shuo Mao's gaze. Could it be that he finds my swordsmanship appealing? While everyone congratulated Sarutobi for having trained an excellent disciple, among the crowd of spectators, an elderly man, suspected to be the instigator of this challenge, scoffed disdainfully and departed. Shuo Mao, did you hold back until the very end? In a secluded corner, the elder questioned Shuo Mao. I had already exerted the vast majority of my strength. The small portion I withheld was intended for a surprise that could determine the outcome, Shuo Mao replied with a semblance of lament. Though I was taken aback by Fujiyo's premature proposal for a draw, upon reflection, even if I had narrowly emerged victorious, such a win would be devoid of significance. Given his demonstrated talent, It would only take him a few days to surpass me. By then, if he challenged me again, I would likely face defeat. Thus, it was better to settle for a draw now. Upon hearing Shuan Mao's explanation, the elder contemplated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I once believed that Shuan Mao was the most gifted individual I had ever encountered. However, at this moment, the elder could not help but exclaim, "Truly, he is a genius recognized by both the first and second generations." As for the first and second generations, they held these individuals in high regard. Their only grievance seemed to stem from the fact that Sarutobi's qualifications and strength left them feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, as Shuan Mao managed to slip by unnoticed, Sarutobi and Danzo were quietly discussing something while watching the departing figures. "You are far too merciful, Sarutobi," Danzo remarked coldly. "Even though they are members of the village, their presence has introduced instability, and they should be eradicated at the earliest opportunity." Before Sarutobi could respond, Danzo continued, "If you find it difficult to act, then leave it all to me. I shall bear the weight of all darkness and sin." Faced with Danzo's proposition, Sarutobi appeared hesitant. While he understood that these internal conflicts would deplete Konoha's strength, he found it challenging to take action against individuals he considered comrades. I will think it over," he replied. As for the undercurrents within the village, Fengyi sensed a hint of unrest, but did not dwell on it. After all, politics was of little concern to him at this moment. He had yet to step into the realm of power struggles, and occasional ripples would hardly pose a significant threat. The very fact that he was a disciple of Sarutobi provided him with ample security. Moreover, with the legacy of being half-disciple to the first and second generations, and under the protection of the still-living Mido, as long as he did not act recklessly against the village, there was little to worry about. Thus, after a brief encounter with Shuan Mao, Fengyi returned to his leisurely life. 1,000 years of death. With Jiraiya's exuberant shout, Orochimaru lay on the ground, filled with indignation. "Jiraiya, I will kill you." Despite his vigilance, Orochimaru fell victim to the unexpected attack. "Ahaha!" Jiraiya laughed maniacally as he dashed around, proudly reveling in his triumph, while Orochimaru, seething with rage, chased him, clutching his rear. Fengyi and Tsunade watched the spectacle with great amusement. "Was that truly necessary, Tsunade? Prepare the first aid kit. Jiraiya may end up quite battered." Initially, Fengyi thought that this technique would be developed by Kakashi in the future, but considering Kakashi's personality, it seemed far more reasonable that it was Jiraiya who had conceived it. Interestingly, Jiraiya had mentioned his novel's concepts recently, and this technique was likely among them. It was possible that Kakashi's future move would draw inspiration from Jiraiya's writings. Yet, while Fengyi jested about Jiraiya's antics, he perceived a greater truth. Not only had he grown, but so had everyone around him. Orochimaru, without a doubt, is a prodigious talent in ninjutsu. Under the tutelage of Sarutobi, he has thrived as if in his natural element. In many respects, Orochimaru is indeed the disciple who has most faithfully inherited the legacy of the Sarutobi system. In recent days, Tsunade has increasingly showcased the innate abilities of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, displaying abundant chakra and immense strength, epitomizing the archetype of a female warrior. However, for reasons unknown, she has recently developed an interest in medical ninjutsu, seemingly returning to her original path. Of course, the one who has made the most significant progress is Jiraiya. Previously, he was easily subdued by Orochimaru, a mere plaything at the whims of his former comrade. Yet it must be noted that Orochimaru was not particularly interested in causing him trouble. Rather, it was Jiraiya who persistently sought confrontation, relishing the challenge despite the inevitable beatings. Now, although Jiraiya still faces defeat, he has gained a measure of resilience, making it increasingly difficult for Orochimaru to overpower him. Fengyi believes that Orochimaru is perhaps the one who most acutely perceives Jiraiya's growth and the pressure it entails. The once underestimated underachiever is now pursuing them with astonishing speed. Observing the few individuals before him, Fengyi felt a surge of satisfaction. "Grow stronger, even more so that I may borrow from you when the time comes." After all, managing the system's deficits alone is quite burdensome. Suddenly, an idea struck Fengyi, prompting him to inquire of Tsunade, "What inspired you to pursue medical ninjutsu?" From any perspective, Tsunade embodies a boisterous and somewhat aggressive demeanor in battle. Were she to transition to a warrior role, Fengyi would have no doubts. Yet now she has opted for the seemingly gentler path of a medical ninja. While Tsunade would later carve out her own unique violent approach to medicine, at this moment. Her choice was indeed somewhat unexpected. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, then shyly lowered her gaze, admitting, "I heard that certain medical ninjutsu can enhance one's physique." "Oh, is that so?" Fujiyo instinctively glanced at Tsunade's robust figure, gaining insight into the motivations that might have stirred her. In this world, girls generally mature earlier. Who knows what inspiration Tsunade encountered? "Rest assured, you will succeed," Fujiyo assured her earnestly. "While I cannot promise much, I can guarantee that in this regard, you will be nearly invincible." With the clash of blades once more resounding, Sakujo shook his head in mild disappointment. "Fujiyo, your swordsmanship has shown no improvement. It's rather dull to spar with you. Are you perhaps concealing your true abilities?" Fujiyo blinked awkwardly and replied, "Well, to be honest, I'm not particularly interested in swordsmanship, and my focus has not been on it lately." He couldn't exactly reveal that what he demonstrated was merely a glimpse of Jiraiya's future swordsmanship, a refinement he had yet to achieve himself. Since their last battle, the bond between Sakujo and Fujiyo has undeniably deepened, with Sakujo seeking out Fujiyo to spar every few days. Originally, Shuamao had hoped to find some inspiration for swordsmanship from Fujiyo. However, it became evident that Fujiyo had disappointed him. After the initial days of novelty, Shuamao had skillfully mastered his future techniques and was now able to effortlessly defeat Fujiyo with his swordplay. After all, Shuamao surpassed Fujiyo in both speed and strength, and his sword techniques were far more fluid than Fujiyo's rigid approach. In light of this, Fujiyo could only make excuses to the best of his ability. "I truly cannot improve upon anything. In my view, these few moves are nearly perfect. As for other techniques, I simply have no inspiration." Shuamao could only acknowledge Fujiyo's explanation. Indeed, after all his efforts, there was little room for improvement, and admitting this was somewhat embarrassing, he chuckled. Of course, these techniques were developed after years of various battles. It would indeed be strange if they could be altered now. Fujiyo thought to himself. Fortunately, Fujiyo was not solely proficient in swordsmanship. His mastery of ninjutsu and an array of diverse techniques allowed him to hold his own against Shuamao, without resorting to his ultimate sword techniques. The two engaged in a lively exchange. After a while, they both paused, panting. Regardless of the situation, in terms of chakra levels and perseverance, Fujiyo was indeed a rare contender. Strangely, Fujiyo had become a ninja renowned for his remarkable tenacity. No matter whom he fought, his panting and slight trembling after exhausting his chakra and stamina were unmistakable. Yet he continued to endure and fight on, ultimately wearing his opponents down, earning him admiration. Fujiyo could only offer an awkward smile, unable to respond to that remark. "By the way, 1,000 ryo," Fujiyo suddenly recalled, adhering to the rules. "Why am I 1,000 ryo? Don't you usually charge 1 or 200 ryo when fighting others?" Cough, cough. "Isn't it because you're so strong? I'm broke. Just consider it a debt for now. I spent all my change on alcohol." As he spoke, Shuamao produced a bottle of liquor from nowhere and handed Fujiyo a cup. "Don't worry, a small amount is harmless to the body. And this is no ordinary liquor. It has health benefits." Before Fujiyo could respond, Shuamao eagerly explained. In the midst of his words, Shuamao seemed to remember something. "Wait, I'll go find Dai." Moments later, Fujiyo, Shuamao, and Dai gathered around a mound of earth, enjoying their drinks together. "There may not be many more days like this when we can gather," Shuamao suddenly remarked, his tone somber. For a moment, Fujiyo too fell silent. Now over 9 years old, he felt no urgency. However, Shuamao and Dai were both 2 years his senior, already over 11. They were not far from the graduation age of 12 for the Ninja Academy. At that point, Shuamao and Dai would likely be thrust into missions that kept them apart for long periods. Especially for Shuamao, with his capabilities. He could have already been promoted to Special Jonin. The only reason he had not been was his lack of graduation. Once he completed his studies, it was highly likely he would soon become as busy as any other Special Jonin. The echoes of war still resonate in the present. So many lives have been lost, creating a significant void in our ranks. It is far from the previous abundance of personnel and minimal tasks. The current ninjas indeed find it challenging to carve out ample time. However, compared to Shumo, Fujiyo's greater concern lies with Dai. Presently, Dai possesses merely the strength of a low-ranking ninja, and he is severely deficient in certain skills. When faced with Genjutsu-type ninjas, he would likely perish instantly. A fact that fills Fujiyo with apprehension. After all, this world is all too real, having been stirred by the wings of his butterfly. And the profession of a ninja is fraught with peril. Who can guarantee Dai's continued safety? After a brief moment of contemplation, Shumo smiled subtly and shifted the topic. I have heard that some individuals, when inebriated, can release the constraints on their muscular capabilities, unleashing destructive power far beyond the ordinary. I am aware of this as well. It seems there is a ninja in our village endowed with the talent for drunken fist. I have been practicing how to relinquish control over my muscles, Dai responded. Shumo nodded in agreement. Indeed, speaking of releasing bodily limitations, I too am acquainted with some theoretical aspects. After a moment, as he listened to Shumo's musings, Funya could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Is this reference to the Eight Gates technique? He pondered inwardly. According to the research materials from the second Hokage, each acupuncture point within the human body serves a distinct function, with 8 pivotal points identified. Through Shumo's continuous exposition of his knowledge, Funya began to formulate some conjectures. It seems plausible that the second Hokage proposed fundamental theories. Given his profound understanding of the body, it would be unlikely for him to overlook the functions of these points. However, such theories merely outline principles, akin to discovering the functions of the heart or liver. Knowing their essence does not equate to knowing how to activate the 8 gates. Otherwise, everyone would be capable of opening them. That is essentially the case. The second Hokage mentioned the functions of these 8 gates. Yet the precise method to unlock them remains a significant challenge, Shumo remarked. Ah, I see, Dai mused thoughtfully. It appears I may have inadvertently triggered the development of the 8 gates. Observing Dai lost in contemplation, Funya quietly reflected. The original Dai was likely engaged in the independent development of muscle release, which, as a taijutsu ninja, was probably his sole path to strength. It seems that later, when Guy trained Lee, the activation of the 8 gates also required the prerequisite of muscle release. If all goes as expected, it could be a long time before Dai comprehends the subsequent theories of the 8 gates, given his limited access to knowledge. However, due to Funya's intervention, this process may have been expedited. As the seasons turned, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Dai and Shumo finally reached their graduation. With both having acquired their teammates, the tasks commenced, and Funya's life began to feel somewhat solitary, accompanied by rising concerns for their safety. Fortunately, not long ago, they collaboratively developed the first of the 8 gates, which provided Funya with a slight sense of reassurance regarding their safety. From the moment the first gate was opened, Shuan Mao had already remarked that this technique was not particularly suited for him. The path of physical ninjutsu that Shuan Mao pursued necessitated precise control of chakra. Only through such meticulous control could one significantly enhance their speed and reaction time. Furthermore, only by accurately concentrating chakra onto the blade could one amplify the power of their swordsmanship. Of course, it would be inaccurate to claim that this technique held no value for Shuan Mao. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the significance of body enhancement for a warrior. In truth, the innate ability of the 8 gates to negate the vast majority of genjutsu is far more advantageous for conventional ninjas than the formidable prowess that manifests only in the later stages of mastering the technique. For taijutsu ninjas, their greatest fear lies not with their physical counterparts or ninjutsu users, but with genjutsu specialists. Given that they have specialized in physical prowess, their mental defenses are inevitably weaker, not an absolute rule, but a tendency observed in the majority of ninjas. Even the opening of just one gate provides a fundamental immunity to most genjutsu, a coveted asset for many taijutsu practitioners. The limited opening of the 8 gates would serve as a significant enhancement for Shuan Mao, with minimal impact on his control abilities. As for Dai, given his rank as a genin, he would likely no longer encounter opponents he could not overcome. It is noteworthy that, to Funya's knowledge, mastering this technique, even at just one gate, is not an easily attainable feat. Funya himself had engaged in practical experimentation with this technique. Had it not been for the unexpected sharpness granted by Lee's card, it is uncertain whether he would have successfully learned it. Upon reflection, Funya vaguely recalled that Kai had once taught Ten and Niji, yet they had failed to master it. Conversely, Dai displayed remarkable aptitude for this technique, having swiftly surpassed the initial gate and progressing toward the next. In truth, Dai is a genuine prodigy. Shuan Mao had secretly confided in Funya on multiple occasions, and Funya wholeheartedly agreed. In regards to the further development of this technique, both Funya and Shuan Mao had, in essence, become mere bystanders, with Dai independently advancing the technique. Apart from their initial theoretical contributions, they had little else to offer. It can only be said that this technique is truly synergistic with Dai. As Shuo Mao and Dai commenced their missions on the battlefield, Fengye diligently endeavored to enhance his own abilities. It is no wonder that Fengye felt such urgency. He had a compelling reason to grow stronger. "Fengye, your bounty has increased." From a distance, Fengye heard Jiraiya's astonished exclamation. "It has increased again? Wasn't it already at 10 million Ryo? How can it still be rising?" "It's true," Jiraiya shouted as he tossed a piece of paper to Fengye. On the paper lay an expansive portrait of Fengye, beneath which was inscribed a glaring number, 10 million Ryo. Gazing at the inflated bounty on his head, Fengye found himself momentarily speechless. Heaven knows who the wretched soul was that had placed such a price on his life. To put it into perspective, even Asuma, who had established a reputable name for himself as both a guardian of the 12 ninja and the son of the Hokage, had only a bounty of over 30 million Ryo. Yet here was Fengye, not even graduated, already nearing 1/3 of Asuma's bounty. Fengye could not entirely fathom the reason for such a high reward. It was simply due to his flamboyant demeanor. To recall, at the tender age of 6 or 7, he had discerned the strategy behind the Mist Ninja's invasion of the Rock Ninja, which allowed the Leaf Village to gain a significant advantage in their confrontation with the Sand Ninja. This alone had thrust Fengye into the spotlight of the higher echelons of various ninja villages. Moreover, the tales surrounding him grew increasingly extravagant, of unparalleled intellect, extraordinary talent. Hailed as the Leaf's foremost prodigy, and even regarded as the next Senju Hashirama by the first, second, and third Hokage. Evidently, Fengye's existence had irked many, prompting a collective increase in his bounty from each village. It was conceivable that even within the Leaf Village, there were those covertly placing bounties on him. Perhaps I am misreading the script. Is my name actually Monkey D. Fengye? The sheer sum made him contemplate selling himself for profit. Amidst his exasperated musings, Fengye sighed in resignation. Undertaking missions was inevitable. He could not simply withdraw in hopes of leisurely development, as it ultimately depended on the village's regulations. Contemplating the potential troubles that awaited him once he commenced missions, Fengye felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the third Hokage had assured him that the strongest ninjas would accompany him, he could not quell his concerns. Relying on others could be less reliable than relying on oneself. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own strength first. In recent days, while Fengye's earnings had steadily increased, he found little remaining for himself. The system was akin to a bottomless pit. The more he earned, the more he invested. At last, his physical arts proficiency had risen to the level of a chunin, while his jinjutsu skills were firmly established at the rank of a genin. Fengye felt a sense of satisfaction with this training progress. Roughly estimating, by the time he graduated at the age of 12 and 2 years, he would attain the strength of an all-round chunin, with his physical arts potentially rivaling that of an elite chunin. Coupled with the enhancement from his ninja cards, becoming an all-capable special jonin should be within reach. Provided he did not encounter formidable foes like Kakuzu, he anticipated minimal danger. How is the research progressing? Outside the village, within the residence of Fengye, he navigated through rows of experimental apparatus alongside Orochimaru and Bairuhua, continuously inquiring about their advancements. Essentially, the second venom has been successfully synthesized, exhibiting a potency that can swiftly incapacitate lower-ranking ninjas within a minute, while those of chunin rank and above may experience paralysis and other adverse reactions, succumbing within minutes, provided they lack an effective antidote. Although there are no living subjects available for experimentation, the effects can still be assessed through tests on powerful animals and comparisons with other toxins available in the market. As Orochimaru spoke, he extracted a small snake and bit into the arm of Jiraiya, who had been leisurely accompanying Keed and others while yawning. In an instant, Jiraiya was jolted awake. "Orochimaru, you can't be serious about seeking revenge on me," he exclaimed, feeling the onset of paralysis in his arm, his expression stiffening. He cast a glance at the impassive Orochimaru and then turned his pleading gaze towards Tsunade. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. "I merely intended to tease him, but it appears the situation has escalated. Don't worry, he won't die. I will heal him shortly. It's a perfect opportunity to practice my medical ninjutsu," Tsunade assured. In response to her reassurance, Keed and the others momentarily paused, feigning ignorance of the incident as they continued their stroll. Overall, the venom's efficacy is commendable. Despite its lethal potential sounding formidable, the actual danger is somewhat overstated. After all, ninjas typically possess abilities to expel toxins, and in dire circumstances, they can resort to bloodletting to mitigate venom's effects, especially if antidotes are available. Nevertheless, the snake venom cultivated by Keed and his companions surpasses conventional market offerings. And while the immediate lethality may not be as pronounced, the accompanying paralysis is a significant enhancement against ordinary ninjas. The primary challenge lies in preservation and transportation, Jiraiya stated, furrowing his brow. As a biologically synthesized toxin, its potency is indeed greater than that of inorganic poisons, but it harbors a critical drawback. It is notoriously difficult to preserve. Exposure to air renders it ineffective, severely diminishing its practical application in combat, where encounters are often sudden, leaving little time for toxin application prior to battle. We should first target the high-end market, Keed mused, contemplating a strategy. Jiraiya, you must have developed toxins that can affect high-ranking ninjas to some extent, correct? Indeed. But mass production is challenging. The quantities are quite limited each month, derived only from a select few mutated specimens. That will suffice. Let us establish our brand, Keed replied, fully aware that the lucrative low-end market is where the real profits lie. However, biological toxins struggle to compete with chemical ones due to preservation issues and production costs. Perhaps in the future, the formidable researchers Orochimaru and Jiraiya will effortlessly resolve these challenges, but for now, they are still merely youths. Rather than laboriously competing for the low-end market, it would be more prudent to capitalize on the superior potency of biological toxins and secure a foothold in the high-end market. Once the brand is established, penetrating the lower-end market from top to bottom becomes significantly easier. I shall also delve into the research of chemical toxins in the future, suggested Bailuhu suddenly. That would be splendid, Fujiyo encouraged, giving Bailuhu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Indeed, our current research progress owes much to you. It is evident that you possess remarkable talent in this field. Orochimaru also nodded in agreement, expressing his surprise at Bailuhu's capabilities. Although this research project predominantly involves the venomous snakes, an area of expertise for Orochimaru, the substantial contributions and achievements have been primarily due to Bailuhu. Unlike Orochimaru, who is preoccupied with various training regimens and personal projects, Bailuhu finds himself with ample time to dedicate to this endeavor. As Fujiyo previously noted, his potential for enhancing his combat prowess through conventional means is limited, thus necessitating his focus on external pursuits. Throughout this series of studies, even the proud Orochimaru has had to acknowledge Bailuhu's exceptional abilities. In response to the praise from Fujiyo and Orochimaru, Bailuhu beamed with delight. Being needed and feeling valued was immensely gratifying. Fujiyo, too, was generous with his compliments. While Bailuhu's character does exhibit certain extremes and flaws that could lead him down a perilous path, he is also one of those individuals who can be easily satisfied. Oftentimes, a simple compliment or a trivial honorary recognition is sufficient to inspire him to work tirelessly for months on end, making him an exemplary model of diligence. When I have the time, I will have Shimo procure some chemical toxins from the outer villages. He mentioned that he has been primarily engaged in missions related to the Sand Shinobi lately. The samurai-type ninja has proven remarkably effective against the puppet masters of the sand, and Shimo has begun to garner a reputation. Given his capabilities, it should not be an issue for him to acquire potent toxins next time, Fujiyo contemplated. At that point, Bailuhu and Orochimaru, you should first attempt to replicate them. Ideally, we should combine the advantages of both chemical and biological toxins. As Fujiyo spoke, another thought crossed his mind. We should also expedite our research on antidotes. Compared to toxin production, the market for antidotes could be substantially larger. I am well aware that Konoha will soon engage in battles against the likes of the Rain and Sand Ninja, experts in poison. There have been notable incidents involving Tsunade and Chiyo competing in toxin warfare, as well as Hanzo and Tsunade. If we prepare in advance, our modest research institute may just rise to prominence, becoming one of Konoha's foremost arms suppliers. Oh, and I must establish a few promising projects in the coming days to see if I can garner sponsorship from teacher Sarutobi. Fujiyo suddenly had a new idea. Conducting research can be quite costly, so it would be beneficial to secure funding from the third Hokage. Even if we cannot obtain a significant amount, gaining access to more equipment would still be advantageous. Suddenly, Bailuhu had a realization. By the way, our research institute does not yet have a name. I have heard that other institutes in the village have their own names. A name, you say? Fujiyo pondered for a moment before casually selecting a name. Let it be called the Umbrella of Protection. Earth Release, Fire Bullet. With a resounding boom, he helped the fallen Jiraiya to his feet, smiling as he said, Jiraiya, You have lost. What? Wasn't that Earth Release? Jiraiya exclaimed. Haha, when I say Earth Release, I mean it. Who reveals their techniques in the midst of battle? Unless, of course, there are allies nearby to coordinate with. As he brushed the dirt off Jiraiya, Feng Yi reflected, Jiraiya, you have truly grown. To be honest, my victory was quite hard-earned. Not at all, Jiraiya scoffed, rolling his eyes. You lost because you lost. I don't need your consolation. If that is your true strength, then it's a joke. Orochimaru is far more formidable. Haha, I wasn't deceiving you. I'd be surprised if you were, Jiraiya said skeptically. With a smile directed at Jiraiya, Feng Yi chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he had not lied. During their recent clash, he had refrained from utilizing the abilities of his ninja cards, relying instead on his innate prowess. Feng Yi had always prioritized integrating the system's capabilities into his own abilities. While the passive skills inherent to the ninja cards were challenging to master, the active abilities, excluding specialized techniques with unique requirements, could certainly be developed independently. Compared to others, Feng Yi's direct application of ninjutsu through the teachings afforded by the ninja cards undoubtedly allowed him to learn with greater efficiency. Although achieving the system's flawless and potent execution was an unattainable feat, his personal application of ninjutsu granted him remarkable flexibility, particularly during the intervals between the system's skill releases. He could supplement his own ninjutsu, and some auxiliary techniques could be employed even with the limited number of ninja cards equipped. It can be said that Feng Yi's peak combat prowess is inseparably tied to his own diligence. Suddenly, Jiraiya sighed. When will I ever catch up to your level of strength? Feeling disheartened isn't your style, Jiraiya. I'm not. It's just that sometimes I truly feel exhausted. For every step I take forward, you all seem to advance as well, and it feels endless. Feng Yi could empathize with Jiraiya's current sentiment, regardless of who one was. After striving diligently, yet still confronting palpable disparities, it was only natural to feel disheartened. However, for someone like Jiraiya, such setbacks often transformed into motivation. Perhaps your opportunity has yet to arrive. If Feng Yi recalled correctly, Jiraiya would need to wait until he encountered the toads of the summoning realm under their guidance. For his strength to experience significant growth, much of his future power would stem from his connection to the Toad clan. Opportunity? What is that? Opportunity is simply opportunity. There isn't just one way for everyone to grow stronger. Some are fortunate enough to inherit something extraordinary. Others ignite their latent potential through vengeance, and still others, like you, might find strength simply by shaving their heads. Jiraiya scratched his chin thoughtfully, contemplating this notion seriously. Can one become stronger by shaving their head? Haha, it is rather unpredictable. For each individual's opportunities are distinct. Perhaps, for some, the presence of hair may indeed obstruct their path. In this moment, Jiraiya suddenly struck his left palm with his right fist, declaring, I have made my decision. I shall shave my head. Wait a moment, Jiraiya, said the other. After all the possibilities I've mentioned, why is your focus solely on baldness? Moreover, the notion that shaving one's head leads to strength is rather dubious. Yet, it is the only option I can feasibly pursue at present, and it seems quite reasonable to me. As he spoke, Jiraiya earnestly rubbed his hair, musing. It appears that many strong individuals in the village are bald. Perhaps there lies some secret therein. Those individuals are likely just middle-aged balding men, Feng Yi silently scoffed. Ultimately, disregarding Feng Yi's admonitions, Jiraiya resolutely shaved his head. Haha, I truly feel invigorated after this shave. With his newly bald head, as he walked through the streets and noticed the gazes of passers-by, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of pride. To some extent, he relished being the center of attention. Much like how Naruto in the future delights in mischief, even adorning his face and other areas with paint. Though not as extreme as Naruto, Jiraiya shared a somewhat similar inclination. Jiraiya, don't you think being bald is unattractive and may affect your image in the eyes of your beloved? Beloved? Who do you think I have in mind? Feng Yi paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired. Don't you find Tsunade quite charming? Are you referring to a washboard? That is absurd. I prefer this type. Jiraiya gestured, indicating at least a certain size. Feng Yi was taken aback again, sensing something was amiss. Hadn't Jiraiya liked Tsunade since childhood? As Feng Yi pondered this, Jiraiya continued. Moreover, even a fool can see that Tsunade has feelings for you. You seem to have some appeal. Subtly, Feng Yi grasped a fragment of Jiraiya's thoughts. There was a hint of a friend's wives should not be trifled with sentiment. If one encounters a beautiful woman by the roadside, Some may feel a stir of attraction, yet if that beauty happens to be a friend's wife or girlfriend, most would suppress their feelings at the source, regarding her as an ordinary person. Jiraiya now seemed to harbor a similar sentiment, though there was truly nothing between Fujiyo and Tsunade at present. Jiraiya fancied he had discerned the truth of the matter and thus remained unentangled in the depths of his affection for Tsunade. In a way, this is for the best. Fujiyo mused quietly. Tsunade's passive charm is genuinely formidable. Not only does one endure torment when unreciprocated in love, but even upon success, one's very life may be jeopardized. Being able to extricate oneself is indeed fortunate. By the way, what are your thoughts on this? It's not ideal for girls to take the initiative, is it? Jiraiya suddenly leaned closer to Fujiyo, inquisitively. Me? Fujiyo was momentarily taken aback. The girls in this world are indeed quite precocious. He had long sensed Tsunade's intentions. To be candid, Tsunade is indeed remarkable, and she genuinely cares for him. It is possible that Fujiyo harbors feelings as well. Should Tsunade choose to be with another in the future, he might find it unbearable. Moreover, given Tsunade's unique circumstances, her happiness with someone else would be exceedingly difficult to attain. Yet, at present, she is still quite young, regardless of how prematurely mature this world may seem. Let nature take its course. Fujiyo provided an ambiguous response, pondering that the meat in the pot would not escape. It would be best to nurture it without haste. To his astonishment, in the dead of night, Fujiyo was awakened from his slumber, greeted by an unexpected statement. In the darkness, Jiraiya's bald head shimmered, and upon observing the inexplicable expression on Jiraiya's face, Fujiyo instinctively clutched his blanket tighter. "Jiraiya, what are you doing?" he inquired. "It's true," Jiraiya replied mysteriously. "What is true?" Fujiyo was utterly perplexed. The legend of the bald head becoming stronger. "Huh," Fujiyo responded, intrigued yet confused. "Let me tell you. I secretly used the summoning technique and arrived at a wondrous place." Through Jiraiya's account, Fujiyo began to grasp the situation. Not long ago, Jiraiya had learned the summoning technique. After mastering it, Sarutobi had warned them repeatedly about its dangers and promised to find them a gathering place for powerful summoning beasts to test their luck, cautioning them to refrain from reckless actions. However, Jiraiya ultimately succumbed to temptation, recklessly engaging in random summoning, and, as if scripted by fate, encountered the Toad clan. That summoning beast tribe is truly formidable. I even saw a toad so large, so immense, Jiraiya exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, eventually summoning a small toad. Who called for me? A small toad, bearing distinctive green markings and resembling Gamakichi, rubbed its eyes sleepily, bewildered by its surroundings. "Oh, it's nothing. You may return now." With that, Jiraiya dismissed the summoning. With a faint, elongated sound, the little toad vanished. Once the summoning was dispelled, Jiraiya excitedly continued his exposition to Fujiyo. That was merely a juvenile from their clan. Once it matures, it will be truly powerful. Observing Jiraiya's enthusiastic demeanor, Fujiyo could only listen helplessly to his incessant explanations. Without Jiraiya's elaboration, Fujiyo was already well aware of the Toad clan's might. They were one of the 3 great sanctuaries, possessing various extraordinary abilities. Their sage techniques alone could overshadow all other summoning beast tribes. I feel this is the power of the bald head. Having shaved it, my luck has improved. Watching Jiraiya's earnest conviction and having discovered some profound truth, Fujiyo could only smile in exasperation. However, amidst the humor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Indeed, Jiraiya was exceptionally fortunate. Had it not been for Tsunade's lethal words, he might have embodied the essence of a true protagonist. At the outset, one is accompanied by an elder, with 3 generations of formidable mentors. A mere summoning could yield top-tier spiritual beasts of the caliber of the 3 great sacred lands. Casual disciples acquired are either geniuses akin to the 4th Hokage or formidable figures like Nagato and Konan, with the last apprentice being the reincarnation of Ashura. In essence, regardless of their strength, I, as a fortunate individual, shall prevail. If Fujiyo possessed such character, he would have already struck it rich through the lottery. However, this matter must be conveyed to Orochimaru. With this thought, Jiraiya hurriedly made his way to Orochimaru's chamber. "What are you doing, Orochimaru?" "Huh? Did you think I wouldn't be on guard against your late-night antics? Don't underestimate me." "Wait, I'm not. Less chatter. Take this." 1,000 years of pain. Amidst the joyful sounds of commotion next door, Fujiyo could only shake his head in resignation and return to slumber. The following day, after a night of entanglement. A weary Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived at the training ground. Soon, Tsunade and the third Hokage also joined them. As anticipated, upon learning the details, the third Hokage scolded Jiraiya sternly, yet ultimately marveled at Jiraiya's fortune. A moment later, upon hearing Jiraiya boast that his summoning beast was the largest and strongest, Tsunade expressed her disbelief. With a thud, a small slug appeared on the field, as Tsunade introduced her own summoning beast. Recently, she had effortlessly acquired the slug through her family lineage. Regardless of its strength, in the contest of size as proclaimed by each, Jiraiya seemed to have met his match. After all, the entire slug clan from the Wetbone Forest was a singular entity, and its size was beyond imagination. As Fujiyo observed the verbal sparring between Tsunade and Jiraiya, he felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. According to the classifications from his previous life's gaming experience, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya could be categorized into three distinct schools. Tsunade represented the affluent player, a second-generation rich kid, possessing lineage skills and summoning beasts, having everything prepared in advance, thus gaining a head start. Orochimaru, without a doubt, was the technical player, thriving on skill and adeptly exploiting game bugs. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was the lucky one, casually drawing top-tier companions. This scenario encapsulated a universally recognized path to power in any realm. Now, with Fujiyo added to the mix, he was akin to a cheat player, and it appeared that he was indeed the strongest among them. Meanwhile, as Fujiyo pondered these amusing thoughts, Orochimaru's expression shifted peculiarly. Orochimaru, do not act impulsively. Sarutobi was the first to sense the anomaly. The odds of Fujiyo and Jiraiya randomly summoning such exceptional spiritual beasts were exceedingly rare. The possibility of a third occurrence was slim. Orochimaru nodded seriously. Truth be told, facing the fact that both Fujiyo and Jiraiya effortlessly summoned powerful spiritual beast species, alongside Tsunade's recent acquisition of a formidable beast, stirred within Orochimaru an impulsive desire to attempt a random summoning himself. However, after some contemplation, he chose to let reason triumph over impulse. Self-awareness is a virtue. He acknowledged his own misfortune. As Orochimaru assured the third Hokage of his unwavering commitment to avoid any risks, Jiraiya's summoned toad engaged in conversation with Tsunade's summoned slug. "How is your great-great-great-grandfather faring?" the toad inquired. "Quite well," came the reply. "Among the three great sage lands, there exists a mutual understanding, especially between these two clans that lean towards peace, fostering a certain camaraderie." While Jiraiya reveled in having outpaced Orochimaru by acquiring a summoning beast, he did not hesitate to inquire if there were any other formidable summoning beast clans. Indeed, there are many, though most are not inclined to assist in battles. And for those few willing, their trials can be quite arduous. As two clans with a long-standing heritage, there were few summoning beasts in the ninja world they were unfamiliar with. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "Aside from you, which clan is the mightiest?" The toad paused momentarily before responding. "Perhaps the Orochi clan, although they are quite disdainful." The slug shook its head. "I advise you to steer clear of that clan. They are exceedingly brutal, and the danger and cruelty of their trials are exceptionally high, with scarcely anyone able to succeed. I could introduce you to some other clans that, while weaker, are comparatively gentler." "Is that so?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he disregarded the slug's mention of weaker clans. After all, he was Orochimaru. He would either obtain the strongest summoning beasts or none at all. As Fujiyo contemplated how to spend the recently accumulated fortune of 1 million ryo, he found himself hesitating. Previously, he would have spent without a second thought, eagerly awaiting the chance to refresh and purchase a formidable ninja card, aiming to assemble a powerful deck. However, whether due to bad luck or the system's refusal to display desirable items in the shop, the high-value cards he yearned for, potentially rivaling A-rank ninjas like Naruto or Rock Lee, had never appeared. Conversely, cards from clans like the Hyuga or Akimichi, which were entirely unsuitable for him, frequently surfaced. Fujiyo had already invested significantly in lightning attribute development due to the appearance of a lightning-based card from Kakashi. It was impractical to divert his focus to water attributes simply because a water card emerged. Yet, this was not the root of his hesitation. Compared to the frustrating nature of the B-Ninja lottery, which required 600,000 ryo to guarantee a card, the shop's higher prices still offered reasonable value. However, A recent update that allowed him to accumulate 500,000 Ryo and ascend to VIP level 3, unveiling the new feature of ninja card collection bonuses, left Fujiyo in a quandary. This feature promised to enhance the percentage of experience gained in accordance with the number of ninja cards he unlocked and their star levels. Previously, he could only earn 40 to 50 experience points through basic training, and even with a threefold increase, it barely reached 150. With the enhancement from his current collection of ninja cards, it had slightly improved, allowing him to earn 60 to 70 points in a single session, surpassing 200 with the multiplier. Was this a new money-grabbing scheme? Fujiyo could not help but ponder quietly. All along, he had indeed felt that his basic attributes were advancing rather slowly. It required around 70 to 80,000 experience points to elevate from the first to the second tier of Chunin. Currently, he could earn only 40 to 50 experience points each time, and even if he managed to triple that, ascending seemed a distant dream. The pace was excruciatingly slow, having taken over a year to progress a single tier. As the experience required burgeoned in the future, it would become increasingly untenable. The introduction of this new feature appeared to remedy certain glaring deficiencies in the sluggish progression, albeit with a conspicuous hint of exploitation. Previously, while collecting ninja cards, Fujiyo could focus on acquiring only those he needed, even if the cards sold in the shop were somewhat pricey. It mattered little as he had no use for an abundance of them. However, this new functionality compelled him to gather cards that he deemed utterly useless. Moreover, the card star upgrade feature finally revealed its worth. Fujiyo had previously regarded the star upgrading mechanism as somewhat trivial, believing that the attribute enhancements were negligible. It turned out that he was mistaken. The system, as it were, left no room for complacency or minimal investment. It was exceedingly cunning. Yet, Fujiyo could not outright condemn this new feature, for it genuinely alleviated his pressing concerns regarding the slow pace of his training. If he were to invest, he would do so willingly. It seems I have fallen prey to a most insidious temptation, he mused, reluctantly exiting the system after pouring a considerable sum into C-rank ninja cards that were already close to being complete. It was indeed a sound investment to hasten their completion at this juncture. After securing these cards, Fujiyo noted an approximate 10% increase in his training speed. Though it stung his wallet, it was ultimately a wise decision. With a sigh, Fujiyo realized that he now faced a formidable dilemma regarding the collection of ninja cards. Should he prioritize immediate combat strength by purchasing cards at a premium from the shop, or should he adopt a more frugal, long-term approach by gradually drawing them himself? This conundrum was one that required careful deliberation, a decision that could deeply trouble a person prone to indecision. Money, oh money, he muttered as he sat lost in thought, lamenting the ever-expanding abyss of his expenses. He was nearing the point of financial ruin while attempting to safeguard Konoha. Just when his income from various sources had begun to rise, with their research institute's venture into poisons just commencing, Fujiyo had fancied himself a minor affluent figure, free to spend as he pleased. Yet, reality proved harsh. The system would remind him that no matter how much he earned, it could easily deplete his coffers. No, this cannot be solely reliant on my efforts. I must seek assistance from the wealthy. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him as he sprang up from the ground. When it came to wealth, the most affluent acquaintance he knew was the third Hokage. As the Hokage, he managed countless financial flows daily, and even a small portion of that could significantly benefit Fujiyo. Naturally, Fujiyo understood that his unique position as a disciple of the third Hokage might hinder Sarutobi from offering too much financial support. For instance, during my recent visit to the third Hokage to seek funding for research, it became evident that while he could provide materials, manpower, and equipment access, monetary support was a different matter altogether. Despite the third being aware of the promising future of their research, his position was not as solid as it would later become, and he was reluctant to give others leverage through financial means. Handing over funds to a group of mere 10-year-olds would undoubtedly furnish them with opportunities to undermine him. Nonetheless, the equipment and support offered by Sarutobi appeared to possess considerable value for Orochimaru and his team, yet it was of no use to me. Without financial resources, I was deprived of even the chance to embezzle funds for my own benefit. In summary, acquiring public funds from Sarutobi in the short term was an impossibility. However, I was not fixated on his public treasury. Rather, I contemplated ways to access his private funds. Having served as a ninja for so long, Sarutobi must have accumulated some savings. While the salary of a Hokage was modest, he still enjoyed a considerable income, especially as the head of a clan. Soon enough, I discreetly approached the third. Teacher Sarutobi, I have recently developed a new lightning release technique. Would you care to take a look? With that, I initiated the Chidori, releasing it halfway before halting. Although I had only demonstrated a fragment of the technique, Sarutobi immediately discerned its potential. An alteration in the nature of lightning release. Sarutobi gazed at me in astonishment. This technique is quite extraordinary. But what prompted you to delve into lightning release techniques? Well, I was merely experimenting with various attributes for fun, and this concept suddenly emerged, I responded. Sarutobi appeared momentarily frustrated, as though he were inclined to strike me. The ease with which I spoke of developing advanced techniques, particularly one that was not even my primary attribute, seemed to irritate him. After a brief pause, he resigned himself to the undeniable truth that his disciple was indeed a genius. Have you come to me with a specific issue? He inquired. Indeed, Teacher Sarutobi. Based on my recent research, I believe that wind release chakra is the most susceptible to deformation, while lightning release chakra is the most prone to transformation. As I laid the groundwork for my future Rasengan, I engaged in what appeared to be a rational discussion with Sarutobi. Ultimately, I revealed my true intentions. Teacher Sarutobi, as you are aware, my summoning beast, the Fortune Cat clan, is quite insistent on monetary matters. The techniques I have developed recently require materials and support from them. Yet they are unwilling to provide assistance without compensation. Therefore, I was hoping. Sarutobi opened his mouth in exasperation, contemplating what to say, but ultimately shaking his head in resignation. How much do you need? 500,000 Rio, I stated nonchalantly. Feeling that it was not an overly ambitious figure, a steady flow of funds was my intention, and I was in no rush. Very well, I will have someone retrieve it for you shortly. It is difficult to part with the little savings I have amassed. With a radiant smile, I reassured him. Do not worry, Teacher Sarutobi. Once I embark on missions and earn a substantial sum, I shall repay you. Return my money, Sarutobi expressed with a hint of foreboding. I do not expect repayment, just do not drain me dry. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Fujiyo replied, I will certainly repay you in the future. He patted his chest, repeatedly assuring Sarutobi of his intentions. Moments later, with the 50,000 taels he had deceitfully acquired from Sarutobi, borrowed, Fujiyo felt that the world was awash in beauty. This was merely the beginning. Further development would unfold in several phases, introducing variant techniques such as Raikiri and Chidori Sharp Spear. Once a complete set was developed, he could occasionally visit Sarutobi to bask in the autumn breeze, likely borrowing substantial sums in the process. Fujiyo bore no qualms about borrowing from Sarutobi, as the latter's daily expenses hardly required much. A shadow is still a shadow. Even if the salary was modest, there were privileges afforded in other respects. Moreover, he was not receiving it without merit. Were he to inquire at another ninja village about spending several million taels for a technique of Chidori's caliber, they would surely be eager to oblige. In the end, Sarutobi would undoubtedly be pleased, for he would see tangible results from his investment. With a sense of contentment, Fujiyo shook the box in his hands as he perused the cards within the system. Unsurprisingly, his primary goal was to amass sufficient funds for acquiring Naruto. Although the cost for Naruto was 6 million taels, even disregarding that lottery draws were more economical than direct purchases from the shop. The intrinsic value of the Naruto card far surpassed that of 5 or 6 ordinary B-rank ninja cards. The card boasted an enhanced C-rank ability to replenish chakra and health, a multiple shadow clone technique that increased the limit of shadow clones, and a Rasengan, each skill exceptional in its own right. The passive ability that augmented chakra limits and recovery was vital, serving as the energy source for utilizing all other B-rank cards. Moreover, the multiple shadow clone technique was not merely an ordinary variant. It could execute ninjutsu with perfect precision, significantly reducing consumption and enhancing effects. Furthermore, it increased the upper limit of shadow clones, undoubtedly aiding Fujiyo in his independent development and study of ninjutsu. In comparison to these formidable skills, the Rasengan, though a commendable active technique, appeared somewhat less impressive. After all, 3 hands were required to wield it effectively, making it inferior to Chidori. However, it could still be exchanged with the 3rd Hokage for funds. Perhaps this single technique could recoup the expenses incurred in acquiring the card. Aside from the Naruto card, another B-rank card that had long captured Fujiyo's attention was Rock Lee's. While Naruto's card was undoubtedly superior in overall capability, Lee's card, which featured the 8 gates technique, excelled in combat prowess. After all, it was a technique that allowed for challenging opponents beyond one's level, albeit at a steep cost. Yet, when weighed against its effectiveness, such burdens were trivial. Ultimately, it is well understood that on the battlefield, survival is paramount. Only those who endure can contemplate the repercussions of their actions. Moreover, with the enhancement of recovery capabilities and vitality effects granted by the addition of Naruto cards, the potential hazards should be significantly diminished. Now, with less than 2 years until graduation, according to Fujiyo's plans, he aims to accumulate a sum of 15 million to acquire these 2 pivotal cards. Once these cards are in his possession, Fujiyo would naturally possess a certain degree of self-preservation, although theoretically, he should be relatively safe during future missions. However, who can truly predict such matters? After all, the future Naruto encountered Zabuza on his very first mission. Aside from these 2 cards, it would be ideal to gather a few reliable B-rank ninja cards to handle various situations, depending on the offerings of the system's shop. Fujiyo continuously strategized the most suitable card deck. In truth, there are numerous powerful cards among the B-rank ninja cards, some of which can even rival the likes of Lee, such as Kimimaro and others. Yet, many of their abilities are not suitable for public display due to their questionable origins. One evening, while Fujiyo was engrossed in his card deck planning at home, a petite figure unexpectedly approached his door. "Fujiyo, I heard you are in need of money again?" Tsunade inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. Well, not really." "Humph, you think you can deceive me?" Tsunade huffed indignantly. Her cheeks puffed up as she handed several scrolls to Fujiyo. "Here, this is 5 million Ryo. Use it. F5 million. Just take it and use it. No need for further discussion. Besides, you're not allowed to repay me. Do we really need to discuss our relationship in terms of debts? If you insist on repaying me, I'll be forced to hit you." Pretending to be fierce, Tsunade shook her small fist threateningly. To an unsuspecting observer, one might think Tsunade was the one who owed money and was trying to evade her debts. Fujiyo found himself both amused and exasperated. Borrowing money had never been so coercive. Looking seriously into Tsunade's sparkling eyes, he suddenly found her exceptionally endearing. All right, I want to repay you. Consider it a wedding gift," he smiled. Wedding gift." Tsunade's face flushed crimson, her nervousness causing her to stumble over her words. I have things to attend to. So I'll take my leave," she stammered, hastily retreating, only to trip over her own feet. "Slow down. I know. Stop nagging." Haha. The more Fujiyo observed her, the more he found Tsunade's current demeanor utterly charming. He never anticipated that the usually brash Tsunade could exhibit such a side of herself. "Teacher Sarutobi, could we witness the true strength of a top-tier ninja?" In a secluded training ground outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru inquired of Sarutobi, who was patiently instructing them. "True strength? Indeed, I wish to comprehend the extent of the gap between us and the top-tier ninjas." "I see," Sarutobi nodded. "Then I shall demonstrate a few techniques at random. To be honest, my strength hardly qualifies as truly top-tier. Compared to the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Lord Mito, my prowess is quite insignificant." While humbly speaking, Sarutobi swiftly began forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding thud, shadow clones materialized behind Sarutobi. Almost instantly, Sarutobi began to weave hand signs with remarkable speed. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, multiple wind breakthrough. A dazzlingly bright fireball erupted from Sarutobi's mouth, and in conjunction with another powerful wind technique, transformed the area ahead into a blazing inferno within the blink of an eye. Such was the might of the third Hokage. This simple combination of ninjutsu left Fujiyo momentarily astounded, as he shielded himself from the scorching waves with a slight raise of his right hand. Beside him, Orochimaru and his companions were equally staggered by the potency of the technique. Without pausing, Sarutobi and his 4 shadow clones continued to unleash a barrage of ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow river. Water release, water fong bullet. One formidable combination technique after another emanated from Sarutobi, thoroughly astonishing Jiraiya and the others trailing behind. While Fujiyo was indeed taken aback, he maintained a relatively composed demeanor. On one hand, he was aware that there existed numerous ninjutsu far superior to these, and on the other, he had some prior estimation of Sarutobi's prowess. In the future, in a battle against Orochimaru, the aged and frail Sarutobi would display a rather lackluster performance, yet after being revived with sufficient chakra through the reanimation jutsu, He would shine brilliantly in combat against the artificial Senju Buddha created by Ketsu and his ilk, employing a splendid combination of shadow clones and elemental ninjutsu. Greatness is often accompanied by merit. While Sarutobi may not quite measure up to the first Hokage, he certainly stood shoulder to shoulder with the second and fourth Hokages. Among others, if one were to draw an analogy, Sarutobi could be likened to an enhanced version of Kakuzu. Despite Kakuzu's diverse attributes and formidable strength, he was ultimately reliant on the hearts he had stolen, limited by the prowess of their original owners. In contrast, Sarutobi's potential would only continue to expand with further development. Following an overwhelming display of firepower, Sarutobi concluded his demonstration of ninjutsu. After a brief pause, he showcased techniques such as the Monkey King Fluid technique and the multiple shadow clone shuriken, bringing the demonstration to a close. Is this the power of a top-tier ninja? It seems I still have a long way to go, Orochimaru murmured. Meanwhile, Jiraiya expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "So cool, Teacher Sarutobi. I want to learn all these techniques." Observing Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Funya suddenly had a thought and chimed in. "Teacher Sarutobi, your techniques are indeed impressive, but it feels like the core is still the shadow clone technique. Could you teach me that first?" Recently, having received 500,000 from Tsunade and an additional 500,000 sponsored by Sarutobi, Funya had spent some time accumulating the necessary funds, finally amassing 600,000 to summon the B-rank character Naruto. Originally, Funya had intended to approach the third Hokage for this technique, and now the opportunity seemed perfect. "Not a problem. I had actually planned to teach you all along." Soon, under the patient guidance of Sarutobi, Funya and his companions commenced their practice of the shadow clone technique. This jutsu is particularly suited for individuals with a substantial amount of chakra. Unlike the ordinary water or earth clones, each shadow clone possesses independent cognitive capabilities. However, it is not without its drawbacks. These clones are easily susceptible to damage and, if misused, can lead to a significant waste of chakra. As Sarutobi corrected their hand seals while discussing the merits and demerits of the multi-shadow clone technique, Funya suddenly formed his seals with remarkable speed. With a series of explosive pops, 3 clones of Funya appeared, all in unison inquiring, "Is this correct, Teacher Sarutobi?" Cough, cough. Sarutobi, who was previously engrossed in his lecture, was abruptly interrupted and choked on his words. "Why yes, that's exactly it." The instantaneous mastery of this technique was a testament to Funya's prodigious talent, and Sarutobi, along with his companions, quietly acknowledged this fact. Meanwhile, Funya felt a sense of satisfaction in showcasing his abilities. It was essential to reveal his talent from time to time. He had often fabricated excuses to delay learning new techniques from Sarutobi, and over time, this might have raised suspicions. To convince Sarutobi and the others that his lack of interest stemmed from personal conviction rather than inability, Funya recognized the necessity of occasionally demonstrating his capabilities to affirm his status as a genius. Before long, Funya began utilizing his clones to practice various ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Although constrained by the cooldown of his skills, which prevented him from applying other ninjutsu cards to his clones, Funya's innate mastery of ninjutsu allowed him to wield considerable power even without relying on the system. The newly acquired B-rank Naruto card played a crucial role, as its chakra support enabled Funya to sustain such a resource-intensive technique. In the ninja world, while possessing chakra does not automatically equate to strength, it undeniably constitutes a significant, if not the most critical, aspect of becoming powerful. Funya diligently practiced the synergy between his own ninjutsu and the shadow clones, displaying an extraordinary level of seriousness. Through Sarutobi, Funya glimpsed a future where he could attain the pinnacle of power without relying on ninja cards. In a sense, Funya is destined to be Sarutobi's true successor. While others like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade carve their own paths, neglecting the development of elemental transformations of ninjutsu, Funya, as a versatile practitioner, would undoubtedly excel in all 5 elemental arts. If one were to set aside the skills provided by the system and rely solely on innate ability, Funya could undoubtedly adopt Sarutobi's combat style, making him the likely sole true successor of Sarutobi. "Here's the poison you requested," Showa Imo remarked casually as he tossed a box toward Funya. "Thank you." As Funya sifted through the contents of the box, filled with an assortment of fragments and test tubes, a satisfied smile graced his face. With these resources, The research progress at their institute was sure to accelerate significantly. After a brief moment, Fengye instinctively engaged in a spar with Shomao. In merely a few exchanges, Fengye's swordsmanship was utterly overwhelmed. Perhaps his skills remained sharp when confronting others. But when facing the well-acquainted Shomao, his limited repertoire of 3 techniques paled against the multitude of over 10 variant sword techniques wielded by Shomao. Shadow Clone Technique. With a flurry of ninjutsu raining down, Shomao was compelled to retreat in disarray. It must be noted that the addition of the Shadow Clone Technique significantly enhanced Fengye's original tactical approach, amplifying his offensive capabilities while simultaneously hindering the enemy's advance, an invaluable supplement to his strategy. No more, no more. You're just going to resort to that annoying hit-and-run tactic again. I know I can't match your chakra, Shomao said casually, sheathing his blade and retrieving a bottle of sake. Fengye chuckled and shook his head. He understood that Shomao was somewhat holding back, or rather, unable to unleash his full strength. After all, many of his techniques were lethal, and in a friendly match, he couldn't afford to exert his full power. One misstep could result in a fatality for Fengye. In a real battlefield scenario, Fengye sensed that the outcome could be determined within a few exchanges, and he would undoubtedly be the one to fall unless he acquired a B-rank taijutsu card, making it difficult to contend with Shomao directly. I've sensed instability in the ninja world during my recent missions, Shomao remarked perceptively. In just a few short years, the Land of Wind had dared to confront Konoha once more, expanding its influence and restoring military strength. Perhaps, in the near future, another great ninja war would erupt. Through several encounters with the Sand Ninjas, Shomao had keenly observed unsettling trends. Fengye was acutely aware that while a second great ninja war was not imminent, tensions had undoubtedly begun to rise. Unlike the previous era of peace, seeds of animosity had already been sown, and various ninja villages were actively rebuilding their strength. Once they were sufficiently restored, the dawn of a new war would be upon them. As he conversed with Shomao, Fengye continued to ponder deeply. I propose that each 4-man squad be equipped with a medical ninja. This measure would significantly enhance our survival rates during missions and on the battlefield. Days later, at an annual meeting, Fengye began to present reformative ideas regarding the fundamental structure of Konoha. Upon hearing his proposal, the surrounding ninjas began to murmur among themselves. The issue Fengye raised was, in fact, one that would later be addressed by Tsunade. In truth, Konoha had not neglected the training of medical ninjas throughout its history. Konoha had consistently prioritized the cultivation and development of medical ninjutsu, especially after enduring the harrowing war with the Sand Ninjas, which necessitated a robust advancement in medical techniques to combat even the most toxic threats. In the present day, the application of medical ninjas in Konoha seems to be merely a matter of clustering them in the rear. Currently, medical ninjas are predominantly functioning as pure doctors. The real moment when medical ninjas are deployed onto the battlefield is still contingent upon the proposals that Tsunade will eventually present during the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War. I vehemently oppose this. Each medical ninja is a precious resource. How can we afford to squander them so easily on the battlefield? Moreover, every individual's capacity for learning is finite, and to excel in medical ninjutsu while also possessing sufficient combat prowess is an unrealistic expectation. Before long, a leader emerged to voice dissent, and the number of opponents swiftly multiplied, leaving only a few who concurred with Fengye's perspective. With a resigned shake of his head, Fengye abandoned any further thoughts of debate. Even many years later, during the early phases of the Third Great Ninja War, when Tsunade proposed similar suggestions after enduring numerous hardships, there was still a lack of recognition. This was especially true in the current climate. On one hand, the populace's mindset is indeed conservative, making it challenging to alter their way of thinking. On the other hand, the existing conditions for reform are patently insufficient. The scarcity and rarity of medical ninjas mean that they cannot be expended lightly. Furthermore, the underdevelopment of medical ninjutsu, particularly the lack of a wide array of offensive medical techniques, renders their presence on the battlefield a significant hindrance to overall strength. In truth, had there been a vigorous investment in reform from this point onward, one might have expected to see results by the time of the Second Shinobi War. Yet, those currently in power seem incapable of envisioning such distant outcomes. Resigning himself to this issue, Fengye swiftly proceeded to outline his subsequent proposals, for time would ultimately validate his perspective. Regarding the education and cultivation of talent, Fengye shared his own insights. Education is undoubtedly the cornerstone of any shinobi village's strength. Although Konoha's educational system is relatively advanced, it still suffers from numerous shortcomings. The integration of various types of ninjas, noble clans and commoner ninjas, into a single classroom is fundamentally unreasonable. Ninjas do not require omnipotence. Rather, they often need to specialize. Once again, this proposal was bound to spark years of controversy in Konoha. Observing the ongoing disputes among the assembly, Fujiyo could not help but shake his head. In reality, the challenges confronting Konoha extend far beyond these issues. For instance, the reluctance to invest in high-level ninjutsu and the stinginess regarding low-level techniques, coupled with the denial of developmental opportunities to commoner ninjas, severely hampers the overall strength of the village. Naturally, mindful of the potential impact on certain vested interests, Fujiyo wisely refrained from voicing this particular point. Soon, Fujiyo continued to put forth an array of reform proposals, both grand and modest. Regrettably, the number of those who supported him was scant. Those willing to embrace change were always a minority, while the majority preferred to adhere to the status quo, wary of the unknown. Once more shaking his head, Fujiyo could not suppress a profound sense of lamentation. In what appears to be the most progressive of Hidden Leaf, even the slightest endeavor for change proves to be exceedingly challenging. Simultaneously, Fujiyo couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment towards Sarutobi. If only a formidable and resolute leader could spearhead these reforms from the top down, perhaps success would be attainable. However, it is evident that Sarutobi is not cut from such cloth. Nevertheless, I never anticipated success. Merely earning a modicum of merit would suffice. In time, they shall come to understand. The training tools for ninjutsu have dwindled. It is time to procure some more. Observing the meager stock of equipment at home, Fujiyo resolved to embark on a buying spree. Oh, is that Tsunade? By chance, Fujiyo spotted Tsunade's silhouette as he strolled down the street. Just as he prepared to greet her, he noticed her hand intertwined with another's as they retreated towards a secluded corner. Soon after, in the rosy hue of Tsunade's cheeks, that individual placed their hand upon her chest. "Tsunade, Haojie, what are you two up to?" Fujiyo exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance from behind. He was aware that Tsunade and Haojie had become friends. While Haojie may not currently exhibit remarkable prowess in any aspect, be it strength or beauty, she possesses a unique aura of gentleness that resonates with everyone around her. Her innate kindness is palpable, making it easy for others to like and trust her. Not long ago, thanks to Fujiyo's connections, Haojie had begun mastering medical ninjutsu, which fostered common ground with Tsunade, leading them to become fast friends. Yet, their clandestine activities at present left Fujiyo feeling perplexed. Upon noticing Fujiyo's abrupt entrance, Tsunade appeared flustered, while Haojie's face flushed crimson in an instant. Moments later, through their stammering explanations, Fujiyo discerned the nature of their actions. It turned out that the two had been practicing a breast enhancement massage using their newly acquired medical ninjutsu skills. Glancing at the flat surfaces before Tsunade and Haojie, Fujiyo could not suppress his laughter. The image of two flat-chested girls engaging in such a practice was simply too amusing to fathom. "Don't laugh. Stop laughing," Tsunade protested, her cheeks aflame, accompanied by a playful punch. "Fujiyo, are you all right?" "Cough, cough. I'm fine," he replied, propping himself against the wall. Fortuitously, with the power of the B-rank ninja card, Naruto, one might manage a woman like Tsunade. "I apologize." "Not at all." Fujiyo continuously reassured the seemingly flustered Tsunade. "I was just about to purchase some items. Care to join me?" At Fujiyo's invitation, Tsunade nodded vigorously. Sure. Haojie, however, covered her mouth with a knowing smile, subtly directing a glance at Tsunade. "I shall not intrude." As she spoke, Haojie turned to depart in the opposite direction, casting a supportive gesture towards Tsunade, which once again left her blushing. In that fleeting moment when he turned around, Haojie's gaze suddenly dimmed, but in an instant, he adorned himself once more with his characteristic gentle smile. Moments later, Kijuru and Tsunade strolled leisurely through the bustling market of Konoha. "Kijuru, come and try this." As Tsunade darted about energetically, feeding him various delicacies, a gentle warmth enveloped Kijuru. Perhaps this could be considered a date? Since the last time she jokingly mentioned it as a dowry, their relationship had taken a step toward clarity, albeit only partially. They had yet to explicitly define their connection as that of a couple, but there was an unspoken understanding between them that was ineffably delightful. "Here, this is for you." A casual purchase of a small ornament to adorn Tsunade's hair elicited a delightful reaction from her, leaving her somewhat at a loss in her joy. As she gleefully touched the ornament atop her head, a thought seemed to strike her. She grabbed Kid-Yoru's hand and dashed towards her home, insisting on gifting him something in return. "Grandpa Ruji, that knife of yours is of no use anymore. Why not?" While playfully charming an elderly man who appeared quite slender, Tsunade adeptly began her request for a certain item. "Haha, that's out of the question. I can give you anything else, but that knife is my lifeline." The old man boomed with hearty laughter. "But shouldn't a knife's value be realized on the battlefield? If you just keep it there, it will surely weep." Unexpectedly, the usually carefree Tsunade displayed an unusual sharpness in her argument. Her words struck right at the heart of the matter with compelling force. The old man fell momentarily silent. After a prolonged pause, he sighed softly. "You have a point. I can't very well take it with me to the grave." Casting a curious glance at Kid-Yoru, he smiled slightly. "Are you asking for this lad? If both Hashirama and Tobarama have taken a liking to him, he must be quite remarkable. Here, take it." With a look akin to slicing off a piece of his own flesh, the old man handed a knife to Kid-Yoru. "Its name is Yaoguang. Take good care of it." As Kid-Yoru stepped out of the door moments later, confusion still marked his features. Drawing out the knife, which the elder had held in such high regard, Kid-Yoru immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. While it might not rival legendary weapons such as the 7 ninja swords of the mist or the sword of the thunder god, it was undoubtedly a rare gem, particularly since it could subtly conduct chakra, outclassing many other weapons. In the future, even Asuma's minuscule chakra weapons appeared to be quite rare. The worth of such a knife was difficult to fathom in a world where a jonin could earn 50,000 ryo for a simple mission. Yet few could afford quality weapons. This knife must surely be valued at least at the bounty of 30 million ryo that Asuma commanded. One could only say that the Senju clan possessed profound heritage, and Tsunade's influence was substantial. Of course, Kid-Yoru's exceptional qualities, which made him worthy of such trust, were equally pivotal. Among the shinobi of Konoha, he stood alone as someone appreciated by both the first and second Hokage, capable of matching Shomo in weaponry prowess. As Fujiyo found himself lost in thought, Tsunade did not pause in her stride. "I initially intended to give you the armor left by my grandfather." She pondered with a slight tilt of her head, but it seems the fit is somewhat off. In this era, it appeared that the sleek and unified ninja vests of the future Konoha had yet to be developed. Ninjas still donned the archaic armor reminiscent of the first and second Hokage, even during the second and third ninja wars. Tsunade was currently devising a way to procure armor for Fujiyo. "There's no need for that. Spare me the chatter. In just a year, you'll be sent on missions, and possessing a good set of armor will undoubtedly enhance your safety." Soon, under the pained gaze of an elderly gentleman, Fujiyo received a finely crafted gray armor. Observing the armor adorning Fujiyo, Tsunade nodded. "Though it is somewhat large, it should fit better in a year. If not, alterations can be made, or we can procure another." Before Fujiyo could utter a word, Tsunade dashed off with him, resembling a bandit intoxicated by the thrill of thievery. That night, as he walked home alone, Fujiyo wore an expression of bewilderment, glancing at the blade in his hand, the armor on his body, and the various tools and medicinal remedies that could aid his ninja training. Along with a rather peculiar restorative potion gifted by a senior, he felt somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of wealth, reminiscent of the opulence during the height of the Senju clan. "No, that's not the point," he mused. "Why do I feel like a freeloader? That's not who I am." With a loud exclamation of frustration, a long azure wind blade shot forth from the sword in Fujiyo's hand. "It actually works," he marveled, raising an eyebrow at the vanishing traces of wind in the air. Although the renowned blade, Radiance, had significantly enhanced his abilities, it also imposed a certain pressure upon him. After all, one could not simply treat a treasured ninja blade as a mere stick. He needed to achieve some measure of success. Nonetheless, Fujiyo could only consider himself a ninja with a focus on ninjutsu. His unique advantages in ninjutsu were undeniable, and although his physical prowess was commendable, his connection to swordsmanship remained tenuous. The system lacked a plethora of ninja cards featuring swordsmanship, and among cards of similar rank, their cost-effectiveness was lacking. When compared to some formidable ninja cards, sword-wielding ninjas fell short, particularly in practical combat, where the system's intricately precise sword techniques sometimes hindered flexibility. Initially, the B-rank ninja card, Kakashi, provided decent swordsmanship prowess, but its potential waned later on, and it did not align well with Fujiyo's preference for a kite technique. Thus, Fujiyo began contemplating a fusion of ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Inspired by certain insights from his previous life, he recalled a specific ninja card in his mind, Temari's card, one of the earliest cards he had acquired. While it passively enhanced the power of wind techniques, the active skill that required the use of a fan as a ninja tool had always struck Fujiyo as somewhat superfluous. Yet, Kafing Yi was unaware of how he came to the conclusion that perhaps he could substitute the fan in his hand with the blade. This knife, while not as ostentatious as Shikamaru's fan, still possessed the merit of being a chakra weapon, albeit with a less pronounced enhancement in ninjutsu. Thus, Kafing Yi endeavored to utilize the wind release technique of Shikamaru with his knife, making slight alterations to concentrate the dispersal of the wind release. In this manner, merging Shikamaru's wind release with Kakashi's keen swordsmanship, along with Kafing Yi's own inspiration and chakra control, he successfully conjured a reasonably formidable wind blade. If one were to assess its potency, it was indeed quite weak and hardly worth mentioning. Yet the inspiration it sparked within Kafing Yi was boundless. After a moment's contemplation, Kafing Yi employed another ninja card. Sakuka, which also required ninja tools, would significantly diminish in power without the appropriate equipment. While there were some commonalities between Kafing Yi's ninja knife and Shikamaru's fan, the skill of the sound wave from this ninja card lacked any such compatibility. Nevertheless, this did not deter Kafing Yi from combining the card with his ninja knife. Shikamaru's wind release technique was a form of formless ninjutsu, and Sakuka's sound release, too, was formless. The two could complement each other, both relying on ninja tools, making them the most suitable pairing. Soon, as Kafing Yi conducted his experiments, the ninja knife in his hand began to hum and vibrate, accumulating energy to unleash the sound release. The advantage of chakra weapons lies in their ability to transmit chakra, thus making the execution and utilization of various ninjutsu possible. Without this trait, such weapons would hardly possess their esteemed value. With a mighty exclamation, Kafing Yi unleashed yet another azure wind blade, this time significantly enhanced. It swiftly struck a rock, leaving a pronounced dent. Moreover, the reverberations from the sound waves constituted a secondary form of damage. If it were to strike a person, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more severe. Not bad at all, he mused to himself. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within Kafing Yi. Perhaps, in comparison to the formidable skills found within the system, this technique seemed trivial, yet it was, after all, an original ninjutsu conceived by Kafing Yi himself, making its significance inherently different. Although he had drawn upon the power of the system, the essence originated from Kafing Yi's own creativity, even without the system's assistance. He would eventually develop this technique in due time. Moreover, this technique appeared to possess considerable potential. It could serve as a long-range offensive wind-release ninjutsu while posing a formidable threat in close proximity. After all, regardless of its seeming mediocrity, it was still classified as formless ninjutsu, and the single attribute of speed greatly enhanced its practicality. Although it currently required a significant amount of charging time to execute, Kafing Yi was confident that as his control improved and his mastery of wind release developed, the charging time would inevitably shorten. Let us refer to you as the Steel Flash. Continuously experimenting with his novel ninjutsu, or perhaps his swordsmanship, Feng Yi found a plethora of inspirations flooding his mind. Suddenly, he recalled Temari's ninjutsu, known as the Wind Slaughter Formation. While this technique may not seamlessly integrate with swordsmanship, one of its principles could prove advantageous. The Wind Slaughter Formation, as he remembered, could create a vacuum effect, rendering fire-based sound wave bombs and similar techniques ineffective, and it appeared to be highly effective against wind techniques as well. Perhaps Feng Yi could harness this principle. If he could develop this technique, the concept of vacuum blade cutting ninjutsu would become feasible. Traditionally, samurai-type ninjas often had to evade the ninjutsu unleashed by their technique-oriented counterparts. However, if he could successfully refine this vacuum effect, he could potentially counteract not just all elemental ninjutsu, but at the very least, face fire techniques head-on with a decisive strike, and redirect wind techniques, greatly enhancing his resistance. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Yet, presently, Feng Yi had no knowledge of how to create a vacuum effect. Unless he acquired a Temari card of B rank or higher, it would evidently be challenging to embark on this development. While a Temari card might eventually become available, it was certainly not imminent. Feng Yi had already devised plans for several crucial B rank cards. and it was inconceivable for him to squander resources on a developing technique that clearly lacked substantial power in its initial stages. However, this did not daunt Fengyi. Orochimaru's insights into sound ninjutsu were profound, and his development of wind techniques was exemplary. Although Kabuto might specialize more in biological sciences, he was undeniably a first-rate scientist in other fields, and the third Hokage was a veritable master of ninjutsu. There was no reason that he could not glean some advice from such a wealth of resources surrounding him, not only regarding this technique. But Fengyi suddenly envisioned numerous possibilities. Many applications of system capabilities and personal development of ninjutsu could be discussed with these individuals. Even in the absence of a system, the talents surrounding Fengyi could undoubtedly assist anyone in embarking on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. Ding! As he quietly watched the character's fragments flickering before him, Fengyi felt a pang of regret. Each time he participated in a draw, it was akin to a painful sacrifice. One moment he was a millionaire, and the next, he found himself destitute. It seemed the probability of obtaining whole B-rank cards was quite low. Fengyi mused silently. The last time he had drawn 6 million Ryo with 600 attempts, not a single whole card had appeared. This time, after a painstaking year, he had managed to save 6 million Ryo again, hopeful for the appearance of Shaoli, yet after 400 attempts, still no whole card emerged. Such odds, during the time he drew C-rank cards, would have been utterly implausible. One could only conclude that the system's claim regarding the ease of obtaining whole cards from C-rank was not mere rhetoric. However, as Fengyi lamented in his thoughts, the system suddenly chimed. Before him appeared a complete B-rank card. To his surprise, it was this particular card. Gazing at the pair of striking white eyes, Fengyi raised an eyebrow. Hyuga Niji. This card was certainly familiar to him, regardless of whether it is the original Niji or the one within the system. It is evident that his abilities are remarkable. His passive skills, including the Byakugan's insight and perceptive capabilities, speak for themselves. His active skills, consisting of the gentle fist technique and the ability to reverse fate, render him one of the most cost-effective shinobi cards in existence. The extensive range of reconnaissance and the insight into weaknesses offered by his passive skills are widely applicable. While his active skills are particularly adept at countering those with formidable defenses, the latter is among the top defensive skills available. Especially in the current context where the development of attributes in Fengyi is still limited, Niji's card shines in comparison to those requiring attribute enhancement, such as Gaara's. Regrettably, it is also apparent that Niji is not a card that can be easily utilized in public. Both the gentle fist technique and the ability to reverse fate rely heavily on the Byakugan. Although it is not impossible to deploy his skills without the Byakugan, their effectiveness diminishes significantly in such circumstances. Moreover, even the mere act of using his skills without activating the Byakugan carries the risk of attracting the attention of the Hyuga clan. It is unfortunate, but one cannot claim that Fengyi is merely unlucky. Given the current situation, it seems that half of the shinobi cards in the system are ill-suited for public use. Many secret techniques from his own village and various bloodline abilities from both within and outside the village are similarly impractical to employ indiscriminately, leading to a considerable probability of drawing less suitable cards. In contrast to cards like Ino Shikicho, which cannot be utilized in public at all, Niji's card is relatively useful. His reconnaissance ability serves as a significant supplement. Although Fengyi initially envisioned a reconnaissance card set comprising Hinata, Shino, and Kiba to achieve team bonuses, the early acquisition of Niji alleviated any urgency for Hinata's card. As long as he is not engaged in battle, he can simply bow his head and cover his eyes, pretending to employ a reconnaissance technique, which would likely go unnoticed by others. Additionally, the gentle fist technique and the ability to reverse fate could be developed further and integrated into his own tactical system. As Fengyi pondered over these matters, he continued to draw cards diligently. Soon enough, thanks to having previously obtained some fragments, he was finally able to exchange for the highly anticipated card, Rock Lee. After over 500 draws, this card is undoubtedly the piece de resistance for Fengyi. Among its passive skills is the intermediate condition reflex, a hallmark of Lee and Guy's lineage. This ability allows the body to instinctively respond to enemy attacks before the brain can issue commands, significantly enhancing the speed of reactions. Although seemingly inconspicuous, its practical value is immense and is considered one of the most challenging skills for any shinobi to master, requiring years of dedicated training to achieve even modest proficiency. The active skills, including the lotus techniques and the ability to unlock the fifth gate of the 8 gates, are undeniably powerful and need no further elaboration. Essentially, even when on missions, he would possess a solid means of self-defense, Fujiyo mused. With this, the physical technique card set he envisioned has been completed, comprising the cards of Lee, Kakashi, and Naruto, which complement each other seamlessly. Xiao Li's and Kakashi's passive abilities can mutually enhance one another, while Naruto's card further augments Xiao Li's capacity to endure the 8 gates, in addition to providing stamina recovery. When discussing physical combat alone, without considering the elite Jonin, attaining the rank of special Jonin is quite effortless. If all 8 gates are opened, even against elite Jonin, he can momentarily contend. Beyond physical prowess, Fujiyo exhibits no significant shortcomings in other areas. In ninjutsu, he may currently only reach the level of an elite Chunin. Yet his ability to counter various elemental ninjutsu with corresponding techniques grants him considerable advantages. Although he lacks formidable genjutsu offensives, his resistance is commendable, and the 8 gates technique serves as an exceptionally powerful means of dispelling illusions. Furthermore, with the addition of Niji's card, his reconnaissance capabilities have been significantly bolstered. Coupled with some unique ninjutsu that Fujiyo has developed himself, his strength should suffice for self-preservation, provided that he is not targeted by elite Jonin with the intent to eliminate him. Should he find himself unable to contend, he can simply open the 8 gates and flee, as few would be able to pursue him. With Naruto's recovery abilities at his disposal, Fujiyo harbors little fear of being chased. What remains is to await the commencement of formal missions, for when they arise, his income is bound to surge. Indeed, being a ninja is a highly lucrative profession. Even a single mission can yield tens of thousands of ryo. If fortune smiles upon him, and he manages to take down a bounty target, even minor bounties can generate substantial profit, occasionally leading to additional unexpected income. Contemplating this, Fujiyo finds himself filled with anticipation. With a legitimate source of ninja income, he can more swiftly address the insatiable demands of the system. Fujiyo feels a slight urgency regarding his strength, as he is acutely aware that the Second Ninja War will inevitably erupt in a relatively short time. In less than 6 or 7 years, as he and Jiraiya's generation come of age, the prelude to the Second Ninja War will commence, if not the war itself. By then, even elite Jonin may find it impossible to secure their fates. Only those with the strength of a Kage, or approaching that level, will be able to stand their ground in such a great conflict. This realization instills a sense of urgency within Fujiyo. Although he appears formidable now, the pace of his future growth is uncertain. After all, the enhancement of one's strength tends to become increasingly challenging as time progresses, especially since a significant part of his early prowess stems from the powerful techniques that manifest their might in the initial stages. His ascent from a genin to a special jonin in 6 years does not guarantee that he can achieve the same from special jonin to Kage level in another 6 years. To realize this ambition, he must diligently amass wealth. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shadow snake hands. Within a training ground in Konoha, Fujiyo engages in intense practice with Jiraiya and others. Face the gale. Bam. After yet another clash of ninjutsu, Fujiyo and Orochimaru create distance between themselves. Fujiyo, you have become stronger, Orochimaru remarked, unable to suppress a slight raising of his eyebrow. With the passive enhancement from Xiao Li's card, Fujiyo has exhibited a remarkable improvement in his speed of execution, allowing him to widen the gap between himself and Orochimaru, who had previously been quite close. Jiraiya let out a dissatisfied grunt, expressing his disappointment. What's this? I was just thinking I could defeat you this time. You're still far from catching up to me. Though he spoke with disdain towards the two, Fujiyo secretly felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for the unexpected boost from the Little Lee card, he might have truly faced defeat today. The progress of Orochimaru and Jiraiya was nothing short of remarkable. It could indeed be described as a meteoric rise. At this stage, when their bodies were rapidly developing and their powers growing at an accelerated pace, their strengths were increasing daily. After all, they were future Sannin, geniuses who engaged in combat with Hanzo before even reaching their 20s, so their growth in power was inevitable. Orochimaru had now completed the initial accumulation of knowledge and, with that foundation, was delving deeper into the study of jutsu, frequently inspired to develop his own unique techniques. With the insights and support from Fujiyo and Bailu, Orochimaru was progressing even faster than the historical version of himself at the same period. Jiraiya, too, was clearly a person who thrived under pressure. Regardless of how much stronger Fujiyo and Orochimaru became, he managed to cling to their tails, never allowing a significant gap to form between them. Faced with such exceptionally talented and harmoniously cooperating individuals, Fujiyo knew he would likely have faced, or rather inevitably would have faced, defeat without the support of the new ninja card system. Humph, if it weren't for you tripping me up just now, we could have one, Jiraiya remarked, turning to tease Orochimaru after the battle. It was clearly your interruption that disrupted my attack. Had it not been for you, I would have secured the advantage. Orochimaru swiftly retorted. Observing this familiar scene, Fujiyo had long since become accustomed to their dynamic. Although the two were exceptionally close friends during battle, they could bicker at any moment, even while attending to the most mundane tasks. Fujiyo, let me wipe your sweat, Tsunade suddenly approached, jogging over with a handkerchief in hand, diligently offering it to Fujiyo. You should massage after exercising. It helps relax the muscles. While speaking, Tsunade sat down and insisted on having Fujiyo lay on her lap, proceeding to massage him. This feels nice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had been embroiled in their quarrel, paused unexpectedly, casting glances filled with envy towards Fujiyo. This sudden display of affection caught them completely off guard. Suddenly, Tsunade posed a question. It won't be long before we are assigned, right? Given that each team consists of 3 members excluding the leading teacher, how should we divide ourselves? Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were momentarily taken aback. Why can't we just have 4 members together? I asked Lord Hiruzen, and he said it's not allowed, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. The ninja village has its own regulations. It wouldn't make sense for our team to have an extra member. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya suddenly had a moment of clarity, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. It is incorrect. If we divide into 3 individuals, Fujiyo is the strongest, and Tsunade serves as the medical ninja. As I spoke, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile. Jiraiya's expression immediately faltered. Although he believed he had gradually caught up to Orochimaru's strength, if a choice had to be made among them, it was evident that Orochimaru would remain. No way. Must I go alone? While Jiraiya was lost in thought, Fujiyo gently shook his head. Stop overthinking. If all goes as expected, the one chosen to be separated is me. How could that be? In the face of the trio's skepticism, Fujiyo chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he had already sensed something. As anticipated, later that night, the 3rd Hokage summoned him to discuss the grouping issue. For this grouping, you might need to. Before the 3rd could finish, Fujiyo nodded and said, You intend to separate me? Well, it seems you've already surmised some of it. Although it wouldn't be impossible to make an exception and keep you all together, I understand that would make the target far too significant. The 3rd nodded, somewhat helplessly. It appears you have already guessed. Indeed, Fujiyo had anticipated that he might not be suited to be grouped with Jiraiya and the others, especially Tsunade. Unlike typical newly graduated ninjas, Fujiyo had already acquired a bounty exceeding 10 million ryo before even embarking on a mission. Not long ago, his bounty had surpassed 16 million, a staggering amount for a mere rookie, implying endless troubles. As the most outstanding member of the Senju clan, Tsunade would also possess a significant bounty, albeit far less than Fujiyo's. Nevertheless, the associated troubles would undoubtedly be considerable. In such circumstances, if Fujiyo were to team up with Tsunade, the magnitude of trouble attracted could be astonishing. Perhaps they could all gather together, but that would necessitate at least 2 elite Jonin-level instructors to ensure safety, along with additional ninjas secretly safeguarding them. This would lead to an unwieldy team, transforming it from a task force into what could be termed a caretaker squad. My suggestion is to proceed with the mission, but you need to adopt a different identity, wear a mask, and blend in with other teams. As for safety, I will arrange for the most formidable Jonin to accompany you. Faced with the 3rd's prudent proposal, Fujiyo had no reason to refuse, until his strength was sufficient. Carrying such a high bounty on his head, it was best to develop discreetly. A low-profile advancement would be ideal. After Fujiyo nodded, Sarutobi continued. I have already secured an instructor for you. As for your teammates, do you have any particular individuals in mind? You still possess considerable freedom in this regard. Choosing his teammates? After a brief moment of contemplation, Fujiyo formulated a thought. I wish I could be grouped with you. In the classroom, Inuzuka Kiba lay bored across his desk, lamenting. As Shina expressed her sentiments, a multitude of classmates echoed her desire to team up with Fujiyo. Among them, The boys exhibited even greater enthusiasm than the girls, leaving Funya somewhat embarrassed. With so many attractive girls in the class, why did they choose to be with me? Shina, keenly attuned to Funya's murmurs, disdainfully curled her lip. Good looks cannot be converted into sustenance. I would much prefer to team up with a few formidable boys, as it significantly increases our chances of survival. Suddenly struck by a thought, Shina remarked pensively, if my teammates are strong, I suppose I wouldn't have to worry much about loss. The feeling of watching a companion, with whom I've fought for years, perish before my eyes is unimaginable. At this, Funya fell into a contemplative silence. The brutality of the last shinobi world war had imparted profound lessons, making them mature beyond their years. Unlike the future generation of infatuated youths in a long-standing peace, there's still a chance. After all, the list hasn't been announced yet. Perhaps I might end up in the same group as you, she said. Though Funya secretly knew who his new teammates would be, such matters typically involve a degree of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom and began calling the roll. Next, I will announce the composition of each class. After I finish calling names, your respective instructors will come to escort you. First class, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. What? I can't be with Funya, Tsunade muttered in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief at not being left behind, as he did not possess as many friends as Funya did, who could easily get along with anyone. Classes 2 and 3 were swiftly called out, and one by one, the classes were dispatched. Class 11, Bairu, Yenayu Yasuo. Who is Yasuo? Is he from another class? Yenayu, seated behind Funya, pondered aloud. Given her acquaintance with Bairu and their familiarity due to Funya, the name Yasuo was decidedly unfamiliar. Yasuo is, of course, me, Funya thought to himself. The third Hokage had allowed him to choose a name at will, and he had whimsically selected Yasuo as a pseudonym. Yenayu and Bairu were his chosen teammates. This decision was not made lightly. Funya had given it considerable thought. Originally, Yenayu was a year below them, but for reasons unknown, she had opted to take an advanced placement exam 2 years prior. Generally, ninjas prefer to spend additional years in training, developing further before entering the battlefield. Funya speculated that her close relationship with Tsunade, which facilitated their joint studies in medical ninjutsu, might have influenced her decision to advance and subsequently join their class. Regardless of the reasons, now that she was graduating alongside Funya, he had no hesitation in selecting her. In terms of strength, Yenayu might not stand out among her contemporaries, unlike those young prodigies who had already attained elite Chunin status. Her current abilities were likely only at the standard Chunin level. Considering her abilities, she is indeed rather average, especially as she is a year younger and lacks combat talent. However, given her rare status as a medical ninja and her medical ninjutsu, second only to Tsunade, she would serve as an immense asset to Keed's team. The team Keed is part of likely does not lack in combat power. The leading instructor is a formidable jonin, and Keed himself is a particularly elite jonin, providing sufficient offensive capabilities. If a child of elite Chunin strength were to join, it would likely prove ineffectual in the face of threats during battle. What they truly lack is support. The selection of Baruho was not merely a matter of suitability. A significant consideration for Keed was that this individual, due to their insufficient strength, was placed in a weaker group. Should they perish during a mission or be ostracized by their peers leading to a defection from the village, it would be a tragedy to lose someone who, with even slight growth, could easily attain shadow-level power and serve as a lucrative ally for Keed. Beyond these considerations, Keed had another paramount reason for selecting 2 individuals: the issue of security. Concealing his identity from teammates was impossible, and if the situation became dire, Keed would need to utilize some of his more clandestine abilities. The jonin leading them was trustworthy without question, as the third Hokage could send someone to protect him, ensuring loyalty. However, the same could not be said for the other teammates. If one were to inadvertently reveal that Keed could perform the shadow manipulation technique, it could lead to complications. Therefore, upon comprehensive evaluation, even if they were slightly lacking in combat prowess, ensuring absolute safety was imperative. Soon, the instructor called out the final names. Keed, you will not be pairing with others. Special arrangements will be made for you. Understood. Although little was said, everyone instinctively began to speculate. Is he going to join the ENBU? Certainly, joining at such a young age, Keed truly is remarkable. In response to their conjectures, Keed shook his head. Joining the ANBU had never crossed his mind. It was not a profitable endeavor and certainly fraught with danger. Moreover, The third Hokage would never permit it. Heed was seen as a potential successor to the Hokage, and a future candidacy for the position required a substantial record of missions. In due course, he could transform his experiences into accolades, but within the ANBU, where secrecy prevailed, there would be no documentation of his efforts. Years later, while others would have completed hundreds of missions, his record would still be in single digits, and his reputation non-existent. With such conditions, aspiring to inherit the Hokage title would be nothing short of a dream. In this regard, despite differing motivations, Heed and the third Hokage ultimately reached a consensus. Soon, after the instructor finished calling names, Heed followed him outside. Upon arriving at a secluded room, he changed into a new outfit and donned armor, quietly awaiting his turn behind a mask. Once everyone had been led away by the instructor, Heed entered. Bairuho and Yano Shun, who had been discussing their new teammate Yasuo, abruptly halted their conversation and turned to look at him. Ah, is this truly my new teammate? It appears their abilities are rather lacking. To be candid, I have no qualms about abandoning teammates in peril. I have already witnessed the demise of 4 comrades before. In an instant, Bairuho's expression transformed into one of dismay. Great ancestors above, just yesterday I prayed fervently for the favor of worthy companions, and yet, I have been assigned such a lackluster individual, Bailu mused inwardly. As Fujiyo quietly entertained himself with the amusing antics of the two, Yenaoyu subtly twitched his nose, as if he had caught a whiff of something. Fujiyo? Is that you? Fujiyo? To his astonishment, he had been discovered. Fujiyo froze momentarily, taken aback. Was my disguise truly so transparent? If others can see through it so easily, what is the point of masquerading? Fortunately, Yenaoyu quickly clarified that he had become accustomed to Fujiyo's scent from sitting behind him daily, which provided Fujiyo with a sense of relief. How peculiar, do I even have a scent? Fujiyo pondered, though he could only conclude that Yenaoyu indeed possessed a keen sense of smell. Meanwhile, Bailuhu, after a brief moment of surprise, wore an expression of delight. Regardless of familiarity or safety, being placed on the same team as Fujiyo was undoubtedly the best outcome. After a moment, the two inquired about Fujiyo's reasons for disguising himself. Gently removing his mask, Fujiyo shook his head in resignation. He had hoped to maintain an air of mystery, but his ruse had been uncovered so swiftly. Although he had not expected to deceive them for long, the lack of accomplishment in being discovered so quickly was disheartening. Just as Fujiyo was about to elaborate, their team leader entered. A person with a rectangular face and disproportionately large eyes stepped into the room. From today onward, I shall be your team leader. My name is Sarutobi Daisher, but you may call me Teacher Daisher. This was a selection from the 3rd generation, likely a member of the Sarutobi clan, perhaps even a relative. Such a person was indeed trustworthy, Fujiyo mused silently. Before long, Fujiyo and his companions greeted their new instructor, before the imposing figure of their teacher. Both Fujiyo and Yenaoyu appeared serious and earnest, with Yenaoyu and Bailuhu exhibiting traces of nervousness. However, Daisher's next remark unveiled his true nature. Could I have your autograph? I am a devoted reader of your novels. With that, the seemingly stern young man beamed as he retrieved a book from his bag. Rend the Heavens. This was Fujiyo's 2nd book, released not long ago. Although its reach did not extend far beyond Konoha, it had garnered a significant following within its walls. To Fujiyo's surprise, this individual was also a fan of his work. After Fujiyo, still bewildered, signed his name, their teacher returned to normalcy. All right, let us discuss matters at hand. The reason Fujiyo has chosen to change his name and disguise himself to join our team is as follows. With just a few succinct words, Yenaoyu and Bailuhu quickly grasped Fujiyo's current predicament. We will certainly keep this a secret, Bailu interjected hastily, while Yenaoyu nodded earnestly in agreement. I suppose I need not doubt this point. The fact that Fujiyo chose you all indicates that you are undoubtedly trustworthy. Moreover, if you were to disclose any information, you too would find yourselves in peril. As he spoke, Daisher suddenly turned and scrutinized Fujiyo closely. To be honest, your mask is rather conspicuous. If anyone were to suspect that you had not infiltrated the Dark Division, they might indeed question your identity. But it must be this way. No. Here is what I think. You need not wear the mask. A few subtle alterations, a bit of makeup to conceal prominent features, and it would be best if you could disguise yourself as a woman. Before Daisher could finish, Fujiyo hastily interrupted. Disguising as a woman? Absolutely not. I could never do that in this lifetime. Saying this, Fujiyo once again donned the mask he held, placing it over his face. I believe this looks quite good. With a slight raise of his brow, Fujiyo gazed at Daisher with a hint of skepticism. Many individuals in the ninja realm wear masks while carrying out missions. How could they possibly suspect me? I've heard that some readers enjoy seeing authors in female disguises. Could this fellow be one of those individuals? Feng Yi mused silently. Observing that he could not sway Feng Ye's decision, Dashur shook his head with a sigh, feeling inexplicably disappointed. It seems a pity not to dress you as a woman, given your striking looks. Very well, this will suffice. Remember to gather at the 7th training ground before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Silently watching the figure fade from view, Feng Yi felt a lingering sense of unreliability about this new teacher. In the twilight, strolling along the path with Tsunade, Feng Yi engaged her in lively conversation. He harbored no secrets regarding his disguised identity from Tsunade. While one might manage to conceal such truths from strangers, it would be exceedingly difficult with those familiar to him. Yanai and Beilu, being acquainted with Tsunade and Jiraiya, would inevitably encounter them, and given their level of familiarity, it would be hard to remain unrecognized. Even without meeting them, the jutsu and techniques he employed in battle would likely become known, making it impossible to deceive them. Continuously conversing, Feng Yi elicited hearty laughter from Tsunade. After a moment, the two quietly walked to a secluded corner, coming to a halt. Sharing a glance, Tsunade's face flushed inexplicably, and Feng Yi ceased his chatter, enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere of ambiguity. After a long while, Tsunade, biting her lip, broke the tension. Though they had already established an unspoken connection, they had not overtly expressed anything. With the impending mission that would separate them, Tsunade felt compelled to seal this final moment. Feng Yi, close your eyes. Slightly taken aback, Feng Yi gently shut his eyes. Could it be that Tsunade intends to kiss me? He pondered inwardly. Amid his confusion, Tsunade gently lowered Feng Yi's head and pressed her lips to his forehead. Subsequently, she placed an unknown object around his neck. What is this? As Feng Yi's eyes widened in surprise, Tsunade began to speak. Starting tomorrow, we may not be able to see each other every day. I will miss you dearly, and you must think of me as well. Did you not express your desire to become Hokage? This necklace, a treasured relic passed down from my grandfather, symbolizes his legacy. I now bestow it upon you. In Tsunade's view, this was a declaration of affection and a definitive affirmation of their relationship, while simultaneously encouraging Feng Yi to strive ever further on his path to becoming Hokage. However, Feng Yi felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. If memory served him correctly, according to the original history, Tsunade's brother and the one he cherished shared a similar moment, a kiss, a parting gift, an encouragement, only to face tragedy shortly thereafter. Goodness, this ominous premonition is truly unexpected, he thought. What is it, Feng Yi? Tsunade inquired, her head tilting in curiosity as she observed the complex emotions playing across his face. It's nothing, Feng Yi replied, gently wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing himself to appear calm. It should be fine, right? Oh, are you the ninja assigned to protect me? In a somewhat opulent mansion, the jovial smile of a plump man began to fade. As a minor official with many enemies, his life was perpetually at risk, leading to the issuance of a long-term protection task. Naturally, a single team could not remain by his side indefinitely. Typically, they would rotate every fortnight or month. In Feng Yi's words, this was akin to the NPCs in Konoha providing long-term assignments. Although it was their first mission and it involved a C-rank protection task, neither Feng Yi nor the others in his team found anything amiss. After all, this era likely had fewer D-rank tasks involving childcare, and even those were primarily for inexperienced teams. Given their squad's capabilities, they could easily manage a B-rank task, if not higher. Overall, this mission seemed secure, with a modest bounty that would unlikely attract formidable foes, especially within the borders of the Land of Fire. However, the employer across from them clearly held a different opinion. Upon seeing the three diminutive figures behind Daishur, all evidently still children, he began to express his dissatisfaction. In any profession, it's common for employers to disdain novices, whether in hairstyling or combat. In response to the employer's incessant complaints, Daishur said little, merely offering a brief reassurance. Rest assured, we from Konoha have protocols in place. Should the mission fail, we will provide compensation. The employer was momentarily rendered speechless. Should the mission fail, his life would be forfeit. What good would compensation do him then? That night, Feng Yi and Daishur discussed certain systems within the ninja world. Why do I feel that these underground bounties? Initially, Feng Yi had not given it much thought. But now he suddenly realized that these clandestine bounties formed the very foundation upon which the ninja villages relied. With mere bounties of a few 100,000 ryo, targets could continuously post protection tasks worth millions, day after day. If one were to delve into darker interpretations, it was entirely possible that the ninja villages themselves were funding these bounties. In response to Feng Ye's perplexity, Dashur merely smiled enigmatically, offering no further elucidation. However, Feng Ye gleaned an understanding from Dashur's smile. Without the presence of these individuals, where would Konoha find such an abundance of missions? The primary undertakings of ninjas revolve around assassination and protection. If the institutions responsible for orchestrating assassinations ceased to exist, whom would one protect? It is no wonder that this underground organization operates so brazenly, unchallenged. This locale is relatively safe, but once foreign missions are undertaken, caution must be exercised, Dashur warned. Nodding earnestly, Feng Ye comprehended the nuances involved. The adversaries encountered within the Land of Fire are often not particularly formidable, mostly comprised of scattered minor factions, or even desperate individuals willing to risk their lives for monetary gain. However, beyond the borders of Fire Country, mission rankings are predominantly elevated, often ranging from A to S. Additionally, it cannot be ruled out that they might receive assignments to assassinate the employers of others. In the blink of an eye, over a week passed. During this interval, Feng Ye and his companions faced several assassination attempts, most of which were executed by weak lower-level ninjas, with many lacking even chakra, making their defeat exceedingly simple for Feng Ye and his team. How utterly tedious, Feng Ye lamented, wielding a sledgehammer to swat a fly, resulting in missions devoid of any challenge. Yet, Feng Ye merely voiced his discontent. Should he find himself ensnared in perilous combat, he would hardly relish the experience. Suddenly, as Feng Ye pondered his boredom, he sensed a surge of murderous intent. Without warning, a jet-black shuriken hurtled towards them, aimed directly at their employer. Following closely behind was a sizable fireball. Earth release, Earth-style wall. In an instant, a protective barrier materialized, shielding their employer, as Feng Ye swiftly launched a counterattack. Wind release, Gale Palm. Accompanied by Feng Ye's command, a powerful gust emanated from the blade in his hand. In quick succession, Feng Ye, alongside Bei Lu Hu and Yi Nai Yu, surged forward. Clang. In mere moments, Feng Ye engaged in a fierce confrontation with the unidentified assailant. The opponent's surprise was palpable. Such strength! The Shadow exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the prowess displayed by Feng Ye and his companions. In an instant, the Shadow began to retreat, hurling ninja tools and techniques to impede Feng Ye's pursuit. Do not chase, Dashur interjected, halting Feng Ye and the others. Our mission is solely to protect. Remember, avoid unnecessary conflicts whenever possible. Feng Ye, watching the retreating figure, felt a twinge of incredulity. This battle had diverged significantly from his expectations. He had anticipated a fierce struggle for survival, yet the adversary had fled in an instant. The opposing party likely consisted of opportunistic bounty hunters who, upon observing their team composition, mistook them for a squad of novice lower-level ninjas under the command of a middle-ranking ninja, and thus sought to test their mettle with a surprise attack. Having witnessed Feng Ye's remarkable prowess, Dashi chose to withdraw, sensing that, if all went as anticipated, the adversary had no intention of taking their lives. Such individuals typically refrain from striking at the heart of Konoha's shinobi. When faced with such opponents, self-preservation becomes paramount, and pursuing them holds little value. Dashi, with his wealth of experience, meticulously analyzed the situation. As he elucidated, Feng Ye and his companions began to gain a new understanding of the ninja world. Ultimately, ninjas exist for their own interests. It is not always necessary to engage in lethal combat. It is conceivable that one moment they may be embroiled in battle, and the next, upon the employer's demise, the protectors would abandon the fight and withdraw. Suddenly, Feng Ye recalled the future confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza. When Zabuza declared his intention to abandon the mission, Kakashi ceased hostilities, stating that they were no longer enemies. In non-essential circumstances, ninjas likely strive to avoid unnecessary conflict and casualties, which diverges from his previous belief that ninjas revel in brutal life-or-death battles. All right, let us prepare to pack up, he said. Abruptly, while Dashi was speaking with a smile, his expression shifted dramatically. Be careful. Fire style, Hoka no Jutsu. Accompanied by a cold voice, a massive pillar of flame erupted suddenly from the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, Funya swiftly scooped up Yenneyu and kicked Beilu away in the opposite direction. With a thunderous roar and a shower of flames, Funya scrambled to his feet with Yenneyu in his arms. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in astonishment. From the billowing smoke emerged a figure, leisurely walking forth. "Hee. It seems fortune smiles upon me today," Kakuzu chuckled, his eyes glinting with unbridled excitement. Observing the severed head dangling from Kakuzu's waist, Funya's brow furrowed deeply. It was the very same head of the bounty hunter they had encountered not long ago, who had attempted to slip away. From Kakuzu's words, Funya could surmise that the bounty hunter had been a target of Kakuzu's for quite some time, with today's encounter intended as a case of black market dealings. However, the crux of the matter did not lie there. Even if Kakuzu was engaged in underhanded dealings, he had no justification for attacking them. Although Funya himself bore a high bounty, his face remained concealed, and the techniques he employed were rarely seen in public, original wind swordsmanship that should not be recognizable. If he were not the cause, could it be their teacher? Glancing at Dashi's subtly altered appearance due to makeup, Funya felt that was equally implausible. To his knowledge, his teacher had previously been involved with the Umbu. While he had since begun undertaking missions, the bounty on him was still minimal. Even if Kakuzu recognized him, the meager bounty could hardly warrant such exuberance. Could it be something related to me? The more he pondered, the more grave his demeanor became. Surely, no one in the village could have exposed his identity. Just as Funya was lost in a web of confusion, Kakuzu revealed the reason he had set his sights on Funya and his companions. Indeed, it is a magnificent blade. Such a weapon must be worth at least several million taels. As he spoke, Kakuzu cast a glance at the radiant sword held by Funya. The crux of the issue lay here. Funya suddenly comprehended the situation. With Kakuzu's keen perception of wealth and years of experience, he immediately recognized the value of the renowned sword in Funya's grasp. Generally speaking, even upon witnessing someone wielding such a famed weapon, Kakuzu would find himself at a loss. In the ninja world, those capable of wielding such a sword were typically elite jonin skilled in speed. Though Kakuzu might possess strength akin to that of a Kage, he primarily excelled in ninjutsu. While he could easily triumph over elite jonin adept in speed, capturing the sword would prove to be a challenge. Now, this rare and esteemed blade had inexplicably found itself in the hands of a mere child, and his companions appeared to be utterly inept aside from their leader. To Kakuzu, this seemed a stroke of fortune. Damn it, Funya couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although the exposure of the ninja blade played a part, the primary reason was likely that he had fortuitously encountered Kakuzu in this vicinity. Was he truly so unfortunate? Funya pondered, questioning how, in such a vast land as the Land of Fire, he could happen upon such an individual. Recalling the kiss from Tsunade a few days prior, Funya inquired of the system, "Wasn't it said that Tsunade's influence would not reach me?" The system responded, "Indeed, it should not. But perhaps you truly possess a streak of bad luck." At that moment, just as Funya grasped the essence of the predicament, Kakuzu launched another assault. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, pressure damage. Boom. Under the augmentation of the wind release, a fire pillar emerged, instantly surpassing the previous one in size by more than double, tearing through several streets. In an instant, the distant city echoed with cries and the sounds of fleeing. Holding Yanu closely, Funya's expression turned grave. The destructive power was undeniably terrifying. Had he not possessed the reflexive speed akin to that of Li, they might have found themselves in peril from that very attack. Even if he could evade it, Yanu would certainly be unable to escape. Setting Yanu down, Funya swiftly instructed, "His target is me. Stay away and take Bairu with you to hide. This battle is beyond your capabilities." With that, Funya dashed towards another direction. Before Kakuzu could unleash another ninjutsu, their teacher, Dashi, charged forward to interrupt him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Funya followed suit, launching his own attack. A massive fireball erupted forcefully. Just as Kakuzu attempted to counter with water release, Funya called out to Dashi, "Teacher Dashi, what should we do? His power is formidable, we might." Furrowing his brows tightly, Sarutobi Dashi felt a pang of uncertainty. He was no longer weak himself, yet the prowess displayed by this foe, particularly with the 4 elemental affinities already developed to such a high degree, hinted at the possibility of a 5th affinity. Such a formidable adversary was a rarity he had only witnessed in the 3rd Hokage. Reflecting on the misfortune of encountering such an enemy on his first mission with students, Dashi felt a sense of ill fate. Bang! With a sudden invocation, a small monkey appeared, and Daisher briefly explained a few matters before dissolving the contract. I have already informed the third Hokage. This location is not far from the border, and there are likely several other task forces in the vicinity. Considering the time since the third issued the command, 20 minutes, at most 30, reinforcements should arrive shortly. 30 minutes. Funya furrowed his brow. Given the strength demonstrated by Kaku, it was likely they would struggle to last even 10 minutes. While Funya and Daisher were engaged in conversation, Kakuzu launched another attack. Earth Release, Earth Spear Technique. Accompanied by the activation of the Earth Spear, Kakuzu charged forward, withstanding the ninjutsu of both Funya and Daisher. Clang. Even though the blade in Funya's hand was a renowned sword, it merely left a faint mark on Kakuzu's body, while Daisher, armed with only ordinary shurikens, could leave no trace at all. With a single punch, Funya's armor was severely dented, and he was sent rolling helplessly on the ground. Daisher, on the other hand, managed to hold his ground for a moment, but it was a struggle. Against Daisher, who excelled in Earth Release, Kakuzu could effortlessly suppress him with Lightning Release. Who on earth is this formidable opponent? Moments later, having been easily sent crashing to the ground, Daisher gazed at the headband bearing the symbol of the renegade Takigakure on Kakuzu's forehead, unable to recall when such a powerful figure had emerged from there. As if sensing Daisher's confusion, Kakuzu chuckled. It is no surprise you do not recognize me. After all, it has been 20 years since my last encounter with the first Hokage. The first Hokage. Daisher could not help but feel a wave of shock. During this era, the ninjas of Konoha were quite aware of the first Hokage's strength. It was impossible to claim that the third was the strongest Hokage without understanding the implications of having fought against the first. To think that he could contend with the first Hokage. Indeed, the first Hokage was the first Konoha ninja I battled shortly after Konoha was established. Although I sustained severe injuries during our clash, I ultimately survived. While boasting, Kakuzu continued, Now, I shall let you witness the true power of one who has faced the first Hokage. You dare claim you could battle the first? A mere flick of his skill could end you, Funya muttered under his breath. However, despite his disdain for Kakuzu's arrogance, Funya had to concede that Kakuzu possessed formidable strength. At least at this moment, Funya found himself utterly at a loss against him. Even with the eighth gate opened and assistance from allies, he would still be no match. Was it truly possible that today would spell danger? Funya could not help but break into a cold sweat. In fact, there was one option, albeit not a desirable one, abandoning his blade. If he truly discarded it, there might be a chance that Kakuzu would spare their lives. Yet, merely considering this option made Funya dismiss it. When push came to shove, he was not the type to forsake his life for a weapon. The crux of the matter now lies in the fact that abandoning their weapons would likely not spare their lives. Funya could sense, albeit faintly, that Kakuzu intended to eliminate them all right here. Despite Kakuzu's fierce proclamations, it was utterly implausible that he was unafraid of the encroaching forces of Konoha. Were Funya in Kakuzu's position, with such an overwhelming advantage, it would be sheer folly to allow any of them to escape. Secretly swallowing the blade would have been a far wiser choice. By handing the weapon to Kakuzu, it was conceivable that he would expedite their demise even further. What course of action should be taken? Meanwhile, as Funya contemplated strategies, Kakuzu shed his garments, revealing the 4 masks affixed to his back. He had resolved to bring matters to a swift conclusion, within the borders of the Land of Fire, should an army truly descend upon him. Even 10 lives would not suffice to save him. Naturally, Funya and Daisher would not remain passive in the face of Kakuzu's imminent escalation. Earth Style, Ant Hell. With Daisher's hand seals, the ground beneath Kakuzu suddenly softened, pulling him downward. White Fang's flowing blade technique. As Funya silently chanted, a precise and lethal technique was unleashed in an instant. With a slight opening, Funya adeptly evaded Kakuzu's grasping hand, delivering a decisive strike to his side. In an instant, a brilliant arc of electricity surged forth. The combination of the famed blade and lightning release inflicted a significant wound upon Kakuzu. Well done, Daisher exclaimed with exhilaration. However, Funya felt no elation whatsoever. On the contrary, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. Even if Kakuzu were to be deemed weak, it was inconceivable that he could inflict harm so effortlessly. Moreover, while such an injury might be grave for others, for Kakuzu, it was merely a trifle. In a heartbeat, he activated the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, retreating with accelerated speed. Suddenly, a massive rock slab shot up from the ground, obstructing Funya's path, while simultaneously, Kakuzu's hands, charged with electricity, collided with immense force, sending arcs of lightning in all directions. Fengyi distanced himself from Kakuzu with utmost haste, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Had he been unaware of Kakuzu's capabilities, or had his retreat been even slightly delayed, that earthen wall would have impeded his escape, leading to an unavoidable strike that could have obliterated him. How unfortunate that I failed. I had thought to seize the blade effortlessly, Kakuzu lamented, all the while swiftly sealing the wound Fengyi had inflicted. At that moment, Fengyi seethed at Kakuzu's shamelessness. Despite possessing overwhelming power, he resorted to such cunning tactics to lure him in, a most disgraceful act. Yet, while he cursed verbally, Fengyi understood that Kakuzu's refusal to hold back and his full commitment to the fight was, in fact, the correct approach. However, with Kakuzu not even pretending to underestimate them, their chances of survival dwindled further. Suddenly, Kakuzu's back split open, and four masked monstrosities emerged from within. This fiend. Fengyi could not suppress the perspiration beading on his forehead. The previous incarnation of Kakuzu had been difficult enough to contend with, and now he was unleashing his full might. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. It is noteworthy that even in the future, when Naruto, Kakashi, and Kakuzu engage in their official confrontation, Kakuzu has yet to reach his full potential. A cruel smile crept across Kakuzu's face as he slightly parted his lips. Soon, the four masked faces behind him began to gather a high concentration of elemental chakra simultaneously. "Stand behind me," Dashi said gravely. "Fire style, head hardening. Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, false darkness. Water style, water barrier." In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of techniques. Dashi, exerting every ounce of his strength, managed to cast 3 defensive earth-style jutsu, supplemented by a defensive technique from Fengyi, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. "You performed admirably, but how many more times can you defend yourself?" Kakuzu observed Dashi, who was already gasping for breath, his face radiating confidence in victory. "Our combat experience is simply too disparate. After all, I have battled the first Hokage." While Kakuzu spoke, the four masked figures behind him once again began to amass power. This time, it was truly the end. Just as Kakuzu prepared to unleash his skill once more, Fengyi suddenly retrieved several scrolls. "You may be overestimating yourself. Initially, I did not wish to resort to this technique, but you have compelled me to do so. Prepare to witness the power of financial investment." As he spoke, Fengyi activated the shadow clone technique, and soon, a flurry of kunai adorned with explosive tags surged forth from the scrolls in his hands. Years prior, Fengyi's parents had begun accumulating explosive tags for him, amassing a collection of several hundred. Furthermore, just before his recent departure, Tsunade had forcefully gifted him hundreds more. Today, he possessed a veritable arsenal of over 1,000 explosive tags. Although Fengyi understood that against an opponent like Kakuzu, these tags might not yield significant results, he resolved to at least irritate him and buy some time. Art is an explosion. With that, as Fengyi and his shadow clones continuously hurled the tags, Kakuzu found himself enveloped in a sea of explosive tags. Almost immediately, a dazzling explosion consumed Kakuzu in a blaze of fire. The first sensation that struck Fengyi was one of pain. Even at a discounted rate, these explosive tags were valued at 10,000 ryo each, amounting to an extravagant sum. If one were to consider the black market price, the cost would be even more exorbitant. Regrettably, this significant investment in explosive tags had been expended in an instant. Meanwhile, Kakuzu experienced even greater anguish than Fengyi. "If only I had unleashed my full power sooner, those explosive tags could have been mine." The mere thought of the lucrative black market price of those explosive tags twisted Kakuzu's heart in agony. Who among the Leaf Village's youth could be so reckless as to squander explosive tags? On the other side, seizing the opportunity while Kakuzu was momentarily distracted, Fengyi hastily grabbed Dashi and began to flee. The reason for my earlier hesitation to flee was twofold. On one hand, I was reluctant to expose my back to a formidable opponent like Kakuzu. On the other, I aimed to buy time for Yano and Baru. The results seemed to exceed my expectations. As I caught up with Yano and Baru, I reflected on this. Initially, I believed that with Kakuzu's capabilities, my explosive tags would have limited effect, merely serving to delay him momentarily. However, it now appears to be a more complex situation than I had anticipated. Remarkably, all 4 of Kakuzu's masks bore visible cracks, particularly the water mask, which was nearly half shattered, and the creature beneath it appeared somewhat weakened. This was partly due to Kakuzu's previous jutsu being interrupted midway, as he had hesitated to transition from offensive to defensive techniques. Furthermore, he was far from his peak strength at this moment. Although the method of seizing another's heart to enhance one's abilities might yield limited results, Kaku, having matured for another 30 to 40 years, would undoubtedly surpass his current self. Certainly, the explosive power of 1,000 tags is not to be underestimated. Even during Hanzo's battle with the legendary Sannin, such extravagance was rarely witnessed. While I might not fully comprehend the intricacies of the situation, any harm inflicted upon Kakuzu is undoubtedly a positive development. What should we do? Bairuhu inquired anxiously as we continued our advance. Even before Kakuzu's initial strike, the tremendous fire technique had already instilled fear within him. That formidable column of fire had narrowly missed his face, leaving behind severe burn marks. Had it not been for my swift kick to propel him away, he might have met a dire fate. The sheer terror of such a technique, coupled with the threat posed by such a fearsome enemy, was overwhelming for Baru, especially as this was his first mission. After all, he was inherently a somewhat timid individual. We need to exit the city and find a place where we can maneuver discreetly. Additionally, we should head towards the border. Perhaps we will encounter the support troops along the way. I understood that even in flight, we would soon be pursued by Kakuzu. However, every step away from him was valuable. Once outside the city, I could unleash certain specialized abilities. Regardless of the chaos surrounding us, the panicked civilians fleeing from our battle, many remained who could not escape or were too frightened to do so. Should I employ certain techniques, they would inevitably attract attention. In a more secluded area, I could utilize my full capabilities without restraint. A plan began to form in my mind. With a resounding crash, Kakuzu swiftly caught up to us, a beam of light surging forth from a distance. This isn't working. Disregard us. If you and Master Oishi retreat at full speed, you will surely last longer, Yano declared resolutely. Before she could finish, I interjected, what nonsense. I have no habit of abandoning my comrades. Besides, a glimmer of determination flashed in my eyes. We are not at that point yet. As Fujiyo whispered something to the nearby boulder, he requested, Teacher Dashi, please cover for me. At long last, Kakuzu had completely caught up with Fujiyo and his companions, blocking their path with the technique of earth release. With a mere glance at Yenao and Beilu, Kakuzu grasped the situation. He believed that even if Fujiyo and his team disregarded their two allies, their chances of escaping independently were slim. However, since they were unwilling to part ways, he found himself relieved by the prospect of an easier confrontation. With a flick of his hand, Kakuzu deflected over a dozen shuriken hurled by Fujiyo, shaking his head in resignation. What a bothersome group. Wouldn't it be simpler to just accept their fate and be killed by me? While he muttered this, Kakuzu once again unleashed his large-scale, indiscriminate area attack jutsu. Lightning release, false darkness, water release, water curtain jutsu. In an instant, the earth defense constructed by Dashi was nearly obliterated. Struggling was futile. Their combat experience was simply too disparate. As Kakuzu spoke, the four masks at his side began to gather energy anew. Now is the moment. In that instant, Fujiyo's mind was clearer than ever. Byakugan, activate. As he silently chanted, the world transformed into shades of black and white through his eyes. Observing the chakra gathering within Kakuzu's masks, Fujiyo continuously calculated his next move. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the fire mask belonging to Kakuzu abruptly turned, unleashing flames upon the nearby water mask. In an instant, the water mask was shattered, rendered powerless. Simultaneously, Dashi appeared before Fujiyo, shielding him from Kakuzu's assault, leaving Fujiyo utterly defenseless. Kakuzu, silently staring at the water mask he had just obliterated with a single strike, quickly processed what had transpired. Shadow imitation jutsu? Are you from the Nara clan? As a well-informed individual, Kakuzu was certainly familiar with this technique. Dashi couldn't help but turn back to gaze at Fujiyo, shocked, while others might be unaware. He was all too familiar with Fujiyo's background, which only heightened his astonishment. How did you manage that? Kakuzu squinted slightly. If Fujiyo could indeed perform shadow imitation jutsu, he might have harbored some doubts had he been unaware of the details. However, the timing was executed with such perfection that it left him incredulous that someone so evidently still a child could unleash such prowess. Was it merely coincidence? Facing Kakuzu's skepticism, Fengya offered little explanation, merely smiling mischievously. In truth, his clever strike was far from the simple appearance it suggested. Just as Kakuzu suspected, the essence of this technique lay in the mastery of timing and the asymmetry of information. With Fengya's C-rank level of shadow imitation jutsu, devoid of any enhancement from in release, controlling a formidable opponent like Kakuzu would likely be a challenge, even for half a second. Indeed, even the ability to exert control for an extended duration proves futile. If the control is exerted too early, the opponent can terminate their technique, and if it is delayed, the technique will be unleashed, rendering the opportunity ephemeral. This brings us to the significance of the Byakugan. Without its keen insight, Fengya would have been utterly incapable of discerning the precise stage of Kakuzu's ninjutsu. In previous skirmishes, Fengya had already utilized the Byakugan to roughly calculate the timing of Kakuzu's technique, estimating where the chakra would gather and at what concentration it would be released. Furthermore, the kunai he had previously thrown, equipped with wire for strategic purposes, provided cover for the execution of his shadow imitation technique. It was through meticulous preparation and exploiting Kakuzu's ignorance of Fengya's capabilities that he was able to deliver a decisive strike within mere fractions of a second before Kakuzu unleashed his ninjutsu. In truth, Fengya was not entirely confident and undertook a gamble. Although it was a low-risk wager, he was uncertain of the outcome until now, when it became clear he had triumphed. With just 2 minor techniques, barely even at the level of a chunin, Fengya had successfully vanquished such a formidable adversary as Kakuzu. At that moment, Fengya gleaned a profound insight. There exists no absolute strongest technique, only the most suitable one, at least at this juncture. Rather than relying on seemingly grand and powerful techniques, the ability to adapt to any combat situation and deploy targeted skills against different foes is fundamental to his survival. Teacher Dashi, now is not the time for distraction. With Fengya's admonition, Dashi struggled to refocus. Although he was internally shaken by Fengya's ability to wield the Nara clan's secret techniques, the immediate priority was to confront the enemy before them. Let us first deal with him. Just as Dashi managed to steady himself for another serious engagement, Fengya's next action left him astounded. Heavenly Return. With Fengya's powerful declaration, a circular shield of energy enveloped him. Dashi nearly faltered in his hand seals. Confronted by such a formidable foe as Kakuzu, he felt no fear. Yet Fengya's maneuver terrified him. As a Konoha ninja, Dashi was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should the Nara and Hyuga clans discover that Fengya had pilfered their secret techniques, it would undoubtedly result in a deadly vendetta. Teacher Dashi. Now is not the time for distraction. Dashi was at a loss for words. Conversely, Fengya appeared unfazed. In this life and death moment, who could afford to concern themselves with such matters? Survival was paramount. Concealing his strength now would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the act of covertly learning the secret techniques of another clan could be deemed serious, yet in a different light, it could also seem trivial. Regardless of the stability of the village, the potential future of Fengya, or even personal sentiments, the third generation would do everything in their power to assist Fengya in concealing his secrets. Should the secretive clans truly ascertain that Fengya had illicitly acquired their forbidden techniques and sought to eliminate him, the third generation might hesitate, torn between the necessity of sacrificing Fengya. However, in light of the uncertainty, they would likely choose to help Fengya suppress the matter, at most cautioning him against future usage. In due course, Fengya would sincerely assure them of his intentions, and the incident would largely be laid to rest. It would be as if Fengya had recognized his faults and sought redemption. Could the third generation really deny him the opportunity to amend his ways? No matter how severe the situation, it paled in comparison to Orochimaru's future research on the first Hokage's cells and the threats posed against the village's inhabitants. Even if large stones were to leak information, as long as the third generation was unwilling to lose such a promising talent as Fengya, no one would heed the rumors. For forbidden techniques are not akin to bloodline traits. As long as Fengya refrained from using them, who could compel him otherwise? Fengya was acutely aware of this. On another front, sensing the potential approach of reinforcements from Konoha, Kakuzu intensified his assault. Countless black threads of the earth grudge fear erupted from Kakuzu, surging towards Fengya, while the other 2 masked figures relentlessly unleashed ninjutsu attacks. Ultimately, the weapon in Fengya's hands was precisely what he desired, thus making him the primary target of the onslaught. Faced with Kakuzu's formidable strikes, the only recourse for Fengya was to scatter and evade. Multiple shadow clone technique. When it comes to the art of self-preservation, Fengye possessed considerable skill, particularly with shadow clones, which are nearly indistinguishable to the average observer. Simultaneously, Fengye activated his final secret technique. Is this truly all your strength? With such power, can you really contend with the first Hokage? Kakuzu faltered momentarily, perhaps irked by the deflation of his bravado, and retorted darkly, "What do you know? I have indeed battled the first Hokage, would I deceive you? But are you not aware of the first Hokage's might? I witnessed it in my youth. With a single jutsu, he could flatten mountains hundreds of meters high." You, Kakuzu. Without allowing Kakuzu a moment to respond, Fengye continued his analysis. What kind of engagement are you referring to with the first Hokage? A solo confrontation against him is one thing, but a group assault on him is another. Even a mere throwing of a shuriken during a chaotic battle could be deemed an encounter. Which category do you belong to? Kakuzu fell silent once more, the air thick with tension as the bubble of his bravado burst. Enough of this. You don't need to know so much. With a furious roar, Kakuzu escalated his onslaught. Black threads surged from all directions towards Fengye. If previously Kakuzu's intent to eliminate Fengye was motivated by monetary gain, now it was laced with palpable irritation. He had not encountered someone so vexing in quite some time. Confronted with Kakuzu's relentless onslaught, Fengye felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet he did not forget to continuously employ verbal distractions. Pray tell, are you truly a rogue ninja of the Takigakure? Or could it be that you are merely masquerading under the illustrious name of Takigakure, perhaps with the intent to tarnish their reputation? Kakuzu, who was incessantly spewing threads, momentarily paused, roaring in anger, those shameless scoundrels. Who would dare impersonate them? Is that so? Are you indeed a traitor from Takigakure? He retorted. I am at a loss as to what transgressions you have committed against your village that have led them to speak ill of you. This time, Kakuzu disregarded his thread manipulation entirely, passionately defending himself. It is those wretches who have wronged me. As Kakuzu recounted his past, he revealed how he had been dispatched by the village to assassinate the Hokage, only to be betrayed. Apart from certain details, such as the specifics of his assassination attempt on the first Hokage, which he refrained from elaborating, the rest of his narrative largely adhered to the annals of history. Is it truly so? Fengye, while verbally engaging with Kakuzu, was internally mulling over other thoughts. Indeed, a chatterbox remains a chatterbox, he mused silently. When it came time to confront Shikamaru and his companions in the future, Kakuzu's incessant prattling would be uncontainable, whether discussing his past or his abilities. He would divulge all without restraint. His proclivity for exposition would ultimately be exploited by Shikamaru, leading to his downfall. It is not without merit that the adage suggests villains perish by their verbosity. Wait, if you spare my life, I can offer you 100 million ryo. Once again, Kakuzu's assault was interrupted. Although he was acutely aware that such a sum was improbable, he could not resist the impulse to halt his attack. You possess 100 million ryo? Naturally. Just behold the value of this blade. If you spare me, that fortune is yours. And how do you intend to provide it? Guess. Kakuzu, you seek your own demise. After executing a powerful technique once more, Fengye silently calculated his chakra reserves. He could unleash it twice more. Even with the B-rank Naruto card equipped, his chakra limit remained finite. The technique he wielded, while formidable in defense, was costly in terms of chakra, limiting its use. Once his chakra was depleted, he would resort to the 8 gates technique. Although this would grant him a significant chakra boost, it would undoubtedly impair his control, rendering precise execution of his defensive technique impossible. Nonetheless, once activated, it would greatly enhance his speed, albeit for a brief duration. Unfortunately, after fully opening the gates, he would find himself incapacitated in less than half a minute. Thus, he dared only to open 4 gates, which offered a reasonably sustained effect without rendering him completely powerless. Opening the 5th gate would almost guarantee his demise once the effect waned. Once again, he executed his defensive technique, successfully shielding himself from Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear. The boulder also aided Fengye in countering Kakuzu's ninjutsu assault. In truth, the reason Fengye had managed to endure thus far was largely due to the support of the boulder. Without its defense, he would have faltered in mere moments. This was precisely why he dared not flee from the boulder's side. Please, swiftly separate the thunder mask to restrain the great stone. Kakuzu, along with the wind and fire masks, attempts to launch a combined assault on Fengye from 3 directions. With great difficulty, he continuously deflects Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear. while Funya vigilantly observes Kakuzu's jutsu progress through his Byakugan. After narrowly evading another of Kakuzu's fire release techniques, Funya finds himself out of options. Unlike before, he halts the activation of his heavenly return midway. In an instant, he is struck by the devastating wave of this ninjutsu, toppling to the ground and rolling several dozen meters away. Coughing, Funya rises from the earth, his body marred by numerous wounds, appearing to have reached his limit. In truth, he has not yet exhausted his reserves. He still possesses chakra for his heavenly return, and his 8 gates have not yet reached their peak. The reason for his recent pause lies in his Byakugan's revelation of incoming reinforcements. Uncertain whether these allies include reconnaissance ninjas, he opts for caution. Running low on chakra. Are we? It seems the end is near, Kakuzu taunts, slowly advancing towards Funya. To end this, you are still far from achieving your goal, Funya retorts defiantly. Just as Kakuzu prepares to launch his attack, a figure suddenly appears before Funya. Stay back, Yanoyu proclaims, relentlessly using her ninja tools and a few meager ninjutsu to assault Kakuzu. Yanoyu, what are you doing? I will protect you. I can do this, she exclaims, her voice steady despite her trembling. As she shouts, she continues her seemingly clumsy assault. Against Yanoyu's sporadic attacks, Kakuzu shows no inclination to dodge, effortlessly deflecting each of her projectiles. Anyone could see this was a futile struggle, yet Yanoyu stubbornly stands before Funya, her body shaking with fear. Meanwhile, Bairuhu silently observes the scene, also trembling. Move. Why can't I move? He thinks, wishing to assist, but feeling as though his feet are rooted to the ground. The memory of the fire technique that had nearly grazed him, coupled with Kakuzu's overwhelming aura of malice, paralyzed him with dread. Such an amusing display of emotion. My favorite sight is the futile struggle of prey at the brink of death, Kakuzu remarks as he prepares to strike again. A swarm of dense black threads rushes towards Yanoyu and Funya. Watching Kakuzu's attack, Funya remains impassive. There is no need for him to intervene, for reinforcements have arrived. Human battering ram. A massive, formidable figure descends from the sky, shielding Funya and Yanoyu. To act so brazenly within the borders of our land of fire is to show a complete lack of respect for Konoha. A voice, indifferent yet commanding, echoes as one after another. Leaf ninjas emerge from the forest behind Funya, seemingly endless. The moment Kakuzu glimpses the first leaf reinforcement, he immediately turns to flee. As one of the few ninjas to have survived from the Warring States period to the present day, Kakuzu was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Konoha forces. Confronted with a well-organized and cohesive ninja army, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Capture him alive. With the command issued by Kid-Yoru and the Akimichi clan's Shukafu, hundreds of ninjas leapt into action, relentlessly pursuing Kakuzu, who could do nothing but flee in desperation. This shouldn't be happening, Kakuzu thought to himself. He had entertained the notion that a battle here would attract reinforcements, but the sheer number of them far exceeded his expectations. Could that brat be the offspring of some significant figure in Konoha? As he recalled the secret techniques deployed by the 2 great clans and the invaluable treasure of a blade, Kakuzu felt a dawning realization. Breathless, Nonoyu finally collapsed. Having exerted herself to her limits, this being her first mission, she was not significantly stronger than her peers. The oppressive aura of killing intent radiating from Kakuzu nearly incapacitated her. Her ability to persist was fueled solely by the last flicker of belief within her. With a gentle yet firm embrace, Kid-Yoru felt a twinge of emotion. Next time, don't act so foolishly. By doing so, the only thing you accomplish is to add your life to the cost. If you encounter something similar again, run as far away as you can. Nonoyu nodded instinctively. She rarely contradicted others, but despite her outward agreement, whether she would heed this advice in the future remained uncertain. As she glanced at the beleaguered Kuko, Kid-Yoru felt a sense of relief. Although he had not yet reached his limit, his options were dwindling. With chakra reserves nearly depleted and the 8th gate barely opened to the 5th level, escape would be impossible within a minute. Had reinforcements arrived a few minutes later, he would have been in grave danger. Reflecting on the battle, despite possessing a wealth of intelligence about Kakuzu, he had resorted to various tactics, bribery, verbal deception, and ambushes, to prolong the encounter, which had proven to be no easy feat nonetheless. Surviving was a positive outcome. Kid-Yoru. At that moment, Oishi approached, hesitating as he looked at him. This isn't the time for such discussions. We need to find a secure location. Quickly. Heed and his companions followed a group of ninjas to a stronghold at the edge of Konoha. They received news that Kakuzu had escaped. After tending to their wounds and rebandaging, the group reconvened. Indeed, Heed nodded. Kakuzu's escape was a conclusion he had anticipated. Although the pursuit by over 100 ninjas offered a fair chance of eliminating Kakuzu, the likelihood of his escape was even greater. After all, he was a seasoned warrior with years of experience, possessing formidable strength and remarkable survival instincts, coupled with seemingly boundless stamina. If he were fully committed to fleeing, the chances of his evasion were high without preemptive countermeasures in place. In due time, I shall end his life, he declared with a tone of indifference. Regardless of the dire predicament he finds himself in due to Kakuzu, or the casualties among the common folk that can be traced back to him, there is no room for mercy in his heart towards Kakuzu. After a lengthy silence, Daisher posed a question once more. What is the nature of those techniques you possess? His gaze bore intensely into Fujiyo's eyes, his tone slightly harsh. Are they stolen? Not at all, Fujiyo replied. I merely observed their casting process and conducted a casual study, which led to my own development. Daisher found himself at a loss for words. How could the secret arts of various clans, which required years of dedication to master, be reduced to mere imitation in Fujiyo's hands? The shadow imitation technique was one thing, but the reversal technique was an art that even the most gifted of the Hyuga clan needed considerable time to grasp. Yet, considering Fujiyo's talent, it was not entirely implausible. A wave of perplexity washed over Daisher. Observing Daisher's troubled expression, Fujiyo gently shook his head. This matter does not concern you, and you are not in a position to make decisions. Ultimately, the resolution lies in Sensei Sarutobi's hands. Fujiyo's words jolted Daisher into clarity. Indeed, the final resolution was beyond his purview. Upon your return, you must safeguard this secret for Fujiyo. Do you understand? After issuing a stern warning to Yano and Bairu, Daisher rose to report to Akimichi and others regarding the intelligence on Kakuzu. Yes, I apologize. After a prolonged silence, Bairu finally broke the stillness. I actually wanted to help. But, as he struggled to finish his sentence, tears welled in his eyes. Earlier, Fujiyo had sensed something amiss with Bairu's emotions, initially attributing it to fear, unaware that he was grappling with such turmoil. It's nothing to worry about. Facing such formidable opponents on a first mission is inevitably daunting. Fujiyo believed Bairu's claim of wanting to assist, yet being paralyzed by fear. Even Naruto, during his first mission, had been caught off guard by two minor foes and found himself immobilized. Bairu's temperament was undoubtedly not as robust as Naruto's, and confronting a powerhouse like Kakuzu, it was only natural to be rendered motionless. I, too, was nearly paralyzed by fear during my first experience. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Bairu, Yano comforted. But, although Fujiyo and Yano dismissed it as trivial, Bairu clearly struggled to accept it, biting his lip as he fought to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself unable to voice them. He wished to vow never to retreat again, but the memory of facing such dire danger left him trembling at the knees. Fujiyo frowned, initially considering it trivial, but now realized Bairu exhibited signs of being thoroughly frightened. A wave of concern washed over him. A rough start to the first mission. He mused silently as he picked up his blade, Radiance. Who could have foreseen that a single ninja blade would spark such a series of complications? Fortunately, Kakuzu remained unaware of the 200 million Ryo necklace hanging around his neck. Otherwise, he might have gone mad. It is wise to keep one's wealth discreet and maintain a low profile moving forward. As Fujiyo contemplated his thoughts, on the other side, Kakuzu, having narrowly escaped the borders of the Land of Fire, breathed a sigh of relief at having evaded the relentless pursuit of the Konoha ninja forces. Oh, the Konoha ninja army is indeed formidable. I find myself utterly outmatched. From this day forth, apart from his encounters with the first Hokage, Kakuzu has likely stood alone against a contingent of Konoha's elite ninja. Days later, Fujiyo and his companions returned to Konoha, in a dimly lit basement. The third Hokage regarded Fujiyo with a grave expression. Speak. How did you acquire those techniques? Upon learning that Fujiyo possessed the secret arts of various clans, Sarutobi's astonishment was palpable. Yet, amidst his shock, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After a long contemplation, the third Hokage resolved to first ascertain the origins of Fujiyo's techniques, as this would significantly influence his disposition towards him. It wasn't theft. Even if I wished to steal, it would have been impossible. With a slight squint, Sarutobi took a few puffs from his pipe, once again deep in thought. So, You truly develop these techniques by observing their hand seals and applications? Although Sarutobi was reluctant to believe that Fujiyo could achieve such a feat, the reality was undeniable. As Fujiyo had stated, each clan meticulously safeguarded their secret arts, and given Fujiyo's current abilities, theft was simply out of the question. How long have you been researching? How did you come to develop them? In truth, I began my studies long ago. Regardless of the techniques I witness my opponents employ, I instinctively seek to learn and mimic them, striving to uncover the underlying principles. The shadow mimicry technique has been a subject of my research for quite some time, as I wish to delve into the secrets of release. As for the Kaiten, I can only refer to it as a pseudo-Kaiten. After identifying the locations of several key chakra points within myself, I combined the principles of chakra expulsion from these points with wind release to develop it. In fact, much of the underlying theory was inspired by your teachings, Sarutobi-sensei. Sarutobi found himself momentarily speechless. How did this turn back to me? I did not intend for my explanations of their clan's secret arts to serve as a basis for your own development. It must be said, Fujiyo has dug an exceptionally deep hole for himself. Casting a cautious glance at Sarutobi's expression, Fujiyo continued his careful elucidation. To be frank, with established templates of ninjutsu and a comprehensive understanding of the majority of the principles and hand seals, these techniques were less a matter of development and more akin to learning. Compared to the ninjutsu I am currently developing, the difficulty is significantly lower. The calculations and precision that would typically challenge most individuals are, for me, rather manageable. The third Hokage took another draw from his pipe, deep in serious contemplation. Although it sounded utterly fantastical that one could learn another's clan techniques solely through observation and theoretical understanding, considering Fujiyo's explanation and innate talent, it was not entirely implausible. The shadow secret technique, while not a bloodline ability, is nonetheless a form of ninjutsu created by an exceptionally gifted ancestor. Among the various secret techniques, the shadow imitation technique is merely the simplest. Given that most members of the Nara clan can master it, its complexity is not particularly daunting. The technique is monopolized primarily due to the requirement of extraordinary mental strength, specifically the talent for release, which the Nara clan inherently possesses in abundance. This mental prowess could even be deemed a pseudo-bloodline ability. Furthermore, rigorous training from a young age, along with medicinal assistance, contributes to the development of mental acuity necessary for mastery. Additionally, in combat, one must continually calculate various angles and distances, a task that individuals of average intelligence would find insurmountable. It is evident that Fujiyo possesses both the mental aptitude and intelligence in abundance. In fact, his demonstrated intellect and talent far exceed that of the average Nara clan member. His computational skills alone could surpass those of more than 10 Nara individuals. Given that intelligence and mental strength are generally correlated, it stands to reason that Fujiyo's mental capacity is quite formidable, fulfilling the prerequisites for learning. Regarding the returning heaven technique, according to Fujiyo's assertions, he has memorized the locations of all his chakra points and can simulate the return. With his displayed computational ability, it seems unlikely that any issues would arise. The Hyuga clan can utilize this technique owing to their ability to visualize the positions of their chakra points with precision. If others can memorize their own chakra points, why should they be unable to execute it as well? While a degree of skill is undoubtedly required, there are indeed individuals within the Hyuga branch who have independently discovered methods without formal instruction. Theoretically, it is entirely feasible. However, this very realization caused Sarutobi to feel increasingly troubled. If Fujiyo's secret techniques were stolen, he would not permit such an individual to remain in Konoha and would unhesitatingly turn him over. Yet, if his abilities merely stemmed from exceptional talent, resulting in imitation after research, although the outcome would be the same, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. The more Fujiyo exhibited genius, the more reluctant Sarutobi became to see Konoha lose such a talent. Besides Fujiyo himself, Sarutobi also had to consider the perspectives of his other three disciples, as well as Mito's views. If Fujiyo were to be executed simply for independently developing abilities akin to those of other secret technique families, it could lead to discontent among his disciples. Sarutobi was well aware of the strong bond between Fujiyo and them. Do you not understand the consequences of researching such techniques? He pondered. An opportunity, Fujiyo thought to himself. Since Sarutobi had expressed such sentiments, it indicated a softening of his stance. Forgive me, teacher Sarutobi. I have regretted my actions since the moment I researched the technique. I vowed never to use it again, But during the previous battle, I had no choice. Had I refrained, I might have escaped, but my teammates would have been in peril. Therefore, if you truly wish to punish me, I will accept any outcome." At that moment, Fengye's humility was striking, with little resistance to his admission of guilt. It was precisely this sincerity that made Sarutobi feel even more compassion for him. For the safety of his comrades, he was compelled to employ a jutsu that could jeopardize his own life. Ultimately, Fengye was a child nurtured under the watchful eye of Sarutobi, who harbored great expectations and profound emotions for him, always aligning his heart with Fengye's. As long as the matter remained undisclosed to outsiders, and neither the Nara clan nor the Hyuga clan had intervened, he could not simply relinquish Fengye. Judging by Fengye's current demeanor, he had not yet reached an irredeemable state. As long as he acknowledged his mistakes and refrained from repeating them, he could still be a pillar of Konoha. However, the mere thought of such a volatile secret residing within Fengye made Sarutobi feel a sense of unease. Even if he could shield him this time, what would happen in the future if Fengye were to be exposed again? Sarutobi had originally envisioned Fengye as the heir to the title of Hokage, a candidate for the next generation of leaders. Yet the prospect of Fengye being revealed as a thief of Konoha's sacred techniques filled him with trepidation. Fengye subtly lifted his gaze to Sarutobi, understanding that he had indeed swayed him, ensuring his immediate safety, albeit with a lingering psychological burden on Sarutobi's part. Summarizing his thoughts, Fengye revealed his final card. In truth, Sarutobi-sensei, their desire to eliminate me upon discovering my possession of these techniques ultimately stems from a matter of perspective. They seek my life solely because these techniques are treasures to them, coveted and unshareable. Yet for me, they are merely a minor achievement in my research. Once I grow stronger and develop abilities that far surpass theirs, I will demonstrate my disdain for their greed, and the outcome could be entirely different. As he spoke, Fengye suddenly activated a C-rank ninja card, Sack Orange, whose ability mirrored that of Orochimaru's soft body modification techniques. With a swift motion, Fengye's left arm elongated slightly. For a moment, Sarutobi nearly believed Fengye had also mastered the multiplication technique, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that Fengye's technique was not that at all. While adeptly twisting his left arm, Fengye elaborated, "This is a soft body modification technique I've been researching with Orochimaru. Currently, it's only a prototype, far from ready for practical use, and its power is not yet at its zenith. Nevertheless, it represents a promising direction. It is estimated that in the future, it could extend to several meters, or even more. Sarutobi-sensei, you can surely appreciate the significance of this technique for the Nara clan. Soft body modification encompasses various levels. The ability to merely soften joints and enhance wrist flexibility is what Fengye and Orochimaru can currently achieve, and he could only demonstrate so much. Beyond that, more advanced modifications would require further explanation." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Fengye was correct. Should the Nara clan acquire this technique, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. As long as I can demonstrate my formidable strength, refraining from coveting their ancestral secrets and instead enhancing them for future generations, they will not only spare my life, but will also become my staunchest allies, steadfastly standing by my side. In truth, my study of their techniques is partly motivated by a desire to assist them in augmenting their abilities and bolstering the strength of our Leaf Village. This sentiment is not exclusive to the Nara clan. I have also contemplated similar ideas regarding the Hyuga clan. Indeed, at present, Fengye does not harbor many thoughts about the Hyuga clan, yet he finds it amusing to boast. Moments later, Fengye exited the Sarutobi clan's encampment, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. From the outset, he had ascertained that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The myriad of factors at play were simply too significant. Every so often, a genius would emerge, developing advanced ninjutsu or an entire ninjutsu system. No ninja village could easily forsake such a talent, even disregarding his demonstrated potential. The close ties with the future Sannin and the Mito clan, as well as the trust placed in him by the first and second Hokage, and his long-standing relationships with many of the younger generation in Konoha, each factor alone was not something Sarutobi could dismiss lightly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sarutobi himself had not yet solidified his position. Should Fengye, as his disciple, be embroiled in such a scandal, it could jeopardize his standing. Furthermore, Sarutobi harbored genuine feelings for Fengye. For both personal and emotional reasons, Sarutobi had no justification to hand him over, especially considering that he had even proposed a solution. Consequently, this incident was essentially behind them. Moving forward, as long as Fujiyo maintained a low profile, he should face little trouble. With enemies like Kakuzu being exceedingly rare in the ninja world, it was unlikely he would encounter such formidable adversaries again. Fujiyo, let me tell you, Tsunade began, her voice animated. The other day, I went to the casino with the intention of losing a little, just placing a few casual bets. And to my surprise, I won an astonishing amount. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, indicating the magnitude of her winnings. Listening to Tsunade recount her recent exploits since returning to the village, Fujiyo couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. At this juncture, Tsunade had yet to accumulate the hard lessons that would later come to define her understanding of luck and gambling. Perhaps due to Fujiyo's presence, Tsunade had rarely gambled with anyone other than him since arriving in Konoha. Though she had won considerably against him in the past, it had not felt any different from her usual experiences, as she had never lost to him. Here, take this, Tsunade said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pressed the money she had won from gambling into Fujiyo's hands. I feel like my luck has turned around lately, and since you need money, I'll give you all my winnings from now on. Fujiyo, startled, replied, if you win too often, you might not see me again. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, upon seeing the unwavering gaze in Tsunade's eyes, he ultimately chose to remain silent. You indeed. With a gentle shake of her head, Fujiyo expressed his exasperation towards Tsunade. Even now, he remained uncertain whether his previous misfortunes were indeed the result of a death buff bestowed upon him by Tsunade. Regardless of the truth, he had to accept it if that were the case. What troubles you? Tsunade, proudly lifting her chin in anticipation of a compliment from Fujiyo, gazed at him with a hint of confusion, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. Haha, it's nothing at all. Is that so? Tsunade tilted her head slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Have you perhaps been flirting with another girl? How could that be? Fujiyo firmly pinched Tsunade's cheek, asserting, of course not. Well, that's a relief. I have Yano keeping an eye on you. If you dare to flirt with any young ladies, beware. She raised her small fist in a mock display of threat. After a moment, the two began discussing their current mission. Hesitating slightly, Fujiyo disclosed a condensed version of his task to Tsunade. Despite his omission of most of the dangers, Tsunade still discerned the peril within. Who is that person? According to the village's later analyses, that individual was named Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from over 20 years ago. It was surprising to find he was still active in the ninja world. I want to beat him up. With a comforting smile, Fujiyo reassured the petite Tsunade. With your little frame, even 10 of you wouldn't be enough to take him down. I will grow stronger. I know. Once we have time and everyone has matured, I'll gather Jiraiya, Orochimaru, as well as Shoma and Dai, and we'll confront him together. But he is Kakuzu. Whether it's revenge or not is secondary. Just considering his wealth should be enough to make Fujiyo rich overnight. Surely he has several 100 million ryo. If we can't catch him now, then so be it. Let him accumulate wealth for a few more years. We can strike when he is ripe for the taking. Suddenly, Fujiyo conceived a bold idea. What if they captured Kakuzu, plundered him without killing him, allowing him to continue earning until they were ready to take him down again? It was uncertain if such a plan was feasible, but in a few years, once Fujiyo and his companions had grown stronger, Kakuzu would be utterly vulnerable. At that time, Konoha would indeed be invincible. A moment later, Tsunade seemed to realize something. Glancing at the radiant light in Fujiyo's hand, her lips pouting in distress. So, it's still because of me that you're in this predicament? Haha. How could that be? Looking at the brilliant light in his hand, Fujiyo gently shook his head. Regardless, possessing a fine weapon ultimately signifies an enhancement of strength. This time was merely a stroke of bad luck, having encountered such a foe. However, I should indeed be more discreet. I'll change to a less conspicuous scabbard and prepare a couple of ordinary swords for regular use. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from using this blade. As he spoke, Fujiyo reached for the necklace around his neck. Casting a glance at Tsunade, Fujiyo cautiously remarked, after all, it is an item worth 200 million ryo. If someone recognizes it, perhaps I should store it at home for now and refrain from wearing it during missions. Tsunade slightly furrowed her brow. This was a token of their bond that she had bestowed upon Fujiyo, and naturally, she wished for him to carry it with him. Yet, considering its immense value, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Well, perhaps this necklace left by your grandfather could offer you protection, transforming misfortune into fortune. You see, despite the dangers we faced this time, you emerged unscathed. Upon receiving Tsunade's assurance, Fengye let out a subtle sigh of relief. Choosing to disregard her latter comment about the necklace bringing good luck, the notion seemed absurd. While he was uncertain whether leaving the necklace at home would alter his fortunes, at least he would no longer bear the burden of its value. 200 million ryo. Asuma's bounty was merely 30 million ryo. This necklace was worth 6 times that. If it were to be exposed, who could predict what malevolent entities might be attracted? Encountering the Kagaya clan had indeed been fortuitous, as Fengye was well versed in their intelligence. However, facing unknown adversaries could have dire consequences. The thought of finally being free from the necklace brought Fengye a sense of relief. As Fengye pondered, Tsunade seemed to have conceived a brilliant idea. Since you cannot wear this, I shall procure a less expensive one. You must always think of me. Before Fengye could object, Tsunade purchased a new necklace on the street and adorned him with it. Gently kissing his cheek, she smiled and said, "The value of gifts is inconsequential. What truly matters is the sentiment. Don't you agree, Fengye?" She gestured toward the trinket he had previously given her. Yes. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But Fengye felt as though this new necklace was imbued with enchantment. Upon returning home and depositing the substantial sum of 1 million ryo received from Tsunade into the system, Fengye's emotions became exceedingly complex. This could very well be a pathway to prosperity, albeit one he felt ill-equipped to handle. Ding. Cumulative recharge has reached 20 million ryo. Congratulations. Host, you have upgraded to VIP 4, unlocking the equipment system. Have I truly spent so much without realizing it? Fengye reflected on the previous upgrade to VIP 3, which had required 5 million ryo. It seemed he had indeed spent a significant amount since then, particularly to acquire 2 B-rank ninja cards, which cost him 11 million ryo. Not to mention the expenses for daily training and this latest recharge. The system had already drained him of 20 million ryo. Grumbling inwardly about the system's avarice, Fengye began to explore the new features. The equipment system, it appeared, was designed for the sale of various items. Upon opening the equipment sale page, he was greeted by an array of basic tools such as shurikens, explosive tags, and kunai. The prices made Fengye furrow his brow in disbelief. A cursory calculation revealed that the system's prices were nearly 10 times higher than those in the marketplace. The system's offerings were undoubtedly exquisite. Faced with the system's explanation, Fengye could only shake his head in exasperation. Just say you intend to extort my money. Fengye was acutely aware that the products offered by the system were undoubtedly of high quality. However, the price was rather outrageous. After all, they were merely disposable ninja tools. Could they truly be capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud? Moreover, there were explosive tags and similar items. With the amount of money required to purchase one from the system, he could easily acquire 10 ordinary ones instead. The only intriguing aspect was that the equipment produced by the system could be enhanced. With sufficient enhancements, not only would the quality improve, but additional effects might also manifest. Yet, the exorbitant price immediately raised Fengye's caution regarding the concept of enhancement. Having been misled by countless games in his previous life, he understood better than anyone that enhancement was an insatiable abyss, a bottomless pit that could be deemed the most financially draining feature imaginable. He silently reminded himself to be wary of the system's enhancement schemes. Turning past the basic tools, Fengye began to peruse the remaining array of ninja equipment. Similar to summoning beasts, the system's equipment was categorized into 4 grades: green, blue, purple, and orange. From sharp samurai swords to formidable gear akin to the Uchiha fan or the Sage of Six Paths artifacts, the selection was vast. While it remained uncertain whether these items could surpass the powerful equipment native to the Naruto world, their diversity was certainly unparalleled. There were not only 5-element ninjutsu resistance sets and illusion resistance sets aimed at defense, but also items that offered stamina recovery, chakra replenishment, and enhancements to physical and illusionary abilities. Some pieces even boasted unique skills. Due to the distinctive nature of the equipment, the items in the system rarely had fixed percentage attribute increases. Rather, their effectiveness was determined by Fengye's own strength and the precision of his chakra. In terms of realism, they possessed a semblance of authenticity. Fengye speculated that perhaps some of these items could also be effective for others. If that were the case, he could look for an opportunity to exchange a set for Tsunade to try. As he continued to browse through the various equipment in the system, Fengye wisely decided to close the interface. Although the effects of these items might indeed be impressive, their value to him at present was quite limited. Firstly, the equipment was excessively expensive. Even low-tier disposable ninja tools were priced exorbitantly, and one could only imagine the cost of higher-tier items, which left Feng Yi feeling somewhat apprehensive. Secondly, the equipment available within the system was far inferior to what he already possessed. No matter how powerful the system's equipment might be, it was impossible for blue or green tier items to surpass his existing gear at this early stage. The value of the ninja's sword, amounting to tens of millions of ryo, and the armor, which cost at least several million ryo, was significant. Although the lacquered appearance of his armor made it seem indistinguishable from others, a clever design choice by the creator, its performance in actual combat was undeniably impressive. Clearly, in terms of the equipment Feng Yi could currently afford, it was obvious that these two pieces far outperformed anything he could acquire from the system. As for other minor accessories, they inherently lack value for money. Without forming a set, their worth diminishes even further, at least in the early stages. Feng Yi's funds would be far better invested elsewhere. Closing the equipment interface, Feng Yi reopened the system store. As anticipated, the store's inventory had expanded. Beyond some limited-time discounted gear, Feng Yi also discovered a selection of rare special equipment. Sasuke's belt. Blue enhances the power and attack range of the Chidori series ninjutsu when equipped with the Sasuke card, passively increasing lightning attribute ninjutsu damage by 5%. Could this be considered exclusive equipment? Feng Yi pondered thoughtfully. In terms of price, it was not exorbitant, costing merely 1 million ryo, and the cost-effectiveness was self-evident. If he were to encounter a suitable exclusive card that could amplify his existing core cards, such as Naruto or Rock Lee, Feng Yi would certainly not hesitate. Yet, it was evident that whether he could find such a card depended on luck. Closing the system interface, Feng Yi found himself embroiled in the quandary of his financial limitations. Initially, he had planned to work diligently on missions to earn money, aiming to save up 10 million ryo for a single orange summoning beast. At that point, he believed everything would be on track and his financial situation would ease. However, it now seemed that he had grossly underestimated the system's insatiable greed. The pit for summoning beasts had yet to be filled, and now another pit for equipment had emerged. I can't afford to protect Konoha anymore. Lying on his bed, Feng Yi sighed in frustration. In times of poverty, one must innovate. As he lay quietly, thoughts began to stir in his mind, and subtly, Feng Yi contemplated several potential avenues for income. Is there truly nothing? He queried. Indeed, there is nothing, Sarutobi replied with certainty. Why would you think such a thing? How could there possibly be such foolish individuals in the world? Sarutobi chuckled at Feng Yi, sensing that he was becoming obsessed with money. You're mistaken. There indeed are such people, but perhaps they exist in the future, Feng Yi mused quietly. When considering the quickest way to make money, Feng Yi immediately thought of targeting the wealthy. The first person that came to mind was Cardo. This individual, destined to amass a fortune in the future while committing numerous heinous acts, and who would not spend lavishly on bodyguards, was undoubtedly a prime target. Although that man might not yet be born, it did not hinder Feng Yi from plotting against such individuals. However, reality, as per the third Hokage's assertion, indicated that no such person currently existed. Upon reflection, Feng Yi indeed struggled to identify anyone as foolish as Cardo. As one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, perhaps a slight exaggeration, he controlled the largest shipping company and influenced the fate of at least one nation, which could not be taken lightly. His assets surely amounted to billions, and even with the majority being fixed assets, his monthly income surely reached tens of millions of ryo. In Feng Yi's view, for someone of such immense wealth, it would be the bare minimum to allocate several million, or even tens of millions, each month to hire a squad of elite ninjas for protection. After all, what is wealth without life? However, that individual seems utterly oblivious, having only employed 2 wandering warriors for his protection while resorting to assassination for others. It truly is a miracle that a person so obsessed with wealth could survive in this world for so long. In reality, there are indeed nefarious villains like Cardo, who have committed countless atrocities and even attempted to seize control of a nation. Yet the level of protection surrounding them would make any hidden village think twice before accepting assassination missions. Faced with such a harsh reality, Feng Yi could only relinquish some of the unrealistic notions swirling in his mind. Perhaps in the future, when he has gained strength, these malevolent wealthy individuals could become a source of income. However, as it stands, Feng Yi simply lacks the power to target them. Abandoning this impractical scheme, Feng Yi began to inquire about the feasibility of other plans. Master Sarutobi, I am willing to offer some sound-based ninjutsu I have developed to Konoha for free, but I wish to obtain exclusive rights to sound-based ninja tools. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. If it were any other ninja tools, the shares within Konoha would already be fixed, leaving no room for intervention. However, the realm of sound-based ninja tools is still quite uncharted. Let us consider a different excuse. The third Hokage wisely suggested. You can classify sound-based ninjutsu as an original secret technique of your family. Thus, the creation of sound-based ninja tools will naturally be exclusive to your clan. Whether you choose to allow others to utilize your sound-based ninjutsu is entirely your decision. Funya suddenly found the third's idea remarkably brilliant. Although the outcome remained the same, the change in title rendered the nature entirely different. Granting him direct exclusive rights would merely amount to seizing from other ninja tool families. Even if the sound-based ninjutsu was indeed developed by Funya, it would still encroach upon another's domain. However, by presenting it under the guise of a family secret, the exclusive rights seem entirely justifiable. And even those families specializing in ninja tools would find no fault in it. Moreover, sharing the family secret with the common folk carries a hint of winning hearts and minds, and the third Hokage was essentially aiding him in establishing his reputation. Moments later, with the third's promise in hand, Funya left the Hokage's office, elated. While the ninjutsu was offered for free, its worth was minimal, merely enough to exchange for a little of Funya's unnecessary merit. Selling the tools, however, represented a continuous source of income. In Konoha, civilian ninjas are indeed the mainstream. They often lack access to any moderately powerful techniques and must wait until graduation for their teachers to impart knowledge or for merit exchanges. Even so, what they typically learn are often subpar C-rank techniques. Funya's sound wave ninjutsu, while not exceedingly powerful, is significantly superior to conventional C-rank techniques. With the aid of ninja tools, it can be unleashed in an instant and boasts considerable strength, making it exceptionally practical. Provided it can be widely promoted, there will be no shortage of individuals eager to learn this art, ensuring a steady demand for the tools. Soon, Feng Yi sought out Orochimaru, who happened to be in the village, to discuss the enhancement of sound-based ninjutsu tools. It feels like designing this is merely a waste of time, Orochimaru mused. In his view, while sound ninjutsu possessed considerable potential, it was ultimately just that, potential. Could one truly expect to become formidable through such means? If he had the time, he would rather delve into the art of human anatomy. Ahem, Orochimaru, I have returned from my mission bearing something of great value. With that, Feng Yi produced a fragment of the water mask left behind after his battle with Kakuzu. After providing a brief explanation of Kakuzu's abilities and his speculations regarding them, Orochimaru visibly became intrigued. To plunder the hearts of others? The possibility of immortality? How fascinating. Under the weight of Feng Yi's generous bribes, Orochimaru finally took the matter seriously. In just 2 days, he had successfully improved the ninjutsu tools Feng Yi required. Currently, Feng Yi's primary focus for promoting sound ninjutsu revolved around Saku's Void Slash. Hence the tools were developed solely for this purpose. The rationale was clear. It was profitable. One could hardly expect to earn a living from selling mere golden bells. Boom. The enhanced Void Slash wielded with the ninjutsu tool yielded impressive results, leaving Feng Yi exceedingly satisfied. In truth, their initial product was rather mediocre, considering it was hastily crafted by Orochimaru in merely 2 days. Compared to his future self, the present Orochimaru was quite inexperienced, and one could easily imagine the limitations of his development capabilities, especially given the limited time invested. Yet, in Feng Yi's eyes, achieving this level of quality was already sufficient. After all, it was intended for mass promotion, and excessive refinement would serve no purpose. Despite the roughness of the ninjutsu tool, Feng Yi urged Orochimaru to create an even more rudimentary version. After all, innovation and progression were essential in the realm of ninjutsu tools. Feng Yi envisioned the most basic version crafted from ordinary materials, naming it the Green Sound Hand, abbreviated as Green Sound. A slightly improved version would be termed the Blue Sound Hand, while a version using better materials would be called the Purple Sound. Any future enhancements would be branded as the Orange Sound. The Green Sound would be the most affordable, priced attractively to entice others into the fold. Once they were ensnared, who would resist spending more on superior versions? This strategy mirrored the system's method of luring him in. Once one possessed the green, they would desire the blue. Upon acquiring the blue, the purple would beckon, and with the purple, the orange would become irresistible. Typically, most ninjas would traverse through all 4 grades. Additionally, limited edition collectibles and luxurious supreme versions could be released, for the realm of ninjutsu tools was inexhaustible. Feng Yi suddenly felt himself a genius for conceiving such a brilliant scheme. While it could be argued that his approach was exploitative, Feng Yi felt no guilt. He had not coerced anyone. Without him, those commoners would have lacked the opportunity to learn superior techniques. Ultimately, he had aided them, enhancing their survival rates on the battlefield. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, akin to his relationship with the system. Such is the advantage of belonging to a prominent clan. As he watched Tsunade casually assign the task of crafting ninja tools to a subordinate clan of the Senju, Yi felt a surge of envy. For Yi, the ideas for making money flowed abundantly, but what he lacked were the people to help him realize those ideas. Currently, Yi displayed considerable potential and held a respectable status. Yet that was merely the extent of his achievements. No small clan would rally under his banner, nor would common ninja willingly serve him. To speak candidly, there were countless geniuses within the ninja world, many of whom met untimely ends. As long as one had not matured, they could only be deemed a genius, not a formidable warrior, who would entrust their future to an unseasoned child. Perhaps in several years, should Yi evolve into a powerful figure and ascend to a position akin to a commander or a high-ranking official, he might then begin to cultivate loyalty among certain individuals and small clans. However, for the time being, Yi was merely a solitary leader. It could be argued that he was not entirely alone, as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were on his side, and both Bairu and Dana possessed immense potential for the later stages. If Shimo could help resolve any future troubles, it was highly likely he would stand by Yi's side. From this perspective, Yi's future appeared quite promising, yet it was evident that he required time to develop. After a brief discussion, Yi and Tsunade agreed upon a profit-sharing arrangement of 50-50 for the sale of ninja tools with the Senju clan. The Senju would provide materials and manpower for crafting, thus justifiably retaining a larger share of the profits. The most crucial factor, however, was that a significant portion of the profits would flow into the hands of young Tsunade, as it could be seen as a financial boon she had personally sought. Beyond the necessary expenditures and the distribution to the small clan responsible for the forging, there was no one else who could contest this financial arrangement with young Tsunade. Hence, for Yi, this was essentially a matter of transferring funds from one hand to the other, albeit with a starkly different public perception. Should he take too much, it would imply taking advantage of the Senju clan, and while the outcome would be the same, through Tsunade's management of funds, the implications would differ entirely. The latter would signify Tsunade's personal financial autonomy, with the Senju clan incurring no loss. This illustrates the intrinsic value of reputation. The longer Yi navigated this world, the more he grasped the significance of such standing. Soon, after sharing some intimate whispers with Tsunade, Yi initiated his next course of action. With the tools crafted, the subsequent crucial step was, of course, promotion. Leveraging his years of respect among his peers, Yi effortlessly gathered those classmates who were at home and not on missions to convene a small gathering. Sound release, he proclaimed, is a secret technique I have independently developed, originally intended to be a family heirloom passed down through generations. However, a serendipitous discovery led me to reconsider my intentions. Feng Yi gazed earnestly at his peers surrounding him, a hint of sorrow evident in his voice as he spoke. I have recently learned that some of our classmates from ordinary families have found it exceedingly difficult to acquire formidable ninjutsu, leading to their untimely demise on missions or battlefields. It is disheartening that merely days after graduation, we have already lost a classmate during a mission. As he concluded, a tear escaped his eye, as if the fallen classmate shared an intimate bond with him. Therefore, I have resolved to offer this ninjutsu freely to the village. Those interested may endeavor to learn it. It is undoubtedly an exceptional technique among the C-rank ninjutsu, and its exchange value within the village is quite reasonable. Moreover, this technique can be complemented with ninja tools. With that, Feng Yi demonstrated the efficacy of the void/technique. It appeared remarkably impressive. In response to Feng Yi's display, a group of youths could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Perhaps they did not hail from illustrious families, nor had they been exposed to many powerful ninjutsu. Yet they possessed discerning eyes. The technique's near-instantaneous activation, long-range capability, and minimal chakra consumption, as Feng Yi described, truly justified his earlier appellation of it as a commoner's secret art. This ninja tool must be quite expensive, someone whispered. As concerns about pricing loomed large among the civilian ninjas, they were not oblivious to the potency of certain ninja tools, but the financial burden was genuinely prohibitive. Not at all, not at all. It is merely 50,000 ryo, Feng Yi replied, unveiling a green ninja tool. Those knowledgeable about materials may observe for themselves. The cost of materials and labor alone exceeds 40,000 ryo. I sincerely wish to benefit everyone with this offer, and I am hardly making a profit. Feng Yi's words bore a semblance of truth. In striving to promote this tool, he had scarcely profited. Whether his intentions were genuinely altruistic remained a matter of perspective. Faced with such an extraordinarily low price, many were tempted. Yet, few were willing to part with their money. As fledgling ninjas at the lower echelons, they primarily undertook D-rank missions or low-difficulty C-rank tasks, earning merely 20 to 30,000 ryo a month at most. After accounting for living expenses, the cost of replenishing ninja tools, and training, they often found themselves with only around 10,000 ryo left. For them, 50,000 ryo was indeed a significant sum. Yet, confronted with such an exceptional ninja tool, their desire was palpable. Fear not, we can arrange installment payments or loans. For only 980 ryo, it can be yours, with a full refund available within a month should you find it unsatisfactory. Feng Yi continued. Repaying just 10,000 ryo a month means you could possess this high-quality ninja tool in less than 6 months. It certainly sounds appealing. Many contemplated this, perhaps unaware of how long it would take to pay off a more advanced tool. As Feng Yi earnestly pleaded, adopting an air of selflessness, and considering the evident excellence of the product, soon over a dozen classmates were swayed, generously parting with their coins. The expressions of many others softened, likely waiting to see the tool's effectiveness before making their own purchases. Quietly observing the commendable promotional effect, Feng Yi expressed his satisfaction inwardly. It is not about quantity. With so many graduates each year, as long as a few dozen individuals utilize his products, it would be considered a significant profit. A single set of green sound techniques yields barely 10,000 ryo, yet when it comes to blue sound techniques, the earnings can soar to 40 or 50,000. Naturally, the profits increase with each subsequent advancement. Once these young individuals mature, they will become a continuous source of wealth, and in the future, the funds for system equipment will predominantly flow into his hands. Regrettably, he could not unleash his grand strategy. Feng Yi had other clever schemes in mind, such as a viral marketing approach. If he were to stipulate that each referral could receive a discount of 5,000 ryo, and that bringing in 10 individuals would earn a free product, he could potentially attract a significant number of customers. However, he wisely dismissed this notion, knowing that it could entirely disrupt the weapon sales system of Konoha, leaving rival merchants without a chance to survive. His current resources were insufficient to withstand such upheaval. Moreover, if the number of users employing sound techniques were to increase significantly, other ninja villages would undoubtedly develop countermeasures, making Feng Yi's methods vulnerable. At that point, the effectiveness of sound techniques would diminish, as they are merely C-rank ninjutsu. The more lucrative purple and orange sound techniques could lose their value. And if the marketing scheme became too aggressive, it might even lead to a decline in Konoha's overall strength. Yet, despite temporarily setting aside this audacious idea, Feng Yi felt a restless ambition stirring within him. The allure of profit through marketing was tantalizing, and he longed to attempt a grand venture. Not lingering in the ninja village for too long, Feng Yi entrusted his business to his father and embarked once more on a new mission. Feng Yi, why are you carrying 3 ninja swords? Before setting out, Yana Yu looked perplexed at the 3 blades at Feng Yi's waist. Ahem, from today onward, while on missions, please refer to me as the 3-sword style Yasuo. Previously, when Feng Yi employed his self-developed Gale sword technique, it was meant to conceal his true identity. But that very sword had drawn unwanted attention. Thus, this time he opted for a different approach. Although he presented himself as a practitioner of the 3-sword style, in reality, he would utilize a dual sword technique. Given the current level of difficulty of their mission, it was unlikely he would need to employ his primary technique, and typically, the primary technique would only serve as a decorative piece encased within an inferior blade. Although Feng Yi had not extensively practiced the dual sword technique, he was confident in his overall combat capability. Even if one hand wielded the system's sword techniques while the other employed his own, it would undoubtedly create a formidable method. Our mission is to protect a merchant convoy from this location to that one, Deshur remarked while continuously indicating points on the map. Another routine C-rank task, and it was evidently a relatively safe route, predominantly within the borders of the Land of Fire, where assistance could readily be found nearby. In truth, Fengyi was likely aware that he was still in the novice phase. The third generation would not assign him overly challenging tasks. The current C-rank missions merely served to familiarize him with the process and gradually build his experience. It would be 1 or 2 years before he truly began undertaking high-difficulty missions, and it was uncertain whether he would even be able to team up with Bai Yaneu and others by that time. Soon, Fengyi and his companions rendezvoused with a small merchant caravan, setting out towards the border between the River Country and the Fire Country. This was an ordinary merchant convoy, transporting nothing of significant value, merely some low-cost grains. Its only distinguishing feature was the large quantity being transported. Their task was to escort this caravan to the River Country, where a stronger team would take over the mission and ensure its safe passage to the Wind Country. Although Fengyi understood that in trade with the Wind Country, bulk transactions of grain constituted the vast majority of trade and were the most profitable, it was unlikely that any formidable foes would target such goods, especially while still within the borders of the Fire Country. Generally speaking, such missions posed no real danger. Suddenly, as Fengyi was lost in thought, a violent explosion echoed from not far away. Hand over your goods. In your dreams, 4 oddly dressed individuals were seen pursuing a person clad in even stranger attire, advancing with reckless abandon. Their bizarre outfits, shrouded in black cloaks adorned with blood-red beast markings and topped with peculiar crimson masks, immediately indicated that they were not ordinary individuals. Be cautious, warned the well-informed Dashur, drawing his weapon. They might belong to some cult. Such organizations thrived during the Warring States period, and while many were eradicated by the First Lord, a few remnants still exist. Fengyi felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. These figures appeared even more troublesome than the likes of Kaku. Amidst Fengyi's vigilant gaze, the mysterious individual ahead swiftly approached their group. Suddenly, this enigmatic figure hurled a black box towards Fengyi and his companions. Even if I were to give this to the Leaf Ninjas, I wouldn't hand it over to you, the figure proclaimed triumphantly. With unwavering focus on this peculiar person, Fengyi swiftly threw a shuriken, striking the odd box down. The box rolled back towards the feet of the mysterious figure with a series of clinks. Fengyi remained on high alert, knowing that whatever was inside that box could spell trouble if it fell into their hands. Casting a fleeting glance at the pursuers closing in, the mysterious figure swiftly retrieved the box and hurled it back towards Fengyi's group. Not only did he throw the box, but he also unleashed a flurry of kunai, disguising them with a transformation technique to resemble additional boxes. Wind release, great breakthrough. A sudden gust of wind scattered the boxes that were chaotically flying in the sky. Fengyi promptly utilized an earth technique to shield them, while Dashur, quick to react, also employed an earth technique. Instantly, the 2 earth techniques formed an impenetrable barrier, and simultaneously, Dashur unleashed an offensive ninjutsu, compelling the enigmatic figure to refrain from advancing. The boxes tumbled back once more. The mysterious figure cast a silent glance at Fengyi and his companions before turning to flee desperately. Not far behind, another group of mysterious individuals, after casually inspecting the boxes on the ground, shook their heads in disappointment. Empty. With that, they resumed their pursuit, casting a chilling glance at Fengyi's group as they departed, which keenly alerted Fengyi to the fact that these individuals were indeed perilous. Had that box truly flown over or allowed the mysterious figure to breach their defenses, it could have led to dire consequences. Without lingering in the area, Fengyi and his companions swiftly made their way to the nearest Konoha outpost to report their findings. Soon, they learned that this group of mysterious individuals was no ordinary threat. They had not only evaded Konoha's encirclement, but had also inflicted considerable damage on several skilled ninjas. Fengyi pondered helplessly why the ninja world felt so perilous. He was fortunate to have reacted swiftly today. Otherwise, it could have turned into a dangerous bloodbath. Dashur, too, felt a tinge of frustration. How could they encounter such formidable foes while undertaking a C-rank mission with a rookie team? Although they had escaped confrontation today, it had been a close call. Yet, despite the annoyance, Dashur maintained a reassuring demeanor, especially towards Bai Lu Hu, who had been frightened by the menacing aura and gaze of the mysterious figure. Rest assured, encountering such adversaries is likely mere coincidence. An ordinary ninja may execute 1,000 missions without facing a single occurrence like this. It's improbable we would encounter it a third time. Boss, How much do you think these are worth? In the land of rivers, within a small town that falls under Konoha's influence, Fujiyo continuously emptied the contents of his scroll. The items were diverse, some large, some small, including materials, small crafts, and local specialties, gathered by Fujiyo from the vicinity of Konoha, all of which he believed could fetch a decent price. Fujiyo, what are you doing? Yunai asked, somewhat perplexed. Well, I figured since we have a mission, I might as well bring back some items to sell. Is that even allowed? Yunai inquired. Ahem. The main reason isn't really to profit from these goods. I just happen to want to conduct a study to investigate the price levels and commercial value in different regions. It could be deemed as research, so to speak. Generally, ordinary ninjas lack the privilege to engage in trade. If a ninja village permitted such activities that diminish combat effectiveness, it would be quite dubious. For ninja villages, the focus is primarily on rigorous training and executing missions. However, Fujiyo possessed certain privileges, especially with lofty justifications, such as researching local commercial characteristics to enhance merchants' incomes and the earnings of Konoha ninjas. Only a genius like Fujiyo, whose intelligence is reputed to exceed 250, could have garnered such trust from others, having been involved early on in the planning of the Great War and proposing a series of reforms for Konoha. He indeed presented some credible theories. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely failed. Not to mention, the majority of ninjas would not even possess the qualifications to wander about freely, let alone engage in trade. The estimated value of the merchandise was around 100,000 ryo. However, in a hurry to sell, one might only be able to part with it for 90,000 ryo. After a moment of serious appraisal, the shopkeeper eliminated items that were clearly unsellable, leaving only a select portion. Perhaps a profit of 10,000 ryo could be made? Fujiyo pondered deeply. On his first venture into commerce, it was inevitable that his grasp on the market for these goods was somewhat inaccurate, as he had brought along a considerable amount of waste. Should he return next time, he could potentially earn over 20,000 ryo, and if one were to account for the round trip, a single mission could yield as much as 50,000 ryo in extra earnings. This figure was indeed quite astonishing. One must recognize that even C-rank missions typically offered a maximum of 50,000 ryo. While this income might seem negligible to ninjas who earn hundreds of thousands per task, for lower-ranked ninjas, it represented a substantial sum. Regrettably, Konoha would never permit ordinary ninjas to engage in such activities, and most would not waste their time and energy on it either. For ninjas, strength was of utmost importance. Rigorous training led to enhanced abilities, and undertaking missions was essential for gaining merit to exchange for more jutsu and tools. Amongst the entire ninja realm, one could hardly find someone as financially challenged as Fujiyo, who could be regarded as the singular case throughout history. Soon, Fujiyo once again acquired a batch of goods under the guise of research, storing them within his scrolls, and began his journey homeward. As fate would have it, on his return to the village, Fujiyo encountered Tsunade and her team, who had just completed their mission. Tsunade, have you been gambling lately? He inquired. Not at all. I've been on a mission. There's no time for gambling, she replied. Oh, is that so? Hee. I had actually planned to go, but my teacher insisted that missions take precedence, Fujiyo responded. Observing Tsunade's charming profile, he began to hesitate. Perhaps, as the system suggested, it was not her gambling that was the issue. Regardless of the slight unease in his heart, the mission must continue. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. During this time, Fujiyo and his companions had undertaken over 10 missions. Perhaps, as Master Haojie had stated, there was no reason for them to consistently encounter perilous tasks. Fujiyo gradually began to feel more at ease. Subsequently, Tsunade's luck improved twice more. Yet he did not face any further mishaps. It seemed, as the system indicated, that Tsunade's fortune did not affect him. The earlier incidents were merely unfortunate coincidences where he encountered formidable foes. Bailuhu, you performed significantly better this time, Fujiyo encouraged, giving Bailuhu's shoulder a hearty pat. It must be said that Bailuhu had indeed faced numerous adversities. Naturally timid, he had encountered the likes of Kakuzu during his first mission, leaving him with considerable psychological scars. The second mission was little better. Although they did not engage in combat with that group, the intense killing intent they exuded startled Bailuhu yet again. For an extended period thereafter, Bailuhu exhibited an unusual demeanor of timidity and fear whenever he faced combat. Fortunately, as time progressed, he gradually regained a modicum of courage through easier encounters in recent battles. Approaching the village of craftsmen, it appeared that this mission would soon conclude successfully, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. Look over there. Dashi encouraged, pointing towards the horizon, having the rare opportunity to undertake a B-rank mission abroad. Escorting a shipment of materials to Craftsman Village, they had encountered some minor disturbances along the way, yet the journey had remained largely tranquil. As the mission neared its end, Dashi's face radiated relief. The same sentiment was shared by Fujiyo and his companions. Upon completion of this task, they anticipated a profit of 200,000 taels, and the weapons from Craftsman Village would surely fetch a handsome price upon their return. With a smile gracing his face, Fujiyo silently calculated their gains. Over the past few months, his income had steadily increased, and after deducting expenses for training, he had once again amassed 5 million taels. It was only a matter of time before he reached 10 million, at which point he could acquire an orange baby. The thought of the formidable abilities of the orange baby occasionally appearing in the system's shop stirred a sense of excitement within him. Before long, the group successfully completed the mission handover in Craftsman Village. I told you, we can't always encounter such adversaries. Just look, nothing has happened in the past few months. Including this B-rank mission, Dashi remarked joyfully as the task came to fruition. Suddenly, just as Fujiyo and his companions were about to respond with their own cheerful remarks, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. In astonishment, Fujiyo witnessed flames erupting from all directions surrounding Craftsman Village, accompanied by the anguished cries of the craftsman ninjas under enemy assault. It dawned on Fujiyo and his companions that they had been unwittingly drawn into a war. Although the ninja world was generally at peace, various minor disputes persisted, with small nations and ninja villages often embroiled in conflict. In truth, even the larger nations were not always stable. In the future, events such as the Sand Ninjas' invasion of Konoha, Jisui's confrontation with the Mist Ninjas' ambush squad, and Naruto and Gujia's defense against the Rock Ninja invasion at the border would all attest to the ongoing friction among the major ninja villages, even outside of wartime. Now, it was evident that they had been ensnared in such a conflict. System, what on earth is happening? Fujiyo anxiously inquired, casting a quick glance at his surroundings. Encountering such dangers consecutively was understandable once or twice, but a third time raised significant concerns. It seemed that the system had finally discerned something and was prepared to provide an answer. However, it appeared there might be a bug. What did you say? Cough. One must understand that I am merely a system, not a deity. Encountering bugs is a rather commonplace occurrence. Fujiyo remarked. It appears to be minor glitches within the system that have prevented it from fully obstructing certain mysterious causal abilities from Tsunade. In truth, a simple patch would suffice. Completely sealing it off could lead to minor issues, yet if we can mitigate the majority, it should hardly affect you. Enough of this. The frequent bugs are quite embarrassing for the system. Perhaps you should leave the group, the system replied. I refrained from engaging further with the system, as Fujiyo anxiously recalled their escape strategy. Even if the system could apply a patch to diminish the forthcoming influence from Tsunade, that was a matter for another time. Currently, they faced a dire predicament concerning life and death. Was the ongoing battle between the ninja villages perilous? Undoubtedly. Regardless of the outcome, both sides would suffer grievous casualties. However, in comparison to the combatants, Fujiyo and his companions were in the most precarious position. They were not ninjas from either faction, and amidst such a grand conflict, they would neither receive support from allies nor could they avoid being simultaneously perceived as enemies. In the heat of battle, no one would spare a thought for a mere four-man team from Konoha. Were Fujiyo himself on the battlefield and spotted individuals lacking the headbands of his village, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation, for who could discern if they were foes in disguise? Yanoyu, Bairuhu, Yasuo, we shall proceed this way. Daisher took a moment to steady himself and ultimately indicated a direction for Fujiyo and the others. Based on my observations, the enemies here appear relatively weak. If we venture this way, the odds of survival are significantly increased. Before Daisher could utter the words escape, Fujiyo interrupted him. The likelihood of a squad meeting a grim fate is quite high. Yasuo, I recently employed a reconnaissance ninjutsu taught by the second Hokage, and I discovered that the true strength lies in the opposite direction. They are merely biding their time, and should they decide to engage, our small frames would not withstand the onslaught. Is that so? Daisher awkwardly scratched his head. The reconnaissance ninjutsu from the second Hokage? You truly excel in every aspect. So, where do you suggest we go? Silently turning around, Fujiyo activated his Byakugan once more. While he lacked the skills bequeathed by the second Hokage, the Byakugan surpassed ordinary reconnaissance ninjutsu by a considerable margin. It not only revealed the number of individuals and their precise locations, but also provided insights into the general strength of the adversaries. Without the Byakugan, they would be facing an almost certain death today. However, with its activation, their chances of survival increased significantly. It was indeed an ambush orchestrated by the Sorigakure. Observing the headbands and combat techniques of the attacking ninjas, Fujiyo pondered thoughtfully. He was somewhat familiar with this village, for in the future it would give rise to a formidable figure. And it was also one of the known villages that would be eradicated by Konoha during the Second Ninja War. As a backdrop to the future dominance of Konoha, Sorigakure retained some value in memory. The reason for their conflict with the crafting ninjas is rather apparent. Both villages excel in the art of crafting ninja tools and are in close proximity, rendering them natural adversaries. Suddenly, while Fujiyo was observing something, a violent explosion engulfed them. Coughing, he quickly rose from the ground and pointed in a direction. This way. Under Fujiyo's guidance, a group of individuals cautiously crouched and navigated through the battlefield. Another explosion erupted, scattering Fujiyo and his companions. These aerial foes were indeed troublesome. Although the technological prowess of the Sky Ninjas could not yet rival the advanced jet aircraft and energy weapons of the future, their name alone suggested a modicum of aerial combat capability. The ninjas soaring above employed rudimentary wooden boards combined with wind release, launching explosive tags and various unknown munitions. Faced with this relentless descent of justice from the skies, Fujiyo and his group found themselves at a disadvantage in defense. Stay alert, stick close to me. I will lead the way. Teacher Dashi, keep a watchful eye on the sky. After a few more steps, they sensed something was amiss. Where is Bailuhu? Scanning the surroundings, Fujiyo found no trace of him. How did he get blown so far away? Following Fujiyo's gaze, they spotted Bailuhu stumbling in the distance, running in the opposite direction. Calling out to Bailuhu yielded no response. Fujiyo surmised that the violent explosion had likely disrupted his auditory balance. Meanwhile, Bailuhu's mind was engulfed in chaos. Who am I? Where am I? Fujiyo's conjecture was correct. The deafening explosion had impaired his hearing, severely destabilizing his movements and causing the already timid Bailuhu to panic further. Suddenly, as Bailuhu remained in a daze, a figure appeared before him. The newcomer, seemingly blinded by rage, paid little heed to Bailuhu's forehead protector and lunged at him wielding a kunai. Just as Bailuhu was about to react in horror, a series of chains unexpectedly emerged from nearby, ensnaring the assailant. In an instant, the enemy was pulled toward a peculiar puppet mechanism, swallowed whole, and moments later, the once struggling figure was ejected as a pile of minced flesh from the contraption. Such puppet devices were not uncommon on the battlefield, especially among the two ninja villages adept in crafting ninja tools. Gulp. As Bailuhu struggled to swallow his fear, the chains that had captured the assailant extended once more, ensnaring him. Oh no! Bailuhu let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. With a swift kick, Fujiyo sent the peculiar puppet mechanism flying and rescued Bailuhu. Are you alright, Bailuhu? Looking up at Fujiyo, Bailuhu trembled for a moment before realizing he had been saved, and unable to contain his emotions. He embraced Fujiyo's leg and wept. Maple Knight, I no longer wish to be a ninja. I no longer wish to be a ninja. Sobbing softly, I sighed quietly while gazing at the utterly pitiful sight of Bailuhu, who appeared thoroughly terrified. I could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. It was no wonder Bailuhu had been performing so poorly. After all, he was but a level 10 novice, often thrust into perilous large-scale missions designed for those over level 100. Unlike me, whose strength had solidified early on, or Yanoyu, who possessed both exceptional talent and a formidable temperament, Bailuhu was merely an ordinary lower ninja at best, and perhaps even less than that. If another lower ninja had encountered formidable foes like Kakuzu, cultists, or the brutal battlefield, they might have fared better than Bailuhu, who was easily overwhelmed. Do not weep. Bailuhu, do not weep. I consoled him, noticing the tattered state of his attire and the terror etched upon his face. A pang of sadness tugged at my heart. Despite everything, we had grown up together as companions. His current plight was, in part, my responsibility. I had hoped that with the strength of Daisher and myself, we could provide him with a safe environment for growth, but it seemed that, in truth, it had inadvertently harmed him. These recent missions could be classified as S-rank tasks, and despite their perilous nature, he was still dragged into them, a mere lower ninja capable of handling only C-rank assignments. Though I longed to offer Bailuhu further guidance, the urgency of the situation compelled me to move forward. Daisher, take him with you. We must depart, I instructed. With that, our group resumed its perilous journey through the battlefield. The war had spread in its entirety, with various ninjas engaged in fierce skirmishes all around. Given that we hailed from a village skilled in weapon forging, we encountered many formidable opponents who, despite possessing only Chunin-level chakra, could wield exceptional ninja tools to unleash power akin to Jonin-level strength, complicating our escape. Fortunately, while there were indeed a few who defied the norms of chakra and strength, the general hierarchy still adhered to the principles of chakra levels. Retreat quickly, I warned suddenly as I led the advance. Peacock twin swords, thousand gale wind slash. A voice, indifferent yet commanding, resonated as a violent gust of wind surged forth, extending over 100 meters, almost reaching me. Watching the ferocity of the attack unfold, I squinted slightly. The most formidable weapon crafted by the founding leader of the artisan ninja village, now wielded by a clearly powerful wind-release ninja, exhibited astonishing might. One casual strike wielded the force of a conventional B-rank Jonin jutsu. Naturally, facing such a skilled adversary would not be trivial. Opposite me stood a middle-aged man, brandishing a peculiar black sword, whose casual strike matched that of a conventional B-rank fire-release jutsu. With careful concentration, he could even approach the power of an A-rank technique. Damn it, I've been caught up in this again, I muttered in frustration. Even though the various ninja villages have grown immensely powerful, teeming with skilled warriors before the Second Ninja War, the craftsmen and sky ninjas could hardly muster a handful of individuals nearing the strength of a Kage. It is safe to surmise that the two combatants currently engaged in fierce battle are indeed the mightiest of their respective villages. Unfortunately for Fujiyo and his companions, they have unwittingly stumbled upon this pinnacle confrontation. Clearly, until the system rectifies its flaws, misfortune still lingers around them. Despite their meticulous efforts to evade these formidable foes, they simply cannot withstand the inevitability of these experts gravitating towards them amidst their clash. With the arrival of these two titans, even more powerful warriors flock to the scene, threatening to transform the area into the main battlefield once more, rendering their situation perilous. Fortunately, unlike the other unaware and bloodthirsty ninjas, these high-ranking fighters retained enough lucidity to regard Fujiyo and his companions' Konoha headbands with caution, deliberately steering clear of them in their assaults, which granted Fujiyo and his group a chance to escape. With a resounding boom, after a prolonged struggle, they finally extricated themselves from the treacherous vortex of war in the craftsmanship village, bearing numerous injuries. With a sigh of relief, Fujiyo deflected a stray kunai that whizzed past him. Although they had not entirely vacated the conflict zone, they were largely safe now. A cursory glance at the scattered combatants around them allowed Fujiyo to ascertain that they no longer posed a threat. The true masters had long since retreated deeper into the fray. Grateful for his Byakugan, Fujiyo silently rejoiced, reflecting that without its reconnaissance capabilities, he might have perished 10 times over today. Without a moment's hesitation, the group continued their hasty retreat. At last, they had managed to escape. After a half-hour of running, feeling they had sufficiently distanced themselves, Fujiyo and his companions paused to rest. How unfortunate it was to consistently encounter such terrifying adversaries beyond the scope of their mission. Daisher sighed, slightly disgruntled. I felt far less threatened during my S-rank missions than I do with you all. This is truly a stroke of bad luck, and I cannot fathom why. As he munched on some rations, Fujiyo raised an eyebrow. Although the root cause lay primarily with him, he could not very well disclose that truth. I suspect it's your fault, Master Daisher. Every time you say there's no problem, trouble seems to arise almost immediately. It's quite uncanny, Fujiyo remarked without hesitation. Really? Is that so? Daisher pondered, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. It did seem to follow a peculiar pattern. Yet, he had experienced similar situations before, encountering only minor inconveniences without dire consequences. Absolutely, Fujiyo affirmed with conviction. Yayo also found some merit in Fujiyo's words, casting a doubtful glance toward Daisher. Daisher was left feeling particularly vexed, contemplating his seemingly ill-fated luck. Fujiyo, let me tell you, my fortune suddenly turned for the better the other day. I won a substantial sum, nearly 2 million ryo. As he spoke, Tsunade proudly presented a scroll to Fujiyo, as if to showcase his good fortune. Fujiyo, let me tell you, at that moment I genuinely wanted to continue playing. But the teacher insisted on hastening to execute the mission. Sigh, otherwise, I might have won 5 million taels. Fujiyo couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. If he had truly won that amount, you likely would not have seen him again. Please thank your teacher for me. What? Ahem, it's nothing. Speaking of which, just when you were winning against Tsunade, we ran into trouble again. As Feng Yi recounted their harrowing mission, Tsunade clung to him with teary eyes. Haha, it's all right. With my strength, these dangers are merely trifles. While comforting Tsunade, Feng Yi feigned indifference, saying, by the way, every time I face misfortune, your luck seems to improve. I suppose that's not too bad. However, Tsunade's expression shifted. She had occasionally pondered why her abysmal gambling luck would sporadically turn fortuitous. Now, as the person involved, she was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Noticing Tsunade's realization, Feng Yi chose not to elaborate further. In truth, after the system patched the bug, Tsunade's influence on Feng Yi had become negligible. Nevertheless, Tsunade was not the only significant person in his life. Her brother still aspired to be a ninja, and it would be beneficial for Tsunade to amend her flaws sooner rather than later. After sharing a brief moment of intimacy with Tsunade, Feng Yi returned to the Hokage's office. The high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered, eager to hear intelligence regarding the artisan ninja and the sky ninja. In fact, Feng Yi had previously briefed the third Hokage in private, and now he was merely reiterating the information for everyone's awareness. Moments later, after Feng Yi had shared his observations, the attendees began to engage in hushed discussions. The third Hokage soon announced the outcome of the recent conflict. The artisan village had ultimately survived, yet the losses they incurred were significant. Without the third Hokage needing to elaborate, everyone understood the implications. Even though the artisan village had withstood the assault, engaging in battle within their own territory meant that a victory was still a loss, with consequences that were undoubtedly profound. The Sky Ninja has been quite active lately, exhibiting considerable mobility and proximity. I sense they will inevitably become a grave concern for us, Danzo rationally analyzed. I propose we initiate war at the earliest opportunity, taking advantage of their recent exhaustion from battle to seize them decisively. As he spoke, Danzo surveyed the room. Not only the Sky Ninja, but recently many smaller ninja villages have become increasingly audacious, even attempting to challenge our supremacy. I recommend that we absorb or eliminate them before they gain any substantial foothold. In response to Danzo's proposal, the assembly engaged in fervent whispers, while Feng Yi pondered thoughtfully. Although he had always regarded Danzo with caution, he could not deny the validity of his suggestion. This moment presented a rare hiatus between the conclusion of the First Ninja War and the onset of the Second, a perfect opportunity. As the 5 great shinobi villages, once powerful, begin to weaken, alongside the decline of some medium-sized shinobi villages caught in the conflicts of large nations, numerous lesser affected medium-sized villages, such as the Rain Village, and even smaller villages with little room for expansion, like the Sky Village, are starting to rise. These villages, in their quest for strength, inevitably seek to expand their territories. Once they exhaust their possibilities for expansion, they will inevitably challenge the larger shinobi villages. By the time of the Second Shinobi War, a more extensive and chaotic battle is anticipated. During the Second Shinobi War, many villages were annihilated by Konoha, not without reason, according to the intelligence known to Keed. In the future, at least the Sky Village, known for its expertise in tool manufacturing, and the Inyang Village, adept at creating explosive tags, will face destruction at the hands of Konoha. This indicates that these villages will be adversaries of Konoha in the future. Rather than waiting for these smaller villages to grow and join the conflict against Konoha, it may be wiser to eliminate them in their infancy, thereby strengthening one's own village by assimilating these smaller entities and preparing for the Second Shinobi War. Keed is not a warmonger, nor is he a pacifist. He merely believes that such actions would benefit the village. However, Danzo's strategy, which Keed somewhat agrees with, faces unanimous opposition from most others. Currently, the peace faction left behind by the first and second Hokage remains substantial, or rather, Konoha has always adhered to a pacifist stance, a legacy of the first Hokage's influence. Even the third Hokage himself can be regarded as a leader of the peace faction. Moreover, many who might have aligned with Danzo are now part of factions opposing the third Hokage, continually causing unrest due to Sarutobi's perceived inadequacies. Seeing Danzo, a core member of the third Hokage's faction, speak up, they immediately disregarded the validity of his strategy to voice their dissent. In an instant, Danzo's expression grew cold and displeased. He'd suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Danzo. As a proponent of hawkish policies, He found himself at odds within the dove-centric structure of the third Hokage's faction, while from the opposing hawkish viewpoint, he was deemed an absolute adversary. In this moment, Danzo appeared somewhat isolated. Were Kid in Danzo's position, he would likely feel suffocated daily. After prolonged discussions, the third Hokage, as is his habit, intervened to smooth things over, allowing the matter to dissolve quietly. Observing the third Hokage, Kid's emotions grew complex. He was uncertain whether the third Hokage genuinely made this decision to uphold peace or to maintain harmony within the village and secure his own position. Regardless, it appeared that the opportunity for Konoha to expand and eliminate potential threats was slipping away. Reflecting on the numerous reform suggestions he had previously proposed that went unheeded, Kid could not help but sigh quietly.